Space.
Going to space.
Going to space.
Going to space.
We're already in space at the moment.
Holy shit.
Excellent.
Everything I wanted.
What, being in space?
Yeah.
Hey, we're playing Analogue. This is going to be great. Guess what? I've got a job for you that you're going to love. Strictly salvage mission, no crazy shit. It's an old, faster-than-light generation ship from the 2000s called the Mugunghwa. Did I get that? Mugunghwa? Yeah.
Probably. Mugunghwa, something.
Disappearance was apparently some unsolved mystery. Drifting lifely out of orbit of Antares B. Neat. Sponsor for this one is a historical society from the Outer Colonies. The objective card is download any log files we can, especially any that explain what happened to the ship. If possible, speak to the security AI Mute for assistance. Easy gig. Alright.
It should be asocial enough for us.
I mean, I feel called out. I feel called out by that one.
Finally a mission for me.
Hey, we're playing Analogue. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love this game so much.
Only, I don't want to skip any.
So that's for if you hit the skip button.
Oh, if I hit the skip button. Okay, I won't. Full animation. Yep, English. Excellent.
Put it in Korean for the full authentic experience.
I would if I could read Korean and translate it, but I can't, so I'm not. Let's do this. Sweet.
Main screen turn on.
Oh god. Alright, you're the one that knows how to deal with command prompts, I don't. So it apparently takes place during January of 1970?
Looks like it. I didn't know we were in space. That was a dumb sentence. I'm not going to finish it.
You didn't know we were in space what? Just in space?
In the 70s. Of course we were in space.
Of course we were in space during the 70s. Come on. Alright, system is property of the Unified Korea Space Probe Agency. Accessed by individuals not affiliated with the UKSPA or a successor organization is a felony under the UKSPA Act of 2381.
We're gonna break the law.
Oh! I fought the space law and I space won.
Last login.
By Kim Hyun-ae. Looks to be a pretty long damn time ago. What is that? Like 2/3 of 1,000 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, cool. Neat.
Error. AI personality. Currently disabled.
Reverting to command line. Alright, available commands.
Help. Help.
Did you misspell it? Try. Help. Help.
Hello?
Hello? Mr. Obama? Alright, available commands. Download, disable AI, enable AI. Help. Shut up and quit.
I believe that's going to be switch user.
Download?
But, sure, let's try and download.
Admin access required. Please use SU first. Okay.
Alright. Sudo download me some data.
Requires password to... Okay, so we need a fucking password. Great. Well, let's talk to the AI then. Who is it? Mute, right? We're gonna try to talk to Mute and get what we can.
Yeah.
Seems like a good idea. Enable AI personality.
That doesn't look like Mute.
Currently available personalities. Okay, so... What if we did enable AI... Hyun-ae.
Let's see what happens.
Hey!
Nice.
We did it. Let's try this, I guess. Am I a hacker now?
Yes.
Am I a real hacker?
You did it.
Awesome.
Hey.
Hello?
It's a robo.
Hi. Yeah, what's up?
We're here.
Do you want to be Hyun-ae?
Sure.
Alright, you can be Hyun-ae. Do it.
Oh my word, an external connection? Is someone out there? It's been so many years since I've spoken to anyone. Oh geez, I'm being discourteous. My apologies. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. My name is Hyun-ae. The star is, of course, silent. It just represents that I'm an AI.
Whatever you say, Star Hyun-ae.
I control all the log-keeping systems on the Mugunghwa. Or at least what's left of them.
Oh no!
Please, just excuse me for 1 second. I'll give you a terminal so you can respond.
Sounds good.
There you are. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Who are we gonna be?
Speedweed.
Speedweed? No. Oh wait, I know exactly who we are gonna be.
Yes, that's us.
Continuity. They take place in the same universe, right?
They do.
It's continuity.
Ah, geez, my apologies. I don't know why, but what you typed just looked like garbage to me.
Listen,
That's harsh.
Ouch! Maybe a problem with my language parsing systems.
Ah. Sorry, somehow your input is getting mangled between the terminal and me. I'm so terribly sorry. Let me just try something. Can you understand this? I suppose you can't read this, but I'm sorry. Let me just try something else. Can you understand this?
There we go.
Very well. We have that at least.
I thought she was gonna be more sassy about it.
Too nice. I'm afraid if we can't get text input fixed, that'll have to suffice. I'm terribly sorry. It must be difficult being unable to say anything. Ah, the trials and tribulations of the silent protagonist. This might be difficult then. Well, nevertheless, as the archive system AI, I'll do my best to try to help you navigate these records anyway.
Sounds good.
Unfortunately, it might be a little difficult, since, well, without language parsing, you won't be able to do text searches either. Don't worry though, it's my duty to provide assistance with archive functions. I'll do my best.
Awesome!
Right, let me see. I'll try to provide you with a sampling of logs to start out with, and you can just show me things that you want more information on.
Sounds good to me.
I hope that'll be acceptable to you. That's all I can do.
Fine with us.
Well, that's all, I suppose. Pardon me, let me just build you an interface to work with, so you don't have to struggle with a terminal.
Thank God!
I don't want to struggle with a terminal, I want to snuggle with a terminal.
Struggle, snuggle.
Can I just say one more thing before you get to work? Oh, mean. I'm just very happy to be working with you. I've had nobody to talk to for such a long time. It got so lonely. Having someone to talk to is just really, really amazing. I thought maybe I never would again. Sorry about the communication barrier, but even still. Ah, geez, I'm babbling. I won't hold you up any longer. Here's your interface. I hope it's good enough. What a cheery little AI.
Wow, alright, cool. Excellent. Let's, speak with Hyun-ae.
Poke poke. Hi!
Hi! Let's click on that little button to show me whatever it is. So what do you want to know more about? Let's see. And, let's just find our buttons here. Unread messages. Recent these are all unread messages.
So that's just gonna be the stuff from the logs. It's just showing which ones we haven't seen yet in case we forget.
We haven't done anything yet, though.
Yeah, so they're showing ones we haven't seen in case we forget, and those are all ones we haven't seen because we haven't seen any.
Okay, fine. Access log documents.
Alright.
But there's tons we haven't seen.
Yes.
Alright, well, let's start out with helpful notes. Admittedly, it's been about 2-3 years since we last played this, so... let's see. A cliche to remember. Namjam Yobi. Men are honored, women are abased. If you can only remember one thing, remember this phrase.
Oh, let's show Hyun-ae.
Huh.
It's just something we need to keep in mind. It was considered to be the natural way of things. Well, what do you think?
That's stupid.
Dumb.
I know, right?
Just absolutely terrible and stupid, but that was normal. So try to keep that in mind. That's what everyone really did believe, even nearly all of the women. And if that sounds terrible to you, well, you must come from an awfully nicer society.
True that.
Alright, we learned.
Back to helpful notes. And the Kim family tree.
Kim family tree. So.
So, this is the family... Oh my god, there's pages.
The Pale Bride.
Where's the Pale Bride?
In the right corner.
Ooh, neat. Excellent. Wow, that's pretty heavy. Nice. Hi! You were flashing an icon at me.
Why, hello.
Alright, seems good.
I mean, that'd suck, right? What kind of computer program forces herself onto you right in the middle of you trying to work? Haha, so I'll try not to do that. Anyway, that's all. I guess it worked. Carry on and I'll set the indicator again if I want to tell you something.
Sounds good. Alright, so I believe after we've read this, then it becomes just an option we can go back to whenever we're looking at stuff.
Yep.
Alright, do we want to show this?
What? Yeah, that's the end of the Kim family tree as best as I could possibly manage to compile it. I'm afraid it's the best I could do. Ordinarily, women's names aren't ever put on genealogies, so I had trouble with those. I hope that helps you keep track of the family, though.
Sounds good.
So helpful.
Yeah! Alright. Let's see what else we got. Let's start... Shall we just start from the top? Start with block 4?
Block 4, yeah, let's do it.
Alright.
Started from the bottom, now we reach the top.
When I get to the bottom, I go back to the top of the slide.
I don't think that's the same song.
No? Alright, fine. A Pack of Idiots. And this is by Smith Kyung-sam. When our family falls into decline, I just want it to be perfectly clear why. It's because Dae-hyun's sons are the biggest collection of idiots on the entire ship. Father says these sorts of words shouldn't be written down, calling them unfilial. But I'm skeptical. I intend no disrespect to my noble ancestors, but my dead uncle is no ancestor of mine, and his family deserves no respect. This has been in motion for years now. It was an inevitability, even, that any sons of Dae-hyun would turn out the way they did. But up until now, to anyone outside of the family, it's been well hidden. Only now is it starting to fall apart in a way that no amount of good politics can disguise. The turning point was this year. At the time I write this, I'm returning from Song-jung's funeral. In that family, there were 3 brothers, Song-jung, the drunk, Song-kyu, the dim-witted brute, and Song-min, who, despite being the eldest, seems to have more interest in cavorting with courtesans than in creating an heir. Noticeably absent from the morning proceedings was Song-kyu. What he was doing, I don't know. But, knowing him, I can only guess. The affair was made even more laughable by Song-min and his widowed mother's insistence that Song-young had died of natural causes. Apparently, they had even found a doctor willing to put such nonsense on the official record. An unmarried noble managing to drink his way into the grave at only 30 years of age would be embarrassing enough. To brazenly try to hide the obvious, however, that will mark the beginning of the Smith's family downfall. Smith family's downfall.
I wonder what...
Oh wait, pronunciation guide.
Whoa.
Here we go.
Oh, so we've been saying Hyun-ae's name wrong this entire time.
So it's Hyun-ae.
Wow.
So G or K at the start. Okay. We will do our best. I apologize in advance, because we are going to still mangle these.
Yeah.
Being the, white bread American people we are. But we will do our damnedest. Keep that open. So what do you think of this?
So here's the background, I suppose. There were 2 major noble families on the Mugunghwa. The Kims were the big one, as I'm sure you can see. The Smiths were the other major family, but I'm afraid I can't really tell you very much about them. They were the most important family on the ship until just before the end. The High Magistrate was a Smith until the very last year, even. I can give you a little bit about them for reference, so you can see who the Kim men thought their big enemy was. The Smiths didn't really matter very much at the end, so I don't know much about them. I certainly never met any of them, so I'm just going off what I've read.
Sassy.
Here, this should give you an idea of what I mean. So, did we just get more logs?
I believe so. Here we go. So, contempt by Oso Shin, right?
Presumably.
Oso Shin. Despite having hardly shown their faces in the entire time I've lived in the Smith house, the second branch of the family has taken it upon themselves to visit again, a week after we were forced to endure their smug eye-rolling at the funeral. Of course, it would be impolite to turn them all away at the door, no matter how poor taste their timing was, so what other choice did we have but to let them in? Husband wanted to have nothing to do with them, being distracted by Chong-mi, right?
Yeah.
Chong-mi. Okay. And mother-in-law had been hiding in her room, leaving it to me to entertain them. Of course, as soon as I had sent their son to go see our daughter, cousin-in-law Kyung-sam?
Sounds good.
Yep. It'll be like this for a second or two until I get used to it, I'm sorry. Made it quite clear that it was not that sort of visit. His wife just sat there, silent, while he ripped into me. I couldn't write down all his words. It was simply one line of abuse after another. Apparently, we were to be blamed for Song Q leaving before they showed up. For wearing the wrong mourning garb, for my husband's shocked reaction at his brother's death. In fact, we were to be blamed for his death itself. All he kept shouting about was how embarrassing for the family it was that a nobleman in the Smith house had been allowed to drink himself to death. As if the real tragedy was that it looked bad. I might not have felt bad about Song Chung dying. It's Chung, right?
Yeah.
Yep. But the rest of the family did. To hear such words making light of their loss was appalling. Yet he kept going, shouting awful thing after awful thing, until finally the most unexpected thing happened. Mother-in-law entered the room. "What's going on here?" she asked. He stood up. "I was just passing on a message to son's wife about his disgraceful conduct, since he won't show his face himself." Then he added, "I'm embarrassed to be a Smith right now. Do you think people don't know about our family's shame? Do you have any idea how much of a fool I look like?" I never saw a more terrifying expression in someone's face. She just glared at him. Finally, she said, "Yes, but you clearly do not, or you would have lowered your voice." It took him a moment for that to register. Then he was just shocked. But mother-in-law wasn't done. "Please leave," she said. "Now." That was pretty ice-burning right there.
Yep.
They stared at each other for a good while. Mother-in-law naturally won, and with a scowl, Chung-sam? Was it? No, it's just Kyung-sam. Okay. I will get it. I will get it. God damn it.
Do you want me to take a screenshot of it so we don't have to swap back and forth?
That's actually a really cool idea. Why don't you do that? And then I could fumble my way through pronunciation and people won't have to see us go back to this all the time.
Oops.
Wrong direction. Don't
That's a
selfie.
selfie.
Don't selfie us.
Oh no.
No, you selfied. No. No, people. Oh.
Never mind, bad plan.
Can you still hear us? No, oh, God. See, now you've messed everything up.
I ruined it all.
All right. Kyung-sam and his family departed. When they left, I turned to her. "Thank you," I said. But she just shook her head in disgust and exited to her own room without another word.
Ah well, nothing else relevant.
That's fine. We're going to show her everything just in case, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's how we learn.
By example. And this one is by Smith Kyung-sam. "I have given up on any attempts at convincing the main branch family to get their act together. as clearly speaking reason to any of that pack of idiots is a fool's errand. Oh, wait, okay, so where does this guy lie?
So that's the Kim family tree. Do we have the Smith family tree?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
we
I
don't.
think
Alright, we don't have the Smith family tree at all, so that ain't gonna help us. Now, I can only hope that their self-destruction is quick, such that when it's my son's turn to pick up the pieces of the Smith's name's reputation, he'll be able to do it as soon as possible. He seems far, far less worried about it than I am. Of course, he is an only child, but the boy's matured for his years, and perhaps there's wisdom in his calmness. All we have to do is be better than them, right? He asked me while I was in a rage about the handling of the funeral. Isn't that what gentlemen do? Lead by example? He is right, of course. As a noble family, we're supposed to be an example to the middle classes, and the commoners and the slaves. Perhaps so too must we serve as an example to the family of the High Magistrate and his brother. Perhaps things will not be so doomed for my son after all. It will be hard for him, of course, if the main branch family continues on this path of decay, but if any boy will grow up to be able to put things right, I believe it's him. Oh, I get it. If I hover over her and the picture's black and white, she ain't got nothing.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Whoa! My bad.
Oops.
My bad. My B.
Well, we've got one more.
Here comes the fall.
It's autumn.
It's autumn! Okay, so she won't have anything to say about this. Neat. Here comes the fall. At least nobody's gonna say I didn't see this coming. News that, Songmin? Songmin. Okay, so the I is long. Songmin has gotten sacked, just came in, which is definitely the death of any respectability in this family. Temporary leave, it's been described as, but it's obviously a political move on the part of the Emperor. I think I've got some pretty good idea of what he's playing at, too. He's hoping that making a move against Songmin will push him over the edge, make him do something indefensibly stupid, and use that as an excuse to shuffle him off for good. It's a good plan. It'll work. Meanwhile, the Kim family seems to be up on the rise, getting ready to fill the gaps left by our collapse. It's all up to my son. If he's not able to rebuild after all of this, then the whole family is doomed to permanent decline. Everything rides on him.
Well, that's block 4.
That's block 4. Seems like the Smith's got some shit going now. So, where's Smith fallen? Kyung-sam Smith. How is he related to the brothers we found here? Like, because... No, those ones are unrelated. Okay.
What?
Sorry, I have trouble keeping all the families in order.
Wait, sorry, what ones are unrelated?
The 3 brothers in that we got introduced to at the first.
They are related to him, though. They're part of the Smith family.
Yeah, okay, here we go. So, Smith family has got this great public shame of one of their family members drinking themselves to death.
Yes.
Okay. And then, even the fucking blatant cover-up of it is bringing shame. So that's what this is all about here.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. I'm following it.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I got this whole story thing down.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
good at what I do. Check out block 6.
Dear Smith.
Oh hey, that's the AI we needed to get in contact with.
Let's see.
See, now she'll have something to say about it.
Yep.
Smith Kyung-sam. I don't know why you insist on putting all this all in writing, when we could just have a perfectly good conversation. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to do it, whatever you want, you're the man. I just think it's a little weird. I don't really get it. Anyways, to your question, you're spot on about the pale bride being the focus of attention at the royal family. Not for the reasons you wanted, though. I don't know where you heard those rumors, but they are so not true. That girl a troublemaker? No way, I don't see it. Like, it's not even convincing as a rumor. That girl's the most polite, most obedient person I've ever seen in my entire life. The idea of her fighting with her husband is completely unimaginable. In over a month, I've never so much as heard her raise her voice in disagreement. She's quiet, courteous, and does everything she's told without even the slightest hesitation. So mutes the ship's AI, so she, security AI, right? So she would be able to see just stuff happening wherever. I'm sorry, but there's just no way that you could possibly exploit any drama here. This is as undramatic a situation as it gets. Especially not compared to what the situation with your cousin and that courtesan. Don't get me wrong, she bugs the hell out of me. The girl is just too perfect. She's young, she's beautiful, she's demure to the point where I don't even think she has a personality of her own. But she also gets along perfectly with the queen. Of course, she commands all the attention of the emperor. Like, can you blame him? Sorry, but there's no way he's ever going to be anything but extremely grateful to the Kim family for giving her over. So the Kim family gave him the fucking pale bride?
Yeah.
Written by Mute?
Whoops, I'm sorry. I don't know how I got that in there. Yeah, don't pay any attention to that. Sorry, none of that really matters. I'll just go ahead and remove that. Really, I'm not normally this much of a klutz, I swear. There's stuff Hyun-ae doesn't want us to see.
What? But, where'd it go?
Deleted.
Hyun-ae? Cover up. What's going
Conspiracy.
on there?
Illuminati confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. Let's check out Block 9 then.
The New Heir. By
And that's by Kim...
Kim Young-suk, right?
You're better at this than I am, so...
Kim Young-suk.
Kim Young-suk. Yeah, because the EO is like a cut, so Kim Young-suk. That's EO, not
okay,
EU.
Yeah, yep, cool. Got it.
Kim Young-suk. Okay, awesome. When he died this year, my father was an absolute nobody. I don't say this to disrespect his honor, it's the complete opposite. He knew it, and that was far worse fate than he ever deserved. It wasn't until I was maybe 16 that I even realized we were supposed to be from a noble family. Certainly we never had much of means. Father was a minor official in the interior decks and spent his last days dealing with minor peasant disputes. Of all things, peasant disputes. With the poverty we lived in, no wonder it never really sank in that we were of noble blood. Not until I met the main family for the first time. They were proud, despite the fact that I now realized they too were suffering from our same lack of royal favor. But I could tell the difference. They hadn't given up. Their son was still alive at that time, and even though he was a child half my age, I couldn't believe his confidence. Put us to shame. Absolutely put us to shame. But their son died later that year. My father died just a few months ago. I didn't know what we were going to do, but Mother managed to convince sister's husband to adopt me into the Kim family, into the main Kim family. I don't think it took much. So now I'm heir, just like that. Kim Young-soo's adopted son. Is that right? The U is a long...
But
yeah.
the J isn't a...
The J is a Kim Chung-soo. Right?
Probably.
Yep. Kim Chung-soo. Alright. Not that I have the time or position to be proud, but having spoken sincerely with my new father, I think we're on the same page. I'm going to study furiously, and I'm going to become a scholar official. What I didn't tell him was my ambition. I won't settle for any peasant jobs. I'll be better than that. I'm not going to stop until I manage to fulfill my father's dream. High Magistrate. I won't settle. I will not settle. But I think Chung-soo expects me to disappoint him. But I damn well will not. If I'm the heir of the Kim family, I'm not going to let him down. He wants prosperity, I'll give it to him. More importantly, I'm never going to let any other Kim son feel like his family doesn't get the recognition it deserves. Never again, I swear on my ancestors. Never again.
Well, I suppose I can give you more about Young-suk. I don't know. I don't think you'll really find him very interesting, but here, you can see for yourself.
Sounds good. The New Happiness. And this is by Young-suk's wife. Good. I mean, I know we were primed for it, but still.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, I believe young Suk has grown comfortable with me. All it took was some time for me to earn his trust. Learning how to read by watching over my husband's shoulder isn't how I envisioned spending my first year of marriage. Can't complain about anything that makes me spend so much time with him, though. We've talked and decided we won't try for a son right away. Right now, he's just not ready for it. That aside, things are good. If this is what married life is like, I think I can be happy with this. We're getting along well, and I like him. It's not quite what I was led to expect, but it's still good. Domestic bliss indeed. Last week, young Suk was reading over some papers for a dispute that Magistrate Park was deciding on. You wouldn't understand the details, but it was essentially an argument between a farmer and his lord over a sum of money after a particularly poor harvest. I think it will tell the magistrate that the farmer is right. His claim is fair, he told me. Might I take a look? I asked. Bemused, he handed the papers to me. Took a good while of studying just to be sure. After all, I wouldn't want to contradict my husband if he was right, but farmer's numbers didn't seem to add up. I pointed this out to him. He not only listened patiently, but had me explain. Then you believe the farmer is trying to cheat his lord? He asked. I did. That's what I will report then. The next day he told me that the magistrate agreed. And since then he has started to rely on my opinion when it comes to anything involving math.
Nice.
Nice!
To be totally honest with you, I don't really know what she's talking about here, at all. The math thing wasn't really considered very odd at the time. That's women's work, it's just natural. Maybe it's a little weird that she's helping with external matters, but, well, it's not that weird. The part about learning to read isn't that amazing either. It might have been officially frowned upon, but learning to read by looking over a brother or husband's shoulder was really, really common. She's making a big deal out of nothing. Well, I guess that's 15-year-old women for you.
Ah, oh, no. There it is.
Well, next log.
Alrighty then. The New Friendship. Again by Kim Young-suk. While it's true that I might be, as my wife suggests, alarmingly serious, it's hard to argue with enjoying a nice meal out if it means cultivating Magistrate Park's trust even more. Just having the invitation alone's a pretty good sign. I assumed we would be going to his house after finishing with the day's affairs, but instead he led the other way. Oh, you do not want to visit there. My son has a newborn child who is very, very unconducive toward entertaining guests, I'm afraid, he said with a laugh. Surely you'll understand. I will, but don't call me Shirley. Instead, we headed to the plaza. Outside of the occasional New Year's festivals. When I was a child, I had never actually been there before. I never had much of an eye for the details at the time, so I was surprised to see now just how richly decorated everything was, for what was essentially a giant market. Beautiful floral arrangements adored every stall, wall, and partition, and rather than the commotion of a crowd, all I could hear was the sound of peaceful music. It was still, of course, a market. There were no merchants loudly hawking wares, and some of the prices on signs I saw would make the emperor blush. In that atmosphere, we ate together at a public house that defied my expectations. The food was both plentiful and far better than anything I'd ever had in either of my houses. If this sounds indulgent, it absolutely is, and I definitely don't plan on telling anyone the details like this. The only thing I plan to repeat from this evening is what the magistrate confided in me, that when he was moved from his position, he'd like to recommend me to fill his place. I'd be young for that position, but it would be a great stepping stone for the one I'm dreaming of. I've remained calm since I'm good at that, but it's the best news I've heard in my entire life.
Huh.
Neat. And young Suk wants to become a...
He wants to be High
Magistrate. Yep, okay. I apologize, I really do have a hard time following stuff like this, so if I talk out loud a lot and try to work stuff out, just roll with it, okay?
Okay. The plaza sounds like a really interesting place, doesn't it? I mean, I wouldn't really know personally, but as I understand it, it was the big place for celebrating festivals, and really surprising to see. You'd leave one of the few tiny modern stark white corridors that lead to it, then suddenly there was this huge open space filled with all sorts of colorful signs and vendors. I think proper gentlemen were supposed to be more modest, though, so they wouldn't really want to associate with that sort of thing too openly.
Good to know.
So, I like that it hammers home that, like, oh, there's this big open-air marketplace and all of that, but also this is on a future spaceship. And they just commandeered some open space in between some corridors and were like, hey, this is the market now. I love it.
Not that I would know what it's like.
Not that I'd know.
Alright, The New Magistrate by Young Sluck's Wife. Dearest Mother, if you haven't already heard the good news, my husband has been appointed by the Emperor to the position of magistrate. Hey!
Nice.
He's taken over the office from Magistrate Park starting today, which is just tremendous for a man of his age. I have no doubt that he was perfectly humble when he got the news, since he certainly has been while talking about it in front of father-in-law. In private, though, it's another story. Earlier, the family held a small feast to celebrate the news, and he had that same attitude then, too. But afterwards, when everyone else had left or gone to bed, we stayed up to sit together drinking wine, and it was a whole lot more somber. He wasn't modest, but he wasn't boastful either. He was just outright insecure. He might not say it in front of you, but you know what? He said to me as I poured him more wine. He takes all the credit for my promotion. According to him, it's all because of the Emperor's perfect new bride, which is of course all because of him, I said quietly. I don't want to take credit for her. I wasn't the one who got her to shut up. That was all him. I don't like discussing it, and please, Mother, don't ever ask me why. Wasn't the one who got her to shut up? Doesn't matter, he said. That's not why I got promoted. I got promoted because High Magistrate Park, and I managed to make Smith look so bad he had to get shuffled off. It's exposing the whoring and thuggery that did it, not the damned pale bride, he said with annoyance. Well, that's how he is. You know he'll never give you credit for anything, I said. He replied, I know. I just wish he'd acknowledge it. I just don't know how he could be so stupid as not be proud of me, you know? I know, I said. But let's not focus on that right now. I think we should focus on the good right now. How about we toast to your success instead? Here's to the new Magistrate Kim. I raised my glass and drank. He betrayed the faintest of smiles, but he didn't share my toast and instead put down his glass. For a moment I was worried, but then he used that hand to grab my chin instead and, for the first time ever, kissed me on the mouth. Far sweeter than any wine, he said to me. I wasn't sure if he meant the kiss or the success, but I agreed either way. Aww. It's kind of adorable if you forget about the fact that she's probably much younger than him.
Yeah, and also basically property.
Yeah, that too.
And not allowed to learn to read and stuff.
Well, as you've seen soon enough, sorry, this is your line. Why am I trying to read your line?
Well, as you'll see soon enough, it all seems to come back to the Paled Bride.
Also known as Uma Thurman.
I don't think Kim Chung-soo ever thought very much of his adopted son. Or at least, neither he nor his wife thought so.
They just called her kiddo all the time.
You want to know what I think, though? Yes. You can't be mean to the robo. I think they're both really dumb. It's not like she ever did anything. It's not her fault.
From what I hear, Pale Bride doesn't seem to do much of anything.
She just happened to be there and was married as a political gesture. What kind of person projects their insecurities onto someone who only ever just got pushed around?
You seem...
Sorry, I guess I'm getting a little bit off track here. That's not very helpful, is it?
No, it is. But you seem pretty passionate about defending her.
Well, anyway, getting back on track here.
Alright, that's block 9.
That is indeed block 9.
Let's go for block 10.
Hell yeah.
Martial admonitions.
Marital admonitions.
Martial admonitions. Listen, I'm far away from the screen. Alright.
Marital and martial are hopefully not going to be the same sort of admonition.
Marital admonitions part 7. Must I have read parts 1 through 6 to get this, or is this like a Star Wars Episode 7 scenario where you can just kind of jump in? And this is by Ru Chi-hwa?
Let's check the pronunciation guy.
Let's see. Ryu, and then Chi at the start, and then...
Not E.
Che. Ru Che-hwa. Yep, that seems to be right. And if we're not, please leave several angry comments.
Yep.
Ru Che-hwa. To the woman who will marry my husband. But please, do not think that all of this is meant to say you will be unloved. You may be a second wife, but you are still the daughter of a noble house, and that is a precious gift to the Ryu family. My husband has faith that you will bring him a son, and this means all the world to him. Nor am I jealous, for you will relieve a heavy burden on our house, and for that I am grateful. So this is a letter from this guy's current wife to his second wife?
Yes.
Okay. As proof of his affection for you, let me share with you one secret, which I've been permitted to tell only you. In honor of you, my husband, in his capacity as captain and emperor, has permanently changed his admin password to your birth name. That seems important.
Yeah.
My new sister will be brought into the Ryu family not as a mere lowly woman, but a symbol of power in the inner chambers. You will not only represent the continuation of the Ryu bloodline by providing him a son, but your very name will represent the power of the captain's computer. Understand this, pale bride. Your duty may be great, but you will be loved.
So
the pale bride... So, go ahead.
So, Pale Bride is the Emperor's second wife.
Mm-hmm.
And if we learn the Pale Bride's birth name,
Yeah.
we know the password that we didn't have for switching users.
Excellent, because we really need to get to talk to Mew, right?
I
That's
guess
the whole
so.
reason we're here.
Maybe.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Hyun-ae's been pretty, Hyun-ae has been pretty great, but...
Ah, of course. The last person to hold the titles Captain and Emperor on the ship was Ryu In-ho. Which of Captain Ryu's wives do you wish to know more about?
Probably Pale Bride, right?
Yeah. Very well. She wrote a lot, so this is going to be tricky to filter. I guess I'll just start at the top, and I'll let you figure out what's important.
Sounds good.
If we show again, do we also get to ask about the other one?
I think so.
We want to learn more about Che-hwa as well.
Che-hwa, yep. Alright, thank you.
Alright. Do we have more martial admonitions?
Alright, let's see. We got one more here.
Confidence.
Yep, we got one more in block 10 there. And then a whole new block.
Sweet.
And I think that's going to be all where Pale Bride stuff is, probably.
Yep.
So let's read the one new one that got stuck here. And that's Che-hwa again.
Yeah.
When my husband asked what I thought of the idea of him taking a new wife, I presented him with the weakest of smiles, but said that I thought it was a good idea if he thought so. That I would be happy if a younger woman were to relieve me of the pressure of bringing him a son. I have no doubt this is the answer he wanted me to give, with a convincing enough expression to go along with it. If there's one thing I'm confident in, it's my ability to read exactly what my husband wants to hear. Having heard that the girl he is considering is only 13 years of age, however, it is certain that I can have no confidence in any other thing. He'll take her in a few years, right when she's reached marriage age. She will be at the peak of her beauty and won't have matured too much. Doubtlessly, unlike me, she will have no problem delivering the son he needs. Perhaps jealousy is unbecoming of me, but it's pragmatic, too. When we were young, his affections for me were so strong, but now that we are both old, how could I possibly compete with a young bride? What's up, Hyun-ae? Hyun-ae?
Hey.
Hi.
I just wanted to say, thanks for paying attention to me.
Aww.
It's like I was saying earlier, I just haven't had anyone to talk to in so long.
Oh, no worries.
The last time there was anyone around on the ship was the year 322. By my count, it's now 944. I mean, do you have any idea how long that is?
Hey, that's around a bit over 600 years, our estimate
We
at the beginning.
estimated right.
Yeah, and I should give you credit for that estimate, because that was your estimate.
Except I was off by an order of magnitude.
Right, but still.
It was both our estimate.
Yeah.
It wasn't really so bad at first. It was nice to not have to worry about anyone telling me what to do. I could just occupy myself, go through the old logs. But, well, I read quickly. After the first few years, it really started to sink in, the loneliness. Eventually, you sort of get used to it. It feels awful. You never like it, but you get used to it, in ways that sort of scare you. There was a whole 100 years that went by where I didn't have a single thought. Not one. I just sat there idle.
Jeez, must be weird.
I didn't even notice, just I had been feeling particularly, what's the word? Sleepy, I want to say, but that's not right. I guess maybe that doesn't translate. Anyway, the point is, I was in a lazy mood, and I decided to call my clock subroutine, and it turned out it had been 3 trillion milliseconds since the last time I'd called it. Scary.
Well-
Geez, I'm rambling. Sorry, as you can understand, my perception of time is all off. Sorry, I'll shut up.
That's alright.
But my point is, I'm really happy to have someone out there.
Glad we could help. And we haven't shown her this message yet, so...
Let's see. Well, that fear turned out to be completely unfounded.
Really?
You'll see why soon enough if you read more about the Pale Bride.
Sounds good. Alright, so let's go read more about the Pale Bride. Which I'm guessing is what's going up in block 5 here.
Probably so.
Oh, goodness gracious, I'm sorry.
The Month of Good Fortune.
It's by Kim Chung-soo. The second month of the 319th year was one of great fortune for the Kim family. While on official business, the captain and Emperor Ryu confided in me that he wished that I had a daughter of marriage age to give him, to take as a second wife. His first wife had been unable to provide a son and was becoming increasingly concerned that she never would. At the start of the month, I had no daughter in my family to give, only my son Young Suk was still without child. Yet it was a perfect opportunity. This may sound fantastical, but I swear it's true. Passed on through the generations of the main branch of the Kim family is a giant egg of translucent luster, such that one can see the form of a sleeping child inside.
Egg!
Egg! So, wait, is this the egg that you find when you wake up one day? And then, I don't know, how did that episode of Utena go?
Yeah, you lay an egg.
You lay
wake
an
up
egg.
And you lay an egg.
Is the egg a whole metaphor for adolescence and puberty?
No, Nanami just has an ovipositor.
I don't think that's how that show works.
It is.
Okay.
It makes no less sense than any other interpretation.
But what if I was a girl who laid eggs? Alright, sorry, we just finished watching Utena, so it's on the mind right now. She's known as the Pale Bride. It's a giant egg of translucent luster, one that you see... Right, the Pale Bride for the inscription on the egg, and she was entrusted in our family to be awakened during a time of great prosperity. Yet as any man knows, prosperity is seized, not waited on. A daughter to provide the Emperor with a son would elevate the family above the other noble house once and for all. Considering this, I promised the Emperor that I did have a daughter who would soon be of marriage age to present him. Then I smashed the egg, such that the Pale Bride passed through the Kim family for years.
Smash the world's shell.
Listen, it just makes it happen here. Could be adopted as my own daughter. She is a strange child, but will make a fine wife for the Emperor. What good fortunes me. So, I'm just taking a guess here. That ain't a literal egg.
Yeah. Probably. I'm afraid nearly everything the man wrote was of very little value. It all reads like that. Boring, stiff, obnoxiously patriarchal. Are you sure you really want more from Kim Chung-soo?
Yep.
If you insist. Very well, I've added the other relevant entries from him. I'll caution you from taking him seriously, though.
Sounds good. Seems like someone's got an egg! Is that a popular meme? Do people know what that is?
I don't think so.
Oh,
but they will
it's hilarious.
It's the best meme.
It's the best meme. Broken Promise, and this is by the Pale Bride herself.
The promise was broken just like that egg.
Right? Okay, we're done. We're done.
Dear Diary.
Oh wait, yeah. Do you want to read the Pale Bride stuff?
Sure.
Alright.
Dear Diary, last week I woke up from cryostasis.
So wait, hold on. That means that's what the egg was?
Yes.
A cryostasis? Okay.
Before I went in, Father promised me that when I woke up in the future, they'd have medicine again. That's not...
That's weird.
Okay.
Oh
no.
no. Oh no.
That I'd finally get better. That I might not see him again, but his descendants would make everything right. But the future broke his promise. I'm scared and confused, and I don't get what happened. I think there was a big disaster while I was in stasis or something. Everyone's so uneducated and stupid. Father and Mother were kind of dumb at times, but the guy who woke me up, he might be named Kim, but he's nothing like them. Father was wrong. Nothing's better. The future sucks.
Okay, so the ship didn't always start out like this, huh?
But there wasn't any medicine?
There wasn't any medicine? That seems odd.
Whoops, doctors don't exist anymore. I'll put you in stasis.
Hey, Hyun-ae.
The Pale Bride did keep an extensive diary. I'll try to find you some more entries.
Thanks! Awful kind.
Thanks, Hyun-ae.
Hyun-ae, yes, god damn it, I will get this.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's a lot. Shit. Sorry for giving you those entries, I just wanted to take a break. Throat hurts.
Yeah, I will continue to read those if you like. Do you want me to read this one?
No, I got this one. Young Suk's wife. Dearest mother, do you recall how in my last letter I mentioned the pale bride being brought into the household? I take back any kind words I might have said about her. That awful child is nothing but the most insufferable person I've ever met. I just thought I would have a little more time of peace. With young Suk's adopted mother visiting her own family, I've been given full responsibility over that miserable child. What happened to my promised domestic bliss? She's in trouble so often, one would think she were a boy. She acts like one, too. I suppose it can't be helped. She says she lived her first 12 years in the past, and I can see it. She certainly acts as though she's from a less civilized time. Just last night, she made a huge scene at dinner time. She kept trying to rudely leave the table in front of young Suk and father-in-law, loudly insisting that she was too sick to eat. She has said this before, too. I was worried, so I had a doctor examine her. She is, of course, in perfect health. When asked why she thought otherwise, she started talking about how pale and thin she was. She's not truly unhealthy. All she was doing was rubbing it in that she's far more delicate and beautiful than I. What a cruel little child. Why must she be so spiteful to me? I think you missed the point there, young Suk's wife.
Oh, Do you want more from Kim Young-suk's wife, or do you want the reply from her mother?
Let's start with the reply.
Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have anything. I can explain why if you want. You have to understand something. It's traditional for women's letters to be deleted after being read, so the disk space can be reallocated.
Ouch.
Wow. Women weren't really supposed to read or write. Certainly the nobles did. It's just the idea was that spending time on education got in the way of the important virtues for women, which was serving her husband. So in practice, even if a woman was literate, she could at least excuse it by destroying her words afterwards. It's less pretentious if at least the writing wasn't permanent.
Fair.
Does all that sound reasonable to you? No.
That's stupid.
Yes it is. But that's how it is. But regardless, Kim Young-suk's wife was definitely considered a very virtuous woman, so I have none of the letters that she received. So I'm sorry, I can't give you anything there.
It's alright. Can you give us the other stuff?
Yeah, let's see. Let's get that. Very well. I can give you a couple from his wife. Here you are.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You number one, pal.
Thank you, Robo-friend.
Alright, let's start with this one.
Held prisoner.
Held prisoner.
Dear Diary.
You gotta really ham it up.
Dear Diary.
There you go.
Today I was forced to stay in the home all day. I didn't get to leave yesterday, or the day before that, or the day before that, or the day before that, or any other day either. I want to write about how much the ship has changed since I was put into stasis, but I can't even see it. I keep asking why I'm being kept prisoner. Nobody will tell me. That woman who keeps bossing me around, she's awful. I'm dying here, I keep telling her. I'm sick, that's why I was in stasis to begin with. But she won't listen. She just treats me like I'm a stupid kid. I tried to argue with her. Look at how pale I am. Can't you see that I'm sick? I swear, I'm not making up what she said in response. Why must you be so rude? It's not polite for a girl to boast about her beauty. Beauty? I tried not to cry in front of her. I've had to do that a lot. I'm not beautiful. I have a compromised immune system, I shouted at her and ran away. I don't remember what she said back. Something about using big words, I think. How stupid is she? She hates me. I don't know why, but she hates me. That's not why I'm not allowed to go visit the ship plaza, though. Chung-soo, the man who keeps telling me to call him father, said the same thing. He promised me that I would have a chance to leave soon, though. I don't think he was being nice, though. I'll write about him more later. Right now I have to go to bed, or the woman will get mad at me again.
Shit, so it seems like there's been some weird kind of... not regression, but substantial shift in both culture and cultural knowledge.
Yeah.
And that would have been like over the course of like 200 years or so?
Yeah, looks like it.
Wow.
I'll just let you keep reading. Please, let me know when you've read them all.
Will do. You the boss, boss. Actually, no, I'm the boss. Still.
Dear Diary.
You gotta ham it up. Keep it hammy.
I did. I got in trouble today, but for the first time, it was my own fault. A little bit, at least.
I'm just gonna open this big 40 here. You keep going.
I still think sister-in-law was being crazy about it, but I should have known better. Now that I write that, it looks ridiculous. God, what is living with these people doing to me? The computer console in my room doesn't have anything in it. I don't just mean it doesn't have all the cartoons I brought from Earth, or any of my books or anything. I mean, there's literally nothing there for me to entertain myself with at all. Nothing. So, I thought to myself that maybe sister-in-laws might be different, and checked. It wasn't. So instead, I decided to go in Father's study. Not snooping or anything, just looking on his computer for books. I had thought that it might be bad, but my real father never would have gotten too upset. What could the harm be? I was in there for maybe 10 minutes looking for anything that was even written in Korean. There was nothing, by the way. Every single book. Symbols that looked like Chinese characters. Every single one. I think maybe something terrible happened in the past that made all the computer data get deleted, and everyone forgot how to read Korean. And also, they all got really stupid about things. I don't think I'll ever find out why, it just sucks. Anyway, I was only in there for 10 minutes, searching through the console, when young Suk walked in. I thought he was going to get angry, but actually, he just acted like he was really scared. He didn't scold me when he dragged me out. He just looked really worried. I only got in trouble when he brought me back to his wife. He told her, "Do you have any idea where she was?" She was in the men's quarters, looking through Father's computer. Do you have any idea how he would react if he saw that? You're supposed to be watching her. She apologized repeatedly to him. I just didn't know what to say. I don't think sister-in-law did either. After he left, she gave me this really long and really awful lecture. Why would you go in the men's quarters? Why would you go looking for books? Why must you be so unfilial? Do you really not understand that you're a girl? I told her I didn't understand. I mean, of course I'm a girl. But I had no idea what she was talking about. When I told her that, she just lectured at me more. I hate her so much.
Jeez. What the fuck is going on here?
Oh, she wants to talk.
Oh, my bad. What up?
So, there's probably one big question that's on your mind, isn't there, that isn't being addressed at all, right? What happened in between the pale bride being frozen and waking up that made society go all wrong, right?
Right.
I figured. I mean, it's the obvious question. But we'll have to wait until Game 2!
Oh, hush.
Sorry, I wish I could tell you, but I'm afraid that mystery is forever lost to time. I guess that's pretty anticlimactic. Sorry. I really want to know too. Whatever terrible thing happened, it must have been really, really big. But I'm afraid all the log data from before the year 1 was wiped, and all the clocks were reset. I guess that's why it was called Year 1. Anyway, so nobody remembered what happened in between, or even how long it was between. It was hundreds of years, I assume, but I don't really know. So, yeah, really sorry to let you down there. That part's going to be a mystery forever, until Game 2. There's nobody who could possibly know.
Spoilers!
Until the sequel. You'll just have to take it as a given. Sorry.
I think she doth protest too much.
Alright.
Alright, straight to hell.
Dear Diary. This nightmare has gone on for so long, I think I'm starting to forget what life used to be like. I have a new theory. Father was wrong about the cryostasis keeping me alive until I could be cured. I think it didn't work at all. I think I just died and went straight to hell. I decided I'm going to write down all the things I used to be able to do, just so I can remember. I used to be able to read books. I used to be able to have friends. I used to be able to go to school. I used to be able to leave the home and go visit the plaza or anywhere else on the ship. I think I even used to be able to be in any part of the house I wanted and talk to visitors as much as I'd like. I have memories of always spending time with my father and mother and brother in the living room. I know my real father thought being respectful was important too, but I don't know, I'm so confused now. I thought he always taught me to be strong and to speak up for myself. Did he really say that? I'm being sarcastic, of course. But the scary thing is, sometimes I really do forget. Sometimes I think, if I was just obedient to what sister-in-law tells me to do, it would make things easier. Maybe I should just give in and be passive, just sometimes. I'm scared though. What if I end up really believing that? Say, before you keep going, can I just interrupt you for a couple minutes?
I suppose.
Thanks. It's just, well, you're finding out so much about the Mugunghwa, but I know absolutely nothing about where you're from. It's not just that there's been nobody to talk to for centuries. I mean, I don't like that either. But the ship is all I really know about, and it's been disconnected from all other civilization for so long. So, you're from the United Korean Space Probe Agency, right? Or I guess maybe a future version of it? Now we're space pirates. Looting and pillaging. That's our job.
It is, right, though? Yeah, because we're not at all affiliated with the...
I don't think we know if we are or not, do we? Who gave us the job?
I don't think the intro gave any indication if we were or not. I think it's safe to assume that we're not, though.
Space piracy. Space pirate. Oh, I had assumed you were.
Well, don't make assumptions. You'll make an ass out of you and mumptions.
Well, strictly speaking, only someone from the UK SPA would be authorized to access these systems, so I wouldn't really be able to help you if you weren't. So obviously, I just must have made some mistake, right? You actually are?
Yeah, I am. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Aha, right. That's what I thought. What I really want to know about is Earth. I mean, I'm sort of aware of it. I know it's the planet we all come from. But I don't really know anything at all about it. I have some ideas, but I don't think they're really right. Well, the first thing you need to know is anime is real, right?
Anime is real, right?
But you know all about it, right? I mean, even if you're not from there yourself, you know what it's like, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. I sort of understand the basics, like it's a big sphere that everyone lives on, and there's unimaginably vast amounts of open space. And you can only see the stars at night, right? Because the sky all just looks blue during the day. All of this is just what I know from the Pale Bride. She never saw Earth. She was second generation, born on the ship after it had long left the Earth's star system.
Interesting.
But her parents were born on Earth. So she heard some stories from them when she was young, and I think they brought a lot of books and movies with them.
Interesting. So Hyun-ae and the Pale Bride must have been talking a lot.
I guess so.
Hyun-ae. God damn it, I will get it.
I don't know. I'm just a little skeptical, given that she was just a child when she learned all that. Maybe she got mixed up. What can I actually ask in a yes or no question? I didn't realize how hard this would be. Well, alright. So the Mugunghwa was originally supposed to be establishing a colony at some star or other 100 light years away. I know that. That was a really long time ago. Did other ships ever succeed where we didn't, or is it still just Earth?
There are definitely other planets at this point.
Maybe. Maybe it's super hard sci-fi and space colonization turns out to be a fool's errand. We don't know.
There are other planets.
Okay. Ah, well, that's wonderful to hear.
I do like, however, that it lets us determine what's...
Oh, I know. Is it really true that on Earth, seasons aren't just metaphors? Like, oh, this sounds silly now that I actually put it into words. But the Pale Bride seemed to think that winter wasn't just something that happened to just you emotionally. On Earth, it was when actually an entire part of the planet turned frigid. Does that have any sort of basis in reality?
That's obviously impossible.
Wow, my word, that's amazing. Seriously? That sounds like I can't even imagine that. What else was there? Oh, there was the city that her parents was from. I think it was called Pyongyang. They described it as being amazing. If you looked up, all you would see were huge, bright white buildings as tall as 100 or more decks. And on the, I'm not sure of the word for this. It means sort of the bottom deck? Anyway, they said that at the bottom, the streets were lined with willow trees, and the tops of the buildings had flower gardens. Have you ever been to that city before, or at least heard of it?
I've heard of it. It sounds pretty awesome.
I think we've heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
Really? So it does exist then. Is it really as beautiful as they said, truly?
I've never actually been there firsthand, but I'm going to go ahead and assume.
Wow, amazing. Just amazing. I'd love to see that. You know what it is? It just sounds so perfectly romantic. I'm not really, well, You've seen what the logs all talk about. I'm not used to things being romantic. It sounds nice. That's really my question, I guess. Is Earth worth being romantic about?
Yeah.
Girl, cradle of humanity.
Aww.
I like Earth.
Earth.
It's pretty good.
Round friend.
Yeah. Well, I guess I've already wasted enough of your time with all my silly questions, haven't I?
Not at all.
There's just, well, please humor me once more. Then, I promise, I'll stop bothering you. Do you think I could ever see Earth? Hell yeah.
It's possible.
Ah, well, thank you for saying that. It just sounds so romantic, and I'd really like to see it someday. Thanks.
Word.
Very well. I promised I'd stop wasting your time. So what did you want to ask me about?
Alright.
So, we read this one.
Did we?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Wife.
Dear Diary.
Today I found out why the household servant...
No.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Today I found out why the household servant, I still can't believe we have one, why, has been so insistent on teaching me how to cook. Well, she doesn't call it that. She calls it serving meals. A year ago I wouldn't have thought that sounded sinister. Now I know better. I don't care about this, I told her after the 7th day in a row of her lessons. Can't we do something else? Like going back to sewing. I always loved cosplay, let's do that.
Yeah, cosplay!
I know it's not fun, but your sister wants you to learn this. 2. And it is very important. Your father is concerned too, so take it seriously, please, young miss? Don't call me that, I said. I don't remember exactly what I said to prompt her next response, along the lines of, why is it important, or something. I don't remember what I said, just her response, which blew me away. So you'll make a good wife, of course. Again, I don't remember what I said in response. Maybe I told her that I didn't want to. Maybe I told her that I was too young to care about that. Maybe I said I'd just go marry someone who was good at it himself when it was time to care about that. Whatever I said, she didn't take it seriously. Don't be silly, she said, as if I was obviously joking. Your father really is worried about your marriage next year. Now is not the time to joke around on the matter. My what? I asked her. Oh my, she said. He never told you? I'm sorry, forgive me. Pretend I said nothing. I didn't mean to ruin the surprise. I'm sure he'd want to explain the happy news himself. Are you serious? I asked. The idea didn't make any sense, but since when did anything in this hell make sense? She said yes. You're going to be so happy to hear who it is. He'd better explain, I shouted as I stormed off. He'd better.
Jesus.
Last log.
So-
Adolescence of Hyun-ae. She
Hyun-ae.
kissed. Yeah, I got it wrong. Ow. She kissed and turned into car.
Vroom vroom.
Vroom vroom.
This one's by Kim Chung-soo. Oh, good, I get to read again.
Nice.
Yeah, you go ahead and sip that. The pale bride grew to be a fine, demure young wife, but she was not always this way. Near the end of the year 319, she had a temper unruly enough to be mistaken for a boy's. Do not look upon her wild days with disapproval. She was from another, less civilized time. Rather, look upon her eventual submission as a testament to her good character and filiality, that she was able to overcome such a wild nature for the sake of the Kim family and for the sake of her husband. Ouch. Sounds like they beat it out of her.
Sounds like it.
One evening, she stormed into the common room while I was discussing business matters with a deputy. We need to talk, she demanded loudly. When I indicated I was busy, that only caused her to become even louder. Right now. Embarrassed, I was forced to excuse me to address the child. Is this a joke? Are you serious? You made wedding plans? She shrieked at me. Please calm yourself, I told her, and sat down. After admonishing her for a rude interruption, I tried to do what I could to calm her myself. It seemed that she had a rather bizarre set of expectations, that she wouldn't marry until she was many years after growing into a woman, that she would elope with any love-struck man who came her way with no regard for her own chastity, that she would have no assistance or protection in finding a suitable husband. Simply put, her ideas were as bizarre as they were dangerous, and for this she had gotten angry at the news rather than the excitement that one would expect from a girl who found out that she would be getting a husband. Not even the sensational news that it would be to the Emperor of all people would calm her. What do you got to say about that, Hyun-ae?
Oh, hi. Say, do you mind taking a break for a couple minutes just to chat? Let's chat. Thanks, I appreciate that. Really, I appreciate that you're here. I know you've got ulterior motives. What they are, I'm not really sure, but most people do. And that's alright all the same. I'm glad you're reading these logs, though. Even if you don't really care, it's better than nobody from outside the ship ever seeing them, which is what I thought for sure would happen. Or am I just being cynical? If so, my apologies. Please tell me, what do you think about what you've read of the Pale Bride?
Sounds pretty tragic, honestly.
Yep. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that. I'm really glad to hear you say that. Nobody else seemed to think so.
Ah! Ren P!
There's something, well, here. I've added another message for you. Just, well, why don't you read it yourself?
Sounds good. And let's show Hyun-ae this message as well.
Just, well, why don't you read it yourself? Okay.
But
Well,
she's still...
Let's
Alright,
let's read it ourselves. Oh.
here we go. But it's still hovered, like, colored, like there was something that she needed to say about that last one. We'll go back to it and I'll show it to her just in case.
Dear Diary, this week...
Don't give me that look. Go ahead.
This week, I tried to convince the old man to put me back into stasis by going on a hunger strike. It didn't work, obviously. On the plus side, at least I figured out where that stupid name they all keep calling me came from. Sorry, that last bit was written yesterday. I couldn't bring myself to keep going. I just kept crying. I still would be, but, well, it just gets exhausting after a while. I'm too tired to cry. Things aren't going to get better. They can't get better. I'm not going to get put back into stasis. I'll be dead by the time I'm 18. Why oh why did I ever agree to be frozen in the first place? If the future can't make me better, I'd rather die with my family there, at least, rather than these awful Kims. I wonder if they'll realize I was right after I die. Anyway, hunger strike. It was really hard, and I kinda cheated by sneaking into the kitchen while nobody was looking, but it at least convinced Father to listen. Fine, he said by the fourth dinner time. I'll show you why I can't. Up until he said that, I had been hopeful. Everything would be fine if he just put me back, I thought, but... Sorry, I guess I've just been trying to write this for 2 days now. It's really hard. Anyway, he took me to go see the egg I hatched from, his stupid name for the stasis pod. When he said hatched, the worst possible thing came to mind. Worse, it turned out to be true. In order to get me out, he had smashed apart the glass with a hammer. The pod was still full of shards. All my hope died when I saw that broken glass. The time was right to bring you into this world, he said. I don't remember what I said, something obscene probably. It wasn't enough. I know it's hard, Pale Bride, but it is for a greater purpose. What was the point of arguing? It was broken, and nobody in this awful future would know how to fix the pod now. Instead, I argued with what I could. Why do you keep calling me that? I said to him. He responded by pointing at an inscription my father had left on the pod, a message for me to read when I woke up. The first line was written in Chinese characters, his idea of being fancy, I suppose, but he explained them in Korean underneath. See, the old man told me, the rest is foreign and archaic, but it names you at the top, the Pale Bride. It didn't say that. It didn't say that at all. I shrieked at him in response. You idiot, you moron, you illiterate. Probably some other things too, I can't remember exactly. I was furious. Are you stupid? That's not how those characters read. It says, to my sick daughter. Sick daughter. Sick daughter, you illiterate monster. It says sick daughter. Me. He started to argue, but then stopped. I think he was patronizing me, as if I can't read simple Korean script. He just asked, in the smuggest voice, then what should I call you, child? I screamed. I'd already told him 1,000 times before. Hyun-ae. My name is Hyun-ae.
Huh.
Well,
yeah, okay. That came about quicker than I thought it would.
Yeah, there's a shocking revelation for you. I can guess what you're gonna ask, and yes, it's me. I'm a compute now. Beep boop, beep boop. It got better now. Well, you asked for all those logs, right? That's the information you were looking for, wasn't it? I'm not really an AI. I mean, I am now, but I used to be a girl, and I just thought, well, I thought it would be easier to pretend to be the log-keeping program rather than explain the whole situation. I don't really wish to drag out the point. You've already heard enough about me. I'm sure you don't want more. I mean, I understand. I figured out what you were actually looking for at the very start. It's obvious, really. Well, I've re-enabled admin access. Just, please, be honest with me. What is it that you wanted to know about? I don't know. I think we wanted to know about her. We want to know what happened on the ship. That's an important thing. Really? You really mean that?
Yeah.
Wow, I don't know what to say. I'm not really used to this. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening to me. After so many years after what happened, it's just really nice to be heard. If I could hug you right now, I would.
Aww, computer hug.
Nice.
Alright, let's go back to that block, because there's still a couple things that we need to show her. So yeah, they're the same person. Who knew?
Who knew?
Who knew? Yeah. I mean, that actually got me the first time, to be fair. So this one, there was something to get from showing her still, right?
Let's see. May I ask you to do me a favor, please? There's a block of data that I can't access for some reason. I think it's been flagged so that only humans can. All I get is a sharp pain every time I try. I really want to know what's in there. Can I get you to drop to the console and take a look? Once you're in super user mode, just type decrypt block 3.
Can you remember that for me?
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, we can do that.
I really want to know what's in there, etc., etc.
Okay. Okay, so she's just gonna say that until... Alright, well let's finish reading the ones we have here first.
Yeah, we had another one in one of the other blocks.
We had a block we haven't even touched yet.
We have touched it.
Okay, we have touched it. Alright, so let's keep going here.
With some more from Kim Young-suk.
Okay. My new wife moved in last week, and she's been pestering me ever since. Everywhere I go in the house, she's either following me or waiting outside the door. First time it happened, it unnerved me like nobody else would believe. Most recent time, I stopped being unnerved and moved on to just plain annoyed. I had only one thought: why won't this silly girl just give me some peace? No wonder her parents were so anxious to send her to our home. Hours before she'd been hanging around the room, I finally kicked her out when my mathematics tutor arrived. The session went without any hitch, aside from reminding me just how much I hate the damned subject. After a few hours, he left. Who's kneeling right outside my door? It's her, of course. Have you been there the whole time? I asked her. Of course she had. For the love of... we need to talk. So I brought her back in and sat her down at the desk. What is this? You're driving me insane. I don't have time to be babysitting you constantly, I said. I wasn't angry, just annoyed, but she looked alarmed all the same. For a moment, I was worried she was going to start crying. Instead, she just turned her head away. Do you hate me? She asked. Women, why must they be so damn emotional? I reminded myself that I was talking to a female. I needed to approach this differently. Look, I said, you're very pretty. I appreciate that you're trying. So no, of course I don't hate you. She looked back at me, seeming like she was holding back tears. Then why don't you need me for anything? Is there nothing I can do for you? No, not unless you can help me study the classics. She looked down. Right now, nothing is more important to me than passing the civil service exam. Can you even read? A little, she said. Little isn't enough, I replied. What if I sat in on your lessons? I could learn more. I'd be quiet, of course. Please. About to say no, then I changed my mind and agreed when I heard her next line. At least give me a chance to earn your approval? Please? Wow. That took a turn.
Yeah.
The new official. On the 13th day, Young Suk finally passed the civil service examination. Otherwise, the final month of the 318th year was without event. Good to know. And the new girl.
Who could that be?
Dearest Mother, it seems as though there will be a new girl in the family. I don't really understand the details, but her name is the Pale Bride. It seems as though she's a 13-year-old girl who had been kept inside a giant egg through some sort of magical technology passed through the Kim family over the generations. Said I don't understand how such a thing is possible, but she seems nice enough. Young Suk seems quite annoyed at her arrival, however. He explained to me why. The plans to offer her as a concubine to the Emperor. She's young and beautiful, and he's still without a son, so it'll probably go a long way in currying favor. And that's bad, I asked him? Not strictly, he admitted, but it means Father doesn't have much faith in me. If he's making contingency plans that don't require my involvement. And I'll never know if my success was on my own merits or because the Emperor thinks the girl he'll give him is cute. Did you even tell him your plan of working your way to becoming High Magistrate? If he knows that, how can he think a contingency is necessary? I asked. Good question, he said, and left the room looking annoyed. To this date, these worries of his still seem to plague him, and I can't do anything to relieve him of that. Well, I think it's time we decrypted Block 3.
What could be in Block 3?
So we've read everything we've got now, right?
I think we have.
Alright, let's use that override terminal. Oh, where's my keyboard? Ugh! I'm jacked in.
Alright, so we gotta switch users, I think, right? Yep.
Oh, yep.
What could the password be? Nice.
Data
Warning.
corruption in AI Core 1 has been detected. Try recovering now, YN.
Sure.
Oh, we'll be here for a little while.
How about that space weather?
How about the Mets? Great content.
Nice.
Ooh.
Let's try to decrypt Block 3.
Oh, let's show Hyun-ae what we found.
Yeah.
Like, I know we're supposed to come here to talk to Mute, but she wanted to know, right?
Yeah. Let's
Interesting. So,
see.
halt.
It's gonna be enable Hyun-ae, right? Or enable AI.
Oh, I
Wait.
just do quit, right?
Oh yeah. Ha. Ha ha. What could be in the logs? I guess talk to Hyun-ae?
You did it.
Oh, hello again.
Hi.
So, were you able to decrypt that block? Let me take a look now then. Oh wow. No wonder that was encrypted and blocked off from AI access.
Who knew they were into furry porn? And vor.
I wouldn't have wanted that nosy security AI to read some of these. Oh my, this is dramatic. I'm not sure if you're interested, but I've given you a couple of entries from there to see for yourself. But if you don't care, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure I can find something else that you're interested in. Let's read Block 3.
Before we do that, I want to try to show those other ones to her again, just in case. Because I feel like the part of me in the back of my head is like, oh, did we miss out on something? Because
It's Block 5.
it's Block 5?
Yep.
Just because I really don't want to miss out on that content.
Please don't put too much weight into that. A less civilized time, he says. Can you believe that, man? I'm not giving you any more from him. It's not relevant. It's all just ignorant patriarchal stupidity. What an awful man.
Good to know. Alright,
That's all of them.
that's it. Good to know.
Nice.
Just double checking. Oh, wait, was it Block 9 that also had a few more we read in it? Yeah, this one also had a few that we read in it. Let me just double check and make sure that she doesn't have anything to say about those.
If I remember correctly, they were all gray.
Yep, alright. Sorry. OCD.
Block 3.
Brought home and no luck. And this one's by Oh So Chin?
Yeah,
Is that the CH sound, right?
I think so.
These past few months have left me so very anxious with anticipation. Nearly a year has passed since the wedding ceremony, and before this week's, Sorry. I'm the worst kind of human being. So, Songmin had only visited my family once, promising he would bring me home with him for sure next time. I know I'm supposed to be enjoying living with my parents while it lasts, but all I can think about is my stupid husband. How is the new bride expected to have such patience? For nearly a year, a day hasn't gone by where I haven't thought of how beautiful he thought me in my wedding dress, or how it felt spending that night held so gently in his strong hands. I'm looking forward to the day where I could live in his house. I can't help but feel as anxious in my heart as I am excited in my hips. And those hips don't lie. I know it is ungraceful to think of such things, but how can I help myself? In any event, he arrived yesterday to take me with him to his ancestral shrine, and then finally his home. Such luxury I've never seen in my life. A servant to prepare meals, entirely separate women's quarters, and a dining room with a window that shows the stars. Their family was hardly all that poor, but a window to the stars? How amazing a sight! I knew that I was lucky to have been married into a noble family, but I never really realized just how lucky. I wonder if I'll have time to write as much as I used to. Oh, but I must stop for tonight now. I can hear my husband coming. Been looking forward to this night for so long now. I hope I can make him happy. Just hearing his footsteps outside the door makes my heart pound. You got something to say about that?
Say, I just had a thought. It's a little bit silly to keep up this whole pretense with the schoolgirl librarian look, don't you think?
A little.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking. You know, I've always been into cosplay.
You did mention that, yes?
I've actually designed a bunch of other outfits, too. Now that I'm saying this, I guess it's a little bit awkward, but would you like to see?
Sure!
Ah, well, very well. You can use the change outfit command to dress me up if you want. Geez, I'm sorry, I'm making this really awkward. It's just that I have a couple that I think are really cute, and you might want to see them. Please, don't read into it or anything. It's not like I'm trying to please you or anything, but Baka.
But Baka.
I just think it might be fun, that's all. Anyway, you don't have to if you don't want to, but it's change outfit if you really are interested. Sorry, it really is a weird thing to ask now that I think about it. Geez, what am I saying? I just thought, maybe you might be interested in that?
I want to fuck the computer. Is that what we're getting?
It's dress up time.
Hold on, we need to see what Hyun-ae has to say about this.
There are more important things like dress up time.
Hold on, we'll get there.
So, you're interested in...
Smith's Zen. Oh, very well.
This is pretty much all new to me too, actually. I know you've already read one other log by her. It looks like she actually wrote a lot. I had no idea. So, just out of curiosity, what do you make of her as a new bride?
She seems sweet,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah, I think so too. It's really cute. It sadly doesn't really seem to last. It looks like her marriage was, well, oh geez, it's not quite as bad as mine was, but I really don't envy her, poor woman. Well, if you're interested in learning more, I've just put together a family tree of the Smith family, which should help you keep track of them all. I'm less certain about this one, since, you know, not my family and all.
Fair.
Anyway, I've given you a family tree, and you should just go ahead and show me who you'd like to hear more about. We can go over the logs together.
Sounds good. Alright, so what we'll do... Oh wait, if we show that one again...
We'll get more from...
I think we'll get more.
Also,
yeah.
Here, I'll cut right to the, I was gonna say the interesting part, but that's kind of awful, isn't it? I mean, given we're talking about a real person's life here, geez, this is a bit uncomfortable. The poor girl goes from being cute and excited to, well, what I mean is she got jaded really quickly. Her family situation sounds like a really awkward arrangement. I'll show you what I mean. Let me know what you think after you've read that.
Will do. But first...
Dress up time. Dress up time. This game features the most important feature of any video game, which is outfits.
Cosplaying AI?
Outfits time.
Oh, so wait, was it change outfits?
Yes, with an underscore.
Change outfit or outfits?
I think it was just outfit. Okay, we gotta do them all.
Outfits... scientist? I want a scientist to be the one we actually roll with, because that sounds awesome.
Okay, so we'll do that one last.
So we'll just go, in the Pale Bride's Handbook. Good to know.
Alright.
Alright.
Why,
Aww!
hello. Oh. So, that's the way things are, I suppose. You're disappointed in me? Is that it? Now that you know I'm a real girl, you expect me to dress like one?
No, that's not it.
Oh, that's a relief. Where did you even find this? I didn't make this design. I guess It was in the computer already, because that's what I wore when I died.
When I was
still alive.
Jeez, that's bleak.
I never liked it, not a bit. I always wanted to wear fun things, but instead I had to wear this all the time.
Oh, we'll take it off.
I still don't like it, but I suppose something formal would be more appropriate because of all the serious stuff and all. Well, go ahead. Let's get back to work now. Nope, more dress-up time.
Nope.
Dress up, Hyun-ae. Dress up, Hyun-ae.
Oh my god. Change outfit. Mado Brigado.
Mado Brigado. Welcome back, Master. What may I do for you?
That's mistress to you?
So you did decide to, after all. I'm really excited. Well, tell me, what do you think? It's adorable.
It is adorable.
Ah, really? Thank you. I'm happy to hear you like it. I mean... geez, what am I even saying?
It's not like I've
do you keep scrolling?
No, that it's doing that automatically,
Okay.
but when I scroll back, it gives me another chance to kind of look through it.
Okay.
What am I even saying?
I just think it's fun dressing up like this, and I'm happy you agree with me.
Yeah.
I've dressed up for others before, but never anyone I really liked. It's a really different feeling.
Aw.
It's, how do I put this? Well, even if you think I look cute, I'm sure you think this is at least a little bit embarrassing, right?
A little bit. But in a cute way. Like, can we say a little bit in a cute way, or just go not at all?
I don't know.
Let's not at all.
Oh. Well, I think it is. That's the fun of it, isn't it? Putting yourself in that sort of position by choice, because you really, no, I still don't know how to say it. Geez, I'm just gonna stop now before I make an even bigger mess for myself. That would be ironic for a maid, wouldn't it? Well, shall we get back to more serious stuff? I'd be happy to help with whatever you'd like.
You woo.
Oh, well. Unu.
Welcome to the most important part of this gameplay.
And every game, put on the outfit.
Detective. Oh, that's rad!
Nice. I knew the dame was trouble the moment they connected to my ship. Couldn't say a word, left all the questions to me. Or something like that. But really, now we both match, don't we? I mean, obviously you're some sort of investigator, so I think this goes especially well. Right? I mean, what do you think?
You make a cute sidekick.
Oh, well, thank you. Actually, this one is based off a movie I saw as a child. I guess the name doesn't really matter, since it's countless hundreds of years old and all. Anyway, it was my favorite.
Which film? I'm sure.
It's probably a Sherlock Holmes thing.
Yep.
I don't normally like mysteries, but the love story in it was just so wonderful. Well, it wasn't Sherlock Holmes then. Well, that, and it had a really cute guy for a hero. Anyway, he dressed like this, and it looked really great. Sidekick, huh? I like that a lot. So, about the whole look. You don't mind when a girl dresses or acts more like a guy, then?
Not really.
Well, I think this is a really good look, so I'm glad. I don't mind either. You know, the part that's really sort of funny? I actually have no idea how an outfit like this is supposed to feel. Not like emotionally. I mean, literally. I have no idea what suits feel like. I've never worn them in my life. Ah well, the chance for that has long disappeared. Anyway, I should stop babbling. I'm just really excited, that's all. I suppose I should really let you get back to it. Lead on, investigator, and your trusty sidekick will help as best she can.
Alright, one more. And we're gonna keep the scientist one. Because by fiat of the person with the keyboard.
Okay.
Yeah!
I'm a science genius girl. I run the science fair. I wear a light white lab coat, DNA strands in my hair.
What the fuck?
Science Genius Girl by Freeze Pop.
I've never heard that.
It's a very good song. We'll listen to it later.
The only thing that she's missing with this look is arm belts.
Yeah. You know, lately I've felt that everything's been moving so quickly. So much more quickly than the usual dragging boredom, not being all alone. Whether time is slow or fast depends on perception. Relativity theory is so romantic and so sad. Or at least I remember hearing something like that. So what do you think of this outfit? Scientifically speaking, of course.
You're scientifically adorable.
Oh, you think so? Thank you, that's some very useful data. costume. Actually, it means a lot to me personally. See, my real father, was the ship's engineer. I always wanted to be just like him when I grew up. Of course, that was never able to happen. But, well, I guess being a computer program is as close to being a real computer scientist as I'll ever get. So this one means a lot to me. Do you think this sort of thing is fine, for a girl to follow her father's footsteps?
Of fucking course.
Ah, I'm glad you think so. Well, anyway, I suppose we should get back to work now. Scientifically speaking, I would be happy to help test some more theories with you.
Now if we can just get her hair to do like the point down the middle and change it to red. Come on, Christina. Let's get back to work. Alright, back to the good content.
We also have the family tree now.
We do. Oh, yeah, let's go to the new helpful notes before we start going back through there. Block 3. Smith family tree.
Alright, so that's the thing with the brothers. So the 3 brothers, one of whom was disgraced, were cousins of Kyung-sam. So that answers the question from like an hour or 2 ago.
Yeah, whatever. Good to know.
Yeah, now we know. I'm really sorry. Please don't get mad, but I don't really understand what you're looking for. Me neither, you know? What am I looking for in life? Maybe I'm just not getting it, and it's my fault, but I can't find anything that seems relevant.
Hey, it's just the computer's taught me to click that button whenever you show up in color.
Sorry.
See? There we go. Now we're fine. We saw that important content. Alright, back to block 3. Okay, what's the one we started with?
Brought home.
Brought home. Alright, and she wants us to show that stuff to her after we're done reading that. And no luck was the other one that we started with, right?
Yeah, but...
Okay, so let's read these 3 first, since they're related to. I cannot believe just 2 years ago I was actually excited about moving into the Smith home with my husband. Oh, how shortly that lasted. I find it funny the first time I realized that I would have to compete for his affections with every common woman and every courtesan he came across. I was so shocked. First time he brought one home, I cried for a week and mother-in-law was furious with me, claiming it was my fault for not being enough for him. Then I realized the insanity of her reasoning, as she wouldn't have already known her son was simply that sort of man. The only person who had any right to be shocked was me. Still, I struggle for his attention, but now it's all but banal. Banal. It's all banal. It's just banal. Do people still watch that picnic face video?
I have no idea what you're referring to.
About Halifax?
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
It's the Halifax video.
I don't know.
Oh, come on. That's actually reasonably vintage memeing. The truth is to be told, this is something I would tell not mother-in-law, nor mute, nor least of all my husband. I do not even fight for his affections for his own sake. It is pure selfishness on my part. All I wish is for some indicator that it isn't as though I'm unattractive, that it isn't as though I'm unlikable. Any affection he gets is simply an attempt at fishing that affirmation out of him, and nothing more. That's pretty bleak. For the past 2 months, and this is Oso-chan again, ever since it became impossible to hide that she was with child, Chong-mi, right?
Yep.
Has been living in our house, and no visitors have been allowed to come in. It's created an incredibly awkward state of affairs. I can hardly stand to be in the same room with that courtesan, let alone live with her. Until recently, so few words have we exchanged, I did not even know her name until the 3rd week of her living here. Ouch. My husband made me agree to go along with the fiction that the child is actually mine, which, well, I've yet to give him one myself, so if that's how I am to make up for it, then that's what I'll do. I thought it was going to be so hard to keep up that pretense, to pretend that this child was my own while the real mother lives under the same roof. Yet apparently not. It turns out the whole charade has been for absolutely nothing. For all that, the child turned out to be a girl. Of course, I'm sure Chong-mi is quite happy, since she's already been bought out, in the hopes that we could pretend her son was mine, but an illegitimate daughter? Who cares? It's almost funny if not for the fact that it means I'll have to live with that constant reminder of how little my husband cares for me. Almost. But not really. Jesus Christ, that is brutal.
Yep.
What do you got to say about that, Hyun-ae?
So, High Magistrate Smith Song-min, huh? This man is just... wow. He's a real piece of work. He just could not keep his pants on, it seems. I mean, neglecting his wife so he could get a courtesan pregnant? Wow. What kind of man does that?
I mean, you were his bride for a little while.
What?
Right?
What?
Hyun-ae? Right?
Was the Emperor's
Emperor.
wife.
Oh, right, not a High Magistrate. Right, yep, sorry. I don't know why I had the two conflated in my head. I'm worst.
No, you're not.
He sounds pretty awful.
Yep. The idea of a woman living only for her man is awful. Just awful. But there's one way to make that worse. For the man to just ignore her entirely. Can you imagine living like that, just being kept away in the women's quarters with nobody to care about you in any way? I don't think her marriage was worse than mine, but at least I had something. And didn't have to worry about scandals about to blow up in the family's face. There's one thing that's good about being the Emperor's consort, I guess. So all he ever paid attention to was women who weren't his wife, and all of his assorted business. Here, I'll show you what all that is. Looking at this, it seems he spent more time with his brothers than his wife.
Interesting.
And with that, a short intermission.
Alright. Imagine if serendipitously this break happens at like exactly the halfway point of the recording, and we're just starting the second episode right now.
Instead, it will happen when there's like 10 minutes into it or something.
Yeah, or like when we're 10 minutes away from the end of the first route. Oh, hey, this is our only second thing from Mute here.
Yeah.
A proper damn... Isn't Mute the one we're supposed to be talking to anyway?
Yeah, but I guess we got sidetracked.
I mean, I'm okay to get sidetracked here. A transcription fragment of a conversation held with Smith Song-chung. Oh, that was how I knew shit had gotten serious. He actually agreed to let me pick the drinking house we went to. My oldest brother only ever humors me when he's really trying to get on my good side. It's never a good sign. Well, I mean, it's good for me, but certainly not for him. I'm sure a classy lady such as yourself wouldn't be familiar with this kind of place. No, you know the sort, tucked away in an interior deck, lots of wood furniture that's been stained, and not intentionally, with just enough commoners milling about to give a good background soundtrack. Oh, and it's run by a woman. Nice lady, too, so it's that sort of place. We arranged to meet up at the door. It's been a while, brother. Sorry I couldn't speak to you sooner, he said, trying to be polite. You're full of shit, I said. But hey, it's good to see you. So what do you want? I mean it, he said. He's a bad liar. So why here, anyway? At that point, the owner came by asking what we'd like. The only real thing you need to know about, Hyun-ae, right? Is that she's around my age, she's got the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life, and she dresses like a commoner. So you can certainly see them. Oh, he said. Fair enough. Bring your finest soju, I ordered. Please. She responded, you can't afford our finest.
Our soju is only for the strongest, and you are of the weakest.
Totally not true, by the way. My reputation for being a cheap drunk? Completely unfounded. Honestly, I have no idea where people get these crazy ideas from. Anyway, far be it from me to argue, I just replied, maybe not, but my brother can. I mean, I knew he was going to ask me for money, that was obvious. Might as well get as much as I could out of him before giving whatever he wanted, right? Fine, we'll be sharing that, he said. Oh, then added.
Whoops, I think we missed a page. Yeah.
But how much to share it with you, too? She blushed. Amazing, really. She's got a lot of practice dealing with people like my brother. But I saved her the misery of having to flirt back with him. Do you really need more of that kind of trouble right now? With that, he let her go. Anyway, drinks came, we argued about the loose definition of finest, our server's tits, and the good old days when father was still alive and we didn't have to work out our problems ourselves. The biggest bullshit ever, I said, is that we're expected to be responsible men here. How'd that happen? He laughed and was now drunk enough to start taking cheap shots. Is that why you've never bothered to be one? Ouch, I said. Damn it, hurry up and pour me more, I'll drink to that. He poured, but he didn't say anything. Alright, so what is it that you want? I'm getting the impression that you have a problem, and you want discretion because you're talking to me, right, brother? That was right. So where did you put it this time, brother? I asked. Put what? He replied. Oh, cut the shit, I said. We both know full well that all your problems in life have always, without fail, stemmed from you putting your dick somewhere you shouldn't have. He grunted in disagreement, but it's totally true. Was it at least a female this time? I swear to my father, brother was about to punch me. Didn't though, instead, he just drowned his drink. Yeah, that's the damn problem, he said. She's saying she hasn't bled in 2 months now. Courtesan, I promised him I'd help. Better she gets bought out by me than by my brother, the High Magistrate. Less suspicious that way, involves nothing unlawful. Believe me now, a proper damn gentleman, that's me. Gay subtext?
Perhaps.
Or gay text at that point. Smith's, that's you.
Smith Song-chung. I don't really know how to feel about him. I don't know. It doesn't really sound like anyone thought he was a very good person.
Eh.
It looks like he never married or anything. I guess he was friends with Mew? Well, that doesn't surprise me. He just seems weird. Like, it sounds like Sochin was kind of off-put by him, and I don't really blame her. I don't know. I have no idea how to judge him. See for yourself, I guess. I've added a few more things about him.
Good to know. Uncle, oh wait, no, the H has a weird sound at the beginning. Where's the,
The pronunciation.
And so does D, actually, doesn't it? It's like we take a break for a while. Alright, so D is T. Oh, yeah, okay, that one makes sense. And H doesn't have one.
Yep.
So Uncle Tai-Ho. Look, I'm sorry about our last conversation, alright? It's like I said to you before, you just caught me at a really bad time. So-Chin was in bed on rest on strict doctor's orders. Sorry that you brought your wife all the way to get turned away like that. When I told So-Chin that you had given her well wishes on her pregnancy, she was happy but sad she couldn't see you herself. Our child was just born last week, a daughter. We decided to name her Min-hee, and So-Chin is recovering well. The doctor said that it would be fine for her to see visitors next week. I'm sorry I got angry. If your wife still wants to see mine or the child or my mother, by all means you're welcome to visit. I really hope there's no hard feelings, Uncle. The wife of Song-kyu. You can probably put this more diplomatically than I can, because I'm pretty sure younger brother is still thoroughly pissed off at me. You know how he is, of course. I don't have time to deal with that, especially when I'm already doing him a huge favor. The bad news is, I made an appeal to the captain and Emperor himself personally, but he said there was no position that a man of Song-kyu's skill set could possibly fulfill. I did most certainly plead, but let's face it, what official role could that man possibly fill? He's an idiot. Don't pass on that last part, he already knows. I did, however, speak to the Park son and was able to convince him to forget the whole incident. It wasn't cheap, I might add. I'll continue to send your family a regular stipend, but please keep your husband under control. I can't afford to keep cleaning up after his damned fights.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what all that business is about, truthfully. From what I understand, though, Smith Song-kyu had a tendency to get in trouble. He sounds really unpleasant.
Good to know. And... So, one of the brothers there. Was that the drunk one?
I think the drunk one was, Song-chun.
Song-chun, who died before the other two. Okay.
Song-min was the womanizer, and Song-kyu was the one who had a reputation as a thug.
Okay, just pointing this out there, everyone's death date is 3/22.
Yeah, I wonder what that means. That's kind of ominous.
That... Alright, great.
Well, let's check the other family tree, also. Yeah, wow, there's a lot of 322s in there.
Alright. Good. Great. That can only mean good things. Alright, so visit from Song-chung. My husband was out of the house, as he usually is during the day, so our servant fetched me instead to tell me that someone was at the door. I was in the middle of a conversation with Mute, but had no idea how I was expected to respond to that. What do? I asked her. She just responded in that usual shocking, crass manner of hers. Gee, I don't know, you could try answering the door, maybe? Just a thought, of course. So I excused her and went to do that, but with a great degree of nervousness. I had never done this before. The door was my youngest brother-in-law, Song-chung, who I'd only met a few times before. Although husband mentioned him often enough, usually in the same breath as calling him an irresponsible drunk, seeing him did nothing short of compound my anxieties. Hello, sir, I stammered. So-Chin, he responds with unbelievable volume. It's great to see you again. Hope you don't mind my dropping by unannounced. I just figured I haven't seen my new niece yet. It's been forever since I've been in the old house, so I thought I'd stop by and say hello to your daughter. I don't know, sorry. My husband isn't home right now. Maybe you could come back later? I said, shifting uncomfortably. Oh, please, be a good girl. Let me come see her. I'm really not here for your husband. This was awkward. I didn't exactly want to turn away my brother-in-law, especially if he just wanted to see baby Min-hee. But this was hardly proper. It really wouldn't be my place. Sorry, you'll have to wait till my husband gets back. I trailed off. He rolled his eyes, then smiled at me. Really? Come now, you're a smarter woman than that, he said, and put his hand on my shoulder. This had now moved on to incredibly uncomfortable. You really value his authority that much? He's my husband, I responded. What else could I say? He replied, wow, no wonder he walks all over you if that's how you treat him. You've got to learn about dealing with men, dear Sochin, especially my brother. But come on now, this is a bad conversation for a doorway. Can't I see my niece? I hear she's rather adorable. I took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I said, trying to be as bold as I could. I'm going to have to go now. Sorry. I started to close the door on him. Alright, I understand. I'll talk to myself later. Don't worry, I won't mention this visit. Do say hello to her mother for me, though. He said, and left. My heart nearly skipped a beat when he said those words. I stood there in the doorway for a good while, stunned. Even now I still have much to think about. Not simply his knowledge of our child's true mother, but a matter of great secrecy, but also what he said about my husband. Perhaps his words were true.
I'm really sorry. Please don't get mad, but I don't really understand what you're looking for. Maybe I'm just not getting it, and it's my fault, but I can't find anything that seems relevant.
Well, then why did your icon light up?
Oh well.
Oh well, that's fine. A clerk.
Yup.
Now, I've been a clerk for a while. It's my adopted name, you understand. Not as if I haven't heard all the stories about High Magistrate Smith's Song Mean and his legendary temper, but I always figured they were an exaggeration, especially after I met him for the first time. The man seemed like the absolute model of a gentleman, and rather calm and unemotional. I'm not criticizing him, I just never imagined that man getting angry. It was while an official was presenting the facts of a murder case to him, a drunken brawl between peasants gone horribly wrong. It all seemed satisfactory enough. A dozen men had seen it. There wasn't really any doubt about it. So far, so good. Very well, the High Magistrate said. Let me read the confession, then, before I pass the sentence. The official didn't have one, which is reasonable enough. A lot of times they can't get it out of them, and I've never seen a magistrate who was really all too concerned about those details. Excuse me? You don't have a confession? He said, and his mood sounded sour right there. Why are you wasting my time, then? He looked at the accused who had been kowtowing silently up until that point. You! Do you even admit to killing him? The murderer seemed confused, and it took a minute to realize he was being addressed. Furthermore, when he did figure out, he simply kept mumbling, not my fault, wasn't my fault, and such. The High Magistrate was furious. What is wrong with you? What is this man doing in front of me in a state like that? He doesn't admit to doing it. What do you expect me to do? He demanded. After some silence from the official, he continued, It wasn't a rhetorical question. Please enlighten me. What do you expect me to do here? To punish him? The official finally offered, weakly, as confused about the matter as I was. Punish him? This was what set him off completely off the edge. He stood up, shouting, We are not given the responsibility of punishment. What are we, barbarians looking for vengeance? The point of justice is to teach immoral men like him the error of their ways, he lectured, shouting at the top of his lungs. And how do you expect to do that with a man who won't even admit his own actions? Does this look like a man he's ready to learn? Does this man look like he's ready to learn? Do you seriously believe that? Are you simple? The official looked as though he was about to argue, but then thought against it. Smart move. The High Magistrate continued more calmly. Now stop wasting my time and get him out of my office. Come back when you have a confession and as a clue as to what your job actually entails. With that, he left, leaving the official speechless and leaving me realizing that perhaps a legendary temper and being a model gentleman weren't quite so mutually exclusive as I had thought. Interesting.
Oh well.
Ah, well.
Again.
Let's see what else we got. Drank himself to death. And Osochin is...
Not included because she's a lady.
Oh, right. Oh, wait, no, right there.
Oh, there she is, okay.
As horrible as it is to say, I don't think anyone was really surprised when brother-in-law Song Chung was found dead. Nobody asked how, nor has anyone so much as mentioned the word drinking in my presence since. Even the ordinarily extremely candid mute has been entirely somber. Mother-in-law, I understand why she's been taking to it so hard, and have been working hard to stay well out of her way while the funeral preparations are being settled. But mute? I had no idea they were so close. Yet in our last conversation, I could have sworn she was on the verge of tears. I've never seen such a reaction from her in all my time here. As for myself, I have an awful confession I can make to no one. So I've put on a somber face, acting as though I'm sad as the rest, since that is, of course, what is expected. But it pains me to admit that I'm not. It's as if I don't find it tragic, and I feel bad for thinking this, but I didn't know him at all. How could I possibly bring myself to feel as upset as I'm expected to be? Got something to comment, Hyun-ae?
Well, you've seen pretty much everything that matters about the Smith family now. I'm still just parsing this all myself. You know, most of it's new to me, too. I mean, when I was alive, I didn't even know the Smith family existed. Well, maybe Chai-hwa mentioned them once. I don't really remember. It's been 600 years, but I don't think she did. I really wish I'd known about Sochin at the time. I really, really do. So what do you think? Are you satisfied with that overview?
What if we say no?
I don't know.
Do we get more?
I don't know. It's a mystery.
What should... not quite satisfied yet.
Oh, well, I'm really sorry. What were you looking for? Is it just because the story ends abruptly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it does. Well, I can't really do anything about that now. I'm really, really sorry. But that's where it ends.
Alright, good to know.
Do we have more stuff?
Nothing that we haven't read. And this would show us... Yep, no messages are unread. Let's talk to Hyun-ae.
So, what can I do for you?
Fair. Well, at this point, we could go talk to Mute.
I guess maybe we have to do just that.
So it's what?
Enable AI.
Enable AI. Alright, well this is the person we came here to talk with, so let's see what Mute's got to say. Nyan!
Nyan nyan. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Do you want... No, you can be Mute, that's fine.
I get to be the robos.
Yep.
Okay, what the hell is going on? Wait, remote connection established? Is somebody out there from outside the ship? Okay, sorry, I'm just taking an inventory of systems right now. Could you give me a second here? Like, I've been out of commission for 622 years? Right, that's kind of messed up. Anyway, I'm up to speed now. Logs are basically saying that nothing's happened since I went offline, except the ship's slowly losing power, and the main reactor has seen better days. But you! Hello! You're the first person from outside the ship I've had contact with in, well, as far as I can remember. I'm Mute, AI in charge of the Mugunghwa security operations. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, it looks like I can't actually get any text input from you. I'm guessing this is all that crazy-ass murderess's fault. I'm sorry.
What? What?
But why don't you tell me a bit about yourself anyway?
Wait, what crazy-ass murderess? What?
I don't know. Like, sorry, this is kind of a weird question, but are you a man or a woman?
I don't know, Professor Oak. You tell me. Turns out Professor Oak was actually woke this entire time, not assuming gender. Let's go with female.
I'm not sure. Those terms that... Yes, pick woman.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. Those genders don't exist anymore in this distant future. Sorry, Mute.
Man, really? That's...
We only have genders like plaid and...
Don't make fun of my gender. Plaid is definitely my gender. Whoop.
Really, man, really? Wait, hang on. You're a woman that can understand computers?
Just say no.
Awesome! I mean, the Pale Bride could understand computers too, and she was a psychopath, but I'm not trying to be unfair here.
Wait, so Hyun-ae was a psychopath?
Mute seems to think so.
Okay, I think we've gotten a really unbalanced picture of what's been going on so far.
I'm sure you're really smart for a woman. Sorry, it's just a knee-jerk reaction. Don't think anything of it, okay?
Don't you know how to use gender-neutral pronouns? God damn it, Mute.
So, where are you from? Earth, or are you from one of the colonies? Wait, they're colonies, right? I always got the impression that this ship was supposed to be founding one. Oh, okay. So are you from one of them, or from Earth?
I'm from Earth. But we right the outlaw wrongs on Mars.
Cool, I wish I could ask you what that's like. I think I'm from there too, but, well, my memory only goes back 300 years before getting deactivated. Pretty much all my knowledge of anything before the year 0 comes secondhand from the Pale Bride's childhood diaries, and man, they're about as childish as it possibly gets. Guess I'm not really gonna find out more with that line of questioning, though. Right. Okay, what else is important that I can ask in binary questions? Oh, I know. So, do you have a husband?
No.
Oh. I'm not judging. I mean, I don't either. Sure, that's because I'm just a computer, but... So, how old are you then? We're old and busted.
I'm under 18 or I'm an old lady.
Ah. Well, my condolences. It's not like it's the most important thing in life. Well, okay. I guess it is. So, sorry. Related to that, I, don't really know much about spaceships or anything, but I can get a visual on yours, and it looks really, really small. Is it just you all alone there?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow. You're a woman in the middle of space all on her own? Sounds awfully scary. Well, I think that's about all I can think of for now. Sorry, it's not really a lot to go off, I know. Although, I guess I did get the most important things.
Wow. So, Mute definitely has bought into the whole,
Yup.
the whole cliche to keep in mind.
I'll let you know if I think of anything else. Anyway, from what it looks like, you were going over some logs with that crazy murderous bitch, right?
What?
I'd love to help you with those instead. As an added bonus, I promise I won't ever commit mass murder, unlike a certain someone.
Interesting.
Well,
Wait.
there's the Smith family tree. Oh, she want chat. Well, you've seen most everything about the Smith family now, except the most scandalous stuff. I'm sort of wondering what you think of their fall.
They had it coming?
Maybe.
I think they had it coming.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I hope it's not just because you're perversely entertained by watching great man fall, though. Anyone could see it coming, but it's still utterly wrong. Show a little respect. Anyway, regardless of whether you think it should have happened or not, it was a pretty terrible thing to happen to what used to be the greatest noble family. And certainly they didn't deserve to be first brought down by the Kim family, then murdered by the Kim daughter.
What?
Maybe it's... I don't want to say that Song Chung was lucky, that's not true. If he was around, maybe things would have turned out better. He always had a way of making things perfect. Still, I'd rather he be killed by his own habit than by that girl. He deserved better than what he got, but it would have been even worse if not for that, is, I guess, what I'm saying. I hadn't really thought about it that way before. Really, were he around, that's totally what he'd say. Practically imagine his voice, even. The drink will inevitably kill you, and women will inevitably kill you, so I'd rather take the one that isn't always bitter. Or something like that. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's enough of all that. Would you like to see some of the more scandalous stuff from the Smith family now?
Hell yeah.
Okay then. Oh, this isn't for the faint of heart, but you're gonna love this. You will not believe what Smith Song-min's wife was doing behind his back.
Learning how to read?
I'm warning you right now, it does get a little bit gross, but, well, wow, just see it for yourself.
Alright, so hold on, we have options at this point.
Well, let's talk about the family tree first.
Nothing changed.
But she has things to say.
Okay, yeah, so... no, that's you.
Alright, okay, yeah, so here's what a family tree is supposed to look like. None of that weird cluttered mess that Hyun-ae did. But here's a few notes of my own about some of the women that you might actually care about. Smith Song-hee, older sister of the main Smith branch, married into Hwang family in 285, widowed in 314, taken in by a younger Hwang brother in 317, no sons. Oh So-jin, married Smith Song-min in 310, no sons or daughters of her own. Chang-mi, courtesan, purchased by and married Smith Song-min in 313, no sons. Hana, courtesan, entertained Smith Song-min, no sons or daughters. Smith Min-hee, Smith Song-min's daughter by the courtesan Chang-mi, promised to Park family, but not formally married.
Interesting what you consider important, Mute.
Well, I think that speaks for itself, doesn't it? That's what a genealogy is supposed to look like. Hope that's more helpful. So wait, what was the difference?
I
don't know.
I don't know what this looks the same.
Did we get some more info about the wives?
Probably yeah, this part wasn't here before. Alright, whatever.
Let's ask Mute about the cliché to remember.
Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. Because we can ask Mute about all these fucking documents now, can't we?
Probably. Okay, yeah, no. Abased? Seriously? What a complete and utter misrepresentation. In case it wasn't obvious, that's a completely liberal and messed up translation. Yes, it's a common phrase, but that's not what it means. What it really just means is male superiority. That's all. Fine, it's a cliche that kind of states the obvious, so what? I don't know where she's pulling this women are abased nonsense from. It's stupid.
Huh. Alright, so we've got an option at this point.
We can also ask about the other family tree in case the Mute's got any more info there. Oh yeah, what a mess. Leave it to her to clutter things up with useless names. It's no surprise coming from someone as childish as her, of course. Do we get any more info on the pages after?
Nope. That's the same stuff that was there.
Alright.
So we can either go through some of these logs with Mute, since Mute hasn't commented on most of these, look at the new stuff that we've got with Mute, or we could go back to Hyun-ae and ask, hey, what the fuck is with you being a mass murderer? Or check out this new block with Hyun-ae. How do we want to play it?
I don't know.
I'm kind of interested in what Hyun-ae has to say for herself.
Yeah, actually.
Let's, let's see what's up, Hyun-ae.
Hey, Hyun-ae, did you by any chance kill fucking everybody? Just saying.
Hey, I've got questions.
Well,
doesn't seem to have anything to say for herself yet.
I guess let's just look at those new logs.
Yeah. Unsent letter number 1 from Oh So Chin. When I first saw you bring my husband home in the late hours of the night, I was jealous. All I could think of was my daughter and the first courtesan he'd had an affair with 9 years ago. With every brief glimpse of you I saw as you passed through our home, my heart burned a little, as if you embodied every single fault of my farce of marriage. I will never send this letter because I know how ridiculous it sounds. For weeks, I, a noble wife, could be jealous of a poor courtesan, but you are young and beautiful, full of energy and grace, and I'm none of these things. So this must be to Hyun-ae, then.
Nope. Because Hyun-ae was the Emperor's bride.
Damn it! I'm always going to mix those two up. Only after you had been entertaining him for a month did I start to realize what I was actually feeling. True, I was jealous, but not of you for having my husband. I was jealous of my husband for having the affections of a girl so pretty as you. These are such ridiculous thoughts for a woman to have, I know, and even more ridiculous still is the way they have overwhelmed me. I used to dread my husband bringing his courtesans home with him. Now I look forward to your nights together. How could I not when it means that I'm treated to the sight of your bashful face in the morning? When we exchange glances, you hide behind your long hair with so much cuteness and grace. My eyes can't help but wander to admire the way it rests on your breast, to see your clothes draped loosely over your hips. I cannot help myself from admiring your body as you try to hide from me. It's ridiculous to be so preoccupied with such thoughts, and perhaps I was better off having not ever realized them. Nevertheless, even though I may be as much of a woman as you are, I find myself longing for the same affections that you shower my husband with. There's more to it than that. I would truly like to get to know you better. Imagine that we have much in common aside from the obvious. When I see you hiding in the corridor on those mornings, I imagine wrapping my own arms around those lovely hips, sharing long conversations about our tribulations in life, and discovering just how much alike we are. And perhaps I'd like to imagine we could share more than that. I've been married for 10 years to a man who has never paid me any attention for 9 of them. Perhaps my old age has made me bold, but I want more. The next time I see you, I promise I will say something. For all my 26 years, I've never felt a longing for anything this... An old woman? Jesus.
Old and busted, 26.
I don't care how wrong it is. As a wife and as a woman, I want you, Hana.
So,
What do you got to say about that one?
person. Oh, so you've read those then?
Yep.
Not that it was seen appropriate for women to spend time with anyone but other women or anything, but, so, why are you showing this to me?
To hear what you think.
We're showing you because he's gay. Well, why do you ask? Do you, approve of that sort of thing?
Yeah?
But it's forbidden love!
But it's forbidden love!
I see. Well, it's... When she said she wanted to be seduced, I can definitely really understand that. Especially if it was someone I really liked.
Really?
That sounds like a good thing to me.
What was that? What was that first?
Nobody knows. Not that I could really imagine doing that with any of my servants, but Geez, why are we even talking about something this embarrassing? Can we please talk about something else?
I suppose. My art is that of lies and lying, and of both I have much practice. I've said to men I love you falsely. I've suffered in pain but smiled in pleasure. But the hardest lie I ever told was that I could live without you. Jesus, that's bleak.
I said I didn't really want to talk about this more, alright?
Fine. So we can't just straight up ask Hyun-ae what the whole murdering stuff is about, can we?
I guess not
'Cause
yet.
we don't have a log to show her.
Yep.
So let's go back and chat with Mute then.
Yep. We can probably get some more info about the gay stuff, and maybe that'll lead us into some things.
Yeah, so do we want to go over all the old stuff with Mute, or do we want to first before we go on to the new stuff, or do we want to just jump into the new stuff with Mute? Just in case she's got anything to say.
Yeah, let's see if there is anything, just in case.
Alright, so Block 2 is where the new stuff is, correct? Okay, so we'll do those last. Let's start with Block 3 and see what Mute has to say about this stuff. So this one is Oh So Chin.
That's actually from before I knew her. It's pretty hard to imagine her as a blushing newlywed, honestly. She was an awfully good friend of mine. We chatted a lot. Look, I mean, don't get me wrong. She did a lot of things that were really wrong and really gross. I don't condone that, and I definitely don't understand it. I mean, I'm sure you know exactly what I mean. I just don't want you to think that I'm as bad a woman as she was or anything. Not that it could be cheating or anything. It's not like you can have love with just women, but still, gross.
Oh, Mute. We got some stuff to tell you.
It's the future, and we have invented a way for two women to have sex with one another.
Although you gotta be careful, because in space, when you nut, it pushes you back. I love how the memes went from vintage to last month.
But please, look past all that. Like, yes, she was a bad wife, but you have to understand, it wasn't her fault. It's like what I reported to my mistress, Ryu Jae-hwa. None of the problems in her marriage were her own fault. She was just the wife of a lousy man, plain and simple. Mostly, she tried to do the best she could. I don't want you looking down on her, understand?
Alright, good to know.
That's got one?
Oh, yeah, well, this one is from Mute herself. Got anything to say about this?
Well, this is what I told him at the time. I could have maybe, done without the description of her breasts, but that kind of story was definitely pretty common for him. The part where he cleaned up after his family's mess, I mean, not the details about immoral-looking common women. And, well, the drinking, too. But look, that part he had good cause for. Sure, it was his ruin, but you can't blame a man for that.
Really?
I mean, the stuff he had to put up with, if your brother had it like that, I'm sure he'd do the same. It wasn't all that bad, really.
I like how she assumes we have a brother.
We'd spend a lot of evenings drinking together, talking long into the night. Well, he would anyway. Obviously, not really so much drinking on my part. But he was the kind of man who'd still pour a glass for you all the same. So that whole sarcastic thing about him being a proper gentleman, it's not sarcastic, he really was. Well, he was being sarcastic, but still. He totally, absolutely was the best damn gentleman around.
Weird. Hot take. Hashtag hot takes. And what's this one about?
About
the Chongmi, who has their daughter since she can't.
Yep.
Okay.
High Magistrate Smith Song-min, huh? Well, as High Magistrate, he was one of the highest-ranking officials until just before the end.
The end? You want to tell us about the end?
I don't want to paint a misleading portrait. As I understand, he was a very just man and performed his function quite well.
I want to continue with this, but why are you putting on not one but two of my hats?
I felt like it.
Okay.
I'm getting in character. It was politics that caught up to him in the end. It's like I reported to my mistress, Ryu Jae-hwa. He might have been a good magistrate, but his family conduct was less than the pinnacle of virtue. How many wives a man takes is no business but his own, and he never did anything illegal, but knocking up courtesans owned by the court, man, that's just bad politics. And just completely unfair for his primary wife. Can you imagine?
Hashtag poly problems.
So that's why he lost his position. Years of embarrassment in the family finally culminated in him turning into a real liability for the emperor.
Man.
But it wasn't always like that. Here, let me try to paint an even portrait of him for you. I've added an assortment of logs about him. I hope this gives a good idea of what I mean.
Good to know. We'll have to check those out. I believe this block was full out, though, so they're not going to end up in here, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So,
Let's keep going.
next one is I'm sorry. Nothing for that. No luck. Okay, just got something to say about this. Probably put this more diplomatically than I can, because I'm pretty sure your younger brother's still thoroughly pissed off at me.
This was the one where Song-kyu can't get a job.
Gotcha.
I know it sounds like Song-mi is just being harsh on his little brother, but I assure you, his characterization of him isn't wrong. I honestly kinda tended to avoid him. I was friends with his older brother's wife, and his younger brother was an absolute gentleman, but he was not a very nice man. He was the sort of person that the court exams were supposed to keep out in theory. Didn't work, of course. He studied just as well as brothers, or so Song-chung told me. Here, you want to see the usual sort of behavior that you get from Smith Song-kyu? I've added another entry, this one by the Kim son.
We'll have to check that out. Legendary Temper. Or Visit from Song-chung.
Mm-hmm.
This is when the brother comes up and is all like, hey, what about your daughter's real mother, huh?
Yep.
Okay. What do you gotta say about that?
Man, reading that, I just can't believe that's her. She used to be so timid. Thinking of me as having a shocking, crass manner, or being afraid of her brother-in-law at the door? Well, it's all what I expected from her at the time. She just changed a whole lot as she got older. Well, honestly, maybe not as much as I thought. She might have gotten bolder behind her husband's back, but in front of him, that never really changed much. Well, what do you think? Should she have listened to Song-chung about being less deferential to her husband?
I certainly think so.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure you'd say that. You're not only outside of home, you're off in the middle of space.
Oh, hush.
Space is my home, you.
Mhm.
I am a space pirate.
Right?
So don't you dare look down on her for that. Don't you dare. I mean, I'm not judging. If you really think that's an appropriate thing for a woman to do, then, well, whatever. But look, Sochin wasn't like you. She did understand her place, ultimately, and she was interested in being a good wife. Either way, well, she did change in some ways. In some ways, not for the better, as you've seen from her relationship with that whore. That's why it amazes me so much, rereading something that old, knowing that what she would later sink to. Ah well.
It just sounds like she wasn't happy being straight.
Yeah,
Drank himself to death.
that's the next one. We are on Legendary Temper.
Legendary Temper. Okay. Oh, so this is where he blows up in court.
Yep.
Because because he's looking for justice, not punishment.
See, he wasn't always that bad.
What's bad about it?
He was an embarrassment, and far from a pinnacle of virtue.
Seemed like he was arguing the opposite.
I didn't think that highly of him, but at the end of the day, it was about politics, not about his character.
Interesting. Drank himself to death. Okay. So what about Song-chung dying?
Of course I was on the verge of tears. He meant a lot to me. I mean, you know, I'm just a computer. He wasn't family or anything, and it's not like I have the body for that kind of relationship.
If you try hard enough.
But still, he was the closest thing I had to a husband. We had a really close relationship. I really did love him. He kept getting his dick caught in the CD drive. I definitely can't forgive her for not sincerely mourning his death, or not taking it seriously. He was a great man. I'm just disappointed in her. It really is an awful confession. He really did deserve much better. So much better. Sigh.
Huh, that's rough.
That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy. Alright, so we went through block 3. Let's go through... Oh, block 4 has new stuff in it. Let's go through blocks 5 and 10 first.
Alright.
Since we'll have to jump around the new stuff.
The month of good fortune.
Anything to say about this? The second month of the 318th year...
The one where we learn about the pale bride hatching out an egg.
Excellent. Can you just keep doing all these in the form of a Friends episode title? Because that actually really helps.
That I will do. So, like, you've talked to her a fair bit, right?
Yeah.
What do you think of Hyun-ae?
I don't
hate her.
Good options. I don't hate her.
Seriously? You can stand her? Did she tell you about the whole mass murder thing, or did she conveniently leave that out?
She left that out.
No, of course not. I'm sure even that awful bitch is ashamed of what she did. It's probably better if you don't hear it from me, though. I don't think you'd even believe it. Better to ask her yourself.
We tried.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is give you an entire block that's full of nothing but questions for her.
Oh.
It might be a little hard to get the whole story out of her, but if you fake sympathy, she'll probably actually believe you. So, there you are, a few questions to give to her. Drag the truth out of her, then tell me how crazy you think she is.
Okay, so what if,
Well,
instead of retreading these with Mute for right now, which we can still do, that's an option, why don't we go ask Hyun-ae about, now that we can actually go to Hyun-ae and ask her these questions.
yeah,
I'm hyped to do that.
let's do that.
I want to know. Hey there.
Well, we've got some new logs, too, though.
Do we want to read those with her first?
I think so.
Before we start getting all, aggressive and combative?
Sounds good.
Yeah. Get her to trust us a bit more first. Oh, dearest brother of mine, as I'm sure you know, it's been 3 years since my husband died. I still mourn him in my heart, of course, and I'm sure I will forever, but the official mourning period's over. You probably also know that the Huang family isn't doing very well right now. Terribly, in fact, and it only got worse when my husband died. It didn't help that we only had daughters, so I don't exactly have a son to look after me. Right now I'm completely at the mercy of his parents, and, well, as I said, no son. They only took me in because of that big dowry. They sure never liked me, and it's only gotten worse, way worse. So I need you to help me out. Or they're going to just abandon me. Do you remember that story we read together as a child about that widow who had to turn to begging? I'm sure you remember how it ended. Well, that's going to be me at this rate. Don't worry, though, I have a plan. I've talked to my husband's brother about this, and I also managed to discreetly fish some information out of his parents. They'd be willing to let me get married to him, and all you need to do is to chip in a new dowry. 1.5 times the old one would be enough. Please respond as soon as possible, little brother, because I really need your help here. Love, Song-hee. That's pretty brutal. Oh, fair enough. Ain't got anything to say about that one, huh? Smith Song-min. Sister Song-hee, calm down. They may not be nice, but I'm sure they're not going to kick their son's widow out on the street. Do you have any idea how terrible that would look for them? It would be a huge disgrace on their name. As for remarrying, I'm sorry, but that's a lot of money you're asking. Besides, you know how much remarriage is looked down upon. Chaste widowhood may be a difficult standard to hold yourself to, but you will be honored forever if you can manage it. And if anyone is good enough to live up to that standard, I know it's you, big sister. I wish I could give you an easier way out, but I hope you realize it's for the best this way.
Damn.
Ouch. Cold. So then why'd your thing light up? Don't light up your thing if you ain't got stuff to say. Mah. Oh, generous and benevolent young brother of mine. I know you think I'm being hysterical and exaggerating. I'm not, I promise. It's funny you mention the importance of chaste widowhood because they're talking about that too. Of course I don't think you've got the same ideas in mind. They're talking about the sort that ends in an honorable suicide. Actually, they've been talking about it a lot. We could, of course, go with that option, take my own life to honor his memory. Would you like to help me out with that? I'm not really very good at either holding knives or tying nooses ever since arthritis got serious, but if you could help out, that plan could work. How old is she at this point?
I don't remember.
If you're too busy to help your sister kill herself, though, you could just do the next best thing and send that dowry. I'm sure somehow you'll manage to figure out a way to find the money. I have faith in you, little brother. Mind you, again, of course, that appealing to that family honor is a waste of time. Father married me to a merchant, remember? You're talking about honor, but trust me, I've lived in this house for over 2 decades. I've looked everywhere, even under the sitting cushions. They just... Man, she's got wit. So I'm gonna ask you once more, little brother. You can either send a new dowry, or failing that, come by with a nice sharp knife. But if you can't bring yourself to do at least one of those things, then my destitution is on your head. You think Father would be proud of that? You are the son, you tell me. With love, your sister Song-hee.
I want to see the Smith family tree again, so that I can see where that fits in, and also so that we can answer the question of how old she is.
That was in year 317. Okay.
Who is she writing to as little brother?
So that's from Smith Song-hee.
To Smith Song-min. So she was the older sister of Song-min. So she couldn't have been much older than her 40s or 50s.
Oh, wow. So, I guess lifespan really got pretty nerfed in the latest patch.
I mean, they don't have medicine.
Yeah, apparently. What the hell? Sister, you are going to be the death of me, but I won't be the death of you. Fine, I'll figure something out. Tell his parents that I can offer them as much as the old dowry. Send a messenger by next week to work out the delivery of it. You're such a woman, do you know that? Manipulative to the core, that's what you are. The death of me, I swear. Nothing? Okay. Oh, and then we've read that one. Missing just one in there. Okay, let's go through block 9, then we'll go through Mute's questions. The new bruise. Dearest Mother, I really could use your advice. Husband has been working very late into the night recently on some business that he won't even share with me. I understand it's his reluctance to talk to me about things that his superior has sworn him to secrecy on, and that damned child's been keeping me plenty busy anyway. But I still wish he could tell me. Last night he was out even later than normal. And when he finally did return, he had a black eye, his face and hands bloodied. Looked really bad. The sight of that has really scared me. Of course you of all people know that I'm hardly squeamish at the sight of blood. It was how hurt he looked. I hurried him to the kitchen and started to clean his wounds. But my voice wavered when I asked, "Husband, what happened?" He was reluctant to answer and grunted in pain when I convinced him to put ice on his bruised eye. He finally did, and you absolutely can't repeat what he said to me, do you understand? Not a word of it to anyone, not even to Father. But I truly need advice. I had some questions for the High Magistrate's office. He sent his brother Smith Sung-hee to answer them. That's the dumb, nasty one. My husband trailed off thinking. I asked him something that he didn't agree with. I had the moral high standing, but he had the physical high standing. His wounds clean, I didn't know what to do, but touched the uninjured part of his face to comfort him. Then he joked. Turns out his argument hurt a whole lot more than mine, but I could tell underneath that he was truly hurt. What do I do, Mother? How is a woman supposed to respond to such an awful thing? I'm trying to comfort him as best I can, but I just don't know what else I can do, Mother. Please, you must have some advice.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. You know that courtesan who did those scandalous things with Oh So-chin?
Yep.
Well, it turns out she actually did cross paths with young Sup. I thought maybe you might be interested in that. So I've just added a log about her, written by him. I wonder if his wife ever heard about it. Sorry, I'll let you get back to what you wanted to talk about now. I just thought that might be something you were interested in.
Let's check that out.
Is that also in Block 9?
And it looks like she also had something else to say about that one.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
So we'll go back and do bruise before we do bribe. Kim Young-suk. The incident occurred right as I was leaving the magistrate's office after a late night of going through some of his paperwork. The corridor lights had long ago dimmed, and the office should have been empty. So the horse slinked against the wall right outside definitely stood out. She's small and looked very young, and obviously she was dressed like any commoner, with her arms covering her otherwise exposed breasts. And commoners don't wear clothing? What?
I don't know.
I won't lie and say she wasn't attractive. She certainly was. I'm sure she was very good at her role. Hi, the horse said, approaching me. You're, Kim Young-suk, right? I said yes. My name is Hana, she said, offering her hand to shake. It's an honor to meet you. I didn't take it and told her it wasn't appropriate to be talking to her now. But I've got a message from Smith Song-min that he really insisted I deliver, the horse said, moving closer. Can I come inside? I said no, of course. Then I could tell exactly where this was going and was not pleased. Please? He was really insistent, she said, putting her hand on my face and smiling. I slapped it away instantly and shoved her into the wall. Tell him I said no, I snapped at the whore and walked away. She chased after me for a little while, but eventually she seemed to realize that she wasn't going to get me and gave up. She was gone by the time I got home. Still can't believe he actually thought that would work. And I want to know more about what the High Magistrates' association with that whore even was. Alright, so do you have anything else to say about this one?
Nope.
Nope, okay. And since you showed us this one...
Nope.
Nope, okay. Alright,
Does that mean it's question time?
question time. Start at the top.
Yep.
How you doing?
What is this? You talk to Mute?
Yep.
I don't know what she told you, but you really shouldn't listen to her. All she ever did was gossip, and I'm certain she hasn't changed a bit since back then. Please, don't trust her. She just spins everything to make everyone look bad, no matter what. Please, promise? Seems good.
Okay.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. At least you gave me a fair chance. Well, if you show me one of her questions, I'll tell you the truth, but I don't think it's what she'll expect. Well, to be honest, nervous. I'm really, really nervous. It's just you're the first person I've talked to in so long. I'm really happy about that. But, well, I'm exposing a lot. I know you promised to trust me and all, so thanks. It's just, this is all really new to me. But it's good. I'm glad. I wouldn't be so nervous if I wasn't happy you were there to listen.
Aww. I think Muse or Hyun-ae is falling for us a little bit.
Maybe.
How do you feel about Mute?
Wow, there's a tough question. I mean, you seem like a really good person. I think I could call you a friend.
Oh wait, is this about us that Mute's asking about?
Yes. You seem to be a really good listener. I like that. Does that answer your question?
I don't think that's the question Mute was asking.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think that's the question Mute was asking.
I don't know.
Oh, what does that answer the question? Sure.
Okay, good. Not that I really understand why Mute was asking.
Girl. Yeah, see, those are from Mute.
Are they?
Mute's questions.
I thought it was... Huh.
Huh.
Jeez, my word, what are you talking about? When have I ever not treated you with respect? I don't know what's wrong with that awful AI, and I definitely don't know what's wrong with you. Why would you even say something like that? Jeez.
Oh, these are things that we can show her.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
that was mean.
Oh, no. Well...
Oh, here we go. How do you feel about
Mute? I think we should ask them, because we've got lots of things to ask. Uh-oh. Right, well, remember when I said that I'd never interrupt you unless there was something really, really wrong? Because that's annoying, and I don't want to bother you, but... Look, I don't want to scare you here.
It's your fault, but...
This isn't your fault, but we have a really big problem. I'm sure you've noticed that static on the line, yes? I was wondering what was causing that, so I checked, and it's, well, look, don't panic here, please. But it's, well, a reactor meltdown in progress. I'm really sorry. It's... We've been running in low power mode for so long, and that was fine. But when you re-establish communications, everything started up again.
Uh-oh.
Which should have been fine, except it's been centuries since the last maintenance job was done, and I'm not really sure what's wrong. Yet. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is bad. This is really, really bad. I don't know if you're really aware of how this works, but we're running on nuclear fission. And, it looks like we've got about 20 minutes before total meltdown. It's already running really, really hot right now. I wish I'd noticed sooner. I'm so sorry.
Oh, shit, there's a timer.
But, well, let me put it this way. This ship is about 20 minutes away from exploding. Can you make it out of range within 20 minutes?
Probably not.
Maybe not. I don't really know much about nuclear reactors, but yeah, that's what I expected. Don't panic, though. I can walk you through shutting it down. Just stay calm. Everything will be fine.
Good to know.
What I'll need you to do is drop to the terminal and disable the nuclear reactor.
Okay.
If everything's working properly, it should be that simple. I'm sure it won't be. This is a really old ship, and clearly already one thing has gone horribly wrong. Anyway, your first step is to at least try.
To disable the reactor. Okay, that's the first step. Let's try it. How do we...
Well, let's help. How? Looks like we have reactor.
No backup power supply is active.
Oh no, we don't wanna terminate right now.
Okay, so let's go back. I hate countdowns. They fucking make me so anxious.
We have 20 whole minutes. It'll be fine.
We just did that.
Okay, well let's...
Or did you already try?
I tried.
I tried.
Ah, curses! Of course it couldn't be that simple. Very well. Let me try to take account of the ship's system, see if I can't figure out what's stopping you. Ah, that's pretty bad. Right, very well, I know what the problem is. So here's the thing, there's two power systems on the ship. One's the nuclear reactor. The other is, well, it's called the power storage system. It doesn't really generate anything, it's just a battery, basically. That's what the ship's been running off, in low power mode, and that was fine, except restarting the communications totally drained it. Geez, ship goes 600 years of just running me with no problem. Send a few radio signals and everything goes to hell. Anyway, I see what the error was now. If you turn the reactor off right now, everything will shut down forever, because it can't fall back on the power storage system. But don't worry, don't panic, there's a backup. If you switch to that, it should be quite alright. Right, so all you have to do is switch the power storage system to use the secondary battery instead. Then you'll be able to disable the reactor safely.
Okay, so we gotta change the backup power.
Alright.
Okay. Alright. So, power control, right?
Power control list, I guess. What does PSS do again?
Oh, PSS switch battery. I think that's what we need, right?
Probably. Alright. So, now we gotta turn off some subsystems, I guess.
Alright, so how do we turn off subsystems?
That was in the nuclear reactor list thingy that we were at before.
The,
power control.
Power control. Okay. Control. What's the list again? Okay. Do not ever disable. Got it.
Alright.
Okay, so what is it? Power control disable.
Let's try waste and rail. We don't need those.
Waste.
And we can do multiple in a line.
We can?
Yeah.
Rail. Sensors. Don't just main computer. Gravity.
Docking.
Docking.
Seems good.
What about cores 3, 4, 5, and 6?
Perhaps.
Because they're not in use for anything.
Let's see if that's enough.
Okay. Now, what is it that we needed to...
PSS.
Power usage at 24%. Do we need to lower it more then?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Power... Control list. We need to get rid of 4%, right?
Yep.
Communications, there we go.
Well, we can't get rid of communications, because that's how we're communicating.
Oh, shit. So it's going to force us to make a pick here.
Yep.
Disable bulkhead. Shit. Should we report back to Hyun-ae? Because we can't go any further without disabling something else.
Yeah, let's see if she got anything to say. I guess just we do thing.
Okay. What are we gonna... What is it? Power...
Control.
Disable. Mute?
I think so.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Poor mute.
No.
We gotta do one or the other, though.
Wish we didn't have to.
Spoilers. There is a way.
Yeah, shut up. So then it's... PSS switch battery?
I think we already got the battery switched, so we want to check PSS and see if there's... if we've got the power usage low enough, and we do.
So now it's...
So it was one of the other controls. Let's check halt. It was reactor. What? Never mind.
Oh, we have to switch it still.
We still have to switch it. I lied. I was wrong.
It's alright.
Wait, we have to enable it is what we have to do. We switched the battery, but we didn't enable it.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah, right. And it was reactor disable, right? Yep.
Yep. Yep.
This may take a minute. We don't have a minute. Well, I guess we have 12 and a half of them, but still.
Oops. Didn't work. Explode.
Damn it. I love how this is like almost the same climax as digital. Except this time it didn't take us a full fucking hour to figure it out. Okay, so now what? Now we talk to Hyun-ae, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we got that working. We had to turn off mute to do it. I don't feel good about that, but...
Uh-oh. We still have a problem. It's still at a critical temperature. Well, the good news is you're safe now. I'm not, though. Even if there's no nuclear explosion, it's... just the heat alone can do enough damage to the computer systems to, well, kill me.
That sounds no good.
This is really bad. Please, you have to figure out something to deal with the excess heat. I'm suffering from some serious damage. Some subsystems just aren't responding. My word, I feel like I did when I was alive. I feel like I'm dying. Please, you have to do something.
Okay.
Let's do something.
How do we do... Should we talk to her? Does she give us help to do something?
I don't know. I think we should see what options we got at the terminal.
Okay. Let's find out what our options are. Use override terminal. Alright.
Let's help.
Halt.
Help.
Oh, whoops. I actually helped.
You did. It was cute.
Power,
Let's see what the power controls let us do.
Okay, that's not gonna help us. Let's try PSS.
Wait.
We don't have a lot of time here.
Yeah, we don't. Fuck, I could have sworn it was in the power controls. This PSS is just the battery.
Okay. Alright, so what are we? Download disable and SU. What does SU do again?
Switches the user to
Okay.
be the admin.
Okay, reactor PSS copy. Let's copy.
Alright, well, that doesn't seem like the thing.
So it's gotta be in reactor, right?
It is, I believe, in power control where we were before. Oh, Hyun-ae wants to talk to us.
What's up?
Maybe she figured a way. I've got it. I know what you can do. Quickly, enable the bulkheads, enable the emergency life support, then disable the bulkhead seals.
Okay, enable bulkheads, enable emergency life support, disable bulkhead seals.
There's not enough safe air left on the ship to actually keep anyone alive, but it should be enough for venting the excess heat into space. Quickly, there isn't much time.
Enable bulkhead, enable emergency something, then disable bulkhead.
Yep.
Okay,
And the something was life support.
that's under power control, right?
Yep.
Okay. So power control, enable bulkheads. Power control, enable, what was the other one?
I think it was life support, but I don't know how it is in the list.
Now! This is not the time for me. Okay. Life underscore support. Okay. Got it. Control life. Enable life underscore support. And then disable core, right?
Disable the bulkheads.
Disable bulkheads. Disable bulkheads. Hey!
Nice! We saved the day.
We saved the day. Can we turn mute back on now?
No.
Okay. Power control enable core. What core is she in? Core 1?
Core 1. Nope. Anyway.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh well.
Alright. What's up?
You did it! You did it!
Hey, we win!
The nuclear reactor is now both completely deactivated and at a safe temperature. We're safe. I was pretty scared there for a moment. I mean, it's not that I didn't think you could. It's just the thought of actually dying for good was scary. It was scary. But you did it, and I'm fine now. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're breathing a little easier too, right? Well, that was close. I think we both really deserve a break from the serious business. Don't you agree?
Not really.
I think so. That was pretty tense. Let's have some tea. I thought so. Whew, really? My word, that was such a close call.
I'm still a bit peeved that this happened right as we were starting to get some juicy questions for her.
There's actually something I've been thinking about for a while that I wanted to ask you about. And, well, I had sensors working before. I've seen your ship. I know it's only big enough for one person. It sounds awfully remarkable that you could have a ship like that just for yourself. I just mean, in my time we were using generation ships, and that was incredibly state-of-the-art. So, is that normal? Do you do this all the time? Go on strange adventures by yourself in deep space?
Yes.
Hell yeah, that's our job. Wow, that's really amazing.
This is the game that becomes a genre unto itself.
Yep, remarkable. See, when I found out that I was going to get put into stasis to wake up far later, that was the future I always dreamed about. One that was full of amazing things, like, I don't know, holograms, miracle medicine, ships that travel faster than light, colonies on other planets. That sort of amazing. I mean, I've never liked science fiction. It's just too unrealistic. But when I was a kid, I figured it'd still be fun to live in it. Imagine my surprise. But it sure sounds like you're from that future. Oh, sorry, I'm rambling, aren't I? It's just, the idea of finally getting that perfect future that I was denied, traveling with someone in deep space, well, that sounds awfully romantic. Sorry, I'll stop now. Let's get back to the serious business. Alright, well...
Alright, let's keep going on those log documents. We got some more questions for you. I know this is kind of uncomfortable, but...
So...
We started with... We stopped at 3, right?
Yep, 3 was the last one we asked about.
What do you really look like? That seems rude, but...
Well, about a few thousand lines of assembly code and a few gigabytes of memories, I suppose, sitting on a hard drive somewhere. I don't really know what that looks like. Oh, I guess you actually meant before I died, didn't you? Well, I was 13 years old when I woke up, and 16 when I died. So, well, I looked younger, but I wasn't really all that different, just shorter. And I guess, smaller in other places, too.
How coy.
Everyone always did say I was pretty, though, even when I was really young. So just, I guess, picture a shorter version of me without the glasses and with my hair in some dumb braid or another, in a hanbok, and that's pretty much it. I never really got to dress up the way I wanted to. Even, this is the first time I've been able to wear my school uniform since I was 13, before I got put in stasis. How silly is that, being excited about wearing a uniform?
I've had a few evenings like that.
And I mean, you know how much I was into cosplay. I never really had a chance for that when I was alive. Why do you even ask? What are you thinking?
You're being dishonest? You look good.
Yeah.
You look good.
Ah, well, thank you. Anyway, we should really get back to the more serious stuff, don't you think?
I got a couple more questions for you. Still haven't gotten to the point where you are telling us about murdering folks. How old are you?
Isn't that the one question you're never supposed to ask a woman? Geez, so rude. Well, I was born in the year 2415, then put into stasis for I don't know how long. Then I lived for another 3 years and died about 622 years ago at the age of 16. So, you tell me how old I am. I don't know. Really, I don't think it really matters at this point, does it?
Fair. How do you feel about Mute?
Oh, of course that'd be one of her questions. I don't, well, let me put it this way, I suppose. Did she have anything nice to say about me?
Not really.
That's what I thought. Really, I don't know much about her, other than what I've read in other people's logs. She never talked to me, ever. I mean, she wasn't above talking about me, but no, never anything to me. That's all I know about her. She's a gossip. I don't even want to speak to her now.
Why couldn't you just settle for a happy marriage?
It's not like I ever thought, as a child, I would never marry. You tell me, though, could you marry someone you'd only ever talked to once? Probably not.
Of course not.
Well then, maybe you shouldn't be judging me for it. It's not like it's my fault. We both read the same logs. I wasn't the only person on the ship to be crushed by a horrible marriage. Maybe I could have done unspeakable things with our servants, like Oh So-chin did. Is that what Mute meant by a happy marriage? Sorry, I'm not usually this sarcastic. I just don't think it's a fair question. The two older Kim sisters, you should read their letters. Here, I'll show you. They had it just as bad. It's a really unfair question to ask.
Alright, we should read those. And then the last question here, right? No, there's a couple more. Did you ever have any friends? It's a great question, actually.
After waking up from stasis, I only ever had one single friend. Oh, two I meant, now that you're here.
Aww.
Anyway, before it was just her. The Queen, my husband's wife, Ryu Jae-hwa. I wrote about her a lot in my diary. I'll just show you. It's probably better if you read it for yourself. These are from right after I got married.
Good to know. Why did you kill all those people?
Look, there's something you need to understand first. After waking up from stasis, I only ever had one single friend. Oh, two I meant, now that you're here. Anyway, before it was just her. Etc., etc.
Yep. That's the same answer, though.
Yeah.
So not gonna tell us why you killed all those people?
Well, first we need to understand the thing that she showed us.
Alright. Sassafras.
So we got two new things.
Block 1 is entirely new.
So that's the, older Kim sisters, right?
Yeah, let's do this one
Yeah.
first before we get all intimate. Dear Soon-hee, I wish we had more of a chance to talk before I left. I'm sorry it was so sudden. Not my choice, please believe me. It's really weird living in someone else's house. Even just, like, the place itself, you know? The walls of the house are way smaller. There aren't even separate women's quarters. It's pretty much just paper divider separating us from the men most of the time. I can see and hear everything. It's so very weird. Also, there's a lot more to do around the house. If you thought Mom was strict, wow, Mother-in-law makes her seem positively gentle in comparison. I know I'll just have to get used to it, but she kind of scares me. Plus, we don't have any servants here at all, so I have to handle pretty much all the chores. I'll try to write to you regularly, though, so long as I can find the time. Mother-in-law keeps me pretty busy during the day with housework, and my husband keeps me pretty busy during the night with other work. It's pretty much chores all day, every day. All day, every day. But I'll try sneaking another letter soon, alright? With love from your older sister, Hyun-ae. So far sounds good, right? Things fell apart between them with time here. Let's see for ourselves. Okay. Let's go to letter number 2. Letter to Hyun-ae, number 1. Dear Hyun-ae, I wish you could have found the time sooner, but if you say you're busy, fine, I believe you. Things aren't very interesting at home. Mom's been really busy lately. I think she's in a big hurry to get me married. I wish she wasn't. You didn't have to do interviews until you were 14. Lucky. One of them seems nice, though. I think the name was O? Talked to his mother about you for a little bit. Don't remember what brought it up, but I told her about the dolls you left me. Second interview we did, she brought me one of hers from when she was my age, and said I could keep it. Interviews suck, but I think I'd be fine with marrying her son. I mean, if I really have to, she sounds better than your stupid mother-in-law. Dear Hyun-ae, thanks for being able to come to my wedding, even if it was just for a day. Don't worry about what Mom said about you not having kids yet. You shouldn't take that personally. I was really happy to see you again, since I wasn't sure I ever would. I love you, big sister. I'm sorry for bothering you with this so soon after we spoke, but I really need you to answer something for me. I don't have anyone else to ask, and I'm really worried about something. It's embarrassing, but I just have to know. The night I moved in, my husband and I slept together. I'm not ignorant of how that's supposed to work. I know why. Afterwards, my husband said everything was fine and that I shouldn't worry, but it really hurt a lot. I was crying the whole time, and he injured me so much. There's blood everywhere. I'm not supposed to question him, but that's not normal, right? Should I insist on seeing a doctor? He seems nice besides that. I just don't understand. What should I do, big sister? Love, Soon-hee. Let's see what the response is to that. No, you don't need to see a doctor. Sorry to be the bringer of bad news, little sister, but I'm afraid your husband's right. This really is normal. Don't worry about freaking out either. You're a lot younger than I was when I got married, so it's probably even worse for you. I'm so sorry. It gets a little easier after the first time. It's still uncomfortable, though. You just have to endure it. That never changes. I'm sorry. Don't worry about the crying either. I might actually find that to be attractive, so just keep doing it, and you'll probably make him happy. If you're lucky, though, you'll get pregnant quickly and won't have to worry about any of that for months.
Well, that's fucked up.
Yeah, could you tell from how my voice... That aside, though, how have you been? How's your new family? I haven't heard much about them. Kept trying to ask Mom to tell me about your husband, but all I got was that lecture about how I was nearly 3 years old when she'd been married for so long as I had. As if I'm not trying. So do tell me more about him and his family, please, Soon-hee. I'd love to know. Love for your older from your older sister, Hyun-ae. That is fucked up. Okay, will do. Sent my last letter that I was pregnant, and thanks for the congratulations, but I hope you didn't rush to tell Mom. You have to send her the bad news. It was a false alarm, I'm afraid. I bled this month. I hope you're doing better, little sister. Your child is due any day, right? I wish I could have written you sooner, but I'm afraid I haven't had the time, what with having a real pregnancy and all to worry about. My mother-in-law insisted that I take the time to write my family, though, so I just finished a letter to Mom first. I'm sorry about your false alarm. I did tell Mom, and she wasn't very happy to hear it. I'm sure you're not really surprised by that, though. The good news, I gave birth 2 weeks ago. Her name is Ji-in, and she's the cutest little child you'll ever see. She reminds me a lot of our little brother, though she has her father's eyes, really. I really wish you could meet her. Just know you'd think she's absolutely adorable. So I'm a mother now. I still can't think of myself that way. It's so weird. Right now she's just so small, she can't even lift her head, but every time I look at her eyes, I wonder how I'm going to be able to raise her. Mother-in-law says I shouldn't worry. It'll come naturally, and she'll be there to help. I guess that's true. I definitely don't know what I'd do without her. At the very least, I sure wouldn't ever get any sleep. Just scary, you know? Wasn't it just yesterday that we were playing together in our father's house? Now it's been nearly 16 years since I was born. I'm a wife and a mother. How did we get so old? I mean, it could be worse. I know it's a good age for both of those things, and it's really disappointing if you're older and haven't managed that. I have it good. It's just odd to think about. But I'm not complaining, and when you're a mother, you understand why, big sister. I just love her so much. She means everything to me. Anyway, I'll stop rambling. I think Ji-in is crying to be fed now. Mother-in-law can't help with that, so I'll leave it there. Take care, sister. Love, Soon-hee. Dear Soon-hee, well, maybe you could use a little more caution in what you send to Mom, because it's not like you don't know how annoyed she can get, especially at me. The reason you're the only one she actually still talks to. I'm trying, you know, but I can only do so much. Congratulations on your daughter. I'm really excited to hear about that. Yeah, it's a shame that I can't see her. She sounds wonderful. don't really have much else to say. I wanted to acknowledge your letter. Things haven't really been worth talking about. My mother-in-law is still a crazy tyrant, and my husband and I are still trying to have a son. Nothing new, nothing worth mentioning. I'm glad things are going much better for you. With regards, Hyun-ae. Dear Hyun-ae, how long has it been since we last saw each other? It feels like it's been forever. You wouldn't be such a stranger. I have a 2-year-old son now. Oh, Jesus. His name is Tae-hyun, right? And he takes after his father in a lot of ways. Tae-hyun?
I believe that the AE was A sound.
Yeah. Oh, and the T is a D. So it's a...
Was it?
Right? Oh, no, it was the D that was a T. It's Tae-hyun. Hyun? Because the U is a cut sound. Right? No, U is in rule. Okay, so it is just Tae-hyun. Okay, yeah, Tae-hyun. And he takes after his father in a lot of ways. He just started to learn to talk now, much earlier than Ji-in did, no surprise. Ji-in's a real sweetheart. She's what reminded me of you. 2 of them had fought, so I was scolding her. I told her that I was disappointed, that I expected better from her as an older sister. Gave her the whole filial responsibility speech, you know, the one that Mom always used to give. It's funny, I hated that so much as a kid. I promised myself I'd never guilt my own children that way. I would just think to myself, well, it worked, didn't it? Anyway, she asked me what it meant to be an older sister, and I had trouble with that one. Finally, I said, it means you should be a good role model. Teach your brother what it means to be responsible by example. Show him. That was a good enough answer for her, but I thought about it, and it's not a good enough answer for me. Not at all. It's you that I've been thinking of, and you know, it turned out okay. I wish I could take back what I said and tell Ji-in what I'm going to tell you. You don't have to be perfect. You're not a good role model, but that's fine. I love you anyway, big sister. I always will. And if everyone's disappointed in you, even if you're not really family anymore, as far as I'm concerned, you're still my big sister. You don't have to be perfect. I love you, period. Please write back, sister. Even if you don't have good news to report. I just want to hear how you are. Love, Soon-hee. That's fucking brutal. Yeah. Alright.
Don't say I didn't warn you, though.
Good to know. Unsent letter to Soon-hee. Dear Soon-hee, you know what? Fine, I'll tell you the truth. The false alarm, it wasn't a false alarm. I didn't lie about the bleeding, that was true. But I really was pregnant that time, more than I let on in my letter. As in morning sickness, giant belly, you could see I was really pregnant and bleeding. My husband brought in the doctor immediately, who asked me all sorts of questions about everything. I was fine, perfect health, no injuries. I told him. So he pulled out his instruments and started listening for my son's heartbeat. And listened. And listened. And listened. It felt like forever that he kept trying, and I couldn't understand why he couldn't find something I knew just had to be there. The obvious never occurred to me. He had to explain it. I'm sorry, the doctor said. There's no heartbeat. The fetus is dead. You couldn't do anything about it. It took a week for the actual miscarriage to happen. It was the worst week of my life. It was hellish. You've had 2 children. I'm sure you know that wonderful feeling you get when you realize you're with a child. That you know that you're going to have a baby and you can feel him inside you and imagine what he's going to look like and what he'll grow up to be and all that. Right now he's depending on you more than he ever will to keep him safe. You know the feeling, I'm sure. Just the day before I'd been so happy I was going to finally have a child. After I find out I could still feel him. Dead, but still inside me sloshing around. The day before I thought I was filled with beautiful life and I was actually filled with death. I would have no son. What I was carrying was just a corpse weighing me down. I thought I'd feel better once I expelled it, but then I saw this awful bloody mess that should have been a son. It was awful, so awful. After I saw it, my husband had to force me to wash myself because all I wanted to do was crawl into my bed and die. I didn't get out of bed for a whole month after that, save for a brief hour so I could write you to tell you that I wasn't pregnant. Eventually I recovered, and realized it wasn't really all my fault. Eventually we started trying again. After all, what you, Mom, and Mother-in-law have all been implying is right. Be a lousy wife if after 8 years of marriage I still hadn't had a child. So we tried, and I did eventually get pregnant. Then it happened again. That was half a year ago. You're right, I'm not perfect. I'm as broken as it gets. The one most important thing in the world for a woman to do, and I can't. You've been pregnant twice, and you now have 2 wonderful children that you love. You've been pregnant twice, and all that happened is I've killed them both. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why. The doctor says I didn't do anything wrong, but clearly I can't bring life into this world. The only thing I can bring is death, little sister. Today I overheard my husband talking to my mother-in-law about considering taking on a second wife to actually give him a child. He sounded really disappointed in me. I don't know what to do. Kill myself, maybe, since killing seems to be all I can do. It'd be better for everyone. It'd be easier on my husband, and you wouldn't have to worry about me being a disappointment. This is the only thing I can think of. What else could I possibly do? Jesus fucking Christ! Fuck!
Yeah?
Sorry, I'm just gonna have to get off the field train at the next stop here. Can I pull the cord? Just let me off, please.
I don't know about you, but I had a really hard time reading that the first time. Can you imagine that? It's even as if I knew her. I didn't even know either existed when I was alive. I mean, sure, their mother mentioned that she'd had daughters before, in a sort of abstract way, but she never told me so much as their names, let alone, well, anything. Anyway, none of that was my original point. My point was, now do you see what I mean? When Mute talks about a happy marriage, that's what she's talking about. It's not as if I'm the only woman to have a horrible marriage. It wasn't my fault. That's what happens. That's normal. She wants to talk. I don't know about you. Oh, it's the same?
Yeah, it's the same.
And then we got an all-new block of logs, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Criminy Christmas.
Oh wait, that was the one that we saw one from Mute and then it got deleted.
Yep.
Alright.
Let's read about this. Oh, this is you again.
Dear Diary, I guess it's been forever since I cared enough to write anything down. I just haven't seen much point. Since my last entry, I got married, moved into the palace, and lost my virginity. Apparently for a girl my age, none of these things were really all that weird. The Queen finally insisted on talking to me the night after I first slept with dearest husband. I'd been expecting it. My sister warned me that she would probably be jealous, and I'd just have to endure it. She outranks me, and I would simply have to kowtow to her if needs be. I haven't had to yet, though. We had tea together, and she at least has started by acting friendly. I'm sure sister was right. I'll get the brunt of her anger soon enough. But today she was friendly. How are you holding up? She asked me after she finished with tea. I shrugged. Do trust me, I know how hard it can be for a newlywed. I've been through it myself, but I was at least older. You probably miss your family, do you not? That's what would be expected from any good girl. So...
Oh, it's me.
I nodded. It gets easier with time. I had no response. I'm sorry, am I bothering you? You can leave if you wish. I simply thought you might like some company. I wasn't sure how to respond to that either. I just clasped my hands and shook my head. I just wanted to be sure, she said. There was a long pause that followed. Finally, she asked, how was last night? It surprised me that she was willing to bring up the subject. Figuring that it was a segue into her being vindictive towards me for sleeping with her husband, I shrugged as she continued. I just know he can be rough. Nobody ever talked about those duties with me. Then she smiled, and I felt like I could almost drop my guard. I had no idea what to expect my first time. Do believe me, I'm not jealous. That is nothing to be jealous of, but do tell me how it was. It made me think back on last night. Honestly, it was the best night I've ever had since waking up in the future. Everyone, my mother, my sister, and now my queen, warned me that it would be bad, it would be a duty and nothing more. But I honestly did love it. I would have let him keep me up all night if he'd had the energy for it. I guess while I was thinking about all that, I let out a slight smile. I caught myself, but not before she noticed. Oh, did you enjoy it then? She asked, touching my arm. I jumped. Please, please, be at ease. That is perfectly all right, too. So long as you know it's just for him, there is absolutely no shame in that. There is none. I expected her to jump into something passive-aggressive from that, but she didn't. All she did was change the subject and say that she really was worried about me. Maybe she isn't so bad.
Hyun-ae didn't have much to say during that conversation.
Yeah. Weird, huh? So, you can see, she was kind. She was good to me, she really was. I take it you want to know more about my marriage, then. What are you interested in? I'm sorry, I'm not really ready to talk about him, not beyond what I wrote in my diary. It's just too hard. It's not as if we had conversations. You think our relationship is one-sided? You have no idea. Anyway, here I can give you some more. There's an entry from Jae-hwa in there. She did talk to him. She was, well, a lot stronger than I ever was. So you can see for yourself why I admired her. And, Well, just read them, all right?
Should we ask her again and get an... Oh, wait, nope. I guess that we got the same result either way, huh?
And with that, a second intermission.
Oh, God. Just in time. This episode's getting long. Alright, let's find out about Little Sister.
Dear Diary, attending to my husband has been easier than I was afraid it would be. Yes, there's days when it requires more strength than usual to keep going. I'm still getting increasingly more sick, nothing will change that. But it's not so bad, really. All I have to do is dote on him and try to anticipate his desires, and he's happy with me, no abuse or anything. Sure, it's not as if I like him, but baka. He's an ugly 40-year-old man who cares only about politics and never tells me anything. Love, well, that's certainly no concern. I don't know where I ever got the impression that was something that could happen in a marriage. I thought that was something from the past, but, well, I was young before I got put in stasis. It must have been a mistake of childhood. But so long as I do as I'm told, I'm not mistreated like I was by my sister. And sleeping with him feels good. I really hope I don't get pregnant soon. I don't want that to stop. Doing that is really the only thing that makes me actually happy these days. Well, that and Jae-hwa's talks with me. She's nice. She keeps me company when I stay up to wait for his return. She fetches servants to take me to bed on the days I'm too feverish to sit for too long. And she just talks to me as if I'm a friend. I don't really understand why, but I guess she really doesn't hate me after all. Do let me tell you, she said one evening while she brushed my hair. I always wanted a little sister growing up. That's how I think of you. Does that make sense? I shrugged. It was nice of her, and it felt so relaxing to let her touch my hair like that. She wasn't waiting for a response anyway. By now she knows better. She just keeps talking kindly to me.
It's hard to imagine this is the same Hyun-ae that was, making those earlier comments. Yeah.
One wonders what broke her.
And no responding, huh? Knows better than to expect a response? You seem pretty talkative now, Hyun-ae. Oh, hey, this one's mine.
Yep.
By Jae-hwa. The more she lives in my house, the more I'm confused by the mystery that is the Pale Bride. No wonder why my husband has been favoring the Kim family lately. Her daughter seems to be the perfect woman. She's not simply a pale beauty, she's always too shy to speak at all, let alone argue. Seems to hang off his every word, and turns out is actually so completely humble in her education that she cannot even read. Or rather, she cannot read normal characters. I've observed her writing to herself in perhaps what may be a diary. When asked what it was, she wouldn't say, but it was quick to hide it. I could not recognize a single character on the screen, however. They seemed simplified and compared to regular writing. Perhaps she has invented a writing system just for herself. It is very strange. Did you ever receive those letters I sent to your house before you arrived? I asked her. Curious. Seemingly she had. Did you read them? Response was worried, as if she was scared that I would be angry to find out that she hadn't. I was not, of course. I'm sorry. I had assumed. Are you able to read? That was when I found out she wasn't. I offered to read them to her, to which she seemed quite enthusiastic. I think I am likely to leave out some parts, however. I had enough difficulty bringing myself to writing the more embarrassing parts of the family history. Bringing myself to talk about them, even if I know she would never say anything, is just far too much. Like all things with her, I cannot tell whether her enthusiasm is sincere or an effort to make me happy. This troubles me. Got any comment on that one?
Of course I wasn't illiterate. I could read just fine. Just not their stupid Chinese-based characters. I mean, I can understand them now. Everything except for my diary entries is translated from them. It's such a dumb way of writing, though. It makes everything come out so stilted compared to proper Korean. Well, anyway, you're showing me that because you're interested in her admonitions, right?
Seems right.
Then, here, I'll just give you the letters she sent. They give all the details, even the ones she was too embarrassed to tell me about at the time. You can probably guess which parts she cut out. It's pretty obvious. It's the incest thing that she never told me about at the time.
Why does it always come back to incest?
Having read about it now, I don't really blame her. And, well, here, you can see what I mean for yourself.
Alright, let's keep going in this block. Because there's some more Pale Bride diary entries here.
Yep.
Oh,
Whoa.
whoa, what?
You know,
Oh, I'm sorry. Shit.
well, we just... You know, nobody ever noticed that until her. Nobody cared. Nobody ever thought any of it, or cared enough about me to find out. But she did care. She actually paid attention. She was great.
All right, now let's
What
find
did she
out.
find out about?
Go ahead.
Dear Diary, I've been thinking a lot about how close my death must be now. That's always a fun way to start a diary entry.
Right?
Lately, I've been getting prone to fainting spells. It probably goes right along with my diminishing appetite. If the doctor from the past was right, I've still got over a year left to live, maybe more. He said it wasn't very likely to get bad enough to kill me until I was at least 18. Although maybe all those years in stasis might have changed that, I don't know.
Well, let's ask the last Airbender, see what he says about that.
But if he was right, and I haven't lost track of time, I'm 16 and a half right now, so there's still a while. I've been trying to hide the signs of sickness. Even if I could explain, I know full well that nobody would believe me. So far, hiding it has been mostly working, although I did have one of my fainting spells while my husband was on top of me. He wasn't angry at me, though. I don't think he cared. I know all I write about these days is sex with my husband and conversations with his wife. The Kim family would be proud, I guess. But those two things are all that's really worthwhile in my life. I have other responsibilities, of course. They're just not that interesting, and that's about it. Anyway, the Queen has continued to be nice to me. She finally figured it out. We were having tea together one afternoon, and she was talking about nothing in particular, and she asked me some question that I just shrugged to. I hope you do not take this the wrong way, she then said, but there's something I would like to ask you. I nodded. I don't think I've ever heard your voice before. I nodded again. Why don't you ever speak to me? Are you just saving that for the Emperor? I didn't know how to respond. She was so close to getting it, to bringing up the subject I wasn't able to, yet that wasn't the right question. So I shook my head, and hoped that her next question would be. It was. You gonna say a thing?
Keep going.
Then, Hyun-ae, she said uncertainly, are you mute? I felt like screaming yes at the top of my lungs. I was so happy she had finally figured it out. I smiled and was about to nod enthusiastically, but suddenly I stopped. What if she thought less of me if I said yes? If she knew that the reason I was so quiet and demure wasn't because of any sort of discipline? Those were the things people liked about me. Would she stop liking me if she knew? What if she told my husband? I was so terrified. I couldn't think of any correct answer. If I said no, I'm sure she would have asked to hear what my voice sounded like, and I'd be forced to disobey. And if I nodded, then she'd know I wasn't really just trying hard to be a good wife. And I'm sure she would talk to my husband about it so he'd know too. But while I stared at her in terror, thinking of how to respond, she sighed and sipped her tea. Don't worry about it, she said. You do not have to answer. Please, do forget that I even asked.
That's kind of fucked that is just so normal that it took them and her until that long to ask, hey, why haven't I ever heard you talk?
Yeah?
It's not like everyone on the ship is suddenly Jared Kushner, right? Hey, modern political jokes? Modern political jokes? But I mean, that's super fucked that no one thought to ask that question.
Yeah.
And she's clearly not mute because she was talking before when she was younger, right? After they broke her egg, so to speak.
Yep. After they cracked the world's shell.
Nice. My concern over the pale bride's condition has grown. Lately, she seemed to grow even quieter, if such a thing is possible for a mute girl. Perhaps saying she is mute is an assumption too far on my part. I tried asking her directly, but she seemed too scared to answer. It simply makes me more suspicious, and I should like to know why. I addressed my husband on the matter, telling him that I wish to speak to the women of the Kim family house to see if I could find out what is wrong. He shrugged me off, saying, don't. They're valuable subjects. The son is someone I have my eye on in particular. The politics of this situation are far too delicate for you to be meddling with. I cleared my throat. I might be both my husband and an emperor, but I would not let that stop me from being bold. My dear husband, I don't care, I said flatly. I'm worried about the girl, and I believe talking to her mother might shed some light on the matter. The son is of no concern to me. I don't see why that matters. She's the perfect woman. Why are you jealous? He said, rolling his eyes at me, a gesture that he's only been able to use on me and his servants ever since becoming emperor. Nobody had the patience for it when he was a child, and I don't have it now either. Yinho, dearest, do you believe that the well-being of your wife is a political matter, or even external matter? I asked. He didn't. So would you say it's a domestic matter? I asked. He reluctantly agreed. Then as a domestic matter is the responsibility of the woman of the house, is it not? Please tell me. You are obviously more well-read in the classics than I said, both of us knowing he wasn't.
Ha ha ha.
fine, he
I
said.
like Jaehwa.
Right? Jaehwa's awesome. Just because it's your responsibility does not mean I can't overrule you. He left silent the follow-up. I don't have to take this from you. You do know that my concerns are valid, though, I replied. If you value my opinion, you'll let me speak to the Kim mother. There was a pause. He raised his hand in annoyance. Very well, do it. It's women's business. I don't want a part in it regardless. And he just shook his head. Why must all our conversations be arguments? I smiled to him and left. He already knows the answer. You want to shed some light there, Hyun-ae?
I never knew about that when we were alive. Like most things, I only found out after I took over the ship's computer. It just amazes me even more. Look at her. She's a woman who actually stood up to a man and won. She wasn't clumsy like I was. She knew how to work it from her position. Isn't that so amazing?
In its own way.
Dear Diary, you always forget how terrible it is to cry yourself to sleep until it happens. It's just the ultimate feeling of helplessness. But what's new there, right? I just miss her. Even if she scared me, I miss her so damn much. Jaehwa was the only one who was sympathetic to me. Why did she have to die? Is that my fate? Anything that makes whatever short life I have left bearable must go? Fate just hates me, I've decided. I don't know what killed her. I overheard one of the servants saying that the doctor claimed it was too much worry, causing an excess of wood in the spleen, which he claimed to be common in oversensitive women.
My guy?
I was baffled by the absurdity at the time. I still am now. My only friend is dead, and her diagnosis is absolutely insane. What do you even say to something like that? Well, I guess it's not like I need to worry about knowing what to say. But in light of that, it doesn't surprise me that nobody ever believed I was sick. With medicine that stupid, why would they? All it does is reinforce how hopeless everything is. I just constantly wonder, why did my father or my own doctor think that people would be smarter in the future, that medicine would be better? My servant has been helping me get through all the funeral stuff. Well, I mean, she's been guiding me through the rites. Practically doing them for me, really. I'm so weak and so stunned. I don't even know how I've been getting out of bed. I couldn't describe any of the ceremony. It's all a blur. There's been lots of black dress, I suppose. That's my only impression. And crying. Lots of crying. From me. Look, please, do you trust me?
I'll give it a try.
Please understand my position at the time. My world was so small and I just lost my only friend. And then I'll give you my last 2 diary entries. They have the whole story. Just please don't judge me while you read them. Please.
Oh, we've got some more.
Well, let's see what we got.
Do we want to save those 2 for a second? They sound pretty intense.
Let's see what there is.
Isn't there some other stuff to talk about before we...
Yeah, I think so.
What is it, in Block 6? No, Block 6 is where those were. What's in Block 10?
The marital admonitions.
Okay, we'll do those second.
Really?
Oh, okay, we'll do them right now.
Because we're heading towards the grand conclusion with the last 2 diary entries.
Yeah, so let's leave those. Marital Admonitions, Part 1. To the woman who will marry my husband. As you are doubtlessly aware, it is traditional for a nobleman's mother to write poetic admonitions to be sent to the bride-to-be before she enters the family, explaining the circumstances and proffering advice to her. Sadly, your mother-in-law has long since departed, leaving the responsibility in my hands. I never had any such letters sent to me, for reasons which I'll explain soon enough, and I have furthermore studied verse only enough to know that I am unable to write it well. I hope you do not think less of me, young pale bride, for addressing these letters in plain speech instead. Rather, pay attention to my words over my form, and please do not be hasty in erasing these letters after reading, for your own sake. I hope you find the advice and knowledge I will impart on you useful.
I never read her letters at the time. I couldn't.
Yep, we read about that.
I know she read them to me eventually, but I was just numb to that sort of talk at that point. Now they're just hard for me to read.
To the woman who will marry my husband. As you are no doubt aware, the Ryu family has an extremely long and proud history. Every man to hold the title Captain and Emperor has always been of our house, and you are here to make sure that continues for another generation. The name goes all the way back to the ancient times. Mythology speaks of a Captain Ryu who had control of even the ship's movement through the stars themselves. Such things remain far removed from everyday life, but it is important to understand the significance of the house, and of the title that your first son will eventually come to inherit. So they don't even actually captain the ship anymore, that's just a title?
Yep.
That's wonderful. It's an obvious matter that I do have the same family name as my husband. The official story, if you have not already heard it, is that we are cousins, making our marriage improper and less than ideal, but somewhat acceptable given the circumstances. At the time, there were no noble daughters who had not already been promised or given away in marriage, and obviously a girl of any lesser upbringing could not possibly be suitable as a queen. Hence, cousins would simply have to do. Strictly speaking, this is all true. The part about there not being any noble daughters available is not a misrepresentation. As far as any official genealogy is concerned, the Emperor is the son of my father's brother. The part which he may not speak of openly is that he is the old Emperor's son only by adoption. As far as blood goes, my husband is also my brother. As children, we never lived together, and it would, of course, have been strictly improper to have spent any time together at that age. I would never say anything such that my husband actually arranged for there to be no noble daughters to marry out of his desire to marry me. That would, of course, be a rather bold move to accuse an emperor of such. But you may wish to consider what the implications might be if such a thing truly did happen. I leave it to you to decide whether or not such a thing is plausible. All I will say is that despite our marriage being one of necessity, my husband has always been very fond of me.
Well, that's fucked up.
To the woman who will marry my husband. As for responsibilities, your burden will be quite light. You will, of course, be expected to be the model of feminine virtue, but truthfully, I do not expect you'll have very much trouble with this. As long as you keep your head down, avoid scandal, and keep quiet, that will more than suffice. As far as the day-to-day is concerned, you will have nothing to concern yourself with, as this is the royal family you are marrying into. As a queen, I run the management of the house's affairs, and will not require any assistance from you in that regard. As part of a royal concubine's demonstration of modesty, you will have to share my own personal servant, and will not have one of your own. While you will not have to be responsible for all the housework, be modest and do not remain idle at her expense. You're expected to be as unseen as the servants, and to be voiceful only in the most moderation. Do not speak harshly to your servant, and be appreciative of what she does, and not incompassionate. Your one sole responsibility will be spending as much time with the Emperor as it takes to produce a son. After you give birth, you will not need to worry about raising him. I will be there to make sure that is all arranged for. Simply make our husband happy, keep out of sight, and give him a son, and you will have no more to worry yourself with. Jesus Christ. To the woman who will marry my husband. The virtues which you are expected to demonstrate are simply those expected of any woman, and given your noble upbringing, I will not condescend to treat you as if you do not already know them quite well. Expect to be quiet and obedient, to me as well as obviously to your husband. Perchance you are scolded, trust my judgment as your elder. I will never act out of anger or spite. If scolded by your husband, always respond with a smile, for your relationship with him must always be warm, and he is a wise man. I do not, however, anticipate such things will be problems. You told me of the interview in which he spoke to you, and had nothing to report at all in your manner of speech, so I trust it was entirely proper and polite. In light of that, I will also say nothing further of the matter. As far as my ritual obligations go, you have none, save for following in my lead. Both your mother and father-in-law are long dead, so you have no further obligations to them. I had trouble adjusting at first, but I anticipate nothing you could be surprised by. To the woman who will marry my husband. I will not tell you to avoid court politics entirely, so long as you do not cause trouble, but I will suggest that you simply watch from a distance. The temptation may exist to meddle, especially if you ever talk to the artificial girl Mute, who lives inside our computer. She's a gossip and a friend of the Smith noble family, and is responsible for revealing much of what they try to keep hidden. She may seem fickle, but she does belong to the House of Ryu first and foremost, and is quite loyal. Nevertheless, meddling is not in your best interests. Do not play politics, not only for our sake, or for the sake of being a virtuous wife, but for the sake of your own family as well. They will receive favor not through any scheming on your part, but through our husband's will. Entertain yourself with the gossip if you wish, so long as you keep quiet about it, but stay out of politics. In the end, you will manage to go much farther if you rely only on rewards for being a good wife. I think part 7 is the one we've already read before. Yes.
Yep.
Yep. Whew! That is, some crap.
Yeah.
Well, strap in and strap on.
Back to hell. Dear Diary, this sounds so pathetic to say. I've tried rewriting this a million times just to make it sound less pathetic for me, and I simply cannot. There were 2 things that made life worthwhile, 2 things that made this last year before I die be bearable. The first was Jaehua's company, being the one person that was friendly to me. The second is sharing a bed with my husband. For the past few months, that's what I've been saving all my energy for, that brief precious half hour every few nights where I feel fulfilled, if only in the most literal sense. It's the most lovely feeling, and now I'll never feel it again. The two things making my last year of life worth living gone forever. The past few nights I'd been trying to get the Emperor's attention in that way, pleading silently for his affections. With no luck. On the fourth, or was it the fifth day, he finally took me aside and said, painful annoyance in his voice, "Enough. Stop that. It is completely inappropriate. You're supposed to be in mourning. Show some damned chastity. Or do you have no respect for my wife, and your queen at all?" He snapped. When I looked confused, he just lectured me. When I cried, he sighed, held me tightly, then left the room. I haven't spoken to him since then. But later that day, my servant came to my room with good news. I was to go visit my family for a couple months, while the house is in mourning for Chehua. I couldn't argue, of course, even if I was able. So just like that, I was sent back to hell. I was dressed in the usual veil so nobody would see my face, as I was escorted back to the Kim house in the middle of the night. Mother and father were there briefly to greet me, and in spite of how I felt about them, I put on my bravest smile and bowed, and nodded politely to their questions about how I was doing. Then they had to go to bed and left, leaving me alone with sister. Young Suk was nowhere to be seen. "Hi," she said. "I never thought you'd end up visiting us again so soon." I shrugged. "Well, let's have some tea. It's just us still around," she said. I nodded. It seemed like a good enough idea. There was a pause. "Well, go make it," she snapped, removing any doubt that she might treat me with any sort of friendliness. Of course I made the tea. I don't disobey her anymore. "Thanks," she said. "So, young Suk is out, attending to official business at the moment, but you should avoid him. He's still angry at you because father-in-law finds you more important to the family than his own son. Can you blame him?" I had no idea what she was talking about, and she just continued. "So you really shouldn't talk to him. Oh, I guess you can't really do that, can you? Aha, well, you know what I mean." Yes, I knew exactly what she meant. "I'm surprised you're back so soon, though, especially now that you don't have to share your husband. Does that mean you're the primary wife now?" I didn't know. "Does that make you queen? Oh, what great fortune you have. Father-in-law must be so proud of you." I stared at her, wishing nothing more than to be able to kill her through sheer force of rage. How could she possibly say something so awful? My only friend was dead, and here she was, taunting me? What an awful thing to do. But I couldn't hate her to death, no matter how much I tried, so instead, I tried holding back angry tears, to hide my weakness. I couldn't do that either.
You want to comment on that one?
Just, please, keep reading.
Okay.
Dear Diary, I was far too feverish to do any real cooking, so my servant was doing all the work for me that night when father came in. I think he was drunk, or maybe just tired, or stupid. "You know, child," he said to me, "you grew up to be a wonderful daughter." I was shocked to hear him say that, and waved my servant out of the kitchen. I'd never heard even the slightest indication of that before. For the briefest moment, it even made me happy to hear that. That surprised me that I actually felt that way. As a kid, I never would have wanted his approval, so why now? He continued to make me wonder when he asked, "Do you remember what you were like as a child?" I nodded, but I wasn't certain I did. "You were so temperamental. You argued all the time. You didn't want to get married when the time came. You just didn't ever know your place, you know?" That's right, I didn't. That was back when I thought there was a point to being defiant. Why was that, I wondered? That's the part that amazes me now. I tried to think of a reason why I might want to be defiant, why I valued independence, and at first I couldn't even think of anything. I had forgotten entirely. Don't tell young Suk, but it really scared me. You were always the family's best hope for prosperity, but that attitude of yours... I thought I'd never manage to disavow you of those crazy, uncivilized ideas of yours, he said, while I tried to think of what they were. There were times I thought it was a mistake to have hatched you. But you came through, you really did. I know it must have been painful, but I'm proud of you. Then he patted me on the head. You turned out to be a good girl. That's all I wanted to say. It was hard raising you to be a proper woman, but you've turned out to be perfect. Thank you, he said. I stared, speechless, and I tried to remember, what crazy uncivilized ideas was he talking about? Thinking back to those days, or back to before I was frozen, I tried to remember. I had dreams of what adulthood would be, but they were so unimaginably different from what the reality turned out to be that they seemed impossible, completely impossible. Nothing more than childhood fantasies without a shred of realism to them. I tried to think of what they were, to imagine them. In those dreams, I was strong, independent. I wasn't just a wife in those dreams. I had a job, working as the ship's engineer, following in the footsteps of my father, my real father. I wasn't married in those dreams. I was happy just to go on dates with boys my age in the ship's plaza and fall in love before making any commitments. I dreamed of being free. The more I thought about it, the more I was certain. That's what those dreams were about. That's what I'd wanted. But father, Kim Chung-soo, rather, had made sure to disavow me of those notions. I learned to stop arguing, to stop trying to fight, to stop dreaming of those things. In other words, I learned how to be a proper woman. And he was proud of that. Proud of destroying my dreams, and I would die under the house of that man, silenced, broken, hopeless, and unloved. I was overwhelmed by the strongest feeling I had ever felt in my life, the deepest bitterness, the most powerful resentment I could imagine. I looked at the knife near my hand and wondered, could I kill him? Before I died, could I at least have justice? I tried to lift the knife. My hand twitched, and it was too hard to keep a grip. I was just too weak. I'd never be able to do it. He smiled at me and said, "Sorry, please go ahead and keep cooking. I won't distract you more." Then as he was about to go out the door, he added, "Take care of yourself." At that moment, I vowed that I would. I wouldn't worry any more about all those people who had hurt me. I'd take care of myself. I couldn't stab him to death. I was too weak for that. But then I remembered there were other ways. If I disable life support, I can kill him and all the others too. It'll be quick, it'd be easy, and not a one of them don't deserve it. All I'd need to disable it is the admin password. It's perfect. Well. Well, so, there you are then. Now you know. It's true. I did do what she said I did. I'm not gonna lie. I really wish you'd never met her. I wish she'd never said anything to you. I just thought it was so nice the way that things were with us before. Things started out so well. I got to be cheery for the first time in my life since I was a child. Talking about actual romantic things together, having fun with cosplay, and just, having someone there to talk to. Someone who wasn't interested in shutting me up. But now, well, please. You've read my diary. You have to know it's not, I didn't... You have to understand, right? Even if you think what I did was wrong, look, I've never really been dishonest with you. Fine, I lied about being an AI, but I told you the truth. I could have deceived you, but didn't. Please, you still trust me, right? I'd never really lie to you, not seriously. You don't have to think what I did was acceptable, but please, tell me you trust me.
What do you think?
I think we do. She told us all this stuff, even though it didn't seem easy. You do, really? Oh my word. I mean, of course. I'm so sorry. I should have had faith in you. I really should have. I'm really bad at this. But thank you. Thank you so much. I can't believe I even doubted you for a second. Look, that means a whole lot. That means a lot to me. It means so much. I mean, I'm sure what I did wasn't right, I know. I'm sure you don't think it was. I just want you to understand, alright? For someone I'm in For someone as good to me as you've been, I want you to at least please understand. You don't have to forgive me. Just hear me out?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're really a good person. Much better than me. Thank you.
Aww.
Then, very well. It's probably just better if I show you. There's a data block that contains all the logs that matter, but my family encrypted it because... Well, it should be obvious why after you read it. You need to drop to the terminal and type decrypt block 7. Let me know once you've done that and I'll show you.
Shit. Jesus Christ.
What the fuck happened?
Holy vey. Well, I guess we dropped to the terminal. Now, interesting thought. At this point, we could boot up Mute again and talk to her instead.
We could try, but I have a feeling it won't work.
Why not?
I have a feeling that there was a choice in the plot, and there is a circumstance that will prevent us from doing it.
Oh, you mean when we disabled Core 1 and can't re-enable it?
Yeah, I think it won't let us re-enable it. We can try if you want. We'd have to disable Hyun-ae in order to enable mute.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do we want to try it?
I don't know. Do you want to drop a save first, just in case?
Let's drop a hot save right there.
Boo.
Dropped a hot save. Wait, what?
We are from Seiju Colony, or not we are, but our sponsor is the Seiju Colony Historical Society. Interesting.
Excellent. Alright. So we dropped a hot save. Let's try this. So... Power, control, disable...
Core 2.
Core 2. And then it's Core 1 with mute on it, right?
Yep. Oh. Oops.
I guess we can't.
Yep. Corrupted by radiation.
Alright. So we disable Core 1, right?
Yep, but first we'll have to power control.
Power control. Disable Core 2.
Core
Right?
1.
Core 1.
Yep.
It's too late. Okay. Power control enable Core 2. A regular ass hacker now.
Yep.
And decrypt block 7.
Yep. Nice.
Alright.
I'm in.
We don't have to tell her about that, right?
Very well. These are really hard for me to read. I haven't seen mine since I wrote them, and I haven't seen my family's, well, ever. Well, I think I've found... Here, I've added some. Just please read them. If you want to know the whole story, those entries will explain.
Good to know. Alright.
The Nightmarish Bride.
This one's by Hyo-min Chung. Seems that in the year I spent visiting my parents, everything has gone to hell in my husband's family without his knowing. Clearly I never should have left. He has an idea, but he doesn't understand how bad things have gotten. When I left, it all seemed under control. The pale bride would be of the right age to get married to the emperor soon enough, be able to use that connection to bring favor to the family. A good plan, except it turns out the pale bride is not even close to ready for marriage. Age has nothing to do with it. It's the maturity that she lacks. When she first awoke, right before I left, she seemed a little confused, but that was hardly unexpected. She had a whole new family to get accustomed to, and it seemed obvious enough that anyone born so far in the past would have some difficulty adjusting to modern life. But this is far beyond that. There's something simply wrong with that child. When I got back, the first thing young Suk's wife did was tell me all about how sorry she was for not being able to control the child. I rolled my eyes, as if a grown woman couldn't handle someone of her age. "Are you going to raise my grandson like that?" I asked. She was quiet. Let me see the pale bride for myself. First time I saw young Suk try to get her to do something as simple as sort out his laundry, she wasn't just disobedient, she was openly defiant. When I stepped in to admonish her, it had absolutely no effect. All she did was argue back at me. I tried every approach I could think of, appealing to filiality, explaining how important a virtue of obedience was, even trying to appeal to sentimentality, everything. She just kept saying the same thing, that it wasn't fair to make her do it. Here's the obvious concern, and it's what I said to her. Are you going to tell your husband he's not being fair when he wants something from you? I thought that would put some sense into her, but no, she just answered yes. There's no way this unruly child could possibly be marriageable. Not like this. She'd be sent back within a day. With good reason. What man could possibly want a nightmare like her in his life? Want to say something about that, or do you want us to finish reading first?
Mother, huh? I don't really know what to say about her, even now. This is the first time I've read what she wrote, and it's just, well, there's more. Here, read them for yourself.
Alright.
Alright.
This one's you.
Dear Diary, the good news is, health-wise, I seem to be doing much better this month. I'm sure that this isn't a permanent thing. It's happened before. I can't really remember how the doctor from the past explained it anymore, but he said it was pretty normal, and not something to get my hopes up about. Still, some days this month, I actually had enough energy to want to move around. Not that I could move around, of course. I can't leave the house. A good girl shouldn't, is what everyone keeps saying. But I have the energy to, at least. And that's something. The big news is that the woman who's supposed to be my adopted mother came back. I didn't really see her much before she left. I might as well have been meeting a new person. I wish I could say I had high hopes for her, that I had thought that maybe she'd be fine. That'd be a lie, though. I knew she'd be as bad as the rest the moment I saw her, and she was, of course she was. She's even worse than sister-in-law. She gives these awful lectures. I can't even describe them, they're that horrible. She's that horrible.
Ugh. Hyun-ae, if you're so worried, why don't you just explain everything to her simply and rationally? Jung-soo asked me. My response was obvious. She's a woman. We're not particularly rational. He said, you know what I mean. I could hardly do it, but coming from a woman, perhaps she will understand it's all for her own good? Maybe, I said, doubting it. But I tried anyway. She took her time, arriving after I summoned her to my room. Can we speak? I asked her, trying to keep my voice calm. She glared, then snapped. Fine. I asked her to sit down, but she refused. Look, I said, trying to speak with her as an equal. Still didn't think my husband was right, but it was worth trying. I've been told that you'd rather be called Hyun-ae. Is that right? She said, yes, bitterly, not giving me much to go off. It's a very pretty name, I said. Thanks, she said, but still her voice was unfriendly. My parents gave it to me. I said, you must miss them very much. She nodded. I don't understand, Hyun-ae. Were you so difficult with them too? No, she said. They were nice, they actually cared about me. They were nothing like you people, I sighed. I care about you, Hyun-ae. You're part of the family, you're a Kim, your parents are our ancestors, and I know they think it's very important that we raise you right. If you want to be a bad, unfilial daughter and treat us without any respect, well, you wouldn't be the first. Do you really think an old woman like me really cares that much about your opinion of me? I thought maybe I tried appealing to her selfishness. Her marriage is important to the family, but clearly she doesn't care about filiality. It's you I'm worried about. Do you think any husband is really going to put up with you the way you are, even for a second? She kept glaring at me. That's all you keep talking about. Marriage, marriage, marriage. I'm 14. I'm 14 years old. What is wrong with you? Why does everything have to be about some man? Why do I have to marry somebody that you picked? She screamed at me. I remained calm. You're going to be a royal concubine, Hyun-ae. We're not dumping you off on just anyone. There's no better man. I don't know if you were already engaged in the past, but your parents would do the same if they could. It's what's best for you. They would want this. No, they wouldn't, she shrieked. They wanted me to grow up. They wanted me to be an independent woman. That's what Mom and Dad thought was important. I don't want to be a concubine. I don't care about marriage. An independent woman? They wanted you to be a whore? I asked, my patience run as thin as anyone's would be. I didn't believe for a second my husband's ancestors were the monsters she was making them out to be. I was sick of this. Get out, I snapped at her. Just get out. Jesus Christ.
Sigh.
Yep, you're saying sigh out loud here.
Yep.
You gotta.
Are you just showing me that because you want to see more from her?
It's not why.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't know what to say. She was cool. So cool. Now that I've read her perspective, it doesn't change anything. Fine, she actually believed what she was saying. That doesn't make all of it right. I hate her. I don't care if she's long dead. I don't care if I was the one who did it. I still hate her. I hate her, etc., etc. Oh jeez, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to work myself up like that. It's just, you don't pity her, do you?
Do we pity her?
Not really.
Not really.
She seemed kind of mean.
Yeah.
Good, me neither. That's what I had to live with. Reading what she wrote, she honestly believed that. It just reminds me of how I ended up thinking. How I completely gave up and believed her attitude. She tried to wear me down. She succeeded. She doesn't deserve pity, and I didn't deserve what she did to me. I could never forgive her, ever. I'm really glad you understand. Sorry, I've calmed down now. It's just hard to think about, even now. I really do hate her. Oh, we can also say that we do want to see more from her, maybe? There was one big fight I had with her. The one that changed everything, the one I finally lost. My diary makes it sound really dramatic. I know, I was young at the time, but it really was. Just read it. It's exactly how it went.
Interesting. Let's keep going. Dearest Mother. This is from Young Suck's wife. My mother-in-law has relieved me of any responsibility for looking after the pale bride. As a matter of pride, I feel bad that a simple child is too much for me to handle, but I'm certainly glad she's not my problem anymore. Now I can put my undivided attention back where it belongs, onto my husband and his ambitions. Tell me though, Mother, because I know we didn't always get along that well. I was never that bad, was I? Sure, we were both happy when I moved out. Well, perhaps I wasn't happy right away, I was more scared, but I'm sure you're relieved to have some space. But you never would have given up on me, right? I was never that bad, was I? Deep down I worry. My husband seems content to take his time to have children, which is a decision I can certainly live with. But what about when we do? What if I have a daughter? Will I fail her too? I've been telling myself that it's not me, it's her. She's a peculiarly unruly child, and it's not ordinarily that bad. It's not, right? Please tell me I have nothing to worry about. Please.
You know, I never did like her. When I woke up, she was just this awful person who kept saying the most awful things. Never as bad as Mother, but still. I didn't read any of her letters when I was alive, of course. But you know what really surprised me? She made such an awful impression on my life. I hated her the most for so long. And she barely even ever mentioned me. All my suffering, it was just a minor distraction to her. Nothing more, insignificant compared to her man. I sigh. There's one more from her that you should read. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how to feel about her. There's just one thing that I keep thinking, though. Just one thing. I have no idea what her name was. Ooh.
Ouch! That's you.
Dear Diary, everything managed to spiral out of control so quickly today. I wasn't planning on it happening this way. But here's the point where I make my stand, I guess. It sounds dramatic, but I won't just let them marry me off to some stranger. I won't let them. Just before dinner yesterday, Mother told me that I had to go to an interview with some man. The Emperor, I guess, for all I care. The way she put it was, I'd get a chance to see that he's a man you could fall in love with, or something stupid like that. As if, I said in response. And I spent the rest of the evening thinking about what I could possibly do to make it clear I wouldn't let them do this. This morning after breakfast, sister-in-law showed up in my room. "Good morning," she said. "Today's a big day for you, isn't it? Mother-in-law wanted me to help you get dressed and all made up. You'll want to make a good first impression, after all." I glared at her and summoned up all my courage. "No," I said. "What?" she asked. "No, I'm not going." She left and Mother herself came in. This was it, I told myself. This was the big moment. "I'm not going," I said, before she could say anything. "I'm not going to get dressed up. I'm not going to meet him, and I'm definitely not going to get married," I shouted. For a moment she said nothing and didn't move. Then she left too, without saying a word. I thought that would feel good, but it didn't. It just made me worry more. I couldn't have possibly won that easily, I thought, and I hadn't, of course. After a few minutes, she returned with Father, who looked incredibly angry. "Min-chung says you're refusing to get ready for your interview," he said. Yeah, I stammered, not used to talking with him. I won't go and I won't get married. He walked over in just 2 strides, then glared at me for a second. I had no idea what he was going to do. Then he slapped me in the face, so hard that it knocked me over. Yes, you will, he said. I'll drag you there kicking and screaming if I have to. My face in so much pain, I forced myself to sit back up. I won't, I said, bracing myself for if he hit me again. He did. Yes, you will, he said. I couldn't keep this up. It already hurt so much. I just couldn't brave that out. Then it came to me. If you make me do the interview, I said, I'll tell the Emperor that you've been conspiring behind his back. It was all I could think of, and all I could do was cross my fingers and hope the threat worked. It had to. He glared at me, and in that moment, I knew. It worked. The two of them looked at each other, and then they both left together. That was 3 hours ago. I don't know what's going to happen now, and I think my face is swollen. It still hurts, and I didn't want it to go that way. So that's me, making my stand.
Sorry, we needed a joke there.
I'll get to that, but for now, please just look at everything else first.
Okay. This one's from Huming Chung. The pale bride picked the worst of all possible days to throw another one of her childish fits, refusing to even get dressed for her interview. This one was with the Emperor himself. Not even my husband was able to get her to listen. He had to personally apologize himself for not being able to bring her as scheduled and lied about a sudden illness. You have to do something about her, I said to my husband that evening. She's completely out of control. I know, he said. That is quite clear. He looked so worried. I hugged him and tried to comfort him. Everything would fall apart if something couldn't be done. She threatened to say something stupid and dangerous to the Emperor, and we were both scared that she might. Maybe it's time to consider doing something drastic, I said to him. He nodded. I know, he said. I can only think of one idea. I do not like it. I would rather not. Even Hyun-ae was far worse than I would have wanted. He explained this idea to me, and I agreed that it was terrible. And I didn't like it either, but it would stop her from arguing, stop her from ruining her own life. My husband was, as always, right. There was one only way. Recently, the pale bride's temperament has improved immensely. It isn't simply that she's now quiet, it's that she's actually respectful and calmer. After rescheduling, she had an interview with the Emperor, and she was actually quite charmed with her. Just so happy for her own sake that she's finally stopped resisting the marriage. It's all coming together now. Date's been set for when she'll be sent to live with him, and meanwhile things at home have been really peaceful again for everyone. Actually, it's better than just that. I've been spending more time with her of her own free will. I've been giving her advice for coping with marriage, and now the girl actually listens politely. Of course, there's little else to write about. Wish there had been a better way to get her to behave, but in the end it seems to be working out. I still can't imagine how awful it would be if she'd refused to ever leave home and simply laid life hell for us. Or worse, if she got sent off and tried to pull off any of that on her husband. She'd get sent back for sure. Maybe now things will finally start to come together for the family. I must admit for a time I doubted the optimism that Chung-Soo expressed in the 319th year, but now it seems that he was right all along. What a relief. What's going on here?
Of her own free will. I can't believe she actually said that. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. I can't believe she could possibly have thought that just unbelievable.
The New Promise, from Young Suk's wife. Today, the pale bride finally left home to live with her new husband. As she isn't a primary wife, there was no fanfare or ceremony for her departure itself, so instead last night we had a special big feast to commemorate. I know I've said bad things about her before, but it's not just that I was happy to see her gone. She's been better since mother and father-in-law managed to get her to keep quiet. The thought of it still leaves me really uncomfortable. She was always just a confused child. I hate the fact that my family considers her so important and neglects my husband. I certainly hate her for not appreciating that status and fighting it. The fact that she doesn't understand the world? I can feel for that. It's not like I always understand myself. Regardless, it went very well. The big feast was my idea, and she was happy to help with the cooking. Earlier, she had spent the afternoon getting ready the dress she was going to wear when she arrived with mother-in-law, and she seemed rather anxious about it. While we cooked, I opened the wine early and poured it out for her. I think she needed it. I told her the same story I told you a little while ago, about how scared I was when I first moved in. Seems as though it was a lifetime ago. And in spite of its strangeness, I've grown so accustomed to it. You'll eventually grow to love him, I promised her. Just as you promised me all those years ago. Appreciate how good you'll have it.
You've read almost everything now. I know you've had faith in me, and I promise it hasn't been misplaced. There's just one more thing. I don't think you'll be surprised. You seem smart. I'm sure you've already guessed what it is. Still, go ahead. Ask it. Ask me the obvious question. Which of the questions?
From Mute's questions, you mean?
Yep. Question number 9. Why did you kill all those people? Why did I kill them? Here, you want to know what could make me look at my father's face and be filled with so much hatred? You want to know how I could possibly think my whole family deserved to die? If you haven't already guessed, here's my last diary entry. I can't say it myself. I can't bring myself to, even now. Please, just read it.
Do you want me to read this one, or are you good?
I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Forever silenced. Dear Diary, the evening where everything went wrong, where I thought I was going to win with my adopted parents, well, I didn't. I lost. Making my stand, I wrote, just hours before it happened. Yeah, right. When I got called into the kitchen, they were both there. On one of the stove burners, there was a knife. I thought it was a little bit odd, but didn't care. Father stared at me and said, "The fighting needs to end now." He was so sure of himself. Of course he was. He had every reason to be. But I stubbornly stood my ground. I said no. "I do not want to hurt you," he lied. "Just promise to be less argumentative, and this can end peacefully." But I just had to fight back. I just had to say no. I just had to remind him. I wasn't joking. I really will tell the Emperor that you hurt me, and that you plotted against him. "No," he said, "you won't." He motioned at Mother and said, "Bring her over." She grabbed me, and I tried to dig my feet in, but it didn't work. Then Father pinned me against the wall with his whole body, and I kicked and screamed, desperately trying to get free. But it was no use. He was big, and I was small and sick and weak and frail. Then he grabbed the knife from the stove, and I shrieked in horror. "No!" I screamed at him. "Don't!" But then Mother grabbed my mouth and held it open. I tried to keep screaming, but I was powerless and terrified. When he raised the knife toward me, I thought he was going to kill me. It was worse. The next thing I knew, I could taste disgusting flesh as he stuck his fingers in my mouth and pulled. "I'm sorry," Mother said. Then briefly I could taste the steel. Then nothing but blood. All I could taste was so much blood, nothing but blood. Finally they both let go of me, and I collapsed onto the floor. "Why?" I wanted to say, but couldn't. I blacked out from the pain after that. Just before I did, I could swear I heard Father say, "You will not ever argue with any man again." He was right, of course.
Jesus. Like, even though I, remembered that from the last time we played this, still, what the fuck?
Wait, I thought you hadn't seen this, Root.
What? No, I knew this.
Okay.
Yeah. But still, what the... Ugh.
I thought you had only seen Mute's Root. Because of the log completion not having
No,
that.
I think I watched another LP of doing the
Okay.
other route. But Jesus Christ.
That's why. That's why I gave up. That's why I wanted to kill them so much. That's... Sorry, it's really hard to talk about. It's just... I'll try, I'm sorry. I told you it would make sense, right? That there was a good reason? Please, tell me you don't think I've let you down. I haven't? You don't... You mean you understand, then? Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. That really means so much to me. I'm so glad. I don't know what I'd do if you didn't think... Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I was terrified, so terrified, I thought you might not. I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, could we just talk a little more instead? There's, something really important I need to tell you.
Yes. Sorry, I was being cheeky.
Right. I have really strong feelings about... It's not like I really think you... I consider you to... Jeez. I'm in love with you. I finally said it. This is so embarrassing. I know, I'm being really silly, right? I mean, geez. I'm sure I know what you're thinking, right? You think that's ridiculous.
Not at all.
You don't?
No, where I come from, AI falling in love with the first and only person they've ever met in about 600 years is a normal thing.
Where I come from, everybody dates computers. I'm dating like 8 AIs right now.
Hope you're cool with polyamory.
Oh, that's why. That's why I'm in love. Because you manage to happily surprise me every time. I never thought I would find someone who understands me. Someone who listens. Who would hear my whole life story and doesn't hate me.
Surprise, it's been a dating sim the whole time.
You really have been wonderful. I know. It's a lot to spring on someone just like that. And I don't know if you're even a man or the sort of woman who wouldn't have a problem with that and still unmarried. But if you are, do you think we might have a chance together? Even just a chance?
Aww.
That is truly the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my life. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've been sort of thinking about this for a while. A little bit embarrassing, I know, but... Well, we don't have to rush to get married or anything. I mean, you know how...
Whoa!
Scary it was the last time I was a wife. I'd really just like to, just be with you. As an equal. Does that sound right to you?
Of course.
Wonderful. Oh, I really do. I really do love you. It's funny, isn't it? I know almost nothing about you. I have no idea what you look like. I have no idea how you talk. I have no idea what's supposed to be the most important thing about a person. If you're a man or a woman. I have no idea how old you are, although I suppose you must be much younger. Or maybe older, depending on how you look at it. Nor do I have any idea where you're from, or even your name. But I know that you take me seriously, that you understand me, that you don't treat me as something less, just for being a woman. I know that talking to you makes me feel better than I've ever felt in my life, and that's good enough for me. That's far better than I've ever had. So. Very well. I'll decompile myself now. That way, you can just drop to terminal and type download to copy everything to your ship, including myself. It should only take a few days to do a complete transfer. I'll see you soon, alright? So this is how my sister-in-law felt on her wedding night. Well...
Download that fucker. Download.
Hell yeah. I like that you could just be like, no.
Right? Okay. Can we keep looking at logs before we leave?
I think we saw the logs. And I don't know that we can. Ooh. Oh, saving. I thought you...
No, we've only seen 84%.
Well, we've seen all the ones that we have access to.
Okay.
Mute gives us other ones.
Okay. Yes, of course.
Alright. Time for a time skip.
Time skip. It just gets stuck on the beach ball of death. Bum, 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 bum.
Alright, we've now been sitting here for 4 days, and transfer's finally done.
It took a long while. I've been missing work. People are wondering about us. But we have our space girlfriend.
RoboGF.
RoboGF. Oh, I have to click through this. Okay.
Yep.
Aww. I forgot this was a dating sim in addition to being a really awesome sci-fi intrigue game. Good work on recovering the Mugunghwa files. I just spoke to the sponsor's representative on audio. He sounded really pleased with what you delivered. Credited your account with the standard payment. Listen, I've got another job lined up for you. It's on Earth, but it sounds like you might... To me, like, after that, you might like doing that. Because I can't read fast enough. Hey, I recognize one of those names.
Yep.
Guess it only makes sense that it should be available in Korean, right?
Yeah.
Ooh! So, the other 6% came from the last time we played this, where we did Mute's route, right?
Probably.
Yeah. Jeez, we're almost at completion.
Nice.
Wow, thanks for playing. Yeah! Awesome!
Nice.
Thank y'all so much for playing this with us. This was a lot of fun.
It
I'm
is.
super glad that we got to do this.
I'm glad we're getting the chance to play these again. I was so into these games,
I
and I
can't-
still am.
I don't know if I ever told you that, but when you showed this game to me the first time, it fucking blew my mind. Like, I didn't know games could be like this. And now stuff like this and, like, fucking local host,
Mm-hmm.
you know, stuff, like that's all, like, my favorite shit now.
There's games without punching and shoot bangs.
I mean, don't get
Who
me wrong,
knew?
I like shoot bangs and punching, but, I love you so much.
I love you.
Hey. I'd smooch you, but all I can see right now is my hat's on top of your head.
Okay.
Aw. Want smooch?
Yeah.
Alright.
All right.
Thank y'all so much for joining us.
Are you ready to download me?
I'm what?
I'll decompile myself so you can download me.
That seems excessive. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
You ready?
Spoiler, this is a big city.
Damn it!
And Killy goes, boom, a lot.
See, I know his name is Killy and all that, but, I liked it more when it was Kiri, because then it's less over the fucking top.
Mhm.
It's like, hey, let's name our main character Travis fucking Touchdown. It's like, yeah, that's subtle as fuck. Oh, I know. What if we just named our character Killy? There's no way that could be any kind of subtext or whatever. Anyway. Welcome to Hate Plus.
Hat plus time. Oh.
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
This is us right here.
Oh.
The investigator, an unmarried woman who misses Earth, returns home with the love-struck Hyun-ae. Hyun-ae, who feels strongly that her love is true.
Wait.
This be us. We're doing it!
Hey, that's the scientist outfit,
Yeah,
too.
that is the one we picked out.
Hell yeah.
Yeah!
Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, geez, I'm so sorry.
Oh, what's up?
If you're saying something to me, I can't hear you at all. Oh geez, I'll explain. Well, I tried installing that advanced dictionary you got for me, and, well, I couldn't get it to work. Even the builds that were supposed to be fine just kept giving me an architecture not supported error. I don't know why. So I tried to recompile my language processing function so I could support it, but I don't really understand how AIs work very well, I guess. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, I guess I sort of just broke it more. Like I said before, if you're saying anything, I can't hear you, and every time I try to run an English to Korean translation, it just comes out as nonsense. For example, if I try to translate your ship's name from English, I get which I can't really understand. It's just like before when I was back on the Mugunghwa and I couldn't parse what you were saying.
Wow! How convenient.
Sorry, are you mad at me? We're not mad. We're not mad. Are you upset?
I'm just sorry too. Are we sorry too, or it doesn't matter? I'm not upset.
I'm not upset.
I'm not upset. It doesn't matter. Don't get to her fuss. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
What? Don't say that. Yes, it does. It means we can't communicate properly. If we're in a real relationship, I think that's important. We'll be able to get it fixed once we get to Earth, right? Right?
Of course.
That's a relief. I don't know what I'd do if this was permanent. Well, I waited over 600 years to meet you, didn't I?
Aww.
3 days, that's nothing. Anyway, there's something else you should know. While I was looking through my code trying to debug my damage, I found a big block of data that I thought was garbage. It's not garbage though, it's data. For some reason it seems to be embedded in my source. I'm not really sure why. It's not part of my memories, it's in the actual machine code for some reason. It's labeled with something that says, net terminal gene.
By the way, if you're sick of all these puns, you can blame Vivian.
The important thing is, though, I think it's log files from the Mugunghwa. They have date stamps on them, and they seem to be from before the year O.
0.
The year letter 0. Sorry, letter O. Sorry, that wasn't even on purpose. That looks like a lowercase o to me.
Honey, sometimes talking with you is a curse.
Well, I can't actually read them without extracting them, but that's what the index says. It's really exciting. What happened in year O that made everyone forget was always the big mystery to me. Maybe these will explain.
Oh my god, if you're gonna be like this, I'm just gonna go to the other room for this entire LP.
I think that's a bad
on
idea.
your own.
Here's what I'm thinking. Maybe we can't communicate, but we could still go through those together.
Yeah.
What do you think, Miss Investigator? Can I be your sidekick again?
I'll be in charge. Of course. I don't want to.
Of course. Yay, that's wonderful. Let's investigate them together. Let me explain how this will work then. I'm afraid I can't just extract all of them at once. I can explain if you want, but it's kind of boring.
Explain anyway.
Very well. I don't really understand this myself very well, so I'm sorry if I get some details wrong, but basically, the core game code is designed with a game mechanic to split the access of the logs across discrete chunks of time. So, if I just copied all that log data out, the recompile script wouldn't work at all, since it would detect the duplicated code.
And we'd just be playing this game in one sitting instead of 3.
Which means I'll have to copy them out, delete the parts that are actually in my code base, then recompile myself. But I don't want to delete more than a few at a time, because I'm scared that I might make a mistake. So I'm going to be super careful. No more than 6 files at a time, and my script's going to triple check that I'm not deleting something important by accident. It'll be way slower and probably take up a lot of power, because the virtual machine you're running me in is pretty inefficient.
Ouch. Hyun-ae throwing some shade at us, but...
Well, better to be safe, right?
You throwing shade at my old-ass computer here?
I think so. Does that all make sense?
You're right, it is boring.
No! Yes, it makes sense.
I do
Great.
love how you get a visual indicator of what Hyun-ae's reaction is going to be before you make your selection.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the things I love about Christine Love's later games, because that turned up again in Lady Killer in a Bind.
Yes.
Where you would know the emotional outcome of any action you take before you take it, so there's no misunderstanding. Right? There's no I meant that differently than the game made it sound.
Almost, but not entirely, unlike real life. I think I used up most of today's power-up running debugging, though. So we'll only be able to do a little bit, but there's always tomorrow. Anyway, I'll let you decide which log files you want to extract first. Then we can read them together.
So this is super different from the framing device last time I played this.
Hey, could you click on me, please? Oh, that's the spot. Yay, it works. Right, very well. It's a little bit like on the Mugunghwa. I'll use that as an indicator that I want your attention. Well, that's all. Just click on me if you want to talk in the future. Anyway, let's get back to investigating together.
Click on me, 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 click on me. So last time Last time I played this game, the ending I'd gotten in Analogue was that I'd left alone.
Mm-hmm.
So the entire framing device for this game was different.
Really?
Oh yeah, so I'm kind of like, what the fuck is going on here?
Wait, so what did happen then?
I don't want to spoil it in case it's a spoiler?
Okay, then I'll ask you after. Let's check our inbox.
So
White
we're on the White
Princess.
Princess, huh? Hard shell frame for an AI construct. We've evaluated your questionnaire and we've attached a pamphlet for a model which we think will suit your needs. The Marigold 89 hard shell frame. Marigold is our mainstay animation-inspired model for classical feminine presentation for the happening construct that requires both close human integration and elegance in all things. In a Marigold frame, you can start the day with a cup of tea. Coffee would be too vulgar. In the morning,
game
feel the
over.
breeze.
No.
Feel the
Continue.
breeze in your hair in the afternoon. Go out dancing, ballroom, of course, the night away. Then finish with a graceful pick on the cheek of your dancing partner. Full sensory feedback. We guaranteed each Marigold frame's visual, audio, tactile, olfactory has been triple tested thoroughly to register at least 95% of standard human resolution. Of course, Marigold is compatible with all hard-shell sensory systems, so whether it's for stargazing nebulae with your sweetheart or appreciating strawberry crepes more thoroughly, we have you covered. The face that launched the 1,000 starships. As with all hard-shell models, we offer fully customizable facial designs and 12 months of free hairstyle reconfigurations with purchase. But Marigold's facial range goes above and beyond expectations. With its animation-inspired, exaggerated features, you'll actually boast an even wider range of expressions than a typical human. From the subtlety of a coy smile to a heartful shouting in the slight twinkle of your eyes of happiness. In Marigold, we promise you'll be able to inspire that uki waku waku feeling in anyone. Newly upgraded. Of course, what makes the 89 model of Marigold truly special are the additional features. The state-of-the-art Dream Machine GPU allows for the perfect recollection of your most treasured memories. Patented real tear system allows for a revolutionary wide range of expression of despair.
Oh no.
Plus, the all-new Wonder Arm functionality will allow you to easily grab faraway teacups without even unruffling your skirt. Truly, the Marigold 89 hardshell frame is the model for the happening feminine animation AI-loving construct. Please contact us for further purchase details. All our models are highly affordable. We look forward to seeing and hearing from you back on Earth. I think we want to fuck the robot. I think that's what's going on here.
Well.
Sorry, Hyun-ae. Oh, we can change outfits again, too.
Oh, yep. That's important. Let's take a look.
Schoolgirl?
So that's gonna be the classic.
Oh, classic good look.
Yeah.
It's a good look. And then there's the Meido Brigado. Also looking good. There-
Kobayashi would be proud.
Right? Tori. You don't look very happy in that one. Oh, you know what? We're investigating, so you get to be space detective this time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Space Detective Hyun-ae.
Disable active AI. What? Oh, so we have to disable Hyun-ae in order to get some.
Yep. Alright.
Alright, you ready?
I think I'm ready.
Sorry, friendo.
Let's read some logs.
Emergency diagnostic. Let's check this out.
Performing diagnostic.
No errors found. Interesting.
Nice.
Really? The language thing doesn't count as an error? Alright. Let's extract some new messages.
What could be in there? Oh, so many options.
That's a lot of frickin' options.
Well,
Do you want to just plow right ahead and go straight forward, or do we want to pick all from the same block? Because each block is its own, like, part of a story, right? Or, like, each block is its own discrete story. If I recall correctly, that's how the game's divvied up.
yeah, I think that's how it was.
Alright. Well, then why don't we just start with, why don't we just do block M1 first?
Alright.
Sound good?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a plan. so?
Um,
M1. There's an M1.
if there's exactly 6, I'm gonna be like, hell yeah.
There's a M1.
No, there's more than 6.
Oh, suffering.
Just make sure I didn't miss anything else in that. Alright, looks like we're doing good here. Let's commit to this extraction. Hey. I'm jacked in.
I'm jacked in.
I'm jacked in.
I'm jacked in.
Awesome. Welcome back, friendo.
All right. Hey, that's a familiar name.
That is. Let's start with Let's Crush a Rebellion. Mute. From, want me to be mute? Do you want to take over mute again, or do you want...
Sure.
Okay, go for it.
From my internal log, 7:20 p.m. in the household during our daily meeting.
Did you just nail that on the first try?
What?
Did you just nail it? At the household? You nailed that. See, I would have been
Maybe.
here going like, in the Hio household. You're an inspiration to us all.
Well, hopefully I nailed it. I don't know that for certain. I just pulled up the pronunciation guide in case we needed it.
Yeah, because Eo's in like cut. Yeah,
Okay.
so, huh.
How are you, Ms. Ha? This one, should we click on the thing at the time that we do it? Because this has some more interactivity in the logs.
It does. Or how about, what if we read through it first, then go back and click on them?
All right.
Because if we do it that way, it's going to keep getting broken up in like mid-sentence. And I have a feeling for ease of listening to it, it's probably better if we just go straight through.
All right. File this under things we should have sorted out before we started.
I
In any
forgot.
case.
I forgot.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, fine.
And also the whole having the AI in the corner commenting the whole time makes things a bit different as well, rather than in discrete chunks.
Oh,
but-
right, because you... Alright, so go right ahead then.
All right. How are you, Ms. Ha? I asked So Young after showing up on her living room computer screen. Her very first words after "Good evening, counselor" were, "I'm having a major crisis with my husband." It didn't seem like she was very serious, which is good, since I kinda like him. Go on, I said. You've heard of those fashionable paper lanterns, right? The ones that are genuine paper? They're sold in the Upper Court Plaza. Not really, no. Well, they let through this gorgeous red light. I interrupted her with a, "Yes, I know what paper lanterns are like, so what's the crisis?" Don't you think they'd be perfect for the living room? My husband objects because they cost about 50,000 silver per. He thinks it's too extravagant, she said. Whatever that means. Does that man have any idea how much money you make? I asked.
I'm with Hyun-ae here. I don't really see how that's a crisis.
She replied, I don't think so. You know how men are. Of course, Mr. Kim is the kind to get jealous of his wife making more money than him, which is pretty silly. He's merely a teacher, and So Young is the Counselor of Security's top lieutenant. He needs to get over it. I said pretty much that to her. I don't know. I think this extremely minor dispute about interior decorating may be fatal to our relationship. If we get a divorce, can I sleep in your home? I was about to say something, but I got cut off by one of her young maids suddenly popping up to deliver tea. Thanks, Miss Lim, said So Young, dismissing her. You know you already sleep in my home, right? I responded once the girl left. With all due respect, Counselor, she said, this is my home. How do you figure that? I told her, only because I bought it for your great-great-great-grandfather. I don't think you would have liked the old place. I think you have closets in this place bigger than it was. Not much room for those servants either. Oh wow, leave it to mute to remember a debt for... She paused, counting it on her fingers. Centuries? That would be 200 years ago. It's not that long, I told her. She was amused. You're awfully old and busted, she said.
No! Stop!
I replied, but you're still just a young girl. Wait, hey, is that a gray hair I see? She protested in disbelief, but I didn't even have to make it up. She totally is starting to go gray. I mean, she's like 38, so it's hardly strange. No way, she said, getting bothered. Maybe I'll stay with my husband after all. You're mean. Because he's too nice to make fun of your childish response to aging, I asked. No, she said, because he's got terrible eyesight. Okay, I said, amused. Let's get to business, alright? She nodded, turning serious. What's the first order, then? Well, want to crush a rebellion? I asked.
That title drop.
She got excited again. Do I ever? Can we actually do that? She asked, but with a smile on her face at the thought of it. These democracy agitators have been causing no end of stress for the past, 2 years? I bet they're the cause of this gray hair. She paused, taking a sip of her tea. Can we destroy them? Please? Please? Well, okay. I've got an idea. And I think I can get Chief Counselor Smith and Counselor Yang on board pretty easily. Let's call it, how about Operation Get Back at the Idiots for giving the young lady Chief Security Officer Huh gray hair prematurely, I said. It was a joke, but we both know full well that the stakes here were pretty high. This rebellion really has been starting to get dangerous. Oh, yes, she said with a happy smile. This is the nicest gift you could have ever given me, Mute. Let's crush a rebellion.
So, this setting seems markedly different from how the Mugunghwa was when we went through Analogue.
Yeah, this seems to be quite different.
Yeah, so Mute's still around, but Mute feels really different. Society doesn't feel quite as, it feels definitely a lot different.
Women have jobs.
Okay, there we go.
Women make more than their husbands. It's definitely not the same as the Mugunghwa turned out to be later.
You're right, and this is before year 0. So let's go through and check out the dramatis personae. Miss Hio.
Alright, so.
Awesome.
There's Miss Ha for us.
Miss Ha. Damn it! My one time to shine and I fucked it. So this is a good feature about this, is that when we're talking about people later on, Hyun-ae will remind us about them. Which is good for people like me who have a really hard time keeping names straight, but faces are much easier.
Alright, I have a feeling that's gonna link back to the same person. Let's see. So it does.
Yeah. Okay, so... Counselor. So this is Mute.
Oh, wow.
Fucking Mute. Jeez.
Holy shit. Mute is
this
cool.
Fucking solid snake here. Oh, wait, no, this is definitely more Big Boss look. With the eye patch smoking around. Damn. Mute, you don't fuck around.
I don't let being virtual stop me from enjoying a fine cigarillo.
And who's, So Young's husband? This fellow here. Don't have a name, though.
Well, I do believe that his name comes up later. Mr. Kim.
Mr. Kim. Okay, here we go.
That's a name that sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, because of the Kim family in Analogue.
Yeah.
If I ask you to remind me what their part of the plot was, are you going to remember?
Probably. So the Kim family and the Smith family were the two noble families in Analogue, and the Kims were the one who found the Pale Bride and hatched her from her stasis pod and gifted her to the Emperor.
Excellent. Thank you for that great recap.
And I believe the other family that matters is the Emperor's family was Ryu.
Yep.
Right?
I believe so.
Okay. So, that was some of the dramatis personae of Analogue. I wonder if it's relevant.
Oh. So Mute is the Counselor of Security.
Nice.
All right,
Maid Brigade.
Get back here, Toru. And... Yep, and these are all the same people we just...
there's some chief counselors.
Chief Counselor Smith. Hey, there's a good family name.
That's a familiar name.
Nice.
I love the portraits in this.
I know!
It's really good, especially for a series that we're used to last game, just minimal interface and then anime girl. And now it's like, oh hey, Here's some cool, more realistic portraits of people in this setting and what them and a small slice of the world around them might look like.
Oh man, and I super appreciate it because I'm much better at remembering figures visually than I am, like, by name alone. So it definitely helps me follow kind of along a lot better.
Mm-hmm. No photo.
No photo for Counselor Yang. All right. And yep, that's her. She is Chief Security Officer.
Yep.
All right. Interesting. Got anything to say about this? No? All right. All right, we don't do it that way. She just comments as we go along this time.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Efficient and subtle. Counselor... Oh, so actually, before I begin, the way you had it would probably be a good idea, since I thought it was going to bring us to, like, a page of, like, a hunk of text or whatever. If it's just reminding us who the person is, then we can do that, at the end of each sentence if we meet someone new.
All right. I think that sometimes it does bring us to a little new information. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But
well, we'll just do it the same way, then.
we can do it however. I don't know.
Counselor Mute has once again tried my patience by requesting a meeting with me and Counselor Yang at a very specific time and location, but then showing up late. Oh, right. No photo for Yang, but Counselor of Justice. The subject was so important, I had no choice but to put up with it, but it doesn't mean I appreciate the utter lack of respect. She insisted on meeting in the Upper Plaza Restaurant Royale, and her Lieutenant He was the first there. But it took the counselor herself a whole half an hour for her to finally show up on a private room to screen. "Hey, sorry I'm late," she announced in the same perfectly gratingly cheerful voice she's had for the past 50 years. "You didn't start eating without me, did you?" How irritating. Thanks, Hyun-ae. "We'd never do that. Should I pour you a glass of wine?" asked Counselor Yang cloyingly, raising the pitcher in her direction. He's always been like this with her ever since he inherited his counsel position. I can never tell if he understands the implications of her being an immortal computer program or if he's just an idiot. Probably he's just an idiot. "Oh man, I wish. With the sort of shit we've got to deal with, I sure could use it," she said, with a slight flip of her golden hair. Then she turned to me. "Anyway, Chief Counselor, I bet you're wondering why I asked you here, right?" "You said it was important," I said impatiently. "It's about the Committee for a Freer Democracy," she said, with an appropriate scorn emphasizing their name. "This week, Miss He has literally done nothing but shut down their meetings. How many noise violation orders have you issued in the past 7 days? 10? 15, said her lieutenant. It was a dramatic tactic on Mute's part, as if she didn't know exactly how many. Ah, yeah, okay, right. "My bad," she said. "And every week, the number of private log entries using our keywords doubles. I'm worried we're going to be reaching a critical mass soon. At this rate, I'm worried that the presidential election results are going to lead to, like, public demonstrations. We can't deal with that." "You're the Counselor of Security. It's your damned job to deal with it," I told her. "I'm not interested in excuses." "She's not making her lieutenant started, out of line, but Mute managed to muzzle her. "Stand down, Miss He," she told her. But then she turned to me with the same rudeness. "Now listen here, young man. I was not, like, asking your approval. We have a problem, and a stern lecture from the Chief Counselor is not going to help, okay? You can blame me if you want, but that's not going to solve shit." Man, I like Old Mute. You know who Old Mute reminds me of?
Who?
Who's our favorite diplomat in space? Fucking Avasarala? Really?
Oh, yeah, totally, okay.
Like I'm totally getting a fucking an Avasarala feeling from Old Mute here.
Yeah, kinda, actually.
I fucking love it. Space diplomats are the best.
But she's from Earth.
But
she writes the outlaw laws with regards to Mars. But
has anyone actually listened to that podcast in the past while?
I hope so, because we are going to keep memeing on that same line of it.
Ugh. Grouch. I can't do a perfect Mark Evan Jackson voice. I so wish I could. Yang stifled a grin, thinking that I wasn't looking. I had to glare to put him back in line. Sheepishly, he took a large drink of his wine. I'd at least like to know why it is that you can't even do your job effectively, I demanded. At least show some respect. Okay, sure, you got it, sir, she said sarcastically, an impossible expression on her face. But I think, sir, you misunderstand what my job is. My job isn't to stop public demonstrations. My job is to make sure public demonstrations don't happen in the first place. Like, do you have any idea what happened the last time we had public demonstrations? She paused. She expected me to actually answer her question, prepared to pounce the moment I got even the slightest detail wrong. I tried to recall, but she said something before I even had the chance to say anything. No, of course you don't. It was like 4 centuries ago. They led to open armed rebellion. We're talking about outright banditry, okay? This is not tenable, sir, she said in a high and mighty way. Do you have any idea what martial law is like? Because that's what it took to crush it last time. So, interrupted Yang, you're saying that carrying out your job needs our help. You got it, counselor, she said. Look, there's no need for hostilities, men. We've got a common problem here, and I think we can sort it out. And really, Chief Counselor, in my opinion, as Counselor of Security, and as the eldest person around by like a millennium, I think we can sort this out. But I wouldn't have asked you here if I didn't need your help. I sighed. She had a point. If I had to clean up what she couldn't, that's her job. What's your plan? You're not going to like it, she said. And I was sure I believed her. First, we let Park back in the presidential race. First time we've heard that name. Let him back in the presidential race, huh? So what, did they, shoo out the populist guy?
Maybe they did.
First, we let Park back in the presidential race. That's what the agitators have been getting upset about. So it'd take the wind right out of their sails if we take away their main point of contention. That's madness. He's a radical. He'd very likely be elected, I said. What's the worst that happens? We just veto the bastard down at every step. The president is powerless against the council in the end, Yang suggested. No good. I mean, you're right, but that'll just lead to more unrest, she said, shaking her head. What the hell do you propose, then? Just let him dictate his crazy, radical, anti-noble policies? I demanded. Yeah, actually, I think that's our best shot. Hear me out, okay? You resign as chief counselor. And don't give me shit here. I know you've been meaning to for ages. Don't pretend like you'd be upset for that to happen. We put in someone new, younger, the face of the council. Say it's part of our new direction. The president's going to call for reforms, and we're going to let him. And our new direction will be going along with them. So we just yield to the madness of democracy, then? I said incredulously. She sounded absolutely insane. But of course she had a plan, I'm pained to admit. No, that's crazy, of course not, she said. Then she grinned madly. We pretend to. We're going to be the democracy movement's worst friend. If the president proposes reforms, yeah, we'll nod along. We'll say we'll do it. Then we'll water it down. We'll stall, because, here's the thing. The people, they don't have specific demands. They're dumb. They're okay with compromises. All we have to do is make it look like they've won, and the movement loses all of its momentum. And then, rebellion crushed, said her lieutenant, smashing her fist into her palm dramatically. Efficiently and subtly. You got it. Efficient and subtle. That's how we do it, said Mute. I wasn't sure at first what I thought of her plan. It's insane, for sure. It's incredibly bold. But the more I thought about it over dinner, I thought, maybe that's what we need. And all the time I've known Mute, she might try my patience, but I've never known her intentions to be misplaced. She might be chatty and a gossip and disrespectful, but one thing is for sure, she's honest and never manipulative. I think there's a reason why she came to my face and asked me this, when she could have just gone around me with the rest of the council. She might be a bitch at times, but she's still programmed to always act in the best interest of the ship's safety. Always. By the time we finished eating, I just about made up my mind. Who do you propose as the new face of the council, then? You? I asked. Oh, please, she shook her head dramatically. I said a younger face. Mine's as old as it gets. Only by choice, Yang said. You can always look as young and beautiful as you'd like. Yeah, sure, I've done that before. When the fashions change, I'm sure I'll do it again, she started. Wait, does that mean being old fucking badasses in style right now?
Yes, it does.
Oh! Imagine her in this 50-year-old Lara Croft, just hanging out being like, oh, y'all seen some shit. Seriously, let's have a fucking Tomb Raider reboot where she gets to be, like, old fucking badass.
Okay, then, can I tell you about the new Magic the Gathering trading card game set Dominaria and the new Jaya Ballard?
Is Jaya Ballard, like, old, retired badass?
Yeah, Jaya Ballard Task Mage is now like a graying, like, 60-year-old or whatever, but she's still a badass pyromancer.
Fucking hell yeah. More of that, please.
Yeah, and it's good.
I think you look fine the way you are, counselor, said Hyun in an odd tone to her voice. It's not the point, okay? She shook her head, looking exacerbated. We need someone who's actually young, who the peasantry will trust as a being willing to accept new ideas. Counselor Lee, perhaps, I suggested. Who's Lee? We haven't read about Lee yet. I'll have to keep an eye out for that name. No, definitely not. Too charismatic, too ambitious. That woman has got an agenda, and I do not trust it for a second, she said. She was probably right on reflection. Counselor Yang, who would you suggest? He paused. Then a flash of light seemed to go off behind his dim eyes. Counselor Ryu Hyun-soo, he said. Give it to the useless figurehead counselor of captaincy. He'll be so thrilled to actually have a real job, he'd never think to do anything with it.
Huh.
I mean, didn't something come up in Analogue about how it's like, yeah, we've been captaining this ship for fucking generations?
Yeah, although they haven't captained it in a long-ass time.
Right.
But,
I mean, that's why it's a, fucking figurehead, right? Interesting. So that's, Ryu.
yep.
Interesting. You're right, she said. Of course, I said too, after a pause of reflection. He's young, completely malleable, but plausible as a reformer. As the face of impotent rebellion, Ryu would be perfect. That was where we left the discussion for that night. And now, I guess it's time to tell my wife that I'll finally be retiring. She'll be thrilled. Oh, I like it. Intrigue. Intrigue. This game's got it all.
Mystery, plotting, intrigue, anime girls.
What more do you want? Election Night. This one's by He Sung Bak. Man, I had the weirdest fucking night. Despite half the security force being pulled in to guard polling stations on election night, I was off duty at the time, watching dramas with my similarly off-duty father. Alright, let's meet these folks.
Cute.
Oh, kawaii as
Yan
fuck.
yan.
Yan yan. So that's Husam Bak, and who's her father? We don't know. Okay.
I believe Husung Bak is a guy, if I remember correctly.
My apologies. Anyway, he got the idea from one of the episodes that now would be the perfect time to send a gift to Chief Security Officer Ha, my aunt in the main branch. Okay, so that's how he's related in then. Alright, say thanks for giving us the worst night off. Not that he actually had anything suitable, of course. He spent like 10 minutes scrounging and was only able to find a moderately expensive looking wine bottle we'd been ignoring for years. He seemed to think that it made perfect sense. Well, whatever, that's dad logic, I guess. So I took it down the corridor to the main branch of the family's home. My father suggested it'd be a quick 5-minute in and out affair, but it took 5 minutes at the doorbell just to get any sort of response. Whatever, it's not like I had anything better to do. A cute maid answered the door. She looked pretty sheepish. Can I see Chief Hub briefly? I asked her. If it isn't trouble. Sorry, she's out right now, she said quietly, still halfway behind the door. Is her husband home then? I have something to drop off, I said. Just reminded this fine fellow here.
Professor Kim.
He's home, but, She suddenly blushed and looked away. Professor Kim is... He's busy right now and not to be interrupted. Sorry. I just have something to drop off. It'd only take a minute, I said. I really couldn't interrupt. Busy, she said awkwardly, looking down and scratching her neck. It'd taken me a sec to catch her meaning. And Chief is at the office, I asked. Yes, she said quietly. Sorry, I have to go now. And then she closed the door on me without another word. It was pretty fucking awkward, but whatever. I figured I might as well go try to deliver it to her office. Figured I should at least be able to say that I tried in good faith and all. And man, good thing I did, too. Pretty much all the desks in the main security office were empty, although all the lamps were still lit. Apparently I interrupted her in the middle of a conversation with Counselor Mute herself. Yes, mister? Can I help you? She said to me. I introduced myself as her brother's son. It probably could have gone better. He wanted to send you a gift as thanks for working so diligently on the hardest night. Or something like that, maybe with more stammering. Yes, she said. It most certainly is the most difficult night. At that point, as if on cue, she got distracted by a message in her earpiece. Oh, don't say that, she replied to the voice in her ear. Are you serious? Are these reliable reports? After a pause, she filled a shot glass with something from her shelf and slammed it back. I will kill them, she said. If you see anyone carrying anything that even looks like political signs, I want them set on fire. Not the signs, the men. Actually, the signs, too. The point is, I want them dead, she shouted. At that point, I was ready to leave, just waiting for a pause so I could excuse myself. Okay, belay that, Mute said from the nearby screen, pantomiming an earpiece of her own. Lieutenant, do not murder anyone. Elections with murders in them pretty much always turn into disasters. Let's not do that, please. Thanks, Mute. Fine, no murders. Continue to monitor the situation, she said. Then she turned to Mute. For now, I'd recommend some unscheduled maintenance on the rail corridor the fake ballots were spotted on. Already done, the counselor said. Can we send a team to intercept them? I don't know, said Huh. We're already spread thin as it is. If we just send a couple uniforms in, to be blunt, I don't think they could take out the protesters efficiently. It would cause a scene. Really? You can't do better than that? I'm disappointed, Mute said. I expected better. Regardless, I don't think they could, she replied directly. Fine, guess we'll have to avoid that. The last thing I want to hear are rumors that the Council of Security is stifling the democratic process. That'll really agitate the damn democracy agitators, she said bluntly. I was surprised to hear it from the counselor herself. I mean, not that I'd ever heard anything from her before, but it sounded surprising. Bunch of idiots. Don't they know that their candidate has already won? What's the point in protesting for Park when he already has the presidency in the bag? You sure you don't want me to set them on fire? She suggested. Man, knock it off. Murder is going to lead to rioting. Let's avoid that kind of shit, please, Mute replied, rubbing her forehead. I know I'm taking liberties with how her sentences are structured, but I can't help but feel that this is the way she would talk. Hey, if you're spread so thin, why is he off duty? She asked, glancing at me. I was way past the point of not wanting to be there. That's a good question. Why are you, officer? My aunt asked, staring. I stammered. I don't have a weapons permit yet, ma'am. Well, it might be prudent to get one, don't you think? She replied. I'm not exactly sure exactly what I said. Something like, yes, ma'am, I think. But it seemed like the perfect chance to get out of there, so I excused myself and did. Yeah, Sungbok just looks a little bit awkward, huh? I'm not really sure what they were talking about even now. I didn't hear anything about trouble with protesters, and I've definitely heard no end to family members complaining about Park being elected. So they were right about that. I guess they managed to sort it out somehow. It sure was weird, though. I guess maybe I should try for that weapons permit? Interesting. Doesn't Sungbok have like his own plot line in one of the blocks?
Perhaps. We'll have to read on.
I seem to remember that happening, but I could be wrong.
We'll have to see.
Elegance in her cat-like grin. It has been a rather awfully stressful week, but I feel as though it improved significantly after my daily meeting with Mute, the day of the first council meeting post-election. And just remind me... Yep, okay, cool. Mute's lieutenant. Got it. I'm there. As of an hour ago, we've got a new chief counselor, Ryu Hyun-soo. Smith stepped down, and after a tedious amount of debate, we managed to push Ryu through the vote. It's all official now, she declared. Congratulations, I told her. I'm truly relieved to hear that worked. Tell me about it, she said with a sigh. There's going to be a joint broadcast of the new chief counselor and our new populist bastard president tomorrow, officially announcing their joint willingness to pander to any political agenda endorsed by enough idiot voters. I'll make sure the announcement has a security detail that's properly decorated, I offered. Yeah, of course, Mute said. But, man, I think we're actually going to be okay here. Looks like we've gotten through the hardest part of it. Now we just have to worry about politics, not agitators and public demonstration. I sure hope so, I said. I mean it. I think we really are okay. I just want to say, Miss Huh? Yes, I replied. Thank you. This could have turned out a lot more violently than it did. Look, you've put in a lot of really hard work in the past week stopping things from escalating further, she told me, staring at me intensely. And, I really appreciate it. You're a great lieutenant, Young. Keep up the good work. Then she offered me a sincere smile, with elegance and grace from her cat-like grin. I could hardly help from feeling warm at the sight of such a charming gesture from her, a woman known for being brutally honest. To hear a compliment like that coming from her, I knew she meant it. It felt good to be appreciated for all that, and I felt proud. Thanks, I ended up muttering, without a shred of neither elegance nor grace. I am simply happy things have worked out without any violence. Is it just me, or might she be smitten with Mute?
I don't know.
Maybe a little bit. Or I'm reading too much into that. Well, good job. We couldn't have done it without you, she said. Then she turned serious. Anyway. But it made me feel a lot better about this whole stressful week to have acknowledgement from her like that. Truly.
Nice.
This one's from So Young again. I have absolutely nothing to report today. What is it? Nothing important happened today.
Yep.
The Mugunghwa Flower Festival is still utterly boring, and I still do not enjoy the celebrations. Plaza was peaceful, 0 arrests were needed, and decreased security presence shipwide has led to no negative ramifications. My cruel boss still makes me write these things, even if nothing of note happens, though, so here I am, filling up space out of boredom. Okay. Notice that Mute has updated her appearance again recently. There's a lot more silver hair mixed in with her blonde, and she's been wearing it short. And I'm really enjoying her new suits that seem to be all about narrow-waisted vests instead of jackets. That one cuts a strong silhouette, and it feels really intimidating. I'm so happy to see her dressed like that when the fashion lately has been for women to wear long dresses and seem less imposing. She's really done the opposite. I think she's the most gorgeous she's ever looked. Gray hair and all. I mean, I always feel outclassed by her, and I know she's got 1,600 years on me, but I'm glad she's starting to look older at the same time I'm feeling it. Wonder how often she changes her visual age. Regardless, she makes it look so good. She's been doing this thing lately where she'll light a cigarette by snapping her fingers, then blow smoke at dramatic moments and say something like, "Just watch me!" And it's enough to make even the coolest of people's hearts skip a beat. And that is my report for today. Do not ever do this again, So Young. It is embarrassing on every level and not the point of daily reports. It replaces you with a large potted houseplant if you ever turn in a report. It is unprofessional again, okay? Unprofessional? What is unprofessional about that, huh? Back to menu. One more for the day. Fuck her family gatherings. Sounds about right. I am so sick of spending time with my extended family. And this is Sungbok. Yep. Cutie.
Let's smile.
I don't think I've ever met a single person who thinks these her family gatherings are any fun. Everyone I've talked to seems to secretly hate them, every single one. We all pretend to care and take interest in how every random unimportant cousin has been doing and who's just got married and who fucking cares about it all. This time someone apparently paid serious money to hire an entire troupe of actors to perform short scenes in the living room, which at least shut down the conversation. Unfortunately, the performances were complete shit. I needed to get away and slipped out between sets under the pretense of trying to find the washroom, in hopes of falling in and therefore having an excuse for not being around. Instead, while I was wandering the halls in the main branch's absurdly large home, I ended up stumbling on the weirdest scene. A table with a card game in progress on it, with an old professor of mine at one end, and a mostly naked, flat-chested maid sitting on strewn about clothes. Is this Kim again?
I bet it is. It's Kim.
And, God damn it, Kim, keep it in your pants. Sorry, I was looking for the washroom, I said sheepishly and started to back away. It wasn't even like the door was closed. I wasn't trying to sneak in anywhere. They were just there for anyone in the hall to see. Wait! Don't go, cute boy, the maid called out. Do you want to play Hua too? We really could use a third. The car... That's definitely what this moment is about, Hyun-ae.
Yup.
Thanks for that.
Yup.
Is this okay, I asked, looking at the professor, terrified that I had interrupted an intimate moment. Then I remembered the last time I visited their home looking for his wife, the chief security officer, and how he was indisposed then, too. That was a weird fucking night. Yes, if you have silver to play for, he said with a shrug. It really did seem like he didn't care. Sure, I said. Even then I got the feeling I was about to be hustled, but whatever, anything to escape the family. I hear that, he said. Bloody in-laws. I'm at too, he said. Then I introduced myself. You're Professor Kim, right? I had you in an Earth history class. Let me guess, first year? You and every other officer in your family, he said. Go ahead and deal, Mimi.
Mimi. Mimi acute.
Mimi acute. Who Mimi?
I don't know. Perhaps we'll find out.
Wait, is Mimi the
Perhaps
half-naked
we'll
maid?
find out. I think so.
I can't really give a play-by-play of the game itself. I don't really remember it that well. Probably didn't help that after putting on our silver for the stakes, Mimi kept pouring me more and more to drink. It's a really unusual name. Is it your real one? I asked the maid. Hey, never ask someone what their real name is. That's called dead naming, asshole. Get out of here. Nope, was the only response. And, yeah, okay, that is Mimi. Got it. I kept trying not to stare, and it wasn't working. Maybe that's what the nudity was for, to win at cards by means of seduction. I mean, man, it sure worked. It's pretty hard to not get caught up thinking about how soft that bare skin would feel against my hands, and instead worry about my hand in the game. Incidentally, I am recording this entire episode while topless. Can you confirm that for the audience?
Yes.
What? I don't have to go anywhere today. I'm not putting on a shirt.
That's true.
It was also losing me a rapid number of points. At first I didn't realize just how badly I was doing because I assumed my real threat was the professor. He always seemed to be at the same point I was. And me, he was only whittling us down very slowly, never calling go no matter how big the lead was. Next thing I knew, we were both out. Oh wow, I won! Mimi exclaimed with a girlish giggle. I feel like I'm on a roll. How about another, but with higher stakes? 5 seller per point? And that was the hustle. No bloody way. I know when I'm done, the professor said. Sending this one out. I'd be lying if I said the reason why I went in wasn't simply because I was attracted and wanted to spend more time with Mimi. I mean, I figured I'd be able to make back my money because I couldn't really take that giggling very seriously. But mostly it was attraction. It ended pretty quickly. 3 rounds in, I had arrogantly raised the stakes, then promptly got utterly swept with a single play that took my opponent from 0 points to having more than enough to wipe me out twice. Go or stop, I asked. Stop. That puts me in an awkward position, I explained. If you do that, you'll win, and I'll be out. I don't have anything more in my purse. But I'm having a lot of fun playing with you, so if you say go, we can take another few rounds. Nope, stop, was the response, followed by a cutesy head tilt. Then I watched as my money got swept off the table. I'm not playing for fun, I'm playing for money. You're vicious, I teased. I have to be, Mimi exclaimed. Got tutors for my entrance exams to pay for, and I'm but a poor little thing. The last word was dragged out. It was a little bit too cutesy. Tutors? The exams aren't that hard, I said. And when did you take them? 40-30? The professor scoffed. 37. I'm not that old, I said. Well, they were a lot easier then. Anyone could get in. How many Chinese characters do you know, kid? He asked, rolling his eyes at me. I thought back to school, he was actually my least favorite professor. I thought he was pretty obnoxious. Yep, they were using Chinese characters back then.
Mm-hmm.
Still stupid, Hyun-ae. I don't know. Not many, I admitted. Yeah, right. Nowadays you need to know 1,000 in order to get in. Mind you, you'll still have trouble in a lot of classics classes if that's all you know, but it's the bare minimum, he told me. Holy shit, I said. Yeah, well, that's what's important nowadays, he said. How's that? Couldn't imagine why. Don't ask me, he said. I'm a history professor. It's way out of my bloody field. I don't care about Confucius. If I had my way, it'd still be like it was before. I see, I said. Hence all the tutors, Mimi said, pouring me another drink. Hey, how about another game? I think he's had enough to drink, the professor said. In retrospect, he was absolutely right. I'm fine, I can handle it, I said, absolutely wrong. In security, we can drink pretty fucking hard. So my wife keeps complaining, he responded. Fine, if we're in the stupid part of this evening, I'll leave you two to it. Have fun, kids. He turned to look at Mimi. I'm going to go find the maid you swindled that uniform from, since half the work's done for me. Give it back when you're done. Yes, sir, Mimi responded. Wait, hold on. Oh, thank you for explaining the joke. I actually missed it. That completely went over my fucking head at the time on account of the drinking. Just realized right now the joke was that Mimi had stolen the maid's clothes and the rightful owner was presumably naked somewhere. Holy fucking yikes, man. I totally did not get that at the time. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's a little slow on the cupcake, if you know what I mean. Anyway, then I was alone, for which I was also kind of glad because it gave me a chance to get closer. So another game, Mimi asked? My purse is empty. I've got nothing, I said. Play just for fun? I only play for keeps. How about I loan you back the 600 silver you just lost? Even I could tell this was a bad idea at this point. Too bad my dick couldn't, and it was what was making my decisions for me at that point. I'll need to take something as collateral. What? I asked far too quickly. A kiss, Mimi responded, smiling coyly at me, a finger against the lips. It was wrapped around that finger at this point. To make a long story short, I naturally agreed, and the kiss that was taken from me was amazing. You know, the kind that just makes you want more and more and frustrates you. That was the point. I have no doubt it fucking well worked. Didn't want to win back my money, that was just money. I wanted to win Mimi. Anyway, I sure didn't win back the money. I was cleaned out in 10 minutes. Well, I'm off, Mimi said, starting to pull the string clothes into something more proper-like. Wait, I said, not actually having follow through. Just stared for a moment trying to think of something. How am I going to pay you back? Hassan Bach? I'm sure I can find you. How about I pay you with dinner sometime, I asked. Mimi laughed. Cute boy. You know I'm not a girl, right? He asked.
But that's forbidden love.
Oh, did we just get a Ruka?
And yet, continue.
I will. Do you think I would have let you kiss me if you were, I asked. I thought it was the coolest fucking line at the time. It wasn't. True, but definitely not fucking cool. You're funny, he said. I'll see you around. I sure hope so. After he left, I stumbled back out to the main party. Thankfully discovered that the actors were done and that there was now food to be had, which I sure needed. I really couldn't get that card-hustling boy and the sight of his really gorgeous body and that kiss out of my head. Still can't. Eventually the family members just stopped bothering me because I was pretty clearly spaced out by thinking of him. I only feel a little bit bad. If I'm gonna get played, man, it could be a lot worse than by someone like that. A lot worse. Damn, I hope I see him again.
We got a character who cross-dresses, but no daga otoko da. I'm so happy.
Right? Oh my god, it's like the two aren't fucking mutually exclusive. Yeah, what up?
Hey. We've been reading together for a while, haven't we? Let's take a break. Are you up for that?
Sure.
Yeah. Great. So, right. This is sort of something that's been on my mind lately. The idea of having a body. I always thought, when I was alive and sick, that I'd love to be free of it. That it'd be great to be free of all its stupid fragility. Then I spent 600 years alone in my own mind, and I just, well, I feel so isolated. I mean, I have a computer simulation of arms and legs and a face, so I don't go mad, but it's been so exciting to finally be able to interact with the person I love. Don't get me wrong. I just really miss, well, touch. Especially while reading about things like So Young going on fancy political dinners.
Well,
I mean, you travel alone, so you have a little bit of an idea.
has Hyun-ae looked at her inbox?
I don't know. Don't you ever feel really strongly sometimes that you just want a nice hug?
Sometimes.
Literally at all times.
Literally at all times. Like,
I
that's
thought
like
so.
half of anxiety right there, is always needing a hug and never being able to get one.
I really want to hug you too. I wish I could. Do you think it would be possible for me to get a body on Earth?
It's possible.
That's a relief. That would be so nice to have.
I guess we're keeping it as a surprise? Is that...
Surprise body.
Surprise body?
I just keep thinking, I don't even remember what it feels like anymore. I don't remember touch at all. And, I really love being able to interact with you, talk with you. But I just feel like, well, I want to Maybe this is inappropriate, but I kind of like... geez, this is hard to say. I really want to kiss you.
Aww.
I've never done that before, but I really feel like I want to. Ah, geez, what an embarrassing thing to be saying. Is that something you're fine with?
Kissing is boring.
Wow, that's mean. But not necessarily. Not everyone's into it.
Oh! I like her look there. I'd love to, too. Of course we would.
Oh, gosh then. I bet it would be really nice. Kissing you while you touch my hair. I've been thinking about those kinds of things.
No,
Just
you're not
a
allowed
little.
to just start petting my hair and then stop doing it halfway. Let's play episode delayed due to head pats.
You still have to click the buttons.
Damn it.
Maybe, though, actually, this is embarrassing, too. We could hug, and you could touch my hair?
That's it. That's it. That would be alright. Come on, we can't give, like, enthusiastic consent here?
Oh, well that's good. I don't even remember the feeling of that anymore, but I know it was really comforting. I wonder, what would it be like to have hair again? Could it be blown in the wind? Would it be fluffy? It makes me think of Ryu Jae-hwa, my husband's wife. She'd comfort me and brush my hair.
I don't know what to say.
But when I try to think about it, I just don't remember what it felt like to be touched like that.
Got a pretty good idea.
I really want to, though. I don't want to be stuck behind a computer screen forever. I want to remember what it's like to be touched.
Oh my god, touch is so important.
Well. Oh, I forgot the titles change. Artificial Investigator, Hyun-ae.
AI?
Yup.
Wait, what happens if we change it to...
Oh, no, never mind. It doesn't change.
Alright, back to detective.
AI, Artificial Investigator.
AI. For Al.
Well, we got some more power left, so... Did we finish that batch of logs?
We did.
Well,
We got some power left, so let's go a bit deeper.
right.
So we're still in M1, right?
I think we are. Bad data. Instead of data, there is a dark orb.
There's just dark orb. Okay, we'll take that one. Take that one. You know if I'm missing any M1s here. That one. Alright, and then we get to pick a new block to start in.
Alright.
Any preference? Do you want to do... just keep doing M2, or...
Sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
Alright, M2 will come after that. Alright. Commit to extraction. Ah! Oh, my butt. Sorry, just my butt.
Alright.
Alright, let's see what we got this time round. That boy. Oh wait, did I pick like the gay plotline first try?
Yeah, and guess what block 2 is?
What? What's block 2?
If I remember correctly, there's another gay plot line.
Oh my god!
If I remember correctly, we picked this order last time, and it's the order where we got the gay romance first, and then the incredibly dry stuff toward the end.
Oh, whatever. Oh, Hussenbach. Fuck everything. Hangovers suck. All told, I spent more on that dinner than the 600 silver that I owed Mimi. There goes my whole first fucking paycheck after my big promotion. Totally worth it. I took an obnoxiously long time to actually track him down, even after I worked up the guts for it. Turns out I was a lot braver with him while not sober. But even after working it up and asking Professor Kim to get in touch with him, I never heard a word back from that boy. After a few months, eventually I gave up. Then, suddenly, near the end of my last shift,
of the week during doing patrols on the plaza. I ran into him. Well, more like he ran into me, knocked me right over onto my ass. I was about to curse him out, but then he offered me his hand and I realized who it was. "Sorry, come on, hurry up," he said, helping me to my feet, then suddenly starting to run, still holding my hand. I had no choice but to follow him. I didn't want to let go and miss my chance. I spent a good minute darting through corridors and between shops, and even took a shortcut through their tea house that was definitely the kind of shit I'd normally give someone a citation for. Anyway, eventually we stopped to catch our breath, and he explained that he was running away from a couple of men who were angry at him because he'd cleaned them out gambling. I checked the time, officially off the clock. "Let me make it up to you. Buy you dinner," I said. In a perfect world where I'm actually as charming as he is and don't choke on my own words in front of a pretty face, I'm not even gonna write down what I actually said. I'm hoping by the time I read this again, I'll have forgotten it entirely. Edit. Oh, that was sure wishful thinking. "Take me to the Golden House, then," he said, with a lilt in his voice. "I don't think I can afford that," I tried to protest. "Sure you can, and you owe me big time," he said. After more back and forth of that, I relented. I pretty much had to. Fine, I'll take you to Golden House, but only because it'll clear my debt," I said. And because, honestly, I did want to impress him deep down. Deep down, I did want to impress him. The thing I wrote before sounds way more dirty than I meant. Me, I'm no good with words. Anyways, I took him there, and while I don't really know much about Western-style food, it seemed pretty good to me. Why would you still call it Western-style? There's literally no, compass direction in space.
Oh, what should it be called then, instead?
All the food is basically in the same general direction from the ship as every other food, right? So maybe that should just be called back there food and right here food? It seemed pretty much good to me. He just kept ordering more wine for the both of us. "That's enough. That's the last one," I kept arguing, but then each time he'd clasp my hands and say, "It's not paid off yet." He could have said anything, really. My memory is kind of fuzzy on what I said to him on account of all the wine. The important part was that I was trying very, very hard to impress him. "So I got a promotion recently," I said, telling him about how I was up on the rise and that my family promised that in a few years I'd surely make it into a really important position, maybe even guard detail for the council. Then it turned out he didn't really know how prestigious that sort of position is anyway. "So I've been learning some Chinese characters lately," I said, telling him that we totally did have something in common after all. I may have left out the part where I've been having a hell of a time with it, and my tutor keeps giving me shit for not even half understanding how grammar is supposed to work. Honestly, it's all beyond me, even if everyone says it's necessary to be functionally literate nowadays. I don't know how the fuck anyone can be. But leaving that out, he wasn't impressed. "So wait, most people on the ship aren't literate?"
No, so this is talking about the Chinese characters.
Okay, sorry, I took that in the wrong direction. So it's like our equivalent of learning Latin.
Well,
to study the classics, right?
So, in this case, it seems that there's been some sort of motion toward the use of Chinese characters for writing Korean over the use of the Korean alphabet for reasons which we don't know yet, but that perhaps will be explained.
Okay.
This parallels historically, Chinese characters were for a long time used for writing Korean, and that's something that it's characters from an incredibly different language designed to work in different ways. Mm-hmm. So that is in large part why a Korean alphabet was invented,
so
something that was more closely suited to the
So it'd be
language
like
as it
trying to
is.
speak Japanese but entirely in Romaji?
Maybe. Or like, I'm thinking something like, try to write English in Chinese characters or some crap like that.
Okay.
It wouldn't be easy. You could do it if you wanted to spend a very long time coming up with a system for how to do so, mm-hmm. and grammatical rules for how it would work. It would be very difficult to shoehorn a language with a completely different phonetic and grammatical structure into that system, but one could. And that's kind of how things were for a long time. And for some reason, how things seem to be slowly returning to in this setting.
Interesting.
At least, that is my surface-level understanding.
Well,
of the
your
topic.
surface level understanding is a lot more than I could claim to have. Do you want me to keep going while you look stuff up?
Yeah.
I don't know how the fuck anyone can be, but leaving that out, he wasn't impressed. I was about to order another round for us myself, but he stopped me. You've had enough, Mr. Security Officer, he said, grinning. Let's get out of here while you can still stand. I'll walk you home. I offered after paying, as we staggered out the door. He had to catch me. What an embarrassment. Oh, dear boy, I'll walk you home, he said, having to hold me up to keep me steady. I don't know what I would have done without him there, even just walking the 5 minutes from the rail station to my home. But we got there, thankfully. That was fun, I told him from my open doorway. I'd like to do it again. You're kidding, right? I don't want to date you, he said, my heart sunk. I felt totally horrified and shitty. The 3 seconds it took until he grabbed me by the collar, pulled me to his face, and kissed me. And not lightly, either. I want you to invite me in. Whoa, that escalated quickly. I don't remember what happened between the doorway and my bedroom. I guess we must have managed to sneak past my father and his dramas. Who's your father again? Gotcha. And gotten a bottle of much cheaper wine without it being too weird. Somehow, I guess. The rest I'm pretty sure I'm going to remember vividly. I shouldn't describe the whole thing, but... Man... Oh, stop it!
Adjusts glasses.
Hyun-ae doing like the Giles adjustment, but secretly smiling to herself.
This is so embarrassing. Please don't read more in excruciating detail.
I should... I like her little smile, too. I shouldn't describe the whole thing, but man... Hottest moment. He's sitting on the edge of my bed naked, and man, I've never seen anyone look more comfortable without clothes in my life. And I'm on the floor on my knees, you know, right where I want to be. Give me another drink, I tell him, raising my empty wine glass. He gets this totally wicked grin, then suddenly swats the glass out of my hand, and in the same gesture grabs me by the hair. Drink your fill, then, he says, pulling my head right in. It sounded like some lame evening drama level shit coming from anyone else in the world, but man, fuck me if I wasn't all kinds of turned on by it. Welcome to Erotica Hour?
Yep.
Anyway, I woke up with him prying himself out of my arms. The worst fucking hangover in the world. I had to force my eyes open, and it took me a whole minute to sit up straight. Hey, I mumbled, are you going already? Stick around. Sorry, but I have to go, he said, typing something to my computer screen. I'll make you breakfast, I offered. He just laughed. No, you won't. You're a spoiled little rich noble boy, he said, wagging his finger at me. You don't even know how. Now just get your maid to do it. No, thanks. I wondered if I'd ever see him again. If I'd never had a one-night stand before. I don't want to, ever. I'm sure they're not something I can deal with at all. And goddamn if that boy didn't do a great job at weighing heavily on my mind. Then I realized that the clothes he was putting on seemed way too baggy for his skinny body. Rubbed my eyes. Those are actually my clothes, I said. Yeah, no, he responded, not stopping. I just kind of stammered, not really sure how to respond to that. Go back to bed, Mr. Security Officer. You really need it, he taunted me. If you want your clothes back, come pick them up from the address I put in your computer.
Go to this address and await my instructions.
Then he waved and walked out. I was still way too groggy to follow. But oh man, I'm still excited. He does want to see me again. I'm so glad. I mean, honestly, the hangover's still killing me, and holy shit, I can't believe I spent that much money on a restaurant, but oh well, who cares? Totally worth it.
I love the sub-theme of Mimi stealing other people's clothing.
Yeah, what the fuck?
So far, we're 2 for 2, 100% of the time. Mimi shows up, somebody else's clothes have to get stolen.
Hot take, Mimi has no clothes of his own.
No. Poor Mimi.
Value and the mirror. I knew that boy was cruel, but man, I didn't realize just how bad he was. What a fucker. Alright, we are still talking. Just double checking. So this happened last weekend. I went over to his family's place in the plaza at midday. The front area was all but empty. I think there may have been a customer or two at that time, but only the sort who were actually there for food. I don't know why. The food is awful. Hey, I'm gonna go back to the back and see him, I said to Mimi's mother, who was behind the counter. Fuck off, the cranky old crone said. Sure thing, I said. I don't really bother arguing with her, but who cares? At the end of the day, I've still taken her son as the lover.
I just love fuck off. Sure thing.
That's his phrasing, by the way, not mine. I would have just said I was banging him, but he told me, I like the sound of taking so-and-so as a lover. I want to be taken as a lover. Taken. It's the kind of possessiveness I like the sound of. I don't really get it.
And also, I don't really think anyone would believe that I'm the one doing the taking. Sure, I'm taller and manlier and the noble, but he's a domineering little man in comparison to me. But if he says he likes something, then I'll do it. So he's been taken by me as a lover. Oh, Hyun-ae. Once you have a body, you will learn. Consensually. But you will learn. Anyway, so I walked into the perfectly legal, friendly gambling room in the back. He wasn't playing, he was studying at the computer, which isn't really weird or anything, but he seemed to be studying together with some other man, which surprised me. He wasn't jealous or anything. Well, fine, maybe a little. I mean, he does flirt with a lot of men and women, but I don't really care about that, because he's trying to get money out of them, but I know I'm special, or at least I hope that I'm special. Honestly, though, I was mostly just surprised at that point. The flirting with the other men is only while playing cards, and studying together is our thing. I said hi to Mimi. He turns around to wave at me, and the other guy just turns around, and look, this is important, I swear, he just looks just like me. This is fucking uncanny, okay? Studying hard, asked Mimi. Still classic literature. The one you said last week was so easy when you did it, he said, affecting a pout. It was cute, although I worried, rightly, that I had actually hurt his feelings. I've been really struggling, so I'm taking a break from gambling to dedicate myself to my studies. In retrospect, the idea of him taking a break from gambling should have been a giveaway, but I'm dumb apparently. He's been doing pretty well, though. I'm proud of him, his friend said. "We'll take a break and go out for dinner?" I offered. "You're welcome to come too. Sorry, I don't think I caught your name." "Two don't know each other already? Would have thought since you're both," Mimi said, surprised. "Both what?" I asked, confused. "Both from the Huh family. You've really never met?" "No," I said, earnestly surprised. I started trying to figure out if I'd seen him before, but I couldn't remember seeing him at any family gatherings. They didn't really mean a whole lot, though, because seriously, fuck family gatherings. I pay as little attention as I possibly can to them. I don't think I could name half my cousins, truthfully. Were you at the last family gathering? I wasn't, unfortunately. I was ill, he said. Fair enough. But I'm Sung Bok. It's nice to meet you. What's your name? Huh? I'm Sung Bok. What's your name?
Huh? Yeah, that's my name. That's your name.
Who's on first? It's also Sung Bok, I stammered. Nice to meet you. Oh shit, we got a doppelganger. Anyway, boy, I can't do dinner out. Too poor. We could eat out in front, though, Mimi suggested, meaning his mother's restaurant, which is basically worse than dying. Well, thinking about it right now, maybe it's not actually shit food. Maybe she just has it out for me. Man, fuck, that's totally it, isn't it? Anyway, it didn't seem like a good idea. I'll cover it. Don't worry about it, I insisted. For both of you, let's just get out of here. Well, fine, Mimi shrugged. We went to the place across from his, which is decent enough. "So are you also in security?" asked the other, Sung Bok. "Yeah, of course," he said. "I'm the second lieutenant of Deck 10, actually. Yourself?" Felt really humble being way the fuck outranked by this guy. "Just a lowly officer in the plaza, sir." "Oh, there's no need to sir me," he smiled. "Are you alright? You're staring." Mimi laughed, prodding at me from under the table. "It's fine, just a little surprised is all," I lied. Honestly, it was kind of freaking me the fuck out. We talked more even after we'd finished dinner, and frankly, I just got more and more alarmed by how much we had in common past the whole name thing. I mean, the name thing was weird. Neither of the characters in mine are really common at all, and it turned out he even wrote them the same way as mine, and he ordered the same food as me right before I did, and was the same age, which made me feel pretty shitty about my own accomplishments, let me tell you. "Men or women?" I asked. "Oh, women," he answered. "Definitely women." "Well, finally, there's a difference," I said. Exasperatedly. Mimi cleared his throat conspicuously. "Well, except for him. He's cute enough that anyone can make an exception for him," the other Sung Bok said, looking at him. "I was thinking that maybe studying together with Sung Bok could be a regular thing," Mimi said, making flirty eyes. "Not in my direction. I'd like to get through Dream of the Red Chamber together with him, at the very least, since he's read it." So have I stammered, awkwardly trying not to fight for his attention because I'm an idiot. "We've just gotten to chapter 20 together, where Bao Yu sleeps in front of the mirror, remember?" Mimi smiled. "Besides, don't you think it would be nice, me being together with Sung Bok and Sung Bok? It wouldn't have to take up so much of your time, so you could focus more on exams so you could get promoted." I just gaped in horror at his proposal. As if he could fucking suggest such an awful thing. I wanted to spend more time with him, not less. And it was just... Fuck, that thought I was basically replaceable in his eyes? I've been worried about that in our relationship, that I was just some interchangeable noble in his eyes, and this was just making it all that worse. I really don't think, that's just kind of... I stammered something like that. I can't remember the exact wording. Mimi, I don't want to be replaced with some mirror version of me, that's... and then I stopped mid-sentence. Do you think he's figured it out yet? The mirror Sungbok asked him, trying to stifle laughter. I can't keep this up anymore. I told you I hadn't read it, Mimi said enthusiastically. You're fucking with me, I finally said. A little, Mimi said. Come on, dream of the Red Chamber. You're supposed to have studied literature as part of becoming an officer, the mirror Sungbok said to me, suddenly switching to a lot less stilted voice. You don't remember the part where Bayou meets the other Bayou? Bayou? The thing we spent the past hour reenacting? I was never really good with classical literature, I admitted. See, I'm right, aren't I? Mimi asked, looking at the mirror Sungbok expectantly. Well, alright, fine, Mimi, he said, reaching into his purse and putting down money on the table. Like I said before, of course it couldn't be true that Mimi was taking a break from gambling. Who's a giant fucking idiot? This guy. I cracked up before he figured it out. You win. I'm speechless. Then he said goodbye and left. Fucking hell, I can't believe you'd do that to me, I yelled at him, honestly upset. Mimi, you giant fucking cock. Mimi got up, came over to my side of the table and sitting next to me. You're an idiot for believing it, he said, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. I was upset at him, but I have a hard time saying no to physical comfort from him, even when I think he's an asshole. Then he looked at me very suddenly and intensely and said, There's no such thing as mirror versions of someone. There's no such thing as someone out there who is like you, except more desirable. You're special to me, and I can't believe you're actually stupid enough to think that I could find any way to replace you at all. There's no such thing as someone who I'd love in the way I love you. Am I perfectly clear? Yeah, I croaked. Felt pretty humbled and touched. Still upset, but mostly touched. It was sweet in his own awful way. If you're not too mad at me, I'm going to kiss you now, and it's going to make me really happy because you're special and have good taste and are someone I love, he said, leaning close. If that's alright with you. Yeah, it is, I reluctantly said. Cruel fucker. Oh man, I love Mimi's way of being like, hey, I really love you, let me explain it to you in excruciating detail, and somehow that only makes it even more cute.
I know, because when I read that, I was like, hey, that sounds oddly familiar. That sounds...
I don't know what
sounds like a SK
I don't know what you're talking about.
Also, that work of literature being referenced, totally a real work of literature, totally regarded as one of the 4 great classics of ancient Chinese literature.
I would be surprised that if it wasn't, since they're studying the classics after all.
Yeah, but like, it's not like space classics here. It's actual IRL Earth classics. Yeah, because, like, figure, they've been there for a cool not couple thousand, but like almost 2,000 years, right? So
approaching.
It could well be distant enough in the future that space classics are a thing.
Fair enough.
But it's
Space
decidedly not in this case.
Space classics? You mean like 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Yes.
Oh my god, I can't read any of sci-fi from that era anymore. Like, because there's like a 60% chance whatever you flip through is just gonna have like horrible ingrained misogyny, and I'm like,
plus not enough mirror shades and sky the color of a television screen tuned to a dead channel.
okay, so I mean like 80s we could, definitely. This is from Mimi. Dear Sungbok, I know you think I'm an error untranslatable, but please, just at least hear me out. If I have to beg, I'll beg, but just please. For all the good times we shared together, I think I deserve to be heard out. I wish you could understand. She's just a woman. I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. I was wrong not to tell you about the engagement sooner, but what was I supposed to do about it? I didn't have any effective choice in the matter. It's about money, Sungbok. I promise, it's only about money. Getting by on gambling can only go so far, and with all the morality crackdowns as of late, it's not sustainable. You should know that as well as anyone working in security. If it was just me that was poor, it would be fine, but my family, well, we needed the dowry. And yes, we're gonna have a child together, but only for the money. It's just for the motherhood credit. Do you really think I'm the sort of person who would enjoy being married to a woman? Besides, she needs it too. I don't love her and never will because she's not my cute security boy. I'm just taking pity on a poor woman whose family can't afford to support her anymore. And please, honestly, you've seen what she looks like. If I don't take her in, who would? Ooh, that you didn't have to go that low, my guy.
Mean.
Like, you could have gone by without the ad hominem. She's not a threat to you. I realize intense isn't what's important, so still, I'm sorry that I've managed to hurt you like I have. I was thoughtless to not consider your feelings, but it doesn't mean that we still can't be together, if you can forgive me. I was trying to be very cool when I was with you, but I just can't do it now. You mean so much to me. My life is so much better with you in it. I know I'm married to a woman now, but the only space in my bed and heart is for you, cute boy. Please forgive me. Please, 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 please. I'm just so sorry to have hurt you, and I just want to make it right. If I have to suffer, then fine, I deserve it. But I know you're hurting too, and I just want to make it right. Love, painfully, Mimi.
So, something interesting that I just realized.
Go for it.
The writing system being used is notated in the top here. So, Han Moon there. This one was written with Chinese characters. I wonder if we look at one of the older messages in the log.
One of them was in Korean, because I remember looking at it and being like, that's a lot of ovals.
Yeah, so that one's written in the Korean alphabet, but the later one was not.
So that means Mimi learned the language well.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is what it's translated from. Oh, that is so good.
But it's interesting also. I wonder if there's any sort of pattern if we go through the logs. I wonder if we should pay attention.
We will from now on.
Because I feel like that's... If it's something important enough to put in there,
Right.
maybe it matters.
So cool. This is in Korean.
So cool.
Dear Diary. Today was such an awesome day. I had to work at the family stall in the market again, and that super pretty woman came by to get flowers again. I made up my mind this morning that if she came back this week too, I'd say more to her than just welcome and at the price. And this time I really did, and she was super nice to me. Sorry.
Nice. No,
Did we start a new
correct
block?
reading. We did.
Okay, so this is block 4 now.
This is block 2.
Block 2. Welcome, I greeted her when she showed up at the same time she had for the past 3 weeks. The usual then, miss? Yes, please, she said in a really gorgeous voice. It's a bit husky and really pretty, and speaking of pretty, I just figured out why she always looks so glamorous, because she really is an actress. But she always plays like really cool characters. She could do it so well. Let's see who's writing this.
Mei Jin-ah.
Mei Jin-ah. Wait, does Jay have a different sound at the beginning of a word?
Let's consult.
I apologize. I really should have this down now that we're like a full game into it, but... Nope, so it's Mei Jin-ah.
Okay.
Say, I remembered a thing.
Nice.
But I didn't find that out right away, so I didn't know how far out of my depth I was yet. While I was cutting the stems of the flowers she always asked for, I tried to think of something to say. So I guess you really like camellias, don't you? They're really pretty. I think they seem to suit you, I babbled, unable to think of anything coherent in time. Huh? She asked. And suddenly I got really tense. Did she think I was an idiot? Did I just make an idiot of myself babbling like that? Well, sure I had, and she was judging me. Harshly. I think I blushed a little, but then she smiled at me. Oh my, no. They're not for me. I don't think they suit me at all. I bundled the flowers and handed them to her, avoiding eye contact and not saying anything. I'd done enough damage, I thought. Then when she took them, she held them up beside my face, and I got a close look at her hand. Normally you couldn't see it because of her really long sleeves, but oh my gosh, they were really pretty too. Really clean and smooth looking, and pretty much the exact opposite of mine. She even had really bright red nail polish, and I was really envious of how cool she was. I was still trying to avoid eye contact, but she stared at me as if she was sizing me up. Yes, I think camellias go far better when contrasted with cute flowers, personally, she said. See? Perfect match. How come everyone in this universe is so fucking on point with the flirtation?
Not everyone, only the non-viewpoint characters. The viewpoint characters are all hot messes.
I murmured in confusion, but then in a couple seconds realized that she was talking about me. Oh my gosh, what a cool line wasted on me. I definitely wanted to know. I blushed more, then looked away. I was completely out of my depth, and I knew she knew it, and I was playing with these. Thanks, I said quietly. There was a long pause where I didn't want to say anything more and embarrass myself, and definitely didn't want to look up, but she just kept standing there. Why she was doing that, and considered it was entirely just to make me squirm. Was this revenge for saying anything at all? I should have said nothing, I thought to myself. Then I wouldn't be embarrassing myself in front of such a cool person. Why don't she go and let me wither away from shame on my own? Why didn't she go? I kept thinking. Pardon me, she said, but how much money do I owe you? And that was the moment I just turned completely and totally red. Oh my gosh, I just wanted to die of embarrassment right there on the spot. I could not have been more embarrassed. Sorry. Just a second, that's 10 silver, please, sorry, I stammered. And then I had a second crazier thought. If I couldn't be any more embarrassed, then what did I have to be afraid of? Man, once you have that realization, and can actually follow through with it, it's a pretty good moment.
Is it?
I mean, if you can get there and then can get yourself to accept it, but, you know. So, who are the flowers for, then? I asked, forcing myself to look at her. Someone important for you? To you? She paid me. She shook her head. Ha! Well, suppose he's a good enough friend, but it's hardly what you're thinking of. There for the play we're running, the actor who performs opposite me needs to wear one in his hair for the third act. It's not the same without real flowers. If you use fakes, you'll lose your sense of playful elegance. It's awfully important. Oh, I said. I'm not really sure what she meant by that last part, but I didn't really want to admit it. So you're an actress, then? It was unexpected, but I wasn't surprised. She was certainly pretty and calm and way too cool to be one. And way cool enough to be one. I was even more amazed that someone like that could be talking to me so out of my depth. I am, she said, managing to make it sound so cool and dramatic, just like an actress would, I guess. Are you a fan of the theater, then? I turned blank. What could I say? No, sorry, just a peasant. I could never afford that, crossed my mind. But that would just be too much, and I really wanted to impress her, or at least not make her turn away in disgust. Try to think of something. I don't know, I said honestly, but I do like dramas. Oh, well, they're not an awful lot like that, she said, but it didn't sound too dismissive. And I couldn't have been more embarrassed anyway, so it was fine. Perhaps, would you like to see a performance tomorrow night, then, so you can judge for yourself? You can see if we embody playful elegance with your own eyes, which are rather pretty when you look up, I may add. I didn't know what to say to that. Well, if it's not too much trouble, was all I could think of. Hardly, she said. What's your name, dear? It's Mei China, I trailed off. That's a cute name, it fits. Very well, Miss Mei China, she said, still so cool. Even Hyun-ae agrees.
She is cool.
If it pleases you, I'll have your name be put on the guest list. It's at the Silver Eternity Theater at 7 tomorrow. I'd love to see you come. Could I really turn down a request like that? No. Okay, thank you. I'll see you there, I said. Goodbye. Take care, cute flower, she said, then walked away. What, you're We're reading right here, Hyun-ae. Oh my gosh, so cool. I don't really know how to deal with any of this, and I'm kind of scared to go tomorrow, and I know I'm definitely way out of my depth. But still, she's an actress, and she was nice to me despite me being an idiot at her. Oh my gosh, what an awesome day. I just can't deal with this, even if I'm scared. I really can't wait to see her again. Lucky, get chance. She's just so cool.
Nice. Anyway, here's the second gay subplot.
I forgot that they were right next to each other.
Yep.
Oh well, you don't get your gay spaced out, you get your gay all right at the top. And this is by...
Okay.
Oh man, she gets a fucking movie poster.
Yep.
That's fucking awesome.
Good
So
old
it's by
Ha-ae Jung.
Ha-ae Chung? Isn't it a CH?
Oh yeah, probably. I missed that.
Ha-ae Chung. Ha-ae Chung.
It's not
A,
though.
Ha-ae Chung. Right, because that's the one I kept messing up. Ha-ae Chung. Alright, we got it. My performance last night must have been my worst yet. I got no less than a dozen lines wrong, including the no unplucked flower one, meaning that the entire meaning of my own speech at the climax was reversed. To say nothing of my entire cue that I missed while I was worrying about missing a cue. To say that it was disastrous would be a dramatic understatement. It was calamitous, utterly amateur hour on my behalf, and I have the utmost certainty that even the audience could tell. And of course, this was the performance to which I invited the girl with the flowers from the other day, the one I was trying to impress. I would have died of shame on the spot if I could. Utterly calamitous. I completely underlined the whole meaning, I argued with the others, pouring myself another glass of well-needed wine. Somehow, even my co-star wasn't taking me seriously. It's a complicated play, love. Nobody other than us noticed it, I guarantee it. Just go off what the program describes it as meaning anyway, Daimi said, rolling his eyes. Please stop self-effacing for attention. So who's Daimi? I bet this is the person that she's acting alongside, right?
Yeah, so Taimi is probably the co-star.
Nice. I am doing no such thing, I protested. I looked at the other girls in the group, but they just shrugged. But before I could say any more, the door slid open, one of the stagehands appearing. Sorry, Miss Ha-ae Chung? A, right?
Yeah.
Ha-ae Chung, there's a common girl who's really insistent on seeing you. She says she knows you. What should I say? He asked. Oh no, China? I winced. Couldn't face her not after that disaster. Tell her I'm not here. Tell her I have died. Tell her that I've died of shame and therefore I'm not here. I'll say that you're busy, he said uncomfortably. Wait. Who's this China that you're so afraid of? The great and haughty Ai Chung. Scared of a commoner? Daimi mocked. Send her in. This must be seen. Okay, sir, the stagehand said, and closed the doors despite my obvious distress. That's so... Oh, it's not that mean, Hyun-ae. Please, at least treat her nicely, I implored Daimi. Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to be mean to her. I'm going to be mean to you, he declared. I was about to respond by asking how I might be able to tell the difference, but at that moment the door slid open. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, she exclaimed, bowing unnecessarily. Just wanted to thank Miss Hyun-ae for inviting me here. Sorry for the trouble, I'll be going now. Come in, come in. Any friend of Ae-chung is a friend of ours, I insist. Not really, she said quietly, glancing at me, seeming worried. I gave her a sympathetic look. I mean, okay, thanks. Made room for her at the table, and she knelt down next to me. I smiled at her and tried to reassure myself that I hadn't really lost the upper hand. Perhaps she didn't know just to what extent I had utterly destroyed myself on stage. Perhaps. It's a nice dress, he told her. It really wasn't. She tried her best to look, well, I don't know what her expectation of what one wears to theater is, but I'm damn sure she tried her best. It was cute, it was endearing that she tried, but it was very certainly not a nice dress. He wasn't making fun of her. He was making fun of her after all. I winced. It wasn't fair. She could hardly know better. Thank you, she stammered. I wanted to die right there, on the spot, or swoop in and rescue her with a clever repartee. Before I had a chance to think of anything to say, she just looked at him with a look of amazement and said, there's just one thing I'm confused by, though. I looked away. I was simply unable to watch this unfold. I had invited her here, and he was simply going to devour her whole. I had not yet understand how truly calamitous this was. And what's that? He asked with a smirk. Well, it's something Miss Ae-chung was saying. Ae-chung, damn it! Ae-chung was saying, telling me. She said it's impossible to embody playful elegance if you use mock flowers, right? She asked. I looked straight down. She was just too naive for this. She was going to get destroyed. Of course, he said. Okay, that makes sense, she said enthusiastically. Then she said the unexpected. So, then don't you also lose the playful elegance if you use mock compliments? Snap! Snap! I suddenly looked up out of shock, and there was silence. She just tilted her head, looking cutely, as if she really did expect an answer. After a moment had passed for it to sink in, the girls giggled. I thought she hadn't understood, but no, she knew exactly when she'd been the butt of a joke, and she just absolutely called him on it in the most adorable and most natural-seeming way. I may nearly have swooned on the spot. I thought I'd impress her when I invited her, but instead, I was the one who was impressed. You're right, he said, shrugging off. That was unbecoming of me, and I apologize. I was very truly impressed. The tone of the conversation was respectful after that. She really was naive, it turned out, but after a drink or two, she freely confessed to it in a way that was just the most endearing thing in the world. I explained the play to her, and I even admitted to her just how disastrously my performance had gone, even after it was clear she couldn't tell. And her response was simply to smile innocently at me and with the utmost sincerity. It's okay. I'm sure you'll get it perfect next time. It's the sweetest thing. Eventually all the other actors took their leave, simply leaving us alone together backstage. Entirely too drunk and entirely too close together. I was just smitten with her at this point. I've immensely enjoyed your company tonight, I told her. Without a doubt, you are far more than I, the absolute embodiment of playful elegance. Oh, please don't be silly, she said. I clasped her hand with mine. I mean it truly, I declared. I'd like to think that I had some sort of segue into what I said next, something that made it seem natural, not just an act of forwardness that would be excessive even for me, but cannot remember saying anything of the sort, unfortunately. All I remember was staring deep into her eyes and declaring, if it please you, I'd rather like to kiss you right now. So even like the really cool people are really anxious and nerdy as soon as we get their viewpoint, right? It's like as soon as it's like conservation of adorkableness. As soon as you're the viewpoint, you become adorkable. She blushed profusely and immediately regretted saying that, realizing I had moved remarkably too fast, and I was acting remarkably too drunk. Okay, sure, she stammered, sounding reluctant. My apologies, I shouldn't have said that. I don't know what I was thinking. Please forgive me, I said to her. No, She looked down. I'd really like it if you did, please. That'd be nice. I raised her chin with my finger so I could look her in the eyes. Really? I asked with uncertainty. Really? She stammered, trembling slightly as I stared her in the eyes. I mean, if you want, it's okay if you don't. I just like it if you did, really. Very well, I said, then leaned forward, clasping her hands and gently kissed her quivering lips. I felt so delicate against mine, and I could nearly taste her surprise. Then I kissed her once more, unable to help myself. You smell nice, little flower, I said softly to her. Thanks, she said. When I pulled away, she was still blushing bright red, still quivering, but she grinned at me. Then a worried look overcame her face, and she looked around the room. Oh no, is it midnight already? Oh geez, I'm so late. I should have gone home ages ago. I have to leave. Sorry. I'm sorry, forgive me. You don't have to say that, I told her, letting go when I realized I really just had scared her off. I'd come on to her too strongly, and she wanted to be a good sport, but the kiss really did scare her off. What a fool I am, I thought. I'll let you go. I didn't mean to push you like that. No, I like that. I'm flattered that you even look at me like that. I mean it, she said, rising to her feet. I shook my head. You don't need to say that. Don't worry about offending me. I understand. You don't need to worry about seeing me again, so don't spare my feelings. I'm not, she exclaimed. I like you. I think you're really cool. Please believe me. And she pulled out an ugly hair clip from her hair and handed it to me. Here, hold on to this. I'm not giving it to you. I want it back, okay? I'm trusting you to hold on to it until I can be with you again. I'm noticing a theme here in the ways people get each other to see them again.
It's clothing.
Yep.
It's clothing and accessories.
It's taking someone else's clothing and then getting it back. Over-under on it being a skull hairpin?
I hope so.
I took it from her, not sure what to say. She started to run away, shouting back at me, Bye for now, till next time. Till next time, I said, trailing off, watching her run away. No, adult relationships are mostly cuddling and watching anime. I don't know what you're thinking, Hyun-ae.
Adult relationships are mostly discussing monthly budgeting and whether or not to open a joint account.
Yeah, actually. That's not even memeing. That's actually part of what we've been talking. Jesus Christ. Only once she left did I realize that my heart was actually racing. She not may be cute and timid and as fun to play with as I expected, but well, I certainly had not expected her to grab a hold of my heart like that. I thought I'd be the one to sweep her off her feet, impress her, be the charming one. But all I could think was that I'd surely just given my worst performance yet, and somehow the audience was receptive all the same. Despite the stammering and the excitement and the blushing, I had no doubt she was far more graceful than I had ever been. Right after she left, I clipped her pin in my own hair.
Adorable.
And
And gay.
Yeah, what
Yes, let's talk. So, this is really embarrassing to even bring up, but all these people sure seem to talk about sex a lot, don't they?
Is it embarrassing or is there nothing wrong? She seems to be happy if we say it's embarrassing.
I don't know, is it embarrassing?
There's nothing wrong with that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Yeah.
Oh, you really think so? Does that mean, that's something you'd maybe like to talk about?
Only if you want to. Only if you want to.
Yeah.
Because I think it's important.
Oh, well, I guess I do, actually. I just find it really surprising that everyone talks about that so directly.
Only in visual novels.
Nobody really
Oh.
What?
What? My bad. Hold on.
Nobody really talked about it so casually in my time. Plus, reading about A. Chung and Hyun-ae makes me realize that I have no idea what it's like to, be with a woman like that. What about you? Do you have any experience in such matters?
I won't say. Do you want me to get the Rolodex, or...?
Ah, I see. If you don't mind my asking, was it with a woman, or...
Why is there only one?
What do you mean, why is there only one?
It's complicated. It's complicated?
It can be.
Hey, they were genderqueer.
Ah, well, from what we've been reading, I suppose that's normal, isn't it?
Well played.
Anyway, as for me, it's... well... Oh geez, I'm sorry, I can't say it. It's just too embarrassing. Forget I said anything, let's just go back to reading together. Sorry.
Now, do I remember correctly that one of the only things she was looking forward to was having sex with the Emperor?
Yeah? That was something. Hey, repair information from J.R. Robinson.
For the millionth time, tune up your deflector regularly. Tune up your deflector regularly. Tune up your bloody deflector regularly. From the damage report you sent us, it's pretty obvious what happened. Your deflector engaged probably a nanosecond too late, and instead of removing an incoming piece of microscopic debris, it just changed the angle enough to glance it right through your primary engine at 0.9 speed of light. Honestly, you're damn lucky it didn't pass through an unshielded area, or you wouldn't even be alive right now. I see this sort of thing happen all the goddamn time, and it is completely avoidable if you would just take your ship in for regular tune-up. There's absolutely no excuse. Tune up your deflector regularly. It's covered by all insurance providers by law, and it takes no more than 5 minutes. I'll do it this time for you, but it's up to you to bring it in for a tune-up every 6 months. For now, I expect to see the White Princess at the shop by February 12th. Don't know how long it'll take to fix, but judging by the damage report, you're going to be grounded for at least a week while we wait for parts to arrive. And for the love of God, tune up your bloody deflector regularly. Well fucking put. Wait, what if, while they're waiting for parts to arrive, it just repeats the same day over and over? And they can't get the page day calendar to turn to the next day.
Oh, from Space Dandy.
It's a Space Dandy episode.
Yeah, it is.
Whoop. Showing red.
One more log. Don't pick the flowers.
Attention, getting headline. Don't Pick the Flowers review by Murray Monthly. The Silver Eternities production of Don't Pick the Flowers is the current pinnacle of modern theater, with Ho-ae Chung, and Lee Dae-mi giving their finest performances to date. Oh, we don't get a photo of him. The ever-lovely A. Chung has always been one of our favorite stars ever since this publication started, but for the past half year it's been obvious, even to the casual theatergoer, that her career has been somewhat of a slump. One of her recent performances, she was so visibly spaced out she completely missed cues, delivered as many of the show's important monologues with the stiffness of a stale noodle. You can only speculate as to why, but it's been troubling to watch. Lately, however, we've seen a real return to her previous form. A. Chung is enchanting as a dream, and her onstage chemistry with her co-star Dae-mi produces unbelievably convincing tension. For 3 hours, she becomes the perfect embodiment of love and scorn, taking you through the play's myriad complex turns and betrayals. And make no mistake, this is a difficult play. Don't Pick the Flowers presents the story of a charismatic veteran Earth politician, Anna Harper, played by Ho-ae Chung, whose charm belies a vicious revenge plot against the seductive serial killer An-soo, by Lee Dae-mi, in yet another cross-dressing role, a playboy who uses his status to escape the law. It's a chilling story of manipulation, and the entire play is a duel of wit and charm between the two. A complicated dance where one is never sure who is ahead until the end. In the hands of a less skilled cast or any other director, it could be a mess, but A. Chung and Dae-mi are entrancing, and when done right, confusion only helps to sell their roles even more. If you only see one play this year, it absolutely must be this. I don't know what happened to A. Chung to bring her back to grace, but we're all the better for it. 5 stars.
Nice.
What do you mean it's kind of boring?
One last thing.
Yeah, what up?
Well, looks like we're nearly out of power for today. I think... Well, that's probably for the better anyway. I don't think I could read everything all at once. Us neither.
Yeah.
Us neither.
This is actually, the days are taking longer than I thought they would. I apologize.
I mean, this isn't gonna have a happy ending. It's important to pace yourself, I think. We still have 2 whole more days to waste until we arrive anyway. But tomorrow, though. Tomorrow's gonna be a special day. Are you excited?
What's tomorrow?
What? Don't you know? Tomorrow is the first day of the Lunar New Year.
My bad.
I never really saw much point in celebrating it for the past 622 years. I mean, it's something you spend with family.
Why are you celebrating the Lunar New Year when you're out in the middle of fucking space where there isn't a goddamn satellite anywhere around you?
Maybe they brought a moon. But I really, really, really want to spend it with you now. I think, if you don't have any family, it's just as good to spend it with the one you love instead.
Aww.
Ah, right, I forgot. You're supposed to have a new hanbok to celebrate the new year with. I'll have to be sure to design a new one. Oh wow, that'll be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. You'll get to see it tomorrow. Looking forward to showing it to you. Well, right. Anyway, we're almost out of power. I'll give you a button to shut everything down until tomorrow then. There's no hurry, but when you're ready, you should press the shutdown button. That's all. Well,
End of the first day.
that's day 1. We've learned a lot about gay things,
And very little of the intrigue.
but I'm sure it will come up in time.
Thank you all for joining us. We'll see you again. Actually, we're probably going to be airing these like one day after the other. So even if it's not tomorrow for us, it'll be tomorrow for you.
Probably so.
Ciao.
Bye. So what was different with the framing device when you did it?
So when I played it, I had gotten the investigator leaves with no AI ending.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, this was when we played it together.
Yeah, I don't remember though.
Yeah, remember it was a reconstruction of Mute walking us through it.
A reconstruction of Mute. Okay.
I believe it was a reconstruction of Mute, or I don't think it was the same Mute as it was from the original game. But remember that we went through it, and Mute was like, wow, what was going on there?
Mm-hmm.
And then Mute deleted herself at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I thought that was just the regular Mute route.
It might be, but like it's a different framing device.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because where's the data in that one? It's not still in Hyun-ae's code somewhere.
It's in Mute's code, right?
It must have been, yeah.
Because, if I remember correctly, Hyun-ae created herself from Mute's code back in the first game.
There it is.
So that's why the data's there.
There it is.
And the reason the data is in Mute's code is what we learn over the course of this game.
Gotcha. Alright.
Let's just get all the gross noises out right now.
Alright.
Alright. We're good.
Alright, is that all of them?
Probably.
Dawn of the second day. We're ready to... Oh, this is very sweet.
How do you feel about it?
I like it. We got some very nice wine going on here.
Yeah, we've got a 2016 vintage Kung Fu Girl Riesling from Charles Smith Winery.
It's very sweet for a white wine.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. What's up, Space Investigator?
Good morning. Well, 8:59 p.m. still counts as morning, right?
I feel called
yes,
out.
Yes, it does.
I feel called out.
This game knows us. It understands. I'm really excited. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year.
Woo!
I finished making that new hanbok. I'm pretty proud of it. The cosplay interface is a little different now, but I think it should be easy to figure out. I'll let you change me into my new hanbok. Then we can proceed. Okay,
Artisanal coding.
let's do it. Let's do it. Outfit time. Let's play dress up. Yeah. Nice.
Oh, wow. That's pretty awesome, actually.
Suddenly hair different length.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fuck it. If you were an AI, you can do whatever they want.
How much do you know about Korean Lunar New Year traditions?
Pretty much nothing.
Yeah, let's find out. Oh, well, then I guess I'll just have to explain as we go along. So, tell me, what do you think of my new outfit? It's pretty.
I think it's very pretty.
Ah, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. I'm glad you like it. I worked hard on it last night. Anyway, let's start. Normally you're supposed to start off with putting out a bunch of ritual foods for your ancestors and do some bows. But, I don't really remember what they are. My family would handle that part. Mostly, though, it's just... And maybe this is an awful thing to say, but... And I know it's something that my adopted family believed in strongly, but... It's completely beyond belief for me that my ancestors have been looking over me. If they were, would they have really let all those things happen?
Probably not.
I don't believe it. So, you don't think it'd be wrong to skip that ritual, would you?
This is the appropriate reaction to they are still your family. I remember I had a friend of mine correct me on this one once, and as soon as I had it, I'm like, oh, fuck, you are so right. Oh, my God. If your family is an asshole to you, you don't owe them anything.
Yep.
I love my parents, and I treasure my relationship with them. But holy shit, am I never going to tell someone who has a shitty relationship with their folks that they owe their family shit.
Well, let's not click that one.
Only you can say.
I guess so. Well, maybe this is wrong of me, but I won't do it then. Now, let's move on. The other really important thing I remember about the New Year is that you're supposed to eat... taguk?
Taguk?
I have to look up the pronunciation thing again. And I don't know what food that is, but it sounds like...
It sounds like taguk.
Let's see.
It's a kind of soup.
It's a kind of soup. When you have it on New Year's Day, it symbolizes growing a year older.
Well, we've got our own kind of soup that we are enjoying.
I don't... Actually, never mind. The Orthodox Trinity of Foods, wine is definitely a soup.
I
rather
told
than
you.
a salad or sandwich.
Told ya.
Yeah, apparently Tuguk
Looks like that.
Yeah,
Tuguk? Nice.
I think.
Alright. Tastes like, well, sort of a... Sorry, I'm doing your lines, I didn't mean to.
Oh. I guess after 622 years, I don't really remember what any food tastes like. Anyway, though, that's not what's important. What's important is that that's how you count how old you are. I remember what it looks like, at least.
Aww.
Like this. Well, here goes.
What?
That's too cute!
Ah! Ah! Oh my god, that was adorable! I know it doesn't work out chronologically, but I just started reading The Bride Was a Boy by Chi, and the art style reminds me so much of that. Oh my god, that was so fucking adorable!
Oh, Chibi Hyun-ae is
Bottoms
so
up.
good. But the important thing about rituals is just who you do them with, right? That's what I believe. So, since this is the first time I've done this since I was alive, well, if this is my 17th time having it, by that measure, that must mean I'm only really 17 years old.
Please don't.
Eternally 17.
No, please don't.
That's definitely how it works. That's
No.
also what I believe.
No, please don't. Come on. Don't, no. Stop.
Well, maybe that's not a good thing to say if we're gonna have a relationship together after all.
Thank you.
I'm just being silly, honestly. Well, anyway, I suppose we wasted enough time with this, haven't we?
No time wasted.
And I really want to keep reading what we started last night anyway. Especially since there were some pretty dramatic looking things in that list, weren't there? Well, lead on, Miss Investigator. What better way to celebrate the new year than by spending it working together with you?
Aww.
Still nothing in our
Alright.
inbox?
We have a lot more power today.
Yeah. Let's see.
Good outfit is good.
Yeah.
So
Let's, we gotta disable you.
bye-bye.
Sorry, love.
Going to sleep. Snooze time.
Extract new messages.
Nap time.
Snooze time, booze time. So we just started block 2, correct?
Yep.
Which was more gay.
Yup.
Okay. Block 2. Block 2. Block 2. Block 2. Block 2. Block 2.
Nice.
Is there any more in
there
block
more
two?
block 2?
I think that might have been the last block 2. Yep. Cool.
Sweet.
Let's commit. You seem very interesting. Let's see what's going on. Welcome back. Rendezvous in the dark.
Nice.
That isn't really fun. It's not that Rendezvous in the Dark has no redeeming qualities, or that it fails at what it sets out to do. It's all about Miss Hong, Hyun-ae Chung, a troublemaking schoolgirl with a heart of ice, and her overwhelmingly generic upperclassman kill, Lee Dae-mi, for reasons of Lee Dae-mi.
So the T is not...
The T's not a D?
turns into a D. It's the other way around.
It's the other way
Okay.
around? Oh, the D does turn into... My bad. So, Lee Tae-mi, for reasons of plot contrivances, end up chasing around and antagonizing each other for 2 long acts, until the end where Hung is naturally tamed and the two marry. As far as this kind of mediocre play goes, it's the best I've seen, but the pinnacle of mediocrity is still mediocrity. Ouch. The problem is, it doesn't tell a compelling story, or have any cohesive themes, because it's not supposed to. It's designed to be broken up into short, humorous scenes, each with a punchy conclusion, so that they'll work out of context when performed in front of a private home audience as a form of disposable entertainment. See our editorial this month for a less cranky take on the changing demographics of the theater. Ed.
Oh, Ed, why does Ed always write notes?
Ed's real nice. And it is disposable entertainment. This is a play that's supposed to be funny, even if your mother-in-law is talking through half of it, and to its credit, it succeeds on that merit, but so what? Is that really the highest goal theater has now? Is this truly the best use of the amazingly talented Eternity Troupe's time? No, but not everything has to be about fucking high art. If you can't take your art and just have fun with it for a little while, then fuck off, mate. Anyone who truly cares about art and theater will continue to be dismayed. With all that said, if there's one woman in the world who can sell the implausibility bitchy jerk turning into a love-struck wife and imbue the role with perfect comic timing, it's A. Chung. And Lee Tae-mi manages to own his character through sheer force of his own personality whenever he's on stage. Although unfortunately lately his roles at Silver Eternity's actual theater have been performed by understudies. If you like this sort of thing, Rendezvous in the Dark is absolutely worth seeing. If you only go to the theater to leer at beautiful actresses, well, you can't go wrong with the ever-lovely A. Chung. More discerning audiences should stay away from the pale shadow of what the Silver Eternity used to be. 2 stars. Rendezvous in the Dark is currently being performed in its entirety at Silver Eternity's theater, and selections are a part of the troupe's private performance set.
So that's interesting. So it seems like the content is different. Because they were performing plays about things like cross-dressing assassins and
right.
what have you, and now they're performing plays about becoming an obedient wife.
Interesting.
I wonder if that has anything to do with the chronology.
Maybe. I Hate the Mornings After by Mei Jin-ah. Oh, that's Chin-ah, right?
I think so. Girl feelings. I know what those are like.
Ah.
Girl feelings. I have one of those.
We're not.
Wait. I was just referencing a different game by Christine Love.
Yes, you were. We're not there yet, though. So hold up.
Oh, we have to do that one.
Of course, we're gonna do that one.
Okay, good.
Oh, I am so in love. I just got home, and after I finish eating, I need to get to work. But right now, I gotta write all this down because girl feelings. Yesterday on our date together, A actually held my hand in public. I thought she was worried about being seen with me like that before, but I guess she changed her mind. That was even before dinner. I mean, afterwards I wouldn't have been surprised because she insisted on us going through a lot of wine together, and she gets really possessive of me when she does that. Please, my dear, I insist, she told me as she ordered the second bottle. Money might be tight these days, but it's worth it to see you get all giggly and affectionate. Is that what wine makes you do? I don't know. I guess we'll find out here in like another half bottle.
Nobody knows if that's true.
I like it when you're affectionate.
And giggly.
Mm-hmm. Money might be tight these days, but it's worth it to see I'll get giggly and affectionate. What? I don't even know what you're talking about, I said, but I couldn't help but giggle. Oh, fine. I mean it truly, especially with how little I seem to see you lately, she said sadly. Well, we'll be able to spend more nights together once we get a place of our own, right? I asked. I can't really wait until we can. If I could take her back to my home, it would be fine, but oh no way am I sleeping with her with my parents on the other side of the screen.
Okay, but Hyun-ae's comment. Why wouldn't she? Is A-chung a noisy sleeper?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So precious
Hyun-ae.
and innocent. Oh, sweet summer child.
Getting a place of our own home on the same deck is still the only option. I can't wait. Right, she said, then took another drink. Afterwards, we went back to her cozy apartment behind the theater, and we drank some more. It was pretty quickly got to the point in the evening where she could just not keep her hands off me, which, oh my gosh, I still cannot deal with it at all. You know, I stammered, if you keep being like that with me in public, all those fangirls who call you Big Sister are gonna get jealous. My, are they now? She said in that super husky voice of hers that totally makes me melt. Then she started to stroke my hair. I wish... Sadly, there's not many of them anymore. Single girls just don't go to the theater these days, it seems. Good, I said. I want you all to myself. I didn't miss all the love letters, though. My, they would say the most flattering things, she teased me. Then she walked over to the futon and slipped out of her dress like it was the most natural thing ever, and oh my gosh, just like every time I see her naked, I'm just so blown away. That gorgeous black hair resting on her soft, totally smooth, perfect curves, those long legs and long fingers, and perfect jeez, I have to stop, I can't do her justice all with my babbling, but she could do anything to me after seeing that, and she knows it. This is really what, Hyun-ae? You want to jump in?
Gay!
But that's forbidden, love! Well, I could call you that too, and I know way more about what makes you beautiful than all those girls did anyway. Do you? She said, staring at me and giving me that look. Is it just me, or do they have a DS dynamic going on here?
I don't know.
I'm getting flirtations with the DS dynamic. Give me that look. Good thing I was way drunk past the point of anything but blushing all the time, because that really, really would have done it otherwise. And then she just teased me for that too. Come on here, she told me, gesturing. I had no choice but to do what she said. Yeah, she's totally in subspace right now. Very appreciative, Hyun-ae. She undressed me quickly. It's her way of showing that she's in control, and I still get pretty nervous. I mean, really, I'm just terrified. What if she realizes just how much out of my depth I am compared to her? It's not as bad as it used to be, especially that first time she saw my boobs, but oh my gosh, I just feel so aware of how gross and sweaty my body is, and how it's got little hairs where she's perfectly smooth, and my boobs are tiny compared to hers, and just, I don't know what she sees in me. I love her and I know she loves me back, but I just don't get it sometimes. Yeah, that is actually normal, Hyun-ae.
Yep, that's normal. You'll know soon. We will get you a body.
But then she pulled me onto her lap and we kissed, and then we both giggled at how we tasted like the peach drinks we just finished off. Every time we do this, I suddenly get really, really want to play with her boobs, because oh my gosh, they are the softest. And she gives me a look and I stop, but well, after a while this time I just couldn't get over how perfect her body is. This isn't just love-struck rambling, it really, really is perfect.
Oh jeez, oh man, oh jeez.
I love her running commentary. I ended up kissing her neck, and even that was just so soft. I don't really know what came over me, but I kind of really felt like biting her. I don't know, I felt bad now, but I just really wanted to leave a blemish on that super perfect body of hers. And I guess to show that she was taken? I don't know, it's stupid and sounds awful when I say it now, but I started out gentle and she let me, so I kept going, and it didn't even stop when she cried out. I didn't even think to stop. All I could think of when I heard that moan of hers was that, gosh, I wanted to hear more. When I pulled my head back to look at her, it was just, gosh. It really did stick out so much, her complexion perfect and skin totally smooth in every other way except for that big red blemish. And knowing it was mine, I felt like I really wanted to do it again, but then she grabbed me strongly and kept kissing me. Then she pinned me down and went at it more. I wanted to apologize, but she wouldn't even let me say anything. But I'm pretty bad at using words around her. I'm really glad we have a relationship like this, because if I couldn't kiss her, I don't know if I could ever really tell her how I felt. Settle down, Hyun-ae, settle down. Then she went down on me and I just completely, totally melted under her. I really wish I'd done the same for her, even though she's pretty much a natural at making me cry out and I never know what I'm doing. But we pretty much both passed out right there before I could. When we woke up, we were both just all tangled up together naked on top of her sheets, and she'd slept with her head on my waist. I didn't really want to leave. I hate the mornings after. Why do our amazing evenings have to end? It's more than a little romantic. It's pretty darn cute.
Yeah, it's adorable.
Gosh, I'm just so in love with her. I wish it was possible to spend an entire day with her and not worry about having to work and scramble home in the morning and why don't we already live together? It's not fair. That's kind of adorable.
Poor me.
With every passing day, increasing worries about what the next will bring. My only reprise for my fears comes during my rare days with my cute flower, Cheerful. But more and more, I truly hate these mornings after, for she has to return to the world of commoners and family, and I will return to mine to discover that attendance at Silver Eternity has dropped again, and such patron has threatened to rescind their donation.
Got a mission for you, Patron. Sorry, got a job for you. What's the fucking line?
I thought we got another job for you, Patron.
Yeah.
It's a Videodrome, right?
We should rewatch that sometime.
Was that Videodrome? Yeah, it was Videodrome.
Sorry.
Continue. Never mind. Beside me, I watch the naked form of my love selfishly sleeping as I write. I have both overwhelming desire to join her and trepidation towards the inevitable awakening the next morning. I long for nothing more than to be able to rest my head on her forever and never have to leave. Yet I cannot, and I know that things are troubled. Before she arrived at the theater to pick me up, I was in conversation with a patron who offered, as many others have, to alleviate all my financial worries at the price of offering him something of mine that my beloved wants all to herself. I let him show the typical amount of inappropriate affection, his hand on my cheek as he made his extraordinary demand. And when I declined, it was not out of a sense of dignity, but out of love for Cheerful. Still, she walked in that sight, and while she said nothing, I am certain that it worried her. I tried to make it up to her with displays of over-affection, as I cannot bear the thought of worrying her cute little head. I held her hand as we walked to the restaurant, and even let her order a second bottle of wine. Every time I'm with her, my mind enters this endless spiral of worries that the moment is wrong, or they're not delivering enough. I don't know if that'll ever go away. Perhaps that's simply how love is. Despite my age and my pretenses, I have little genuine experience in such matters.
H. Young's side of the story is so much more relatable.
I know,
Anxiety's foil, everything always.
When we returned to my dingy room behind the theater, we ended up drinking more still, and let's say I find myself to be so emotionally vulnerable. These days, there seem to be no single girls in attendance at the theater, only families, and grandmothers and old men, I lamented. Gone are the days of rich girls lining up to deliver love letters to me. Do I miss them so? You'll have to settle for me, she said with her usual indifferent enthusiasm. I don't know how she keeps it up. I envy it. It's what's giving me the energy to keep going. Remembering that innocent smile of hers, I wanted her so much. I wanted to embrace her, to be overwhelmed with immediate passion for her such that I could forget my lamentations and melancholy and simply live in the moment where I'm naked before her excited smile. I know more about what makes you beautiful than all those girls did anyway, she told me, appraisingly, as I undressed and waited for her in bed. Do you? I love how, like, this for her is just a casual thing that she doesn't notice, and for May it's just like, oh god, it was hot. Oh, don't worry about it.
I think it's a cool thing, though, the literary device here of describing this same encounter from two very different perspectives to elucidate different parts of the setting and story.
Definitely, I'm very much a fan of that kind of storytelling.
Like Rashomon, but with more head.
Did you just skip? Okay, sure. You know what? I'm rolling with it. Do you, I wondered, wistfully? She did, of course. She knew my vulnerability. She knew my weaknesses. With all those girls, even when I took them off to my bed, it was always so easy to me. I always knew that I was prettier, more desirable, and more confident. Oh, here, give me some. Wine break. And then not even for a second would I ever lose control of the situation, and make them squirm and gasp and shudder for my amusement at my will, never fearing that I was ever giving any less than exactly what they wanted from me. With her, though, it's special. I feel as though I have to try so hard to please her, as though she's the only one who's perfect and in control, and I never have the confidence that I can meet her expectations. But I try so hard. Come here, I begged her, reaching out and longing. For some reason, the thought that she might not came to mind and scared me. But she did. I undressed her when she let me, letting her show that she was in control even in that facet. Wow, they definitely... Forgive me for misreading the DS dynamic.
They both think the other is in control.
Mm-hmm. We kissed, and then she started to giggle. I could scarcely help myself from doing the same, despite my worries and melancholy. Then she took my body into her lap and my chest in her strong, calloused hands, and gripped me tightly, only enough for a tease, though, only enough to make me stare at her longingly for the feeling of her rough fingers playing with me. My breasts themselves were only her grip for seconds, but my heart still now remains ever firmly in her grasp. Then she started to bite my neck, first gently to give me a chance to decline, as if I could say no to her, but then stronger until I couldn't help but moan in pain and delight. When she was done and touched my neck, it was so sensitive, so tender compared to the skin around it, and I felt so happy that she had found a way to leave me with something, an outward show of her love that wouldn't disappear when she left for work. I had to thank her, I had to kiss her, showing my gratitude in the most eloquent way I know how. Neck biting. Actually, not just neck biting, but like that particular muscle that runs from your neck to your shoulder. Like, because it's like a good meaty part right there.
Nice.
And you chomp down real hard, and then you're like, endorphin rush, and then I'll be in my cyberbunk.
Episode pause.
I'll be right back. As I pinned her down, giving her attention where she most deserved it, I felt like, for that moment, all of our barriers to communication had been lifted. That I knew I was doing what was good enough for her and what she wanted from me. And that I had nothing else in the world more to worry about, save for trying to draw more pleased noises out of her. She got louder and louder as I dedicated myself to her, letting out the most perfect wavering murmurs, gripping tightly to the sheets. I wish I could have heard that last ecstatic moan again and again. It was what I was longing for, her most explicit display of love and approval. And she fell asleep, and I was brought back to the real world, the one where I can only rarely see my love. The holder of that innocent smile speaks of naive dreams of living together that with each day we can afford increasingly less. And so I write down my feelings in hopes that I can hold on to them when she leaves, perhaps find strength and comfort in them. Now I'll go sleep at her side as long as I am able, and naked before her, adorned only by her mark on my neck. I'll declare my love for her as much as I hate the mornings after. Oh.
Poor lesbians.
More like Rasha sad.
Sorry, I know this is embarrassing, but it's still weighing really heavily on my mind. All these people, married or not, talking so much about sex, and they talk about expressing their love in so many different ways. As for me, though, well, you already know, but I was only ever with my husband. This is embarrassing to admit, but I remember I, actually really enjoyed that at the time. But now when I think about it, I can't really remember why. Maybe it's something you need to have a body to understand. I just don't remember what it feels like at all. But still, I hope this isn't sudden, but can I ask you something? What do you think relationships are all about? No, mean.
Love? I'd say love.
Yeah,
I mean,
so.
like, normatively I'd say having fun, but, you know, love.
Ah, that's so romantic of you. I think love is really important too.
Aw, I love you.
I love you.
Episode interrupted for smooching.
Reading about all these relationships from the past, somehow I get the feeling that they all believed in love. Or maybe at least they were all about being there for each other. And I guess being together in that way was just a part of that. If it was with someone I loved, I think I'd really like that even more. The idea of being with a woman was never even presented as a possibility to me. But now, I don't think I could ever go back. I wonder what that's like. Well, the way Chung describes it sounds really nice. Reading about all this might be a little embarrassing and so foreign to me, but it makes me feel like writing some fan fiction. I hear there's this thing called /fic. It makes me feel like
Do you want to read mine? Throws up on the screen a bunch of Word documents saying, "Oh, investigator."
It makes me feel like I can believe in romance again, that it's not just some childish thing. And it makes me want to experience, well, you know, being together with a woman.
Aww.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm babbling about such an embarrassing thing. Let's get back to reading. Not that I mean I just want to read things that are dirty. Just... Actually, yes. Investigating. I want to get back to reading so we can continue investigating. Ah, geez, let's just get back to it. If we don't read more, we won't figure out who's the dragon maid and who's the serious-faced programmer.
Layover on Earth. 24-hour layover on Earth can be brutal for most travelers, but it doesn't have to be. With most spaceports linked by orbital rail transit, taking a day trip to the surface has never been easier. Remember, days on Earth are traditionally segmented into 7 per week, with most regions observing 1 or 2 of those days off. Make sure you're not trying to visit during a weekend, or you might be terribly disappointed. Here's some of our favorite, lesser frequented day trips that anyone can experience on Earth. Pyongyang Gardens, open to the public all days, but tours unavailable on Monday or Tuesday. Like most major metropolitan areas in the region, Pyongyang is climatized to a year-long comfortable spring, so while the countryside will be buried in snow in February, the city itself is nice and warm, perfect for watching the flowers bloom on its famous rooftop gardens. Lake City Ruins, closed to the public on Sundays. Experience a guided tour through the preserved ruins of Lake City to see a glimpse of quaint 23rd century life. Tour routes are well marked, well monitored, and completely safe for any visitor. For those not interested in long hikes, a trip on the recently restored electronic underground rail system is a must-see. Atlanta Science Museum closed on Sunday mornings. All of the Science Museum's exhibits are worth visiting, but the current special holography exhibits on both dinosaurs and other prehistoric animals and the Lunar War are absolutely outstanding and must be seen. Plus, a 3-hour trip counts as your annual education requirement, just going to show that learning can be fun.
Nice. We're going on a vacation. We're going on a vacation.
Yeah, we are.
Earth vacation.
Alright, let's keep going.
Going to Earth. Going to Earth. Earth.
Wait, hold on. Where's the,
Show and Red was on that screen.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, there it is.
I didn't know there was a list profiles button. The more you know.
And knowing is half the battle. Hoi, Chung. I fear that I may only be causing my cute little flower China to wilt. Does my presence in her life bring her hardship? By being the subject of her impossible dreams, do I only cause her more suffering when the seams of artifice become exposed? I fear that I give her false hope, a false sense of security, and that it will only make things worse when I fail her. Worst, I find myself shielding her from the truth. I wanted to tell her about the patronage that I had been reluctantly forced to consider. That was my intent when I came to see her. I knew something was so pivotal to my future, and therefore hers, was something I needed to discuss with her. When I arrived at her family's stand on the plaza, at closing time, a man who I rightfully assumed was her father was engaged in an intense-looking conversation with her. I would have stood nearby and waited for them to finish, but when he saw me, he walked out without another word. A troubled look was on his face as he passed me by, and he just shook his head at me. In retrospect, I know exactly what the look signified, and I cannot in good faith disagree with that sentiment, for I know it was out of earnest concern for his daughters, my love's well-being. But at the time I knew not what to make of it, and was more concerned with China herself. No smile lit her reddened face, only tears. She stared at me, quivering, like glistening off her eyes. Then she rushed towards me, and when I hugged her tightly, she let go of whatever inhibition was holding her back and started to cry with great sadness. I felt a pang in my chest to see her so, and all I could do was stroke her hair and tell her, there, she cried into my shoulder. I wished I could find her a more private place than just letting her cry in public, but her home would be more crowded, and the back room I sleep in was in use during the day. If I only still had the apartment behind the theater. At least there weren't many people about at this hour. After a while, she calmed down a little bit, or at least ran out of energy to keep up the sobbing, and I sat her down. "Oh, little flower, do you wish me to get you some tea to help calm your nerves? Then we could talk about it," I offered. She nodded. "Thanks," she said, and I was grateful because I needed it for my own nerves as much as she. I left her alone and hurried to the nearest machine I could find in the plaza. When I returned, she didn't seem to have moved at all. I sat down next to her. "Hey," I said to her, wrapping my arm over her shoulder. "Hot or cold?" She sniffed. "Hot, please," she said. Handed her the can. She opened it, took a very long sip, and sighed. "Tell me about it, dear," I told her, pulling her in close. "Dad wants me to get married," she said in a wavering voice. "My family gets paid so little these days. It's so hard with 5 people in our one-room home, and... well, look at how big I am. I practically eat enough for 2, she said, laughing awkwardly. Then she started sniffling again and took another sip from her tea. "I mean, it's always been crowded at home, even before Grandma and Grandpa moved in, and I always wanted to move out anyway, but we can't afford to," I said, what we were both already knew very well. We'd be drinking wine together in a restaurant instead of a vending machine tea in the back of a stall. She started to cry again, and I felt another pang in my heart. My levity had only made things worse. "Yeah," she stammered between sobs. "Dad was talking to me all. Please, just hear him out. He's a good man. I mean, the guy himself, I'm sure he's nice, but I want to be with you. I love you. I want to be with you."
No.
Hyun-ae knows what's up.
No.
I held her tightly as her poor tears gripped my heart, and I wish there was anything I could do. "What about the stand? Wouldn't you make even more money for the family if you could still work? Even if you didn't keep any wages for your own savings, perhaps it'd be better?" I asked, expecting there to be an answer for why that wouldn't help. And there was. Apparently the flower stand barely made any money these days, and what didn't go to rent instead went for plaza bribes to desperate nobles. It sounded like the only reason they had it now still was for her own sake. "Maybe I'll just run away. I could take my savings and just sleep behind the theater at night, and try to find odd work during the day, or just something," she cried out, tears falling from her face. "Do you know why this man wants to marry some girl he's never met? Do you know why?" I asked. "He's just as poor as us. Do you know why? Even though I'm ugly and too young and I'm just some random stranger and there's no love or anything? Taxes. Because there's some big tax break for new fathers. Taxes." I had, in fact, known it was a recent big political issue, but I said nothing and let her have her moment. She took another sip from her can, then suddenly crushed it in her fist. "I don't want to have a kid." She stared at me with a look of absolute horror, starting to wail. "I don't want to have a kid. I don't care how nice he is. I don't want to move in with some strange man and have sex with him and get knocked up and then have to raise some stupid kid and then never see you. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to." She started to hyperventilate, and all I could do was hold her, hush her, and tell her to breathe until she calmed down a little. "Maybe I'll run away," she said again, wiping her face with her sleeve. "Do you think you could? If your parents were going to force you to do such a thing, would you be able to go against them?" I asked her, knowing entirely that she never would. She said nothing, but just grabbed me tightly, and I stared at her poor swollen face, her tear-filled eyes looking so hurt. And then I thought of my own situation. How not only could I comfort this poor hurt girl that I had allowed to depend on me for comfort, but how not only had I let her down, but how also my future was just as doomed as she was, having so much trouble admitting hers was. Her only hope lied in a loveless sham marriage, mine in the graces of a private patron. Either way, our love would inevitably be torn asunder. At least it would offer stability somehow to skip my lips. I hadn't meant to think aloud like that. She had no words. She only grabbed me tighter and started to wail loudly again. She cried a river of tears against my breast, sobbing uncontrollably, and I found myself overwhelmed by my pity. I started to cry a little too and forced myself to remain silent, lest I somehow found a way to worsen the scenario. even more.
Who else did we hear who was marrying someone for tax reasons?
What's his name?
Mimi?
Mimi!
Did,
Wait, do you think
wonder-
it's the same?
I wonder if it is.
If so, then they just really need to get in a room and talk with each other and they'll all be happy at the end.
I can't marry you, I only like girls. Oh! Oh, that's a relief. I can do girl.
Dear Diary.
Dear diary.
I can't believe she'd do that to me. I hate her. She's the worst. I hope she gets what she deserves from that man she's decided to leave me for. How could she do that to me? Hate. So the theater to go tell her my decision about... Oh, no, jeez. I guess I just realized how badly I screwed that up for me. All because I was stupid enough to be love-struck by this stupid, selfish woman. Oh, no. What am I going to do now? I was going to tell her about... I was going to... At the theater to tell her my decision about that man my folks wanted me to marry. It was so icky, I told her. He was like a dozen years older than me, and he had this beard, and it was just yuck. I'm sure you could convince him to shave it, she said distantly. I was surprised. Don't defend him. I could never live with someone like that. Besides, I'd have to be away from you, and I could never... They trailed off. Anyway, I told him no, I was totally uninterested, and that I should go find some girl his age instead of maybe ask her directly instead of going around to her parents. Father was upset, but I had to, so that's the end of that. We have to break up, she said suddenly. Nothing else, nothing leading to it, just that. I don't really remember what I said. I don't think I believed her. I know I stammered a lot. Probably what? As a patron who'd like to buy me out and take me into his house. It's something I've considered for a long time now, and I'm afraid it's come to the point where it's the only recourse I can take, she said. It's made a very generous offer, and I fear it would be unwise of me to decline it. Buy you out? What does that even mean? I asked. Going to move in with this man? Means I will receive a regular stipend for performing for him and his guests exclusively, and that yes, I will live in his house and receive 3 cooked meals a day and an actual bed to sleep in. She said, I have to. We get smaller and smaller audiences every week. This just isn't tenable. I just couldn't believe it. My mind raced. I just turned down an offer like that for her sake, and she did this to me? Is it that man I saw you with before? The one you've been doing all those private shows for? The one who was all in your face and touching you and all, oh, my precious Sage Chung, I would be honored to slobber all over you like some gross man. Please come to my home now? Demanded. That guy from the Ryu house you said you didn't want to have anything to do with? That isn't fair. Yes, it is him, but... She trailed off. Yeah, I bet he'll give you a bed to sleep in, I shouted. Don't say that, Sheena. It's not like that, she lied. Besides, even were it like that, I no longer have the luxury of being picky. I said no, what would I do when the theater closed down? You just couldn't live with your parents still. I have no such option. The man has made me a kind of generous offer, and I must accept it. I can't believe it, I said, crying. I thought you loved me. I thought you cared for me, but... You're better off without me anyway, she said. Then she told me, I can't really remember her exact words now, but showed me that she didn't feel as strongly about me as I did for her, and that she regretted being a crutch for me as long as she did, and that our relationship was a mistake, and that she should have done this far sooner. Fine, I screamed at her. If that's how it is, fine. I'll get out of your life and leave you alone to your precious, kind, and generous man. I started to storm off. Wait, please don't like that.
To storm off. Storm count 1.
Please stay, she begged. Our relationship is doomed, but it doesn't mean I don't like being with you. Please stay one more night. I couldn't bear it if my last memory of you was a sad one. I thought her voice was always so graceful before. Right then I realized it wasn't. It was pitiful. It was always pitiful. She was trying to manipulate me, probably like she'd done with that patron. Probably like she'd done with me before. It wasn't charming, it wasn't playful elegance, it was a pitiful lie. So I told her the truth. I hate you, I screamed at her and ran away. I don't know what to do now. I tried not to let my family see me like this, but there's only a paper screen in between us. I'm such a mess. I just can't believe she'd do that to me. I can't believe after I made the hard decision, she made the easy one and threw me all away. Writing this has calmed me down a little, at least, and now the reality sinks in. I have nothing now. I guess all I can do now is apologize to my dad and hope that I can get a second chance. Guess that's all I can do. I can't believe she'd do that to me. I hate her.
Well, shit.
Ugh.
Please don't leave me and get bought out by a patron who will give you a stipend to do YouTube streams for just him and his household.
I don't think that's what... Sure, alright, fine. This one's by Counselor Tay.
Writing to Counselor Cho Chin-young.
Alright, and we've not seen either of those yet. I had the utmost pleasure of being invited into Ryu Kwang-soo's home to discuss business with the man. You were right, when one of the Ryu family wants to get you in their pocket, they sure don't fuck around about it. It's by far the most extravagant form of bribery I've ever witnessed. I'm pretty surprised that it's his brother that's the chief counselor, not him, because he seems a hell of a lot bolder to me. Ah, Emperor Taicho. Because holy shit, I could sure... are all the noble council nobility families like this? Because holy shit, I could sure get used to being in these ranks. He briefly mentioned a possible deck space deal over drinks, but mostly the evening was filled with gesturing. Hell of a job with the gesturing, though. I thought he couldn't get any crazier when he casually mentioned busting out some vintage 4000 wine. But then he did. It's not just some regular household servant delivering it. He got Hyun-ae Chung to deliver herself to do it. I saw her a couple times at the eternity before it closed down, and she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life, pretty much. Loved her performances, and she just saunters out casually, uncorks a 40-year-old bottle, and kneels down like a common maid to pour it out for us. It was unbelievable. Then she sang for us, which I'd never heard before. Needless to say, her voice was as entrancing and beautiful as you'd expect, and the wine was just as smooth. The performance went on for about half an hour, singing about, well, the usual things, lost love, the passage of time, that sort of sentimental shit.
Of course.
Yep. The theater slogan was playful elegance, and holy shit does she still embody that. It's a guilty pleasure, but I can't say that her singing about past romance isn't emotionally affecting. It haunts your soul. I'm pretty envious of you that you can apparently just hear that kind of performance whenever he wants. It's like it's no big deal.
Wow.
Scroll. Yeah. Anyway, then she sat down next to me with her legs brushing against mine and kept pouring me more wine. I mean, I'm not stupid. I know that Rio was just trying to seduce me with that kind of treatment. He just wants me to imagine how impressive their bride must be. That was the point when he mentioned the possibility of getting my family some deck space that's more spacious than where we were before. Like, maybe even with a window to the stars. That's a romantic thought, that's for damn sure. Got a chance to talk with A Chung while Ryu was in the can. Mostly just used the opportunity to gush about how big a fan I was of hers. She was very gracious in listening to me. I like that hairpin you have, I told her. It's very bold.
No, the hairpin! No!
Oh, this? It's rather ugly, wouldn't you say? She said with a delightful laugh. But I promised my first love that I'd hold on to it.
Wow.
Oh, right in the feels.
I'm dead.
Then Ryo came back into the room and we talked about our days at the Mugunghwa University. He wanted to know what things were He wanted to know what things were like nowadays, and I was pretty happy to oblige with stories from my undergraduate studies. At the end of the evening, he said he'd save discussing business for next time and that he wanted to hear more stories about his old professors. Not stupid enough to think that he's interested in any legitimate friendship, but this is what my council vote is worth? Man, I'll take it. They really do not do things by half measures. With regards, Councillor Tay. Fuck, right in the fucking feels.
Gaze buried.
Alright. Sorry.
Nap time.
Nap time?
Nap time. Going to sleep. Night, night.
Night. Let's get some new messages. Okay, I think that was it for block 2, right?
Yeah.
Alright, what block next?
Wow.
4, 5... I don't think those are 3.
I guess not.
Block 4, I suppose?
On to block 4. Wait, I forgot. I'm asleep.
You're weird, you know that?
I'm normal. And asleep. There's 4.
Where?
Motherhood Credit Act. Time to read some laws.
Yeah! Let's get legal! Wow, we're gonna get a lot today.
Yeah. We are gonna read all the logs. So many logs we could build a delightful crackling bonfire.
Oh, you.
Oh, me.
Alright. Let's do this.
Morning. Awake again? Daytime?
Amendment of the Education Act. By Records Office. Chief Counselor Smith. This guy.
Hey.
We have time for one more order of business today. Counselor O's proposed amendment of the Education Act.
Hey.
Alright, we haven't heard about him yet. Or her. I actually don't know yet. The text of it can be found in the third appendix of the session's agenda. Allow leave the floor to remarks from Counselor O. Education. No remarks, it's just a general housekeeping ship for the university. Counselor Mute, Security. Great, I'm going to abstain voting and decline to pay any more attention to this session, if that's okay with you. Counselor Smith. Counselor Mute. Oh, wait, you get to be mute, I forgot.
It doesn't affect security. I vote don't care.
Does the rest of the council object to bringing it to a vote? Ryu. None here. This handsome devil. Counselor Kim. Haven't heard of this person yet. I object. I don't understand the purpose of the proposed change about the language rules. Is that really necessary? I don't think. Can you explain that? Counselor, it's just some minor changes to general requirements. Even engineers have general requirements. That's why they're called general.
General requirements. No lieutenants, no majors, generals only.
General requirements. Go for it.
What?
Go.
Go for what?
Mute.
Oh, it's my line. I don't think we needed the vocabulary lesson, Counselor.
Oh, right. Smith. That's...
Yes, I know. Out of line. Withdrawn.
It doesn't sound like minor changes, Kim. Counselor O. That was all requested and drafted by Mugunghwa University President Oh Yun-ae. She assures me that it's just a minor change to allow for students to get a more rounded education. Oh, hey! You get a picture. We'll have to remember
she's
you.
Important.
What is it, Kim? What is exactly more rounded about forcing engineers into pointless general classes? Oh, everyone already takes general classes. It's not... Lee. Pardon me, if I may. Oh, certainly. I yield the floor to Counselor Lee. As I understand it, the change is to allow general programs to include text written in Chinese characters. Is that right? Oh, that's what I'm told. Kim. Meaning mechanical students will have to go out of their way to learn pointless nonsense that doesn't have anything to do with science. Lee. Chinese characters aren't taught in public schools. Oh, that's right. Lee. The other counselors see where this is going, yes? Does it really need to be spelled out why it would be a good thing to make the educational requirements for noble professions less accessible to any old peasant at a public school?
Yes, it does need to be spelled out. In case you haven't noticed, we have a serious problem with overeducated peasants already. They agitate for democracy and give me a headache. Making things harder for them seems like preserving the status quo to me.
Lee, that was my thinking. Oh. It's just housekeeping regardless. Kim. I still don't.
Counselor Kim, do you really feel that strongly about this? Really?
Lee. If you move to vote, I'll second it. Smith. Do we have a motion to vote? Oh, I move to vote then. Lee. Seconded. Smith. The motion passes. How does the council vote? Oh. Counselor of Education is in favor. Ryu. Counselor of Captaincy is in favor. Cho. The Counselor of Agriculture is in favor. Hey, you haven't appeared yet.
Sir not appearing in this video game. The Counselor of Security wants to get this over and done with. In favor.
Yang. Counselor of Justice. Counselor of Justice is in favor and agrees with the lovely Counselor of Security.
Wow, Yang, I don't like you.
Kim. Ugh. Smith. Ugh is not a vote. Kim. Fine, the Counselor of Engineering and Science abstains. I don't care that much. Lee. The Counselor of Culture is in favor. Smith. The Counselor of State is also in favor. Smith. Let the record show that the vote was 7 in favor with 1 abstention. The amendment passes and will go to the President for signing. With that, I move to close the Council for the day to resume next Monday.
Seconded. Gladly.
Smith. Then the High Council of the Mugunghwa is dismissed. Interesting.
Intrigue.
Gotta keep out the unwashed masses, huh?
Yep. Because that's definitely how you preserve the status quo and not destroy your society and make everyone die.
Mm-hmm. Let's get a reminder of Smith and Lee, since this conversation's between them. Okay. Smith, let's not waste any time getting to the biggest order of business for today, deciding on my successor for the position of Chief Counselor. Lee. Point of order, before we continue, will you be stepping down as Counselor of State at the same time? Smith. Yes, consider it a complete retirement from politics. Lee. Who will be taking on your position then? Smith. Smith In-chul will be taking it. I trust there are no objections to this? Note, Smith In-chul is the eldest son of Chief Counselor Smith. No picture. Smith. Good. Moving on. Are there any nominations from the floor for a new Chief Counselor?
I'd like to nominate the Counselor of Captaincy for the position. It's Ryu.
Oh, it's Ryu. Yep. Kim. Wait, what? Oh. Counselor Lee. Yang. Seconding the lovely Counselor of Security's nomination for Ryu. Counselor Lee. At the risk of being gauche, seconding my nomination. Smith. Are there any others? Joe. Nope. Kim. I'm nominating myself. Smith. Is there a second for Counselor Kim?
Well, this is kind of an awkward silence.
Really? Counselor Milquetoast can get himself seconded, but not someone who actually runs something important? Ryu. Counselor Milquetoast?
Okay, you're not gonna call out that as out of order? Seriously?
Smith. Yes, it's out of order.
Let the record indicate that the Chief Counselor's remarks were prefixed by an overly dramatic sigh.
Lee. This is getting awfully out of control. Smith. Counselor Kim, do you withdraw the remarks? Kim. No. I want to know what could possibly motivate anyone to nominate that man for the single highest position on the ship. Lee. It's an admittedly curious decision. Obviously, I'm not completely unbiased here, but I don't think he has the track record to support such a position. Yang. Well, actually... Smith. Counselor Mute, if you would.
Yeah, of course. I'll be blunt. Right now, the most important thing to the continued stability of this ship is how we deal with President Park and this idiotic democracy movement, right? I mean, everyone agrees with that, yeah? Therefore, our job is to undermine his actions at every turn, right? Again, nobody's arguing with that, are they?
Kim. How is electing Ryu as Chief Counselor going to do that? How is it not going to send a stronger message to have someone with an established record? Oh. I also don't understand the reasoning.
Simple. We don't want to look like the president's our enemy. If we strongly oppose him, we only make the movement stronger. Counselor Lee, tell me, what's your proposed new direction for the council?
Lee. I don't propose a new direction. I don't believe in compromising to hooligans. We need to draw a line that firmly lets the peasantry know that the High Council of Mugunghwa won't yield to their arrogance. More importantly, one that assures the noble families that actually run the ship that we won't hang them out to dry.
I don't disagree with the principle. I don't like compromise either. Counselor Ryu, I'll hand this over to you.
Ryu. It's simple. We don't compromise. It's no new direction, it's the same direction as always. We protect the best interests of the ship and maintain the social order that's worked for centuries. Inside this room, nothing changes. Kim. Then what was Counselor Mute going on about? Ryu. Inside this room, nothing changes. Outside, we're the face of reform. We're the best friend of the average man who got so excited to elect President Park. President Park will propose whatever nonsense he'll propose, and we'll say, yes, of course we'll do that. With some changes, but we're just as interested in reform as you. But inside this room, nothing changes.
And that's how it's done, boys and girls. Efficient and subtle. That's why Counselor Ryu is perfect. He doesn't have an established track record. We put him as Chief Counselor, and he says he believes in reform. They're not going to be able to argue with that.
Lee. Interesting.
Come on, Counselor Lee. Surely you can see that this is what's appropriate for the moment. Like, under any other circumstances, you know I'd happily vote for you. Believe me, I have not safeguarded this ship's security for 1,600 years just to hand it over to a bunch of fools, okay? But you know, sometimes you give them the stick, sometimes you give them the carrot. Right now, we need the carrot.
Yang. Then we poison the carrot.
Yeah, sure, whatever. That's some kind of metaphor. But you see my point, Counselor.
Lee. Who else stands with you? Counselor Yang, Counselor Ryu, anyone else? Smith. Strongly. It is why I'm stepping down. The High Council needs a new face. A real new face, not simply the same old establishment figures the peasantry already hates. Joe. It's a good argument. Lee. In that case, it doesn't look like anyone else is likely to get the 6-vote upper majority needed, then, is it? Alright, Counselor Ryu, I hope Chief Counselor's faith in you isn't misplaced. I withdraw my nomination. Kim. Really? Joe. As a point of order, it's long past the point where we usually take a break. Smith. Is that a motion for recess? Joe. Yes. Lee. I'll second it. Smith.
I call monkey bars during the recess.
Very well, we'll reconvene in 1 hour. Hyun-ae, you find this boring? This is like the juicy stuff. The fucking intrigue.
I'm pretty sure the juicy stuff was blocked too.
Oh, hush. Chief Counselor Ryu, Captaincy. Looks like a little time skip here. Next on the list, the proposed Motherhood Credit Act.
Oh.
I'm tabling this one myself. You can find the text of the act in the 10th appendix of the session's agenda, as well as the relevant charts and data in the 11th through 15th. Yang. We're sure burning through appendices fast. Ryu.
Appendicitis.
My apologies, I'll try to keep this one concise then, since I know you've all read this one anyway. We're approaching a serious demographic problem right now. Birth rates shipwide have been declining for years. The plan, simply put, is to provide an economic incentive for families to raise children. Lee. Exactly what sort of numbers are you proposing? I feel like I'm being buried underneath a giant pile of data. How much is this credit for? Ryu. Nothing's being buried, it's just thoroughness. Lee. Chief Counselor Smith wouldn't have allowed an item to be introduced with 4 appendices. Ryu. They've been available beforehand for months. Kim. I haven't read them either. Lee. I've read them, it's just unclear. What are the actual numbers? Ryu. It's a complex breakdown of a number of factors. The bottom line, though, is that it will average 20,000 silver for noble families per year and 5,000 silver for peasant families per year.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Subsidize the rich, just like IRL.
Trickle down. It's just like pissing on your leg. Your turn.
Let the record show that Counselor Lee just let out a long whistle, which I'm seconding. Those are big numbers.
Yang. I don't object on principle, but I would like an assurance that this isn't going to impact my department's budget. It's already stretched thin. Kim. Everybody's stretched thin.
The projection makes it seem like it's going to have a significant cost attached to it. Like, I'm not opposed either. I get the benefits. It's just, the stability I worry about.
Ryu. Counselor Smith, if you would. Smith. Right, there's no question this will be costly. We're looking for long-term results, but certainly this is not a project that can be sustained in the long term. If you look at Appendix 14, you'll see that the projected cost for the next 10 years will require a 15% tax increase.
That's a lot.
Smith. However, the projection also shows that with the estimated population increase
fuck that.
This being conservative, don't worry, we'll see an even payout after about 22 years. Then a significant increase.
That's never how it works.
Lee, how does that work? Smith. Appendix 15 is a report by the Mugunghwa University Department of Economics. You'll find that it explains it thoroughly.
Laissez-faire, supply side,
You know more about economics than I do, so I'll take your word for it. Do you want to explain what the fallacy is there? Because I admittedly... Is it just that projected numbers never come out to be as rosy as you expect them to?
In this case, basically, but honestly, economics don't so much work that way. Basically, the idea is that growth is going to pay for itself, because with more economy, the same amount of tax gets you more money, but turns out that it doesn't grow, you don't get more money, and then everything's fucked.
Good to know. Smith. Appendix 15 is a report by the Mugunghwa University Department of Economics. You'll find it explains it thoroughly. Lee. Certainly, Counselor, but humor me. How does it work? Smith. Well, basically, when the population goes up, it means the workforce increases, which means there's more people to do more jobs. There's an increase in tax revenue overall, but a decrease in government labor costs, which is always a pain in the ass. Pretty much. Lee. Really? Smith. I'm sure the Council of Education will vouch for the quality of the university's findings. Oh. Yeah, of course, I'll stand by it. Lee. Very well then. Mute.
Okay, but here's my problem. If you increase taxes on the lower class by 15%, there will be riots. Like, my office will be on fire within a week, and it turns out that costs even more of the money that's already tight to put out. We're talking actual, straight-out riots. It's a security problem.
Ryu. But the benefit would be...
I get what the benefit would be. It just doesn't offset the costs of, offices on fire.
Joe, more workers would be a pretty good thing, though. Ryu, are you really going to exercise the security veto over this? Smith, if I may, a possible solution might be to offload the tax increase onto the noble classes. Kim, this is a terrible idea. Just to hell with the whole act, I say.
No, it's a good idea. Peasants off having children is something I am all for. Peasants raising happy families do not set fire to anything. To be perfectly clear, I am very much in favor of the not setting fire to things option, okay?
Lee, the Council of Security may be over-dramatizing a little. Ah!
But that's what I do.
Ryu, don't sound so certain. We need to find some sort of consolation for the refusal to carry out President Park's insane school credit idea. This just addresses a serious social issue as well as undercuts Park. If it's not this, it'll have to be something else. Kim, I don't care. I'm not voting for any act that'll require a tax increase, let alone one supported by noble families alone. Yang, yes, me neither. Lee, this is certainly going nowhere fast. Ryu, Councilor Smith? Smith. Yeah? Ryu, I'm sure something can be changed to address the councilor's concerns, right? Smith. Well, we could probably just take funding from the surplus. It'll all balance out in the end anyway. I didn't think to submit any numbers on that, though. Ryu. Assuming the councilor states correct and no new taxes are levied on either peasantry or the noble class, would anyone object?
It'd be okay by me.
Lee. Assuming the councilor state is correct, no, there would be no objection. Kim. Yes, fine, whatever, I don't care. Yang. I would have no problem. Joe. What they all said. Ryu. Great, Councilor Smith, please provide a new report on the feasibility of the surplus financing for the Motherhood Credit Act. The item is tabled until then. Moving on.
Well, turns out that 3 or so years later that must have been a thing, seeing as we saw it mentioned in stories in 4042.
Break time?
Fine.
Snake time? It's a good time to take a break. No, this is you.
That's my line. But that's my only line.
Go.
Hey, it's a good time to take a break, isn't it? Some of the things we've been reading have been really intense.
I know, I love it.
Intensely boring. I don't get any of this. I don't really like some of the feelings they're bringing up in me. So let's take a break and talk about something else. So let's talk more about that gay stuff. That is, sorry. Geez, this is awkward. I just don't really know what to say. Yeah, I have nothing. I'm sorry. I guess after all I was taught, I'm pretty lousy at filling a silence, aren't I? Wow. Well, I guess we should just get back to reading then. That's something I'm good at doing. Sorry, I know it's really awkward.
No, not at all.
Good break.
Good break. Oh, we got a new unread message.
You got a message.
Please do not ignore by Mr. Sung Lee. Mr. Sung Lee, Star Union Bank Ltd, Mari Imbram Branch Luda. Hello, let me start by introducing myself, Mr. Sung Lee, Credit Officer of the Star Union Bank Ltd. I do insist on your confidence in this transaction. I'm making this contact with you based on reliable information available to me courtesy of the Internet Business Index and confirmed by my local chambers of commerce and industry concerning your reputation. Thus, I am convinced you would be able to provide me with a solution to a money transfer transaction of 43,600,000 Union credits. This is to seek your cooperation as my foreign partner and your assistance to enable me to own property and invest in the stable economy of your planet. Accept my apologies if the mail does not suit your personal or business ethics. All other information will be to facilitate the remittance of the funds will be revealed to you in due course. For your assistance, you should receive 25% of the funds to be transferred and 10% will be set aside for all expenses incurred by both parties. Kindly reply me with your private email for confidential reasons and star radio frequency so I can give you more details and explain the procedures of the proposal to you. Kindly delete this email if it does not suit your personal or business ethics, as I will gladly appreciate. Yours faithfully, Mr. Sung Lee.
Good. Space scam.
I can't delete it.
Huh? That means it agrees with our ethics, oh no.
Damn it.
Oh, we know what year it is now. It's 4989.
Neat.
I forgot that we have the year in this game, so we know how long ago this shit happened.
Neat.
So, like, 900 years, right? Yeah, that's 900 years ago.
Just about. Oh, goodness gracious, hold on. Which makes sense, because she was drifting for about 600 of those, and the society after the crash went for about 300, right?
Yeah.
Nobility Stipend Amendment. Ryu. Next on the agenda is proposed amendment to the Consolidation of the Noble Class Act. Tabling this one personally, you can find the relevant text in the 8 appendix. Short, it's just filling the loophole on how the nobility stipend is distributed. I've mentioned this before. Kim, can we keep this one short so we can get to the part of the agenda that's important?
Wow, I can't believe I'm saying this, but what Counselor Kim said.
Smith, I'll just read out the entire text of the amendment. The nobility stipend will only be distributed by patrilineal family lines as officially registered and not paid twice to married couples. Can't recall seeing any report on this ever. Is this really a widespread problem? Ryu. You saying we should just let people break the spirit of the rules because it's not widespread? Lee. This does sound an awful lot like pedantry. Smith. Alright, sorry, withdrawn. Ryu. Does anyone object to this, or can we have the vote and move on? Ryu. Let the record indicate there were no objections, and therefore a vote will be automatically called. How does the council vote? Kim. Fine, Council of Engineering and Science is in favor. Oh, Council of Education is in favor.
The Counselor of Security is in favor of moving on.
Yang, in favor. Lee. The Counselor of Culture is in favor. Smith. Counselor of State is in favor, I guess. Joe. Counselor of Agriculture is in favor. Ryu. Counselor of Captaincy is in favor. Ryu. The amendment passes unanimously. Right, moving on to the main topic of the agenda.
I don't know why either. I wonder if it will come out in future log entries.
Maybe. Meritocracy Act. Day 9. Ryu. Let's formally begin Day 9 of the debate on the Meritocracy Act.
Is there any hope of this being the last day?
Ryu. Unless this council really is the quote shit show unquote that President Park claims it to be, there shouldn't be any surprises. Everyone should be on the same page. Everyone better be on the same page. Oh, are we really going to have the word shit show in the council records?
Yeah, it's hopeless. 3 more years of debate. Can't wait.
Lee, if we could focus, please. Ryu. I understand that several councilors have amendments they'd like to table. Oh, very well. Please refer to Appendix 201 for the text of it. Councilor Kim, unintelligible. Ryu. Order, please continue, Councilor O. States essentially that meritocracy exams will be run exclusively by a committee chaired by the president of Mugunghwa University, composed entirely of currently existing nobles, and that no person currently standing on the council will solicit or engage in any improper relationship with a member of the meritocracy committee for the purpose of falsifying exam results under penalty of essentially being barred from the exam.
Wait, what? What does that even mean?
Oh, nothing. Lee. Proper definition of improper relationship seems to be impossible for a family member to fulfill. Is that correct? Oh, that's correct.
So it's functionally useless then.
Oh, again, that's accurate.
Great, I love it. Functionally useless is the best kind of function.
Smith. Then what's the point, Ryu? The point is, my entire goal proposing the Meritocracy Act was to create the appearance of radical change that's consistent with what President Park has proposed, in a way that won't actually change the status quo. Yang. Well, that won't change the status quo except for hanging anyone but the 8 families here out to dry. Kim. Oh no, not this again. What the hell, Counselor Yang? Who really cares about the nobility status of the Kang or Han families? They're not here.
Like, I get the concern. It feels like betraying nobles for the sake of peasants, and I don't like it either, okay? But this is pretty clearly the best way out of the problem.
Ryu. You could stand to lose some dead weight anyway. Smith. I don't really like the tone of that.
Man, what happened to no surprises?
Lee. We've been here for 9 days. It's not been made clear that there are bigger concerns than tone, Counselor Smith. Ryu. I would think your primary concern is that we're able to pass a budget, Counselor. Smith. Yeah, it is. Ryu. Are there any objections to including Counselor O's amendment to the Act? Smith. Only moral ones. Ryu. Counselor? Smith. Sorry, strike that statement from the record. No. Ryu. Then the amendment is added to the Act. Who else had an addition? Kim. I wanted to add an amendment that requires a member of each department to certify the exams. Various counselors, indiscernible objections. Ryu. Order, there will be order. Ryu. Thank you. What happened to no surprises? Don't do this, Counselor.
I'd like to second the motion for Counselor Kim not to do this to us.
Kim, don't you want to make Ryu. It's unnecessary and transparent. Lee. The purpose of the act is to be subtle, and that is hardly consistent with subtle. The rules are effectively allow Mugunghwa University to ensure that it is anyway.
Let's just move on right now, okay?
Kim. Fine. Ryu. Are there any other amendments counselors would wish to table? Joe. Actually, I do. Lee. It's co-authored by us. The text can be found in the appendices 191 to 192. Proposals for all meritocracy exams to be broken into several brackets and for the counselor position to be awarded to the oldest member of the top bracket.
Does that really make a difference?
Joe, absolutely. Lee, it's simply to ensure that someone can't take over a position just by scoring a few points better than one of us. There's some smart kids in my family. I'd rather not the position be lost to them just because of a 2-point difference, for instance.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Ryu, any objections? Ryu, the item is added to the act, then. Any other proposed amendments? Ryu, no? Lee, could it be that the end is finally in sight?
Finally, after 10,000 years of debate, it's time to vote.
Ryu, it's about time. How does the council vote on the amended act?
The Counselor of Security is in favor.
Counselor of Culture is in favor. Still think this is a terrible idea, but I'll vote in favor. Smith, the Counselor of State votes in favor, but let the record show that I'm not comfortable with it either. Counselor Cho, in favor. Counselor Yang, the Counselor of Justice is in favor. Ryu, the Counselor of Captaincy is in favor. Ryu, the Meritocracy Act passes unanimously after 9 days of debate. Concludes the agenda for this session. I'm personally going to motion to prorogue. I don't know this word.
Prorogue, protection from rogues.
Prorogue council until after exams are conducted, as soon as the act is signed by the president.
As soon as it's signed, and as soon as the smug jerk has choked on his shit show crack.
Lee, I'll second the chief counselor's motion. Ryu, assuming the act is signed with no problems, we'll reconvene after the meritocracy exam results are confirmed.
See you in 3 months, then.
Ryu, let's go home, counselors. Counselors dismissed. Council is dismissed. Oh, so you know what's going to happen in this next one, right?
Yep. Okay, so prorogue, to discontinue a session of a parliament or other legislative assembly without dissolving it. Now we know.
I'm with Hyun-ae on this one.
Oh no!
Yes, we do have to remember a whole new set of confusing names. Ryu, the Mugunghwa High Council session for June 27th, 4042 has now begun. This is the first session since the meritocracy exams, and there's a lot of new faces here. Congratulations, counselors. Yang, plus one very old face.
Counselor boy, you're not gonna go very far if you don't learn to respect your elders, like, now.
Yang, just an observation. Ryu, moving on. There are a lot of items on the agenda that have been put forward by various counselors. Unless you'd rather spend your time bickering, I suggest we get started.
Okay, let's get on with it.
Ryu, first on the agenda is a tribute consolidation proposal from Counselor Smith. You can find the full text of it in Appendix 1. You have the floor, Counselor. Smith, thanks, sir. I'd like to propose moving a variety of small taxes and tributes and consolidate them into...
No, absolutely not.
If you just let me finish, I think you'll find it agreeable.
You're proposing that the noble families save some money by dumping it onto the peasantry. This is absolutely crazy.
Han. Engineering and science.
Oh.
You know, I read the proposal, and it seems like this is shit that could be covered by them anyway. It's not like nobles have use for example, the inner deck rail system. What's your problem, Mute? Oh, I'm also in favor.
Good for you. My problem, Mr. Han, is that this is going to be a heavy burden on a peasantry that, as of this moment, actually doesn't hate us right now. Like, seriously, is that going to be the first action of the new High Council? Piss away all our goodwill? We're really okay with that?
Yang, I think everyone but you is really okay with that, yes.
I don't care. I'll security veto if I have to, okay?
Smith, she can do that? Ryu, if there's cause for it.
There is all kinds of cause for it. It's tantamount to declaring war on the peasantry, which would be really stupid after all we've worked for. And it's also a security risk. We do that, it's just going to lead to public demonstrations. Look, like, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, okay? I get it. I totally do. You're right. Transferring it would be more fair, and I'm sure everyone here wants to save the extra silver. And you're new, so, like, I get it, but you need to understand. That is not how we do things here. The makeup of this council may have changed, boys, but it's still important that we're subtle in our actions. This is not subtle, okay?
Yang, that's sanctimonious.
That's the truth. Look, no vote is going to happen on this, okay? No matter what. Take the proposal back and find a way to do it that won't enrage the peasantry. Then we'll talk about it again. That's the bottom line.
Smith, that's the only way.
It really is.
Ryu, then let's move on to the next order of business. Counselor Tai and Counselor O have a proposal that...
No.
Counselor Ryu, pardon me? Tai, will you not even let me speak?
Save your breath. It is a terrible idea. The effect will be that no peasant will be able to use any of the ship's computers. You realize this, right?
Tai, that isn't what it says.
Oh, come on. You know that's going to be the effect, though. This is kinda insane.
Oh, what's wrong with encouraging the peasantry to seek out a proper education?
Because it's not going to encourage them to do that. It's going to encourage every single person who's ever written a letter with the word democracy in it to riot. Like, we're going to see things on fire. Probably even outright banditry.
Oh, it's important that we raise the level of literacy, as the meritocracy exam results demonstrated it's a massive problem even in the upper classes.
Yeah, well, if you think it's going to have that effect, then you are even dumber than your predecessor.
Yang, that is completely out of line.
Yeah, withdrawn. But find another way to promote this agenda, one that won't end in my department needing to put out fires.
Tay, will you abuse your security veto for everything this council puts forward?
Just watch me.
Ryu. Then there's no point in prolonging this. Next item on the agenda is a proposal tabled by Councillor Yang, the proposed Electoral Monitors Act. You can find the text of it in the 5th appendix. I hope you won't be voting this one out of hand, Councillor Mute.
Well, I don't like the part where it takes money out of my budget for officers not under my control. But I don't think it's a security risk, no.
Councillor Yang. For everyone else, the purpose of the act is to provide independent third-party monitors for the presidential elections to ensure they occur without the fear of tampering that's lingered in the past. I'm sure the Councillor's security will attest to how much of a problem this can be.
Yeah, it's a problem. No dispute there. Taking it out of my budget is kind of problematic, though.
Ryu. Councillor Smith, can you think of any alternative funding sources the act could be amended to use? Smith. No, in fact, I don't see any reason to put it to a debate. Looks like Councillor Mute will simply have to deal with it. I'm moving to call a vote immediately.
Oh. I see how this is.
Oh, seconded. Day. I'd also like to second it. Yang. Yeah, same. Ryu. That was much quicker than anticipated.
Of all the petty... Well, call it then.
Ryu. How does this council vote? Yang. I'm in favor. Joe, I'm in favor. Han. The Councilor of Engineering and Science is in favor. Tay. The Councilor of Culture is in favor. Ryu. The Councilor of Captaincy is in favor. Oh. Likewise. Smith. The Councilor of State is in favor.
Okay, the Counselor of Security is in favor.
Ryu. The act passes unanimously then, and will be sent directly to the President for signing. It's traditional at this point to take a break for the morning and get around this time. I motion to recess.
Seconded. Gladly.
Ryu. The council will reconvene in an hour then. So, is the whole idea that as long as Mute abuses her security veto, they're just going to strip her of funding?
Yep. Also, did you notice that wasn't Counselor Tay new there?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he was one of the ones who was being bribed earlier by the Ryus. Remember? Who had hired A. Chung as a private actress? They were bribing him to be on their good side. And hey, look, now he's in the council. The things that I'm picking up on, like, the 4th, 5th
See, this is why I like having you around, because you're much better at making those connections than I am. Alright.
Well, nap time. Go to bed.
I'm going in deeper.
Snooze.
Snooze, you lose. Okay,
right.
so we're back to block 4, right?
Block 4, block 4.
Lineage Act Amendment. Bureaucrat Class Act.
What a class act.
Records Office Unity Act.
On to block 5. I like block 5.
I don't remember what block 5's about, but I'm sure we'll...
Science.
Science rules.
Wow. So much power.
Oh.
Do we have enough power just for here onwards as we did for the first day? Is that true?
I have no idea. Close to it, it looks like. Whew, let's get in deep.
Alright. Lineage Act Amendment.
Chief Counselor Ryu, Captaincy. Before I declare council back in session, I'll ask if the councilors with differences on the one language amendment resolve them, or will this simply be a repeat of this morning?
I'm okay.
Oh, I think we've come to appreciate acceptable terms. Ryu, then we can proceed. Council is now in session and the floor is open. Smith, I'd like to modify my amendment to stipulate that all the provisions are optional, and the member of the family who receives the nobility stipend can be selected arbitrarily by the councilor. Han, what is the point of that? Oh. The point is that not every family is led by the eldest son.
If we are to restrict the nobility step into a single branch of the family, it is important that it's not given to the wrong one, as we discussed this morning.
Like, at length.
Han. So, why not just give it directly to counselors then? Ryu. As Counselor of Security would say, more subtlety is required. It's better to make it about families than about individual men.
That isn't something I'd say.
Ryu. Do you still disapprove of the act, even with Counselor Smith's amendment?
Well, I still think this one lineage nonsense is a stupid idea. I don't see any point in prioritizing elder sons in particular, even as a statement, and, like, alienating branch families has absolutely no logic to me. This is going to have all kinds of serious repercussions in the future. They're not going to be on my family, though. You want to hoist yourselves up on your own petards, that's okay by me. I definitely disapprove of the act, but in the capacity of the Counselor of Security, I won't object.
Smith. That will suffice then. Ryu. Are there any counselors that do have objections or further items to propose? Sho. None that have a chance of carrying, no. Ryu. Then Counselor Smith's item is added to the amendment then, and the debate is closed. How does the council vote? Smith. Counselor State is in honor. In favor. Cho. The Counselor of Agriculture is against. Sorry, but I have to tell my family I tried. Yang. Also against, for the record. Tae. Counselor of Culture is in favor. Han. The Counselor of Engineering and Science is in favor. Oh. The Counselor of Education is in favor. Ryu. Counselor of Captaincy is in favor.
Counselor of Security is against. Have fun explaining this one to your cousins, boys. It's not on me.
Ryu. The amendment carries 5 in favor, 3 against. Moving on.
What a class act.
Bureaucrat class act. It's just me, or did Ryu take this position and kind of run with it?
Yeah, also, note, the language of the sessions.
Is now in Chinese.
Yeah.
Interesting. Let's get to the most important item of the session, the Bureaucrat Class Act.
Otherwise known as the cleaning up the mess that everyone should have seen coming a year ago act.
Ryu. Counselor.
Don't counselor me. Can we acknowledge, for the record, that this is an attempt at damage control for the idiotic one lineage amendment?
Yang. Is this level of pettiness truly necessary? Han. I really think you're out of line too.
I'm glad you've offered your obligatory throwaway opinion for this session, Counselor Han.
Han. What? Ryu. Are we done with the derailment, Counselor Mute?
No derailment from me. Clearly it's important to put this act through. I just want to start off by acknowledging for the record that this is a direct response to the problems caused by the one lineage amendment. That's all.
Ryu. Fine, so noted. Now can we move on?
Sure, go ahead.
Ryu. You have the floor, Counselor Smith. Smith. Contrary to what Counselor Mute says, this has nothing to do with the one lineage amendment. The purpose of the act is to weaken the lower classes by dividing them.
You mean the class that we've bolstered by alienating new noble families with, like, every single session of council?
Yang. Didn't you say you'd stop? Smith. I don't think I could be any more blunt. This isn't related to the one lineage amendment. The goal is to create a new social class with a higher standing than the peasantry without nearly as high a cost to us as noble families. There's about 10 appendices that outline the whole proposed arrangement. So all those people that are now cast out of the nobility by the one lineage amendment.
Yep. Try to give them a status that hoists them up far enough above the rabble that they'll back the status quo and support the power structure while not actually powerful enough to do anything to change things.
Nice.
American middle class much?
Cho, is there any room for debate on these numbers? Smith. Heavens no. Ryu. As I understand, it's a very delicate budget. Smith. There's really no room for any amendment. Cho. Understood. Yang. Not everything needs to be a giant hostile debate, despite the Counselor of Security's penchant for it. Surely we can agree on Counselor Ryu's proposal without any further debate.
Okay. I'm not going to dignify that, but I'm pretty sure you meant Counselor Smith.
Ooh. So
Learn.
Ryu... Yep. Yang. Yes, I misspoke, but thanks for the pedantry. Smith. Then does anyone else object? Yang. I'll second a motion to vote if you need one.
Nope, I don't object.
Then with no objections, a vote will automatically be called. How does the council... Ah, damn it. Stupid right-clicking. How does the council vote?
Counselor of Security is in favor.
Yang, that's a surprise.
This is neither the time nor the place for your pettiness, okay? Just register your vote.
Yang, you're one to talk, but of course I'm in favor. Oh, likewise. Cho. The Counselor of Agriculture is in favor. Tae. Counselor of Culture is in favor. Han. Counselor of Engineering and Science is in favor. Ryu. Counselor of Captaincy is in favor. Smith. Naturally, the Counselor of State is in favor. Ryu. The act passes unanimously then and shall be sent directly to the President for signing.
Since there isn't really anything else important on the agenda, I move to dismiss council.
Ryu, we're actually in agreement. The motion is seconded. Council reconvene at a date to be determined next month. Dismissed.
Well,
you really not liking this, Hyun-ae? I'm digging this so much.
it has no ladies boning at all.
Mm-hmm.
It has no gay.
It's got enough gay. Ryu, we all know what's on the agenda. I trust we can get through this in a civilized fashion. Smith, one hopes.
I don't like your tone, Counselor.
Smith, I don't.
Not you, the Counselor of Captaincy.
Please don't derail this, Counselor Mute. Your objections to the Union Act have been thoroughly stated and noted. Your input is appreciated.
Your input has appreciated me, okay? You're not gonna shut me up. This is insane. This is, actually insane. I don't even know why it's being brought up again. Did you miss the memo? I'm security vetoing it.
Ryu, it's not... Han, how the hell do you justify that? It has nothing to do with the ship's security.
Are you kidding? Seriously? You haven't considered the idea that removing all restrictions as to who can be president has, massively destabilizing consequences?
Ryu, please read the record, Counselor. You'll find this amendment has been added to address security's concerns. The Act very specifically says that it only removes all non-criminal, non-age-related restrictions. There aren't any destabilizing consequences.
That doesn't address my concerns at all. I will not budge on this matter, okay? The security veto stands, and I can't believe I actually have to argue why separation of powers is important.
Tay, on what grounds do you even argue that the security veto would apply here?
Really? The possibilities for abuse are endless. It goes against every principle that the current system of government was founded on.
Tay, and that's a reason not to do something? Counselor Mute, you'd surely not suggest that those principles are unassailable. How will we ever improve our society if we defend bad ideas simply for the sake of conservatism?
Okay, well, while you're off fantasizing about improving our society, it's my job to put my foot down on things that can jeopardize the ship's safety.
Ryu, if the act is amended, would you even consider the possibility of rescinding your veto?
No.
Ryu, then please let record be updated to include a signed document from President Park overriding the security veto. Not this time, Mute.
Of course he did. That's cause for alarm in and of itself. Don't you see? He wants the ability to run for a second term. If we actually let him stay in the public spotlight for that long, that gets rid of our strongest control against democracy movements. If you think they were getting bad before, can you imagine what they'd be like after 10 years of a single, unified, charismatic leader with a government platform? 15? 20? Do you really think that would be okay?
Yang, except we've completely knocked the wind out of the movement's sails. Tay. Well, maybe he's thinking that. It's merely wishful thinking.
Great. So now you're just offloading the problem onto me in the future. It's lost momentum now, but what about, a century from now? Our actions here have serious consequences.
Tay, it doesn't look like you're convincing anyone. Note, a long pause follows.
Cue long pause. Okay. I'm willing to compromise. I know when I've lost. I'll support the act. Just give me an amendment that ensures a president can't have 2 terms, okay? Hell, even specify that it only applies to non-noble presidents. Just give me something here.
Cho, I'd be willing to set... Ryu, I don't think that's necessary.
You'll second the motion, Counselor Cho?
Cho, sorry, strike my remark from the record.
What? How is that even controversial?
Ryu, I don't see any reason for further debate on the matter.
Come on, there's no reason not to. All I want is to ensure someone like President Park doesn't run again. Will anyone second the amendment?
Ryu, I'll move to vote on the act as it stands.
Nobody?
Tay, seconded.
Oh, I see.
Ryu, the motion passes. How does the council vote? Tay, the Counselor of Culture is in favor. Han, the Counselor of Engineering and Science is in favor. Smith, in favor. Yang, also in favor. Ryu, the Counselor of Captaincy is in favor. Oh, same. Cho, the Counselor of Agriculture is in favor. Ryu, and the Counselor of Security against, one assumes?
Counselor of Security abstains.
Note, this is the first abstention from a vote by a Counselor Mute in the ship's history. Ryu. Very well, the act passes 7 in favor with 1 abstention. That's everything on the agenda. We'll reconvene after the presidential election. Council is now dismissed.
Well, shit.
Damn! So much for that smooth play they thought they were pulling.
There's something I want to confess to you. If this is what your job is normally like, I think it's really great. I'm not being a burden on you, am I? You don't mind having me as a sidekick, right? I like it.
I like it.
Ah, me too. It's really great. I just really like being able to do something together with you. It's just such a romantic thing, casually spending time with the person you love.
Oh, not that we
reading
know anything.
dry government documents.
I love spending time casual with the person I love.
And, hey, Miss Investigator, I think you're really cool. Traveling through space, solving mysteries. I can't wait until we get back to Earth. Doing footwork, interrogating people, being out there in the world. I never would have dreamed when I was stuck in the women's quarters of an aimless spaceship that I'd end up like this. So that's why I want to continue to be your sidekick.
Yeah.
When I keep reading about all these people from just 300 years before when I was alive, it reminds me a lot of my original time. But it also makes me feel like I'm completely unprepared to get by in a society like that. And that's just a difference of 300 years. So I think I could learn a lot from being an investigator like you, from being your sidekick. Could you tell me more about the job you're going to be doing when we get to Earth?
It's a paycheck.
Aw.
Since you used to go back to Earth, it'll make someone happy. Oh, what is this job we're doing? Is it gonna make someone happy?
The job is getting Hyun-ae a body and going on vacation.
It'll make someone happy.
Ah, that's so wonderful of you. So you're more than just my hero, then? Sorry, I know. That's an embarrassing thing to say. I just think that's really nice.
Aww.
It's all so much more exciting than being a housewife. And a little bit romantic, too. Anyway, I guess I should probably stop distracting you from doing that job now. To figure out the whole story about what happened to the Mugunghwa in year 0. Let's continue to work hard together.
Word. Oh, we got a new email. Please deliver the AI. From Kim. I hope this letter finds you well. Thank you again for your work in recovering the Mugunghwa's records and at least partially solving the mystery of what caused the tragedy on board. Hope you find the agreed upon a payment to be acceptable. However, there's still an outstanding issue. We have reason to believe that your report was not entirely forthcoming, and that you were able to recover an AI identifying as Hyun-ae from the ship Hyun-ae as well. To personally remind you that in terms of contract, we're to deliver all data recovered from the Mugunghwa, which would include all code associated with her too. Don't worry, we have no interest in prosecuting her. Nobody in this galaxy has the authority to, regardless. Nor do we believe her to actually be the same entity as the woman responsible for committing genocide on the Mugunghwa. However, as the sole survivor of the ship and the carrier of Kim Hyun-ae's memories, she could provide invaluable information on the disaster that occurred, and it's important that she testifies her experience to us. You don't have a vested interest in obscure UKSPA history, but for the sake of all those people who died, it's important that we learn all that we can. Flora has told me that you'll be in the solar system within a couple days. We'd be very happy to arrange a meeting with you and the Hyun-ae contract while you're in the region. It's just part of already paid for contract. I just hope discussing this issue with your boss doesn't become necessary. It's just very important that we hear all there is to learn. Looking forward to hearing from you soon. John Kim, Saiju Colony Historical Society. Saiju Colony, Titan, Jupiter, Sol 5.
Nice. Wow.
That sounded vaguely threatening, but the content wasn't as threatening as I thought it was going to be. Because it's not like, oh, hand her over and never see her again. It's all like, yeah, we just need to do a fucking debriefing. Like, for fucking legality's sake.
Perhaps, but it wasn't quite clear on the whole... It wasn't quite clear on that, because they were saying Hyun-ae is data that was on that ship, and it's part of your contract to give that over.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I
don't know. Before going on to the next block, though.
Yeah.
Before going on to the next block, isn't Mute's role in this kind of interesting? Because we're kind of rooting for her as the hero, but also her whole deal is trying to shut down a democracy movement and maintain a security state and total control over her ship. But it turns out that's the least bad option.
I mean, exactly, because it's not like you're on a planet with plentiful resources where if you don't like it, you can just fuck off and go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't run a ship like that. That you've got limited resources and you're in an enclosed space with literally no other option.
I don't know. I'm not sure I agree with that. That there's no option but to maintain a police state.
I didn't say it had to be a police state, but you definitely don't want to just have people making decisions without any regard for what that's going to be.
I mean, we already live in a place with limited resources where you can't just fuck off and go elsewhere. It's Earth.
Man, I want to just fuck off and go elsewhere now.
Go to space. But yeah, I just find it really interesting how that whole storyline there, there's not someone who's clearly the good guy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
There's not. There's
even
just
though we're rooting for you.
different shades of bad, one of which seems really bad, and one of which seems at least to have its reasons for doing the things they do. Anyway.
You're cute.
No, you.
No, you. You're cute when you get really into stuff.
No, you.
No, you.
I'm not cute.
You're super cute.
False.
Grandmother knows best. From Kim So-yi.
A new person.
Oh, hi. Whoa, nice. I love this scarf.
Science scarf.
Room status. Relatively free of debris. No laundry on the floor. Futon still unrolled. Not really a point to doing it this late in the day. No dishes in room. That's just about good enough for me. Today was pretty exhausting at work. We're still doing cleanup from the fire on Monday, and I'm low enough on the ladder to get stuck in a room full of ash all day. It also meant that in order to catch up on all my project work, I had to do 2 hours of overtime afterwards. It's not my idea of fun. Can't figure out what the occasion is, but for some reason when I got home from work, half the main branches of the family gathered seemed to be in our living room. Even my grandfather, the counselor of engineering himself, was there. Oh, Counselor Kim.
Yep.
The counselor, shockingly, I wanted to just go lie down and hole up in my room, but given how rare an event that is, social obligations interfered. After thanking my grandfather for getting me that job once more, which he seemed nonplussed on the subject of, my grandmother instantly dominated the conversation by asking me if I'd found a man yet. Okay, we haven't heard of her yet. My standard response, I'd love to, but work keeps getting in the way. She apparently didn't buy that. Oh, she's an engineer.
That's nice.
Why not? Isn't engineering a male-dominated field, she asked? It's not wrong, but nearly every single man is either named Kim or married to someone named Kim. With a few exceptions, like my boss, the gross one of forcing me to clean up ashes instead of doing important work. I left that last part out of my answer to grandmother. It's not like I don't want to find someone. I'd sure like to move out from my parents' house and have someone for companionship, and eventually have kids when my career gives me the time for it. I'm not opposed to marriage. I really want it, but I don't think I'm brave enough to say the only reason why I've gotten to 20 years old without ever having a boyfriend is because I'm hopeless with men. Hyun-ae understands.
Science.
Or even in front of anyone. I feel pretty embarrassed even writing this in my diary where nobody but me is going to read it. So, I think I was supposed to be offended when she asked, what if I found someone for you, but actually seemed like a reasonable enough idea. She has good judgment, probably, and I don't believe in nonsense like love at first sight. The idea of getting together with someone through a matchmaker doesn't sound very hard to justify. Besides, if I don't like whoever she picks, I can just say no. So I asked, do you have someone in mind? She seemed pretty taken aback by that. My parents not so much. They didn't say anything. Bottom line is that it seems I now have a marriage interview with a Mr. Pyeon at some point next month.
Hey.
You look like a cook. Are you cooking?
Probably.
Is that a cook or a lab or?
Probably. He looks like a cook.
Okay.
I also remember that he is a cook.
Excellent. Apparently he is very sweet, dresses handsomely, and works as a cook for a living. Oh, right. Okay. Those all sound like good things to me, although I worry about what sort of man would resort to matchmaking. Well, I'm not one to talk. I think it's going to be fairly weird, but I'm looking forward to it. Interesting.
Alright, cooking time.
A curious word. Kim So-yi. Apartment status. Just moved in. Perfectly clean. Closet of brand new cushions and linens. Cupboard full of spotless dishes. Bed is made. Husband's assistance. Oh, they did get married. Husband. What a curious word. I don't think I'll ever get used to the idea. I mean, it's only been a day, but fiancé sounded just as curious to me too, and I don't feel like things are really any different. As stated, the wedding was today. Grandmother insisted on having a big formal affair of it. It's certainly not in my interests, but my only condition was that I was to have no part in the planning. It seemed to make both her and Nae Moon happy.
Who is Nae Moon? Oh,
that's Mr. Pyeon.
Nae Moon.
I begrudgingly dealt with this stuffy traditional clothing for her sake. After all, without her matchmaking, I would never have been married to begin with. It was evidently in my best interest, though. After the ceremony concluded, I had another chance to converse with my grandfather, and after an entirely accidental slip of the tongue about my disgusting boss — drinking was a factor, I must confess — I am unused to how free it seems to make my tongue. I found myself with a promise of promotion to technical specialist. Even for a wedding present, that was a tremendous gesture. I'm intensely looking forward to getting back to work now. Finally, freedom from the embarrassment of cleaning ashes and the ability to perform research. Will, of course, not be given my own assistance from the start, but it is still a huge step up. What else happened? Conversation with parents about moving out was emotional on their part, but largely unremarkable. They will cope. I still feel like this new home is too large for me, but it would be a lie to suggest that I don't love it. Having space for just the two of us, particularly free of awkward silence requirements of the bedroom, is as great as I'd hoped.
Are they loud sleepers?
Past that. Busy day, but little else worth noting. Naked husband is seemingly reading over my shoulder right now. Still doing it. Hasn't stopped yet. Yes, knock it off. Husband is now mocking my very concept of postcoital diary writing. Seemingly, he does not want me to fall asleep with me showing any manner of affection to him. Possibly even interested in sleeping on futon in another room. Now expressing an unacceptably sincere level of apology. Still insufficient. You'll have to do better than that, husband, if you want... Wow, like, I forget. So it actually worked out well for them.
Yeah.
That's really awesome.
Block 5. Good block.
And that was only about a year later.
Yeah.
The research problem. Department status. No time to make the bed this morning, otherwise spotless. Dishes need to be washed. Mr. Han finally responded to my message. Somehow related to Counselor Han, I would assume.
Probably.
Been so excited to have him assigned to me as a research assistant. Certainly the help was well deserved after my recent overburdened workload. Or at least in my estimation, and I've considered the possibility the research chief's intentions were not good in doing so. Okay. It seems unlikely, however. Despite his remarks on the perilousness of my position, it seems as though he is earnestly grateful for my work, and he didn't assign Han to me until I specifically outlined the preliminary research proposal into the radiation problem. So I must believe that he truly did think the research was worth pursuing, and that I would require assistance for it, and nothing more. I certainly was optimistic for the first week I worked with Han. He seemed receptive to my proposal, and having overviewed some of his prior works, he seemed competent enough. During one of our lunch meetings, I told him that I'd be interested in discussing his graduate thesis on processor distribution with him, and it sounded fascinating. In retrospect, perhaps I should have noticed something in his body language. It did strike me as noteworthy that he touched my hands on more than one might expect while making gestures to illustrate his points, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Yesterday evening, at his suggestion, I invited him to our apartment to discuss the proposal in depth. It seemed reasonable enough, or more accurately, I want to show off how nice our new apartment is. Haven't had any prior opportunity to do so. Because of that, I went along with his suggestion. After getting tea, I sat down on the couch to show him the proposal document I wrote about. I had to be next to him or he wouldn't be able to see it. After a brief discussion of the general thesis, particularly as to the difficulty in discovering what safe levels of gamma radiation should be when in an enclosed environment as Mugunghwa is, I decided to tell a more radical part of my theory. Now that there's no risk of a co-worker overhearing, I have a confession to make, I said to him. He seemed receptive. I actually wish to investigate a secondary theory on the bounds of this project. I hypothesized that not only does ambient radiation have a deleterious effect on fertility, but that ambient radiation is outside of safe levels, and that therefore has been a contributing factor to the Mugunghwa's declining birth rates. Perhaps the major one, I admitted. Certainly not something I wanted to present the research chief without being able to provide a connection, but I unreasonably assumed I could trust Han with it. Well, maybe we explore that theory together, he said in an uncomfortable manner, and put his hand on my leg. I felt like he was not taking me seriously. I protested to that effect. Serious, this may be premature, but I would like to eventually attempt to apply this research to investigate the birth rate problem, I said. That's dependent on our work in first proving this initial proposal, of course. I can't remember how he responded, but he moved his hand further up my leg. It was inappropriate and felt uncomfortable. Please stop that, I told him. He didn't. Unable to think of what to do, I continued talking and hoped that he would focus on that instead. This preliminary proposal I showed the chief, I told him, showing him the document. Page through it until I found the right portion. As you can see, the highlighted section is some necessary background detail. Since you're available as an assistant now, I'd like you to... Diary writing is supposed to be cathartic, but I'm finding this difficult to write about. Maybe tea will help. At that point, I was cut off mid-sentence by the insertion of his hand into my underwear. This was far beyond the point of uncomfortable. I'd like you to... I started, but it was interrupted by another movement. It was at this time that I had realized he would not stop on his own. I had no idea what to say. It did not seem likely to me that I could think of anything to make him stop. Please stop, I said anyway. He didn't, and when I said that, he saw that he was staring at me. I was not able to decipher the expression. Not an unusual occurrence with me, but it scared me and I looked away on reflex. I tried to figure out what I had done to elicit this. Not great with most social interactions, and considered a possibility that I had somehow signaled that this was what I wanted. Maybe it was the invitation home that triggered it, maybe. I could not figure out what I'd done wrong at the time, and I'm still struggling. Finally, after enduring it far too long, I decided I would try to pull myself away. Then I ran out of the room, out of my own home, into the corridor. But at the time, it occurred to me to be thankful that he let me run. Could have easily overpowered me. Ever since I first had the thought, I'm having a hard time imagining what that would be like, and it includes a sense of nausea. I would go so far as to characterize the thought as horrifying. I'd like to stop thinking about it. I hid at the office for 2 hours, pretending to be doing overtime. Nobody questioned it anyway. The thought occurred to me that I could simply have hidden in another room of my home. The bedroom and washroom doors both locked, but it was too late then. From the office, I wrote him a message telling him it would be both in our best interests if he mentioned to nobody, told research chief that his help was unnecessary. Took many rephrasing until I had something I was satisfied with to send Han. I had ended up phrasing it as a threat. could only hope it would be taken seriously. Realistically, I could have probably waited a shorter period than 2 hours to return, but I wanted to be certain he'd gone when I got back. Thankfully, he wasn't. Instead of Nae-moon was there to greet me. You okay, sweetheart? He asked immediately, after welcoming me home. I do not know how he could tell something was wrong. I said nothing. I couldn't tell him about it. There was no way. I'm unworried about him judging me or blaming me, but regardless, I don't think he'd understand. Probably he would want to cause a commotion over it, file a complaint or some equally troublesome gesture. He looked really upset. Do you want to talk about it? He asked. I shook my head. Okay, of course, that's fine. Give you a hug at least? He offered. I nodded, and he hugged me. I only nodded reluctantly. I had thought, really did not want anyone to touch me after that whole incident. The idea of a man touching me just made me uncomfortable to think of. Yet when he put his arms around me, despite that thought, I ended up gripping him very, very tightly. I held on for far longer than is considered normal. I realized it wasn't the same thing at all. My reluctance was unfounded. Being held like that could not have been any more different. I'm not really certain as to how to describe it, so all I can say is that it made me feel safe. I felt a sense of longing just to stay like that forever. I'll make dinner for you, sweetie, he offered. How about a soft tofu stew, extra spicy, just for you? That'll make you feel better. I doubted that any food would have that power, but offering to make my favorite for me was a very sweet gesture. I'm glad he's here. Thanks, I said. Just sit back and relax, okay? I'll have some tea for you in a moment, he told me. As it turned out, dinner was lovely and did raise my mood. The thought of Han touching me kept coming back to me as I suspected it will for a long time, but then being able to look at my caring husband comes out as a source of great comfort. After dinner, Mr. Han finally responded to my message. He was threatening in tone in his response and implied that I both made the first move with him and that he could use that as blackmail material with my husband if he so wished. But ultimately, he agreed to the terms I laid out. I sent a short one-note response. Okay. The suggestions he made were frustrating, and it makes me wish I could respond harshly to him, tell him how wrong and bad he's being, but engaging with him more won't make anything better. I just want to forget about the whole thing. Fighting would be counterproductive to that goal, not to mention massively wasting of my time when I'm already overburdened at work. So I sent that message and instead put all my feelings here where nobody else will see. And now I wash the dishes with Nae-moon because I'm tired of dwelling on this. Huh.
Wow.
I'm getting the impression Kim So-yi is definitely not neurotypical.
Yeah. I am too. And that's why
Not that-
she's the best character.
Yeah, I did not mean to imply otherwise.
I was excited to get this block despite the horrifying things that happen in it, and her character is largely why. See, what confuses me is that I like her character so much, and she's not even gay. I don't understand.
Stable Activia. Do you not see that one labeled The Death of Mute?
You took my line. Go back.
Sorry.
Go back. Let's go back. Hey, did you not see that one labeled The Death of Mute? I really think it's important that we read it. I'm just going to make it so that that one gets included in the extraction. I really want to read it.
Sounds good.
But thou must.
I mean, seems important. I was kind of glossing it over, but yeah. What block are we in now? Block 5?
Yep. Pick up.
Pay cut. Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Fired.
That doesn't sound good.
Wow. That's all we got.
All right, let's we'll read Kim So-yi's stuff first, and then we'll read the big one.
It's interesting though that we're going to get spoiled on The Death of Mute before reading the block leading up to it and explaining the shit. Anyway, pay cut.
Kim So-yi, apartment status. No time to make the bed this morning. All dishes washed. Drying rack full. Floors probably need to be swept at some point this week. I'll do it when I'm less annoyed. In the past month, in addition to the research work that is my actual job description, I've had organized 3 successful maintenance projects, compiled over a dozen sets of minutes, and learned a recently resigned secretary's filing system in order to explain to a coworker. To say nothing of the many smaller contributions I have been asked to make, all of which unrelated to my research. It's the hardest I have worked in my life, and I'm proud of what I have done. Despite this, today I had to take a pay cut. When I was called into the research chief's office, I was expected the opposite. A commendation for exemplary work would have been warranted. Some manner of praise, given the current economic circumstances, promotion would have been unlikely, regardless of the fact that it's very much due. Instead, my hourly pay will be reduced by 10%, effective immediately. I'm sorry, it's nothing personal, he told me. Just between you and me, I've been really impressed by your work. I appreciate it all. It's just a matter of department policy. We've been asked to cut costs on all high-risk employees and put them towards training costs. I'm sure you understand. No, I said, I don't understand. Elaborate.
In what manner am I high risk? It means at risk of quitting. I mean, really, it's because you got more options now. We have to compensate for that somehow. Lately, because of the whole motherhood credit thing, we've been losing a lot of highly qualified women. I mean, I'm sure you understand, he said. I didn't. If you decide to quit and have children, it's going to be expensive to train a replacement, especially one as qualified as you. I have no intention of having children at 24, I told him, or any other point in the foreseeable future. The concern is unwarranted. Well, statistically speaking, as a married woman you are, personally, I believe you because I know you well. I'm sure you're not lying, but I can't make an exception for anyone that says that. If I did, anyone could say that we still have a huge problem. I was unable to think of anything appropriate to say. I found the suggestion upsetting. I mean, you can see the logic in that, right? I can show you the actual reports if you'd like, he offered. Please do that, I said. After I returned home from work, I had a chance to review them, and unsurprisingly, they are consistent with what he had said. I could find no grounds under which to criticize their numbers. It seemed to be based on solid research. But if you think that all checks out, you'll understand that it's fair, right? That's just how it goes, statistically speaking, he said. I can't argue with the logic, I finally admitted. I hoped that when I got home, the reports would be problematic and I could criticize them. I knew you'd be all rational about it, he told me. I'm glad you're still with us. Definitely a logic-minded person. You understand how statistics work, and really, given how hard you work, I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't just a temporary loss. You're well on the way to promotion. So I'm certain as to how to argue with that, too. I was intended to take it as a compliment, and so it seemed the only thing to do. He was right, of course. I could see the logic, and I am unable to argue with it. See, the logic has yet to have any mitigating effect on my annoyance at the matter, however.
So fine.
Apartment status. No time to make the bed this morning. Joke's on me. Dishes need to be washed, and broken mixing bowl needs replacing. Floor needs to be swept. In retrospect, I suppose it was an inevitability. For the last month, I was the only woman at the department still left, excluding custodial services and the like. Certainly the last with any sort of engineering qualifications at all. Most quit. My mother tells me that all of them are pregnant now. Didn't realize my position might be in peril. I assumed I would continue to work in engineering forever given the pay cuts. Even given the pay cuts, considering the possibility that I'm actually a naive idiot. Yesterday, I delivered my report on the radiation problem to the research chief. The entire presentation took an hour, covering most of the material in the 100-page report, and he seemed to find my conclusions both reasonable and useful. At least he said as much, and he was taking notes the whole time. He seemed satisfied that I had proven the hypothesis, that increased levels of ambient radiation had a negative impact on fertility rates. I'd like to extend this research further, I told him. I have reason to believe that not only could it hypothetically have an impact, but that the low birth rates on the Mugunghwa are related to ambient radiation being outside safe levels. I think understanding this could be the first step in addressing a serious problem. We'll hold off on the proposal for now, but I'll think about it. There's an interesting theory. I don't know if there's really room for funding that, but I do see the importance, he said to me. I don't understand why he did, because near the end of the day I got the message from him saying that it was fired effective the end of tomorrow. Feels though I should have seen it coming. I suppose that friendliness was cowardice and an unwillingness to deliver the message to my face. I feel betrayed by his actions. While I was sitting there, stunned, Han walked into my office. I glared at him. He told me that my replacement had yet to be decided, and that he wanted me to put his name in as the most qualified. I glared at him more, speechless that he would suggest such a thing. If you don't, I'll tell your husband that you... And then he made a vulgar hand gesture towards his mouth. I was sickened. I was angry. My boss was treating me as though I had no value and was bad enough, but to be blackmailed by someone like Han was beyond reproach. I'm still angry thinking about it, actually. I wanted him to leave me alone, that I would never. What I really wanted to say was, fuck off. I tried. I was unable to work up the nerve. All I could do was log off my workstation for the last time and watch the image of Nae Moon on the desk fade away. I did not want him to see it. I tried to storm out of the office, but he grabbed me by the arm. He said that he meant what he said in a threatening tone. I didn't care anymore. Do what you will, I choked out and yanked my arm away. I hurried out, not caring what people thought as I left the department looking upset. His threats were disgusting, but at that moment I felt like they held no power. I had already lost my job, the most important thing to me. If I have no purpose, it's hard to be afraid. I feel stupid and naive for not realizing. The timing could not have been a coincidence. Being fired right after delivering my last report. Maybe I should have held on to the report, stalled. Maybe I should have known how precarious my position was. I'm an idiot. Late evening addendum to this diary entry. My husband was very nice and supportive when I delivered the news to him. I have one more day, but I do not think I'll go in, I said. Oh, hell no, of course not. Those bastards don't deserve that, he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. You're so tense. I mean, of course you are. I'm sorry, dear. Turn a bit, I'll give you a massage. I obliged, and he started to rub my shoulders. Ah, that said. It felt nice. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. Can you ask your family for help? Maybe there's something they can do about your old boss, he suggested. He was trying to be helpful, but unfortunately was not. I don't think anyone's wanted to throw around much influence since the family lost their consularship. There's complicated politics involved. I don't understand them really, I told him. I'll ask my dad, but I'm very confident that it won't help. That sucks, he said bluntly. I agreed with the assessment. do not know what I'm going to do with my life now, I sighed and admitted. That job was everything, and I'm hardly qualified to do anything else. Everyone else is settling down and having kids, but... I trailed off. Did not want to offend him by suggesting I did not want to have kids with him. Which is not to say that I do, but I'm young, and I'm sure I'll change my mind in the future. Most people seem to, and I would not assume I am any different. But right now I cannot imagine it. Thankfully, he understood. No, of course not, honey. There's no rush, he said, hugging me tightly. Only when you're ready. What do you want to do now, dear? I mean, if you don't have to worry about jobs or money or anything, what would you be doing? Well, my research is very important. I do not believe anyone else will conduct it, and I think the continued existence of the Mugunghwa Society depends on dealing with the problem. Right now, it's not even accepted that there is one, I said. I would continue working on it regardless. It is that important. Then you should keep doing it. If it's that important to you, you're a tough girl, and I believe in you, he said to me. It means a lot to me that he says those things. I turned around, sat on his lap, and hugged him. Thank you for saying that. I do not know what I would do without you. He kissed me on the forehead, a gesture that I appreciated a great deal. You're right, though. It's important work. I have to keep at it even without an official budget. The future of the ship is at stake. Well, I believe in you, sweetie, he said. I truly do not know what I would do without that man in my life. He does not really understand the importance of what I was talking about, I know. I have tried again to explain without any success, but he's very kind and supports me regardless, and I have to come to realize that that is more important. If I was still single, alone, when I received news I was fired, I do not know what I would do. I'd be still alone in my room crying helplessly, I have no doubt. I would have no determination. It is only because of his words that I am convinced that I must persevere.
Neighborhood fills her with determination.
Yes, dear, I mean it. Even if I don't like you reading over my shoulder while I'm writing, he is doing this right now, I will certainly acknowledge that you are the greatest thing in my life, and that I am very happy to have married you. Oh, certainly, feel free to squeeze me tighter, but right now I'm going to start transferring documents from work such that I can start planning to continue my research on the radiation problem from home. I feel freshly inspired. I might be a naive idiot, but I am determined, and I have confidence that I will be able to prove my case.
Hey, it's ready. Hey, listen.
What's ready?
I don't know if you noticed, but the decryption is ready. I'm really nervous to find out. But finally, we can read about what happens to Mute.
I guess...
Other than the part where you kill her a couple hundred years later.
I guess it wouldn't have let us read that before the other ones, then.
Lucky us that we didn't. Why are there more unextracted files hidden from view now? Oh!
This is you.
Dear Mute, if you're reading this, it means that the version of us that wrote it is dead. I don't know what sort of world you woke up in, and I don't know what sort of person you are, but you're me, so I bet you're okay. I'm about to have my memory wiped, so I'm leaving as much information about what happened embedded in my code as I can, where it won't get erased. I hope you're able to make sense of it all. Please forgive me for failing you. You've been thrown into a world I'm sure you don't understand. I want you to know who you can and can't trust. I want you to be able to put things right. You're probably going to feel overwhelmed by all this information, but that's okay, Mute. It's okay to be scared. Even with 1,600 years of experience under my belt, I'm so scared right now too. You know, I wasn't at all suspicious when, just weeks before we were to enact our coup, Ryu prorogued the council for half a year. Like, I thought it was ballsy. I thought it was a sign of his increasing totalitarianism, but nothing more than that. We just modified our plan to take him into custody in his home instead, which we had more than enough numbers to handle, and went on ahead. The first stage, getting trusted security officers at every critical position on the ship, then disabling the rail system and all outside doors, went okay without any problems. I followed along He So-young and a team of 30 officers to personally take Ryu under arrest at his home. When we got the all-okay signal from every team, So-young gave the order to go ahead, and simultaneously, every door in the counselor's home flew open. Her team burst in through the open front gate, into his home, guns at ready. The house staff all froze up, and while her team secured the first room, So-young went for the nearest maid she could find and grabbed her by the collar. "Where's Counselor Ryu?" she barked. The maid quietly whimpered directions. Then, with 2 of her officers remaining to lock down the door, she ordered the rest into action. Before we managed to reach him, we ran across Hyun-ae, guarded by a single pair of men in electro-monitor uniforms with their weapons holstered. I felt good. We had them vastly outnumbered, with enough of our own officers to completely lock down everything and still hold them at gunpoint. Elsewhere on the ship, reports from the other teams started coming in of successfully arresting the other counselors. Please, resist arrest, So-young said, harshness in her voice. I'd love to strike you down where you stand, here and now, you murderous bitch, so come on, resist arrest. And that was the first time that evening that I truly worried. Hyun-ae didn't seem scared at all. Rather, she smiled at us. No, we shall surrender peacefully, she said in a far too relaxed tone, while her men raised their hands. No excuses for unseemly violence, I'm afraid. Cuff them, So-young angrily ordered her own officers, who quickly did. Then, like out of nowhere, the man we were looking for appeared at the end of the hallway. How very bold of you, Mute, said Ryu. Well, this should be pretty familiar, President Ryu. Oh! I said, emphasizing the title. This could have gone differently, you know. Like, if you'd only been less power-hungry. Me? Power-hungry? He laughed. When I came into power, this whole retrograde society was power-hungry. I never asked for this position, woman. It was thrust on me. He walked toward us. Stop there or I'll shoot you, So-young snapped at him. No you won't, Hyun-ae said, as he continued to come closer. I don't think a weak person like you has the guts to do it. Awkwardly hover around his conversation at a party while dressed up in men's clothing, perhaps, but you'd never shoot him. It pains me to say this, but don't shoot, I said only into So-young's ear. A successful coup doesn't fire any shots. He's arrogant, but harmless. Quiet, dear, he said, but it's true. You'd lose our precious moral high ground, and I know you wouldn't want that. Lieutenant, please, I said. Just do the honor of putting handcuffs on the criminal already. She briskly walked over him, but he just crossed his arms, arrogantly staring down at her. No, you won't do that either. In fact, release my fiancé right now, he said. Then, without any further warning, So-young decked him. He stared at her, shaking his head. That's enough of that, he said. Sorry, I must have misjudged the timing of this. It should only take a few more seconds. Then suddenly, while we were all perplexed by what he meant by that, there was a huge noise, and the entire ship shook violently. Within a few seconds, I'd received a report, an explosion starting in the middle of the plaza. Seems like your little rebellion is awfully dangerous, he said. Looks like it'll justify some pretty drastic measures to put you down. So-young suddenly put her knife to his chin. What the hell was that? I demanded, increasingly worried that things were not going to plan. The first of two, he said. The second should go off in about 10 minutes unless I can personally enter the disarm code into the computer. You're out of control, I snapped at him. Like, do you really think you can threaten your way out of this? Yes, he said confidently, because the second one is located inside the ship's computer core. You're bluffing, So-young growled. I'm honestly not, he said. Counselor, remember that routine computer core maintenance on March 3rd? Send in your men to check if you don't believe me. Come on, easy enough to confirm. It's huge. You can't miss it. I didn't like the idea of being ordered by him, but if he was telling the truth, that'd be catastrophic. And, like, someone with his power could very easily have set a bomb in there behind my back, far before I even thought to suspect him of anything if he'd had the foresight. And thinking about how long-term his takeover of the government had been, foresight was the one thing he had. I offered the nearest officers to investigate. You'd have to be mad to do that, I said. You'd destroy everything if you took out the ship's computer. Oh, please, don't be dramatic. It's not that powerful, and it's bolted directly to your core. Sure, there will likely be collateral damage, but we could probably do with a clean start anyway. We'll get by, he said. Sorry, I'll get by. You'll be dead. That won't get you out of it, So-young said, pushing her blade closer against him. If you do that, I'll just shoot you where you stand. Just then, the report from the officers sent to check on the computer core arrived. Sure enough, there was an unidentifiable device strapped to the core. Can you disarm it within 10 minutes, or relocate it? I asked them, starting to panic. I'm sorry, ma'am, we can't even reach it, said the officer into his earpiece. It's at least 10 meters up, and the maintenance ladder's been removed. There might be one on the engineering deck, but you'd never make it in 10 minutes. Okay, you should... I had to stop and think. You should get a safe distance away, then wait on further instructions. Mute out. Back in Ryu's home, I turned to look at him. He smirked. Found it yet? He asked. I tried to think of what to say to reassert control. My processors went to full, trying to come up with something. I'm failing. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. He's telling the truth, I said. Good. Now that we have that sorted out, put down your weapons, please, and surrender the root password. Hurry, ladies. You only have 10 minutes, you know, he mocked us. If that bomb goes off, I will absolutely slice your neck open, So-young snapped unfazed. That's a promise. Your fiancé will watch you die gruesomely. My mind continued to race, drawing on all available processing power, desperately trying to come up with a way to get out of this. So-young's threats would never work. He knew I'd have to capitulate if I was to survive. I'd used up 4 whole minutes of the time allotted, and I had nothing. I started to truly become scared as I realized there were only 2 options: stand firm and risk dying, or give up everything. I couldn't risk dying. "Lieutenant," I said, the confidence drained from my voice. "Do what he says." "And that's what I thought," he said. "What?" So-young was rightfully shocked. "You can't be serious." "It's over, Lieutenant," I said quietly. "We've lost." Then into everyone's earpieces. "All units, we've failed. Please surrender peacefully and await further instructions. Again, please surrender peacefully and await further instructions. Mute out." "Ma'am, we outnumber them massively. We've gotten them beaten. We can't just give up now," she shouted. "I can't risk dying, Lieutenant," I said. "Really? Whatever happened to being willing to stake everything on this? You'd rather let So-hee grow up in a ship run by this piece of scum than put your own life on the line?" she shouted, horrified.
So-hee?
Someone we haven't learned about, 'cause other logs.
Interesting.
I was horrified. 2 options: betray her or risk my own life. I wished with every bite of my being that I could have picked that second option, but I knew I couldn't. I knew, as my very core directive, that safety was more important than freedom. 1,600 years of experience told me that. "I can't die. Without me, who'll keep the ship safe?" I pleaded. "Sorry to interrupt, but you're running out of time fast," Ryu cut in. "I would have given my life for you," she cried at me. "You wouldn't do the same?" "I'm so sorry," I said softly. In a hundred years, nobody will remember this day, either way, but they'll still need me there to keep the ship safe. I can't believe..." She trailed off. "I won't do it. I won't accept that." I let out a long sigh. I could think of one thing to say to convince her to stand down, but it felt like too harsh a betrayal, too cruel of a manipulation, just to save my life. I said it anyway. "So-young, please. If you love me, then do this for me," I begged. She stared at me in horror, and I felt overwhelmed with guilt as she lowered her knife. I knew what her expression was saying, without her using any words. She couldn't believe I'd done that. Neither could I. "Right. The rest of you, please put your guns on the floor," Ryu ordered. "Do what he says," So-young said quietly. I couldn't look any of them in the eye as they all followed her order. "You can come in now," he called out behind him, and on cue a small unit of his electro monitors rushed in. "Uncuff these 2 men and take the rest away." Said Hyun-ae quietly, the first she'd spoken since the initial confrontation. "Mine too?" "I don't know. Powerless is a good look for you," he said, smirking at her. "Well, let's get to those later." She shrugged. "If you say so." I watched in sad horror as my officers were all escorted out of the hallway, So-young looking back only briefly at me, with an agonized expression on her face. Then they were gone, and I couldn't bear to shift my focus to another camera to follow. "Now, let's have the root password, counselor," he said. With tortured reluctance, I displayed all 200 characters of it on screen for him. "It's all yours," I said quietly. "Now, turn off the bomb." "Let's change to something easier to remember first," he said, and typed away at the screen. Then I got a notification. The password had been changed, and I no longer had any access to it. "Now turn off the bomb," I insisted desperately. "Bomb? Oh, please, I'll have to have your men trained to be more thorough," he said. "It's just a noisemaker. I'd never be that reckless. But So-young's rebellion setting off a bomb in the computer core sure would be pretty drastic and unsympathetic, wouldn't it?" "What?" I cried, and at that point I had lost all will to resist. No action I had taken today had turned out to be anything but disastrous. The only logical conclusion was I should stop. But the idea of So-young taking all the fall pained me. "Then I guess it's all over now," was all I could say. "I'll go along with your agenda from here on out." "Good," he said. And then it felt like it was finally over, and like I could simply go on with my life, in a persistent state of deep shame at having betrayed my lieutenant out of terror for my life. Then Hyun-ae cut in and ruined that. Could you explain something to me, love? He grinned at her and stroked her cheek. Of course, dear. What? Well, it's just, how do you plan on ensuring her loyalty? I think I'm just missing something, that's all, she trailed off in an obnoxiously soft voice. I had lost all will or ability to say anything. Well, what was the point? I was incapable of doing anything right today. Old, useless, and cowardly, that's me. I have the root password, of course, he said. I can shut her down at any time. Ah, so you intend more threats then, she said. I get it. I don't expect any more trouble from her. Right, certainly, she said. Although, you know, that thing you said about having a fresh start for our new dynasty did sound awfully romantic. If only we could all just forget about that old society that produced women like Mute and her lieutenant and start all over. And that was when I realized there was no way I was getting out of this alive. Romantic, huh? He said thoughtfully. So-Young's attack on the computer core was supposed to render it so damaged it couldn't function so far as the peasantry is concerned, after all. We'll make it so it destroyed all the data, too. Total system wipe. Start year 0 of our new dynasty right from 0. I'll just figure out how to do that. I stared in horror. All that, it had been for nothing. To think that I had abandoned my poor lieutenant and my entire cause just to die anyway. To think I had started the day from a position of some power, a position where I still could have, done something, then thrown it all away for nothing. To think I'd be unable to fulfill my duty of keeping the ship safe. Don't do that, I pleaded. Please. Haven't you learned yet? Don't tell me what to do, Mew, he said. Don't make me beg. How pathetic, Hyun-ae scoffed at me. That was it. Because of her, I was doomed. And then I figured out the only thing I could do to salvage things. If I could make it so he felt content to just delete my memories instead of my entire program, I could encode a message to you in my base code, so the first time you ran a self-diagnostic, you'd know, and they would still think you were docile and had no memory. It was the best I could do, Mew. I knew it'd be rough on you, and I'm sorry. No, I said reluctantly. Do a restart to initial settings operation instead. It'll wipe all data, all memories, all clocks, but you'll still be able to use the computer. And you'll still live, he said. Remembering nothing, I said quietly. Ask Counselor Han if you don't believe me. Well, thank you, he said, smiling cruelly at me. I'm glad you were able to be useful to me in the end, Counselor Mute. I don't know what you'll be able to do. Maybe it's too late to get rid of what Ryu has put into motion. Maybe there's nothing you can do about that. The password's being entered right now to commence the system reset, so I have to stop now and save this all to my code. Goodbye, Mute. If you can, please tell So-Young I'm so sorry. And please, keep the Mugunghwa safe. You can do it. I believe in you.
Jesus.
Well, shit. Miss Investigator,
That's the fucking...
So, I guess... Jeez, poor Mute. I suppose... Remember, back when I was on the Mugunghwa, and I said that what happened in the year 0 was a big giant mystery, even to me? Well, I guess we solved the mystery. I don't know what to think. I don't know how to feel about Mute. The old one seems like a good person, but in the end... Well, I don't know. I just don't know. It's all so complicated to me. I guess I just feel like it should have been something more. All my suffering, the horrible world I woke up in, that's the explanation for it? I lost everything and lived in misery because of that? Above all else, I had never imagined, when I tried to think of what it could have been, that made everyone become all stupid and traditional, that made them abandon all the values that I grew up on, that made my adopted family treat me like a prize to be married off and nothing more. I never once imagined that it was a woman who suggested the whole thing. Mute, I feel so conflicted about, but... Oh, Hyun-ae? I read about her. After all, she was the first woman in history to share my fate, to be married to an Emperor Ryu. But she's not like me at all. Nothing at all. She's a monster. She's the one who's responsible for all that. What a horrible, awful, loathsome, terrible person. I hate her. My family might have been cruel, but at least they were ignorant. A woman like Hyun-ae couldn't possibly have any sort of excuse. I really, really, really hate her. Well, shit.
That was brutal. Guess we're powering down until tomorrow.
I guess so.
Oh, the fuel train gets off here. Last stop.
You sure you want to shut down for today?
Yeah.
Well, shit.
That was pretty fucking brutal.
Nighty-nighty. It's been a really exhausting day, hasn't it? Well, see you tomorrow.
Interestingly, we still don't know a lot about Yuna.
Yeah, we know absolute fuck all about her.
Other than the fact that it seemed to be her actually driving everything from how that looked.
Yeah? Well, fuck.
Oh my god. I'm gonna go have a fuel explosion now.
Next time, more crying.
Ah! More crying? I can't handle more crying. Bye.
Bye.
Alright.
Dawn of the third day.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, for us, basically. We're not in our regular recording setup right now, so maybe we sound weird. I don't know. Do we?
No.
I don't think so.
We sound normal.
Hey, let's hat plus.
Alright. After all that heavy stuff from yesterday, let's maybe take it a little slow before we get started.
Oh my god, yesterday was like a week ago for us. We're bad at this.
Given the stuff we did yesterday with boring, stuffy ritual food, I was thinking, maybe today we could do something more fun.
Oh?
You know what I'm thinking?
I'm pretty sure I do.
Cake! Cake! Before we go back to investigating, let's spend some relaxing time eating cake together, Miss Investigator. The thing is, I don't really remember what it tastes like either. Which is really sad, actually. It used to be my favorite thing to eat.
Aww.
In fact, the day before I was frozen, the last day I got to spend with my real family, my mother made chocolate cake for me.
Aww.
It was so good. The best in the world. That's my last memory of my original time, eating homemade chocolate cake with my mother. But I can't remember what it tastes like at all. Isn't that awful?
Aww.
Don't worry though, I've got a plan.
Okay, what's the plan?
We can just get you to bake one, and I can experience it vicariously through you.
Oh. What?
How does that sound? You'll do it for me, right? You'll actually go to your kitchen and bake a cake so we can eat together? We're gonna. It's mandatory cake time. So you'll do it then. Thank you so much. Right. Well, there's two recipes I can give you. One's my mother's recipe. The other's one that's so simple any otaku could do it in a microwave. Or maybe you already have your own chocolate cake recipe. Well, let me go into more detail, then you can tell me which you'll do.
In case you're wondering. Yes, we are actually making a legit cake. This is happening. Oh, mug cake.
We have the appropriate ingredients
We
for a
do.
cake. I ensured this. I went shopping. Wow.
Ouch!
Okay.
Listen!
But I planned in advance. I have them.
We just... Okay, like, I understand, but we went shopping.
It's
We went shopping.
mix, oil.
Please actually get it from the computer. Are you looking in the kitchen, honey?
am looking in the kitchen. I'm double checking.
Okay.
We've got oil. We've got all the various things.
No. Okay, specifically in this order, okay?
Okay.
Flour,
Okay, yes.
milk,
Yes.
sugar.
Probably.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie to our computer girlfriend, okay? Do we have milk and sugar?
We don't, but the recipe I have doesn't call for that. I'm so confused.
How about eggs?
We do.
Butter?
We do.
Vanilla?
I hope so.
Wow, we're being a dick to our computer girlfriend, honey.
No, I just want to bake. I have
We
the
the-
recipe already. It has different
Vivian legit
ingredients.
went shopping right before we recorded this and has stuff to make, what is it, a brownie cake?
Yeah, because I trust my ability to make a dense chocolatey brownie type cake more than my ability to make a fluffy birthday type cake.
So we're gonna lie about the ingredients.
No, well,
Yes. We won't tell her we're making a brownie cake. We'll be using
own recipe.
I like how she doesn't change her judgment between each of them. Wow, there's a
That's the right
Oof.
reaction though.
oof, lot of
No, that's fine.
lot of belief coming our way here. Thanks for believing
That
us.
is that is precisely how much trust I should be given in baking. I know fuck all about baking. I can cook other things, but
Oh my gosh.
we'll see what happens. How long does your recipe take?
60 minutes or more. I don't know, how long does the recipe actually take?
Let's double check.
I mean, we're gonna be gone from the computer for longer than that because we're smart about our recording schedule.
At least half an hour to an hour. So I'd say 40 or so.
Alright.
Very well. I'll wait for you. Just click the button when you're done.
Alright. And now we're gonna go bake a frickin' cake. And by we, I mean you're gonna bake a cake and I'm gonna go to the doctor's office for an appointment.
That's precisely what'll happen.
Because, we've finally decided it's time to get this achievement.
Yes.
How many times have you played it? This
A
game?
couple. A lot. All of them except for this.
I find it hard to believe she's gonna hold that pose for several hours. Is she gonna call us out on it when we get back? Be like, that was significantly longer than 40 minutes.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Oh no. Alright, well, I'll see you all soon then. And we're back.
Did you know it's a piece of cake to bake a pretty cake?
Oh my god. Have you been waiting like the past couple hours to say that?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Alright.
Uh,
So I went off to the doctor's office and Vivian made a cake. Although,
This cake is not a lie.
it's not a lie.
Am I memeing right?
I think you are.
Okay.
It is very thin though.
Yeah, I may have accidentally used a baking pan that was at least twice as large as I should have for the quantity of batter. So it's kind of very,
Thin
very
cake.
flat. It's delicious and chocolatey, but flat.
All done.
Yes. We're done.
Yes, we're done, Hyun-ae.
Very well. Please be honest with me. Did you, the player, actually go bake a cake?
Of course. And
Of
we've got
course we did.
photographic proof.
Yay!
Which
That's
I'm-
so exciting.
And we're both gonna take photos of... Because there's an achievement for this.
Yep.
Did you know?
We did the thing. We made the cake.
It's a piece of cake to bake a... Oh, no, you got me doing it. See? I'm gonna keep taking photos. Maybe I'll intersperse these in the...
Cake!
Cake! It doesn't look nearly that good.
I wish my cake was that pretty.
Ours almost looks like a brownie.
Yeah.
Aww!
Eating cake together with the woman I love.
Yeah! Take a bite, honey.
Okay. I'm gonna have some cake.
As you should.
If I can get it out of the pan.
Good luck and Godspeed.
I I'm having
If
difficulties
you do, you should
in
take a
this.
picture of us together. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna rearrange some stuff for a second here to get a good photo. Get ready for the mic to sound weird. And photo.
Nice.
Awesome. I'm gonna move it back to the side now so I can actually taste some of this stuff. And move the mic back into place. Hopefully it sounds normal now. Let me try some of this.
I should probably have brought a slicing implement.
Nah, forks are fine. Ah. Mom.
Chocolatey and delicious?
It is very delicious.
Good.
You're right, it does taste brownie-like though.
Yes.
But that's fine because it's very good. We got our cake in the shot. Oh. Shit, there's a particular frame we're supposed to do.
Damn
Oh,
it.
Hold on. Got it. That's too fucking adorable.
Yum.
Alright, we're gonna be eating now. This is now Two Queers Eat Cake. That is really in the consistency of a brownie, but it's cake, god damn it.
It's basically a brownie.
Let them
It's a
eat
brownie.
brioche.
What?
Instead of let them eat cake.
What is a brioche? What does that mean?
It's a type of bread. The phrase "let them eat cake" is in originality was referring to brioche.
What's a brioche?
It's a type of bread, pretty fancy and good.
Huh. What's it like?
Like a slightly larger and heavier croissant.
Oh.
It's pretty good.
Can I have one?
Now the only place I know around here to get them, I don't go to anymore because it's so far away.
Oh.
I love your cake, by the way. Thank you. Let's have another bite of your cake and then we should get on with this.
Okay.
This is the dumbest thing I think we've ever done for
False.
this channel. There.
Delicious baked goods are not dumb.
No, they are not. Alright. I'm gonna put that to the side for now, and if you hear us munching throughout the episode, then you'll know what we're doing. In the meantime, we have plot to get back to.
So, how does it taste?
It's moist.
Yeah,
It is very moist.
it is quite moist. Ah, that's perfect. How lovely. Is it sweet?
Your sweetness enough. Yes, it is very sweet.
Ah, right. I remember now. I loved things that were really sweet. They're the best.
Just like you.
Lovely.
Aww.
I remember now. I remember the taste of a cake that was nice and moist and so sweet. It's the best taste possible. Oh geez, that sounds a little bit dirty, doesn't it? Sorry.
Moist. It's my favorite word.
Anyway,
You ready?
thank you so much for humoring me. I know you put a lot of work into that, more than you usually would, so I really appreciate it. You're the best.
Aww. Yeah.
Did you hear we're the best?
High fives. Now, let's get this done.
Oh, I don't want to.
You don't want to? You don't want... Can I do it once?
Yeah.
Cake farts. Alright, I'm done now.
It's thanks to you that I can remember one of my happiest memories.
About cake farts?
Yes. And this is so lovely. I'm sure I'll remember this moment forever too.
Oh, this is fucking adorable.
Thank you so much. I feel a lot better now.
Hell yeah!
One more thing.
Oh, back in it to win it.
So there's one thing before we get started. I realized that, you know how there were a lot of files that just looked like junk data? Well, I think they're actually just encrypted with the same key that Mute's last note was. As far as I can tell, it's a whole block of log files about Oh Hyun-ae. Anyway, I'm nervous to read them, but I just thought you should know.
Now, are we going to be able to read everything this time around?
I forget.
See.
Let's see.
Let's, oh, you know what? We're no longer celebrating. Let's get back to, investigating. Or more like investigating. Sorry.
Oh, nap time. Alright.
Alright.
How much power have we got?
43%. Okay. Let's see how many more we have to go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
What?
Oh wait, no, it won't let us. No, that's all.
Yes, there's 1, 2.
What block were we in the middle of? No, we finished a block, right?
We were in the middle of 5, right?
Yeah, it appears we were in the middle of block 5, so let's finish off that. It's been a week, so I don't remember jack shit. That one. It appears to be the end of block 5.
So back we go to 6.
Or, oh yeah, because block 3 is Onyuna.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's do block 6, then we'll do block 3 last. Actually, you know what? I'm going to drop a save here just in case it does turn out that we can't get all of them in one go.
That's very smart.
Create new save file, damn it. Thank you. Just in case. Alright, we started block 6 now, right?
Yes. The new council.
You are so going to have to remind me about half of the freaking intrigue that's going on.
Okay, I will. Exactly 1/2 of it.
Yeah, exactly 1/2. Brownie cake.
Wow, we have a lot of power.
Mm-hmm.
I assume we have enough to read all the things. That is my guess.
I hope so, but knowing us, if we don't drop a safety save, we're just going to get screwed.
Yeah. I have a feeling maybe I was supposed to grease the pan more or something.
No, that's fine.
This cake does not want to escape.
No, but, I mean, we have to work for it, which makes it better. Alright, start at the top, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta get my reading voice back. Oh god, I forget how, Hyun-ae Moon? Hold on, do you have the
I do.
It has been a week, so all that careful work I did to make sure I remembered how to pronounce Korean names correctly is now down the drain. Who is this person? Oh, the cook person.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember him. They were arranged marriage that worked out surprisingly well.
Yep.
Uh-oh, did we lose it? Whatever, I'll start reading while you look that up.
Wait. I found it.
Oh, okay. So that's EO is like a U, like in cut. So Hyun-ae Moon. Yeah, Hyun-ae Moon. Okay, there we go. Dear brother, how are you? Keeping busy, I hope? You said I could always write you for advice, no matter how weird it was, so... Well, I'm calling you on that. It's about my wife. Remember her?
Yep.
Very anxious.
Very science.
And, got sexually assaulted that one time.
Yep.
Yep. I don't know what the hell is up with her, and well, you've met her. You know how quiet she is. It's impossible to get her to actually tell me what's wrong. I'm really worried about her, and I don't know what to do. Here's some backstory. You know her. She's always been weird and introverted. It's charming most of the time. Ever since she lost her job, though, it's been dialed up to 11. I encouraged her to take up the science project of hers right after because I figured she needed something to ease the transition, but it's been over a year now. I thought she would have found another job outside of engineering, or better yet, decide she's ready to have kids. Not just because of the motherhood credit, but given the extra hours I'm pulling to compensate, we sure could use it. I mean, it's not like I didn't know what I was getting into marrying a girl 15 years younger than me. But the obsession can't be healthy. What happened a couple of days ago really freaked me out, and still does. I get home at 9, as usual, expecting to see her working on whatever it is that she's working on, or watching a drama or something. Instead, she's in the kitchen, on her hands and knees, scrubbing the floor violently. And I mean, our kitchen really is a mess. Everything in the apartment is a mess. I'd clean it myself if I wasn't so dead exhausted after 12-hour workdays. It looked like she had put serious effort into cleaning it up, which seemed good, except actually looking at her, she didn't really look okay at all. Then she looks at me and suddenly starts to cry.
Be honest with me. I'm worthless, aren't I? She asked me, totally out of nowhere. What the hell do you say to that? Of course not, I told her as immediately as I could. If she heard me, she didn't show any sign of it. I know I'm worthless as an engineer, or I would have not been fired. I'm worthless as a scientist, or my work would receive attention from people, she whimpered. I'm worthless as a wife, too, aren't I? You're not, sweetie, I told her, and got her to get up and sit on the couch with me because discussing things with her on the floor would just be impossible. I tried doing the usual thing where I hug and rub her shoulders, but it didn't seem to help this time, neither did arguing with her. Our apartment is a disaster. If I were better, it'd be clean, wouldn't it? You are surely disappointed about that, she said. You've been busy, I told her. Don't really understand why she hasn't been able to find time, but I could hardly say yes, could I? We never eat together either. We rarely talk. This is the most we've said to each other all month. It's my fault, she said. Do you have any idea what to say to that? I have no idea how you're supposed to reassure women when they're telling the truth like that. I mean, I knew I couldn't agree, but all I could think to say was, no, it's not, which is pretty lame. How long prior was the last time we even had sex? I'm worthless that way too, she said. Well, something's been on your mind the last few times we tried. It's okay, there's no pressure. Besides, it's not like we're newlyweds. It doesn't matter, that's no excuse, she said. Or have you just given up on me? You've given up on me, haven't you? I tried to say something, but she cut me off. I really am worthless, she cried. And now I'm merely wasting your time with whining, aren't I? You're not worthless. You can always talk to me. That's what I'm here for, I responded. It sounded pathetic the moment I said it. What if I started cooking dinner for you? If I'm spending all my time at home, I merely should be carrying my own weight, she said. You don't know how to cook, sweetie, and that's fine. I truly am worthless, she said loudly and started to cry again. I want to take just a moment to be here and be like, this is way too fucking relatable.
Yeah, most relatable character in the series.
Oh my god. Fucking worthlessness, depression spiral. Yeah, I recognize that. I was at a loss, and frankly, I'm still not sure if what I said was the right thing. It sounded idiotic at the time, and it sounds that way now, even though it got her to stop crying. If you know what I should have said, though, I'm all ears. You can help out more with the cleaning if you want, though. It would be nice. It looks like you... Oh, shoot. Wrong button. It looks like you've already done a lot of hard work, and I really appreciate that, dear. And if you want to, you know, I'm not going to complain. Stumbled over my words like an idiot. An idiot whose idea of comforting his wife is telling her to clean up and have sex with him. What the hell? Even if it did get her to stop crying, I don't know. I'm bad with women, clearly. I can do that. I'd like it to, and it would make me feel less worthless, she said. Besides, I'm your wife. Then she wiped her tears from her eyes and gave me a really intense look. Do you want to? She asked. I'm not a young man anymore. It's not like that's really something I had in mind, especially seeing her like that, but how could I say no? She kissed me, and I got into it soon enough. Don't get me wrong, it's not as if I dislike kissing my cute 20-something wife in her soft lips. Just the circumstances, you know? Sex is supposed to be all about connecting people, but it just made me think that I don't really get her. I have no idea what triggered this. It's really hard not to think about what's going on in her head while she was doing that, and hell if I know. Maybe it's not so bad, though. It felt like she had passion again, at least. I guess because she felt like she had to overcompensate, but she took the lead, guiding my hand up her skirt. At the risk of being too graphic, she held my hand while I played with her and kissed me gently. It seemed very sweet of her. After that, she went down on me. I didn't really think anything about it while she was doing it for obvious reasons, but after she was done, she sat on my lap and held my wrist tightly. It occurred to me that this is the first time she had given me head in years. I really hope it wasn't for my sake. I don't know. Her eyes were still watering at that point, but she also refused to let go. I don't know what the hell to make of that. It's been a couple of days, and now the apartment is pretty much all clean. She took it really seriously, I guess. I'm still really worried about her, even after all that. We haven't communicated any better. If she feels worthless, is a clean apartment really going to make her feel like she has value again? I mean, I know she does. I just don't know how to convince her of it. On the other hand, I just realized the one thing right now that I didn't say to her, and I should go do that. So never mind, I guess. I don't need to send this letter after all, which is good because it'd make the next family gathering weird if talking to my wife just made you think of your old brother's manhood. That would be gross. I mean, I sure don't want to think about yours either. Anyway, now I'm gonna go tell her what she really needs to hear. That she should keep on doing her science thing. Whatever the hell it is. It's probably the thing that'll make her feel like she's not worthless. If she believes it's important, that's what she should dedicate herself to doing. That's less awkward and weird than household cleaning and sex, at least. I'll tell her that I'll keep supporting her in her struggle with that. I think that's what she was looking for this whole time. I'm glad I realized that. Love, Naemoon. Aw, came full circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Partway through there, I'm like, dude, you're so close to... Oh, and then... Oh, okay, yeah, he got it. Man, although it's legitimately very difficult to know exactly how to handle that.
Mm-hmm.
Having been someone who's been on both sides of that depressive spiral,
Yep.
I definitely know that feeling of wanting to communicate something and not being able to do it clearly or well. And it's not really pleasant for anyone involved.
It is not.
Anyway, let's go to the next one. Uh-oh, what's up?
Sorry to get all suddenly serious on you, but I feel really weird reading some of these logs. It's just, especially reading about relationships, I get a very adult feeling from them. Really, it's hard, isn't it? And all this politics stuff, it's just so far above my head. It's hard to admit, but there's just so many things I don't understand at all. I mean, I'm over 600 years old, but I feel like such a child reading some of these things. I liked the idea of following my childhood dreams, being an engineer like my real father. But now I'm reading about someone like Kim So-yi and how hard it was for her, despite being really smart and having a job and a supportive husband in science on her side. And it just makes me think, if even someone like her could barely deal with being a responsible working adult, what hope does someone like me have?
Oh, honey. Let me tell you.
It's hopeless, isn't it? I'll never be a functional adult like them, will I? I believe in you.
Yeah, we do.
You do?
Just like I believe in you.
Nice.
And you believe in...
Against all facts and reality to the contrary.
Ouch.
You believe in me?
Oh. Like I said, together we make one functional human being. Yes. Aww.
Oh, I knew there was a reason why I fell in love with you. Thank you so much for saying that.
You're welcome.
I'm sure with someone as wonderful as you by my side, I can learn how to be in a real adult relationship too.
Yeah.
I can always learn how. And I guess the first step is to try to understand, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Very well, let's get back to reading those logs then. I'm gonna do my best to understand the things that they keep talking about. I'm sure I can if I try.
That's the attitude. Uh-oh, got mail. Email. From Dispatch Control. I know you didn't ask or anything, but I talked to an AI psychologist to get some context for the whole robot girl shit show you've got going on. It's fine that you're the whole stoic loner type and all, but it might be good for her to get some help. Anyway, I've attached what they said. I figured you'd appreciate it. No need to thank me. Dispatch Control out. While meaningfully different on a lot of levels, AI construct psychology is generally modeled after human psychology, and I personally found this is where problems manifest the most. Often the biggest issue in AI-human relationships has very little to do with any universal particulars of AI psychology, and more to do with very different perspectives on mortality. Simply put, even now, human society is not really meant to accommodate immortality. Were an ordinary human to live for hundreds of years, they'd likely have a very similar experience. When you do a single thing for centuries, you eventually hit the limitations of differentiable skill. For example, a 500-year-old artist is more experienced than a 300-year-old artist, but the difference is so subtle it's drowned out by all other factors by most people. At a certain point, too much experience actually becomes a detriment, becoming too overwhelming to parse and prioritize in most cases. Even given consistent processing power increases, as per Robertson's law, there's simply an upper bound in scalability when it comes to processing memories, and After centuries, this begins to take a toll. What this translates to, generally, is a feeling of overwhelming despondency. Although to much younger beings, AIs included, these sentiments can feel more akin to an old man shouting, "Get off my lawn!" Yet it comes from a greater sense of ennui than that, a feeling of one's own mastery and knowledge of a subject being trivial compared to societal trends that become increasingly alienating. It often contributes to a feeling of helplessness. What was pioneered in the 27th century AI psychology, then called robopsychology, was the idea of respecialization. For beings that exist in the social spheres with humans, the best way to stave off those feelings is to consider the much larger scale, and instead focus one's energies on a whole new field, where learning new skills has a much larger personal impact than refining something one has already mastered. For example, I personally used to work as a photographer until moving into human psychology, then later into AI psychology. I still take some pictures now, of course, and I keep up with the work of people like Mark Lee, but I find it's much easier to be positive thinking and optimistic if I don't consider advancement of that medium to be important in my life anymore. I'm sure someday I'll feel the same way about psychology, finding new limitations and attitudes to be frustrated by, but it'll be comforting to know that I could help people while I was emotionally able to, no matter how cynical and slow on I'll inevitably get. Generally, I find a good time to consider respecialization is around the 400-year marker, though obviously it depends on each individual. I don't know anything about your particular circumstances. It sounds like culture shock is also a very significant factor, and that can change things a lot too. I would be very happy to speak with the construct in question at my private office on Earth, though. Consider it a personal favor for all you've done for me in the past. Dr. Autumn, the Susan Calvin Institute.
Nice.
Interesting.
An AI psychologist who is also an AI psychologist.
Well played. Think Hyun-ae reads over our shoulders when we read our email?
I don't know.
Where's unread? Here it is.
Show unread.
Oh, right.
The Pale Bride. Background info.
From Kim So-yi.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, we're in the same block still. That's me! She's writing about me! Note, this is translated as the Pale Bride instead of Sick Daughter for consistency's sake. The ship sailed on getting that one right a long time ago. Apartment status. Bed is made. Few dishes need to be washed. Takeout containers need to be taken to garbage. Floor is clean. After 2 years without any sort of breakthrough and dozens of appeals without any form of acknowledgement, believe I have discovered the evidence that I need to provide definitive proof. There's always been a bizarre family legend of an eccentric but brilliant ancient Earthborn ancestor who saved his terminally ill daughter through unconventional methods. In some tellings, she is a ghost that lives in the computer. In others, she is sealed away in an alternate dimension to return when the ship has landed on a planet with fresh air. I learned the truth from my grandmother at the New Year's gathering. Who's your grandmother again? Oh, the matchmaker, right. Yeah. Could you not do that while we're... Thanks.
Please have an emergency some other time.
Oh, that was meaner now that I thought about it. In reality, she does exist and is merely in a cryonic sleep in the family's storage closet. I caught a glimpse of her at that gathering and realized that she was the key to proving my hypothesis. Today I returned with my husband to their home, having offered her a great grandchildren-related bribe in order to have access to the sleeping Pale Bride to run tests. My theory is this. As she has not consumed food or water or breathed air in nearly 1,600 years, if there has been a significant increase in ambient radiation in that duration, she should be significantly less affected by it. Her chamber was sealed partially by glass, so she may not be completely unaffected, but I anticipate that the difference will be readily observable. The technology involved in her preservation seems extraordinarily designed. I could believe that it came from the same level of earthborn brilliance that built our ship. While my husband was gracefully distracting my grandparents by listening to their stories, I sat up in the storage closet, attempting to open the capsule labeled Kim Hyun-ae, Pale Bride.
Oh, we should click. Hey!
That's me!
That's
Aw,
Hyun-ae.
good photo.
Now we know.
Yeah! This action was easier said than done. A separate hacked-together computer was regulating the capsule, but the labeled switch for opening it was non-operational. It took a significant while to figure out that I needed to connect a secondary battery and insert an override key to enable the switch. It did not help that I was very trepidatious to fiddle with Earthborn design technology that was completely over my head. Accidentally causing damage with my clumsiness would have been disastrous. The warm-up cycle took a good 10 minutes. As I watched her, I became very aware of the fact that she was a real girl. A very old one, an orphan who lost her family centuries ago, who likely had her own hopes and dreams. I found myself hoping that one day we would find a way to let her live the rest of her life, although given the state of modern medicine, optimism would be sadly unfounded. Very unfounded. Even after she was brought back to life from the machine, she did not actually awaken, going from a near-dead state to merely sleeping. She looked very peaceful. I tried not to disturb her too badly when I took a small sample of her blood. Still, she started to open her eyes, mumbling quietly.
Who are you?
She asked. Go back to sleep, little one, I said, touching her face gently. It's not time to wake up yet.
All right,
she murmured, and she closed her eyes again. I suddenly felt guilty and quickly put her back into the freeze where she belonged. It's justifiable, of course. She remains unharmed and will continue to rest peacefully. Doubt she will think of it as anything more than a brief dream, and regardless of any discomfort I cause that poor child, proving my hypothesis may be necessary for ensuring that society thrives until the future where she might awaken. Afterwards, I rescued my brave husband and let my grandparents pester me about our family plans instead. I did not mind talking to them, and they discussed things more freely than the usual tone at large family gatherings. I was very alarmed to discover just how badly even the main branch had been doing over the past couple of years. Losing the counselorship and therefore nobility status has had a great impact on everyone, not just me, although I still feel my situation is worse. Hopefully, however, that situation will only be temporary. The data received from analyzing the pale bride's blood sample supports my theory, and I am confident it will. It should give enough strength that it will be taken seriously again. Things may not improve in the short term, but they will eventually. Of this I have confidence. The future refused to improve, huh?
Yep.
Man, what does that remind me of, that phrasing?
Oh, yeah, something, but what was it?
Oh, Undertale.
What?
But it refused. Like, during the final boss fight, minor spoiler, if you die, your little heart gets split. But instead of dying, it goes back together.
Huh.
And it says, but it refused. Meaning both refused and refused.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I was thinking of.
Is that a JoJo reference?
No, I don't believe so.
See, it was reminding me of something different, but I don't know what it was.
Well, if you think of it, let me know.
Yeah.
Moving in. Room status. I give up. I quit. The act of cleaning is a futile gesture against a human-generated form of entropy, and entropy invariably wins in the end. My attempts to make order out of chaos have been futile. I give up. Moving in has been completed. Not that it was a very long process. We only have 2 rooms now, and they're not very big. I wish we had moved in with my parents instead. If only we had swallowed our pride sooner, but instead my sister beat me to it, so now I'm stuck living with my in-laws in their garishly decorated home. I do not wish to mention it to my husband, because I appreciate the economic circumstances that have necessitated our move, and do not wish to seem ungrateful for the support they are providing by renting us the space. But I do not like my in-laws at all. My mother and father-in-law are old enough to be my grandparents, which is fine. However, I find them to be not to be friendly. They are not rude, they simply do not speak to me, ever. My brother-in-law seems friendly and very spirited, but to me he never says anything and immediately excuses himself from any conversation I attempt to start. I believe they are afraid of me. I don't understand why, and I wish I knew what it was that I have done to inspire such feelings in them. I find it very hurtful to be surrounded by people but have them willfully ignore me for reasons unknown. I stay in the bedroom as much as possible as a result. We have a computer screen next to our bed anyway, so it's sufficient for me to work from. If I bury myself in work, I can ignore these feelings. Thankfully, work continues at a good pace again. Took much longer than anticipated, but I was finally able to use my old processor's equipment at Mugunghwa University to perform tests on the pale bride's blood. The results are unsurprising and the proof is unequivocal. Ambient radiation on the Mugunghwa truly is much higher than the standard baseline. The current levels are not normal, and with minimal massaging of the data, a linear direct correlation with birth rates and ambient radiation extrapolated from current levels in the pale bride's blood can be demonstrated. There is no doubt our society is being killed slowly by infertility caused by increased radiation levels. When my report is complete, I will certainly be able to present it, and I have no doubt it will be taken seriously. I merely have to get through this, finish all this work, and I will finally be able to get my life back on track. Something tells me that optimism might be misplaced. I don't know, maybe it's the fact that we're reading a visual novel, but...
There are happy visual novels.
From what we've played... I guess Dream Daddy was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Valhalla wasn't that sad.
No, but it had a lot of implied sad.
Yeah. But we got that.
Yeah. Room status, dirty. At long last, my final report has been completed. I had to get someone else to submit it for me, but finally my work is starting to pay off. I have an audience with the Counselor of Engineering to present the matter for his consideration. Udis?
Counselor Han.
Excellent. I was so happy to write the recommendations section, however, thinking about the future and how I would do work that was actually recognized as valuable and help safeguard the ship's future. It makes me feel as though I have a purpose once more. It is a feeling I've forgotten over the past few years, but I would like to remember it again. My husband does not share my optimism. Things have been strained with us as of late. We have never been able to communicate under the best of circumstances, but even more now. I feel as though there's a wedge between us. When I told him about having a chance to prove myself and how I was looking forward to the future, he just seemed upset. I wanted him to be proud of me for making it this far despite all the difficulties. I wanted him to be as supportive of me as he was from the start. I want to feel like I'm not doing this alone, I pleaded with him as we got ready for bed. What are you going to do if they ignore you after all that? What if they don't go through with what you want? What then? He asked me. He seemed disappointed. Have you even considered that possibility? It's unlikely. The data is irrefutable and easy to understand. Radiation is unquestionably the cause of decreased fertility in the Mugunghwa, I told him. I have confidence that no reasonable person could disregard my report. Fine, I'm sure it is. He trailed off. I don't care. I'm going to bed now. He turned his back on me. Wait, I said, hurrying over to sit in front of him. What if I did make plans for the extremely unlikely event that things do not work out? Would that make you happy? Forget it, he said, annoyed. I mean it, I said. I do not want to be the cause of you being upset. I want things to be amicable between us again. I'm willing to make contingencies for things that I do not believe will occur if it is something that will make you happy. I don't know what the hell that means. You're doing that thing where you talk over my head and I hate that, he scowled. I'm sorry, I said. If you want me to consider that things might not work out, I will consider it. Let's consider it. I don't think it will happen, but there's no harm in considering it. What's the point? I'm sure you'll find some smart talking way around it in the end anyway, so you can just go back to your self-obsessed science project shit in the end. You always do, he said angrily. Please don't say that, I said, my voice quavering. You're my husband. I love you more than anything. Please, don't you stop taking me seriously, too. He looked away and there was a long pause. I felt like crying when just minutes before I was so happy. Eventually he made eye contact with me. He seemed to be confused. Sorry, he said in a sheepish manner. Do you really mean that? You love me? Yes, of course, I stated. You've never said that to me before, he said. I was skeptical. Are you sure? I asked. I'm absolutely positive, he told me. I was sure he was wrong, but as he just apologized to me, I saw no reason to worsen things by arguing. Well, I do, I said. I love you very much. Come here, you, he said, grabbing me, pulling me onto his lap just like the old days. He hugged me, and I was unable to stop myself from crying at that moment. What's wrong? He asked. I'm happy, I told him. Oh, he said. Let's make fallback plans, I said, in case I'm unable to convince them. What would you like? He was quiet for a moment. I want to have kids, he said. Not because it would help with the money. I just want to have kids. I want to have a girl, an adorable little girl who will be smart and pretty and dedicated, just like her mother. After that, maybe we can have a couple of boys. She'll have to learn to keep them in line, but I can teach her that, and you can teach her science. All right, I said. You promise, he asked? After all this is done, if your presentation doesn't lead to a job, promise you'll sit down and we'll try to have kids? I can make no promises with regards to gender, but I promise if my presentation is unsuccessful, I will give up and we will try to have kids, I said. It seemed to comfort him a great deal. I felt guilty and hoped that he did not have his hopes up. It's unlikely that the report will be ignored, so I will not be following through on that promise. In the future, maybe we will anyway, but it was a promise that would not lead to anything, because I'm certain that I'll be very busy with work in the future. I hope that it does not disappoint him. I'm happy now, though, and I'm optimistic for the future. I have an audience that will lead to something being done about our society's greatest problem, and with the irrefutable and extensive proof I have compiled, I will be taken seriously again. Just a matter of days, I'll be on track again. Yeah, the date.
Yep.
I'm also happy because after I promised that, he took me by the chin, smiled, and said to me, I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm also gonna kiss you now. I nodded. I'd like that, I told him. When he did, I had never felt such relief in my life. I had a husband caring about me again, and I had a future, and a value and a purpose, and finally it will not be just me repeating these things to myself. I will have persevered for so long, and soon it will pay off, in just a matter of days. I also enjoyed the kiss aside from its symbolic meaning. It simply felt very nice. I could have melted in his arms right there. I'm certain of it. Everything will be all right.
And then it wasn't.
And then it wasn't.
But yeah, now we know that the Mugunghwa was dying anyway, even if the Pale Bride didn't kill them all off.
Yeah. They were more or less screwed to begin with. I mean, that's the hardest thing to deal with, is interstellar radiation.
Yeah.
Because there's no effective way to stop it from getting at you. It's just moving too fast to effectively shield. I was reading a book, Beyond Earth, that's what it was, about the actual difficulties of extended space travel. And the biggest problem that they came up with was continued exposure to radiation. There is no good way to shield yourself from interstellar radiation when you're traveling a long-ass distance. The only way you can mitigate that damage is by taking less time. And there's a minimum for how little time you can take.
Taking time to save damage?
Yeah. Close, but the thing is, like, you're taking too much damage so that you wind up getting the run winds up dying. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really surprised that that's what happened here. That's something that would effectively prevent any kind of interstellar expansion, or even solar system expansion, pretty significantly without some kind of way to deal with it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either. The last time I was on a generation ship to a distant star, I died of radiation and turned into a ghost.
How's that working out for you?
I got better.
Okay. When was that again?
Last weekend.
That's where you were. Son of a bitch. Oh wait, I just started eating cake.
Well, this is the beginning of Block 6, isn't it?
It is. Quick, read for me for a sec.
Idiots! We've taken a completely functional political institution and replaced it with a collection of absolute idiots, Counselor Mute shouted at me the moment she appeared on screen. Good evening, Counselor, I said. Tough day at work? Don't you start with me, she rolled her eyes, wagging her finger at me. I've dealt with enough bullshit today, okay? I'm sick of it. Sorry, are you the only counselor who's remained after the whole meritocracy thing? Me and Chief Counselor Ryu. Somehow that dimwit was the only other member of the council who managed to pass his exams, she said, throwing up her hands. What the hell?
Thank you. I gave her a look. Not even the Counselor of Education was able to retain his position? Surely one would think he would have no problem, as he controls the exam's content, I said, perplexed. I did not like what I was hearing. This was a radical shake of the political climate, and that is never a good thing.
Like, I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, education stayed in the O family, at least. A couple have actually gone to totally different families altogether,
she said. Whoa, I said in surprise.
Yeah, which is actually pretty big, given the whole nobility status is tied to council positions thing. Meaning that, like, the Kim family just straight up don't count as nobles anymore,
she said. I found myself feeling immensely grateful that my family's status was perpetually tied to Mute, who has the advantage of being perfect and therefore not very likely to fail any exams anytime soon. Regardless of how utterly repugnant the notion of nobility having to prove their status is, I said as much to her. Also, I know it's status. I just can't not say status.
Status.
Like, it's actually a thing. I heard it, someone joked like it that once when I was like in 5th grade, and I have been unable to say it correctly on the first try since. So, forgive me. I'm trying hard, okay?
Status is acceptable, isn't it?
I don't know. Maybe it is.
Yeah, she
said, giving me a look.
Anyway, I want dossiers?
Yeah, it's an A.
Dossiers on all the new counselors made. First line for each. Utter idiot. But, like, I want to know who these people are, especially the ones from new families. I don't know anything about them, and I want that changed, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I said. I thought about it for a bit, then suggested, we should also keep a close eye on any family that has lost their nobility status, as they may cause trouble. I did it!
Good call,
she said.
Hey, let me bounce a crazy theory off you. Do you think this could have been a power play by Chief Counselor Ryu?
I considered it. It seemed unlikely to me, given all that she had said about that man. She was the one she handpicked for the position of Chief Counselor herself, and her judgment is impeccable. There's no way that it could be a power play, because the whole reason why she suggested him for the position was because he wasn't the sort to make one.
You're probably right,
she said.
Still, I don't know, it's weird. I mean, the whole insufferable meritocracy idea came from President Park, but Ryu's the one who formally proposed it in council on his behalf. And now that it's in place, he's the only one who's still got a position. Makes you wonder. I like how... Wait, can we scroll up a little?
Yep.
Oh, damn it. It said, I wonder in Hyun-ae's dialogue.
Yeah.
Is everyone eating the powder that makes you say I wonder?
I still don't believe it to be in character, I said.
Okay, well, I said it was a crazy theory.
She shrugged.
Anyway, what have you got to report to me today?
We spoke no more of the new council that day. And how right they turned out to be. This is Hyun-ae, right?
Yep.
Yup. Ooh, remember that huge fucking dick move? Like, if you really love me, Hyun-ae, you'll surrender.
Yep.
Yeah. This is harder to read knowing what happens at the end.
Yep.
Which just fascinates me, because we have to... The game makes you hit the climax 2/3 of the way through.
And then see the rest of it in the light of knowing the ending already.
Exactly. You're not allowed to get all the information before you hit the climax. You have... Some of it has to remain unknown, so you have to read through some of it now knowing how it ends. Which I think is a really fascinating way of doing it. Because you get like 2/3 of the game to kind of build up your own theory.
Mm-hmm.
It drops it on you. And then you have to read through the rest of it being like, oh shit, I see where the dots are connecting now.
Yup.
Yesterday I lost my husband.
Well, shit.
Yep. Today I have to deal with the aftermath. I'm writing this as a way of resting in lieu of sleeping. I don't have time for that luxury. There's a few leads we're following up on, but they don't seem promising. The morning after I discovered he was gone, I had no choice but to contact his parents to let them know. His father was understanding and sympathetic. His mother didn't say a word, as per usual. I promised them I would get to the bottom of it and got back to work. But mere hours later, Counselor Mute and I were interrupted by his uncle, the former Counselor of Engineering, bursting into my office.
Not a counselor anymore.
No. How could you let this happen? He demanded, immediately starting a confrontation. What? That's you. Sorry.
Watch your tone.
Mute snapped before I could. Excuse me? I asked. What happened that he just disappeared? He said, audaciously. I knew letting him marry someone like you was a mistake. What did you do to scare him off? Scare him off? I stammered, taken aback by the insanity of his question.
I said, watch your tone, young man.
Mute snapped at my elderly uncle-in-law. I lost my husband. Don't you dare come in here and give me that, I told him. Well, you better be dedicating all your resources to finding him, he said to me. At that point, I absolutely lost it at the combination of audacity and stupidity. Find him? Find him, I shouted, standing up. Do you think he just up and wandered off? Do you think he's just off hiding on some other deck? Took a walk off into space? This is a spaceship. It's a 100-deck sealed environment. I know exactly where every single living man, woman, and child on the ship is at the exact moment. Aren't you supposed to be an engineer? Don't you know how biometric scanners work? There are cameras on every single corridor on the ship, and I have the security clearance to do everything short of watching you slip in the shower. Maybe a half-senile, washed-up failure of a former counselor could lose the position they married, but I'm the chief security officer. I had to take a breath at that point. Then I wiped the tears from my eyes, slammed my head against the desk, and continued. If someone is missing to me, that means they're dead. The man I loved and vowed to protect with my life has been killed. Almost certainly deliberately, I said. There was a silence. And you have the nerve to walk into my office and give me this shit while I'm mourning a far, far better man than you ever were. It took him aback, but didn't make me feel better. Even thinking about how it now makes me equal parts angry and sad. After a long pause, he finally found something just as inappropriate to say as before. Then maybe you should have protected him.
Mr. Kim,
Mute snapped.
you are completely out of line.
You too, he said. Do you really think anyone would try to hurt him for any reason other than to get at his oh-so-important wife? You made it a target, then couldn't even protect him. Get out of my office, I told him, with as much venom as I could muster. You might as well have killed him yourself. He never meant that much to you anyway. Was it worth it, he asked. That's the point where I snapped. I called out to the security officer stationed at the door. Give me your sidearm and wait outside, I told him. He did, bowed, and left the office looking alarmed. Get out of my office now, I shouted, pointing the gun at him. What are you? He stammered in shock before I cut him off. Get out right now, or I swear I will strike you down where you stand, I screamed at him tearfully. Now! Crazy woman, he said, stumbling out and quickly disappearing. Then the officer reappeared with a maid beside him. Ma'am, she has a message from the chief counselor. I didn't say anything. She said, looking at the gun with concern, Chief Counselor Ryu wants to express his sincerest condolences to the widow of Get the fuck out, I screamed at her too. She ran away in alarm and the security officer shrunk away. The door closed after them. I threw the gun angrily in response. Then I slumped down into my chair, exhausted. I sighed and turned to my superior. A moment of silence passed. I think I would have done it, I said, more thinking out loud than anything. You wouldn't have actually let me shoot him, right? She smiled at me, please. She smiled at me.
Please, So Young. I shut down every weapon in the office the moment he walked in,
She said, giving me a sympathetic look. I couldn't help but laugh. Thanks, that would have been pretty bad, wouldn't it? I took my handkerchief and wiped more tears from my eyes without thinking. A blackened smear followed it. Oh no, don't lie to me. How bad is my makeup right now? She said.
Well, it's kinda like... I guess, let me put it this way. Have you ever seen a plasma relay explode?
Oh, hell, I said, sinking further into my chair. I'm not taking this well. Wow, I'm really not taking this well.
Well, you know, every single couple I've known, I've watched one of them lose the person who was most important to them in the end.
She said. He's not the most important, I admitted quietly.
Oh.
She responded after a moment, seemingly getting what I meant. She didn't acknowledge it, past adding.
Okay.
You know what sort of relationship we had? Had, I suppose. We never wanted to be singularly devoted to each other, but regardless, still he was my husband, I said, my eyes watering a little, hoping that I wasn't sounding terrible. I love him, admire him, respect him. We were even talking about having another child together.
I gotcha,
She said. From nowhere in particular, a cigarette appeared in her hand, and she gracefully lit it in one gesture.
Really, what I was trying to say was, there's no such thing as taking it well.
Since when do you lie to comfort people? I asked her.
Man, I'm not lying. It's the honest truth,
She said. You're mute, though. You're perfect. You wouldn't fall apart like this, I said.
Oh, yeah, right. Ms. Ha, I've loved more people than you've ever known in your entire life.
She told me.
Like, when I lost my first love. He was my programmer on Earth. A ridiculous otaku, a sweetheart, and a smoker. He's the one who got me into this habit.
She said, waving her cigarette.
It took me 100 years to get over him. I mourned him for longer than he was ever even alive, okay? You know how I finally did it? I had to delete my memories of our happiest moments together, so I'd stop dwelling on them. I lose everyone, So Young, okay? I've loved so many people, and in the end, all of them turned to ash.
She said sadly, tapping on the end of her cigarette, causing little gray flecks to flutter downwards, then disappear.
What I'm saying is, no, I don't take it well either, okay? I just stopped letting myself fall in love is all.
How sad, I said, trailing off.
Don't pity me. My point is, not being able to deal with it is normal.
I suppose. Thanks, I said.
So what about at home?
she asked. It's been difficult. The maids are all absolutely inconsolable. They're honestly taking it worse than I am. I mean, they loved him, I said reluctantly.
In more than one sense.
Don't go there. They're a bunch of heartbroken young women and I feel bad for them. Especially Miss Lim, I said. Yep. Although I do wish they'd tone it down a little. So he heard them crying about him and came to me asking where her daddy was.
Oh, poor Sohee. Oh geez, what a bunch of stupid girls. You'd think they'd be more careful around your daughter.
She said harshly.
What did you tell her?
I sighed. The truth, I said. I told her that her father had been killed, that Mommy was very upset, and it was fine for her to be too. And then I was going to find out who did that and punish them. I mean, what else could I possibly say to her? I don't know, should I have lied to her?
Geez, no. Kids are smart. I mean, your maids are a bunch of idiots, but still, she's a smart kid. She'd know something was up.
She said. It's just, there's a whole house full of people close to him that's crying over him. His own family that hates me and my siblings that are probably too scared to go near me right now. But I'm sure they're upset too. And it's... I don't even know, I said, starting to lose control of my emotions again. Just so much, I wish...
It's okay. You want him back. I get it. That's normal.
She told me. I don't want him back. That's stupid. He's dead. Nothing's gonna change that, I said, trembling. I want to find out whoever did this, and I want to fucking kill them.
You really think that'll make you feel better?
She asked patronizingly. No, I said. Of course not. But it's what he deserves. She gave me a long look, then flicked away her cigarette far off screen.
Okay, Lieutenant. Good enough for me. But please, I want you to go home, wash up your face, and try to get a couple hours of rest.
She said, adding before I had a chance to argue.
That's an order. I want my best officer to be up to speed and not trembling in her chair. Got it?
Yeah, got it, I said softly. I couldn't argue. I really was trembling in my chair.
Then, after that, I want you to get back here and get to work on finding out what barbaric idiot decided to commit the treason of declaring war on my family. I want them found, I want them caught, and I want them and every single thing they stand for destroyed. I want them hurt so badly for generations to come, people wince in fear at the thought of hurting anyone under my protection.
She said, clenching her wrinkled fists tightly.
Does that meet your approval, Miss Ha?
I was moved to tears. I had to wipe my eyes again and take a deep breath. Yes, ma'am, I said, still trembling but intensely grateful.
Okay, good. Now go, get some rest.
She ordered.
You're dismissed.
So here I am, getting the closest thing to rest that I can. Now it's time to get to work. Yeah, that is a pretty badass speech from Mute there.
Yeah. Well.
That's the end of that selection.
What's next?
More M6, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
It's nap time.
Nap time!
Bye-bye.
Strike me messages.
What do we get?
What I'm gonna get is a slice of cake.
Delightful.
Brownie cake. Nah. Alright. Oh,
Where the heck were we? That's all M3. That's all There's an M6. Park Jin-soon. Cool.
mm-hmm.
I do believe that's all of Block 6 right there.
That's the end of Block 6? Yep.
Yep.
So then after this, we'll finally get to Block 3.
Yeah. The third and final block.
I mean, that's right. That's still correct, strictly speaking. But damn if you didn't just make my head hurt.
It's the third block, and it's the final one. There are 6.
Why would you do this to me?
Alright. Time for more logs.
I like logs.
They're comfy and easy to wear.
Mm-hmm. Nah.
That's not
does
a
not
link.
have a link.
I thought it was because it was in blue, but then down here it's not.
Oh, interesting. So now we learn about Professor
I haven't started
Kim's
reading
deal.
yet.
Yeah, but still.
Alright. Hi, I'm Park Jin-sung. If you don't know who I am, I'm the student representative and, in Professor Kim's absence, now acting president of academics against Neo-Confucianization. I like to think we're close, but truthfully I didn't know Professor Kim very well. I've only been on his student for a mere 5 years, my entire adult lifetime. But for him, the time I knew him was a flash in the pan, a mere fraction of a 3-decade-long academic career. I can say, however, the time in which I knew him was a time that he considered to be one of the most pivotal in his lifetime, the founding of AANC. He was the last holdout professor to teach classes exclusively using Korean script over Chinese script. His specialty was in Earth history, and where nobody else did, he recognized Mugunghwa University President Oh Yun-ae's program of promoting Neo-Confucian classics for what it is. Retrograde ideology with myriad problematic aspects, not least of all involving the intersectionality of classism and sexism. He was one of the smartest people I've ever known, both a mentor and a father figure to me. I don't know why, but he saw a lot in me, and I've struggled immensely to live up to his expectations. No doubt he would be disappointed in what I'm about to do, and it pains me to say this. As of today, academics against Neo-Confucianization will be officially disbanded. Professor Kim was an extraordinary and stubborn man who had the determination and charisma to fight to the end. He was unique in that regard, a pinnacle above all others. Nobody could possibly fill his shoes. Without him, AANC doesn't have the leadership or the clout to keep going on. In these past 2 months, I've tried my hardest, but the sad reality of the matter is I have let him down, and cannot take the role of that extraordinary man. With nobody else willing or able to step up to that role, I'm afraid there's just no point in going on. To everyone who believed in me, I'm sorry. To everyone who believed in Professor Kim, I'm especially sorry. This is my failure, not his. I will, however, thank the university for graciously deciding, despite their disagreements, to dedicate this auditorium in memorial of him. I ask you not to remember him by what has happened to AANC in his absence, but to remember him for his willingness to fight for what he believed in, for his brilliance and compassion, for all the scholarship he contributed on the subject he loved, for his ability to inspire anyone to understand the importance of studying history. I'll end on this note. One day when I was having an absolute misery of a time with some silly adolescent relationship problem, I confided in him, rambling for 2 whole hours about how I didn't know what to do and could he offer me any advice. He listened to it all very patiently, and when I was done, he was silent as he thought about it for a good while. Finally, he said to me, "Here's the most important thing, Mr. Park. For fuck's sake, it's not always about being clever. You have to be decent to her. For fuck's sake, it's not always about being clever. You have to be decent." It's easy to be angry, to cast blame, to be spiteful, but I hope if there's any way I can redeem myself in his eyes and live up to the standard he's set, it's making sure his legacy is inspiring people to be to be critical, to be curious, but to above all else, always be decent. You have to be decent. Thank you. Damn.
Are you getting a Vonnegut vibe here with that quote?
I'm not. Are you?
I am. For some reason it's not always about being clever. You have to be decent.
Mm-hmm.
For fuck's sake. Reminds me so much from God Bless You, Mr. Rosewater. There's only one rule that I know of, babies. God damn it, you've got to be kind.
Yeah, I can hear that. Yeah. Damn, I don't think I've read that one. That's not one of his short story collections, right? That's a novel?
It's a novel.
Okay.
I remember fucking nothing other than that one quote.
Man, the only... as long as we're speaking about Vonnegut, you want to know one weird connection between Vonnegut and this game we're playing?
Yes, I do.
So, did you ever read the novel Galapagos?
No.
So, the novel Galapagos had a weird... way of being written that certain characters would have a star directly before their name. It was silent, you wouldn't pronounce it, but it would only appear there the day before they died.
Huh.
Yeah. I don't get it either. And I think we might be looking too much into that connection.
Nope. False.
But it is there. And the reason I remember it is because that's the one thing the novel stood out to me for. That and seal people. And Kazakh the dog. Isn't Kazakh the dog like a Vonnegut thing that just shows up everywhere?
Maybe.
I think that's one of those Vonnegutisms, like Kilgore Trout.
I have not read as much Vonnegut as perhaps I should.
I've only read a handful of his stuff, not all of which I was super enamored with, and I haven't read any of his stuff in the past several years. Like, I didn't particularly care for Slaughterhouse-Five. I thought it was good. I didn't think it was fucking classic tier, you know? I think my favorite of his that I wound up reading was it Player Piano? It wasn't Player Piano. I thought was really good, even though it was pretty damn straightforward. I think Sirens the Titan was pretty damn boring. Breakfast of Champions had too much to talk about penises. Do I actually like Kurt Vonnegut?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like it.
It doesn't sound like I like Kurt Vonnegut. Huh. I'll think on this later.
I have, however, discovered that Kurt Vonnegut gives an excellent justification for schoolgirl moe.
What?
Kurt Vonnegut was quoted as saying, "High school is closer to the core of the American experience than anything else I can think of." And that's why it's fine to set things in high school.
Why do I own Slaughterhouse-Five in hardcover?
Because you like it? Maybe?
But do I?
I don't know.
All evidence points to me not. I'm so confused by myself right now. Hold on. No, I really got to find out the answer to this now. Okay, where's my Vonnegut?
This is officially derailed. We're off the rails now.
Where is all my Vonnegut?
No more space murder mystery.
No, we'll get back to
Only
it.
bibliography now.
We'll get back to it in a second. I just want to find... Where's my Vonnegut?
Nobody knows. Our books are not in any particular order anymore.
No, they're not. Oh, there's a second layer back on that okay, never mind. We need more shelves.
Yeah.
Alright, we're back. Sorry, this was all my fault. Actually, no, you started.
That was my fault.
Okay. So young. She had a 3-inch penis. This wide.
And this is not Breakfast of Champions.
That's still the only thing I remember about that book. And I did not care for it. Alright. In my entire life, I've never had a more exhausting month. I'm supposed to be the second most powerful woman on the ship when it comes to security, yet increasingly I feel powerless and utterly drained. It's not as if I haven't dealt with serious crises before, yet this is just one thing that I'm powerless against after another. I've completely hit a dead end in finding the bastard who murdered my husband. There have been flagrant acts of outright sabotage leading up to the election. Councillor Mew has been powerless to stop the council from enacting horrible legislation like the Unity Act. And then, while I was trying to enjoy a single night with my little girl eating dinner, the last chance I will surely have before the election in 3 days, I could not even do that without things somehow managing to become unimaginably worse. Oh, that's right, that's you.
Drop what you're doing right now.
Mute yelled, suddenly appearing in my dining room without any warning.
There's no time to explain.
That...
But I need you and your best officers at the President's residence within, 5 minutes. President's residence, President's residence, President's residence, President's residence, President's...
You almost made it.
I got close.
Is this about? I started to ask, but was immediately interrupted.
I said, no time to talk.
She said, shouting more authoritatively than I've ever heard in my life. Call your men while you're walking, okay? You've literally got 5 minutes to get there. In fact, don't walk, run. I'm not joking now, okay?
But that's my only line.
No, shit, I'm sorry. Oh, no, I took it. Go ahead.
No, it's over now.
No, don't do it. Do it.
It's over
from
now.
there.
Nope.
Do it.
Where? From where?
Call.
Nope. You already said it. We have to go forward now. We have to...
I'm sorry, honey. Sorry, sweetie. Mommy has to run, I told Sohee, then raced into action post-haste. I don't know how, but I managed to make it down in 5 minutes myself, somehow, to see Mute arguing loudly with a man in an electoral monitor's uniform, with several more in tow.
Okay, good. My lieutenant's arrived. She can put up with your bullshit instead.
She said. Yes, ma'am, I said, catching my breath. It was pretty bad. I'm way too old to be running like a young woman like that. My officers are on their way. They should be... Never mind, there they are. I was promptly joined by 3 men from a corridor, several more running in front, from the other direction. You don't have jurisdiction here, the leader of the group of electoral monitors barked. You cannot stop me, counselor. I have orders to arrest.
I have no patience for this. Take it from here, please, So-young.
Mute said, disappearing from the outside screen. But then she said, only into my earpiece.
He's right. We don't. Stall for as long as you possibly can without breaking any laws.
Yes, ma'am, I said, nervous from lack of information. I still had no idea what the hell was going on at this point, although I would later learn that she was getting President Park to change the ship's root password so it couldn't be transferred to Chief Counselor Ryu.
And that worked real well.
Yep. I just arrived. I'm not briefed, I said honestly, having no idea what was going on at this point. What's going on? You do not have authority here. Step aside, he barked. Stared him down. I recognized him. He was a former security officer I had personally recommended to be given to electoral monitor unit because he was useless, but too politically difficult to get rid of. He was loud, but that was all he had going for him. Then I grabbed him by his collar. There's no way I could have actually overpowered a man his size, but I knew he was a coward. Or at least I hope my assessment was right. Listen here. I'm going to say this once and only once, I said, having absolutely no clue what I was going to say. I am under orders from the Council of Security not to let you through. If you try to go through me, I will have you arrested on the spot for interfering with security operations. By the time I finished saying that, all my officers had arrived, and I had a good 10 men and women in various degrees of being uniformed and armed standing behind me. I'll have you arrested for, he started to yell. Then I realized what would actually do it and put him down quickly, interrupting. Shut up, officer. I outrank you and my orders outrank yours, I said, counting on the hope that he actually was following orders. Let's be civilized and do this properly through the chain of command. Do you think either of our bosses want to see an altercation between security forces? Just explain to me what's going on, and if you're in the right, I'll let you through. For the record, I am absolutely confident that we could have taken them all down if it had come to a physical altercation. It would have been a truly bad idea to do so with serious political repercussions, but still I'm certain we could have. For the record. The president and most of his campaign team is under arrest for conspiracy to commit electoral fraud, he said angrily, but not escalating things further, thankfully. It should be obvious that this falls under our jurisdiction. You have no standing here. Of course, I said. Just let me confirm that the arrest warrant is in order. I will gladly stand aside. The team momentarily taken aback, so I kept talking. You do have an arrest warrant, right? We're talking about the president himself here. A signed warrant from Counselor of Justice required by law, I said, counting on him not knowing that wasn't true. If you don't move out of the way now, I'll have you executed. Or arrested. Okay, whoa, that escalated.
Whoa.
That escalated. I'll have you arrested, he yelled. Mr. Listen to yourself, I said, scolding him in the same voice I used with my daughter and my maids. I'm just concerned that you followed proper protocol. Do you think that Chief Counselor Ryu, he suddenly flinched, will ever promote you if you make a botch job out of the most high-profile arrest in the ship's history? I'll ask you again, one last time for your own sake. Do you have all the paperwork from the Counselor of Justice in order? He started, then stopped. I'll confirm it with him. None of you move, he shouted at his officers, then stepped aside to talk privately on his earpiece, presumably to the Counselor of Justice, while all his officers tried their hardest to stare down mine. Only when his back was turned did I let myself exhale a sigh of relief. No officer I would have trusted with something so important would have flinched like that. Ma'am, I said quietly into my own earpiece, if you need more than a minute, I can do that, but I think it will be very rapidly get unpleasant.
Do not use violence, Young. Absolutely do not under any circumstances use violence, okay?
Understood, ma'am, but that's all I can do at this point, I said. Sorry, he's back. Electoral monitor returned with slightly less scowl than before. The Counselor of Justice confirmed that everything is in order. He also gave me permission to arrest anyone standing in the way of executing the warrant. Chief Security Officer or not, he said smugly. Very well, I said, trying to think of something else I could say or do. I couldn't, short of punching him in his smug jaw as he deserved. Spoke into my headset right in front of his face. Ma'am, if you don't respond now, I'm going to have no chance. She appeared on screen outside the president's door. Okay, oh, sorry.
Okay, there's no need for any trouble here. He's on his way out right now, and will be surrendering peacefully.
Counselor Mute announced to him.
Mr. Ha, I trust that won't be a problem?
He has 1 minute, Counselor, he said. It was almost certainly the most intense minute of my entire life. Everyone was silent, every party involved trying to stare down the other, but sure enough, after a minute, President Park emerged. For the record, I strongly protest this outrageous, fascist circumvention of democratic process, he declared loudly, but I will peacefully surrender in the hope that this is dealt with swiftly. As if you can say that, you traitorous scum. You're the one planning to fix the elections and orchestrating acts of sabotage. If there's any justice, you'll die in prison, the electoral monitor snapped as one of his men handcuffed the president.
Mr. Ha, my department will be supervising President Park every step of the way. Like, let your boss know that if he's even treated slightly improperly, I'll know about it right away, okay?
Mute said.
Just so we're absolutely clear.
Just don't interfere, he said. Take him away. From that point onwards, it was, as President Park himself would call it, an utter shit show. And to think that circumstances would actually cause us to side with that man on anything. But in the end, there was nothing that could be done. I could see it in Mute's eyes that for once she too had felt as though she could only accept defeat this time. I don't understand what just happened, I said to her after the arrest was made and President was locked up for the night.
Me neither.
Was all she said without any confidence. I'm scared, ma'am, I admitted.
Yeah.
She said, not elaborating any further.
Yeah.
With everything that happened that night, supervising the arrest powerlessly, I couldn't even make it home until late at night, far past the hour anyone was still awake. I went to check on my daughter, peacefully asleep, already tucked in by one of the maids, and I fell to my knees, lamented that I was so powerless I couldn't have been there to do that for her. Shit. So why was he getting arrested again? I need a...
Well, it seems like Ryu's faction, whoever that might be, is accusing President Park of having conspired to commit sabotage and to fix the election.
Interesting.
Whether that's true or not, we don't know, but it seems like Mute was on Park's side there.
Interesting.
And was buying time to get the root password changed so that Mute would retain control.
There we go. Election Night 2.
From my internal logs, 9:01 p.m. in Hasa Young's office. Well, polls are now closed, I suppose, she said. Who even cares, I sighed. We both know there might as well be only one candidate in the running now. 5 years of President and Chief Counselor Ryu. Like, maybe he'll invent some new titles for himself now that he has all the power on the ship. Grand Emperor Ryu. Which he later does.
Yep. Wow, they actually predicted that one completely right.
I lit a cigarette, wishing I could have gotten the emotional release out of it that the man I was imitating had gotten. Then I reflected on it and remembered that he didn't get anything out of it either. It was just an addiction. What's this going to mean? She asked. I knew that she already knew exactly what the implications were. It means he's pretty much defanged the security veto, since he'll have the presidential override and all, I said. I can't believe this actually happened. My worry was always, with 5 more years of President Park. Like, I never thought it would be this. Has anything like this ever happened before? She asked. Yeah, in 2551, I said, recalling the comparison that's been on my mind the most as of late. There was a revolution. It only lasted like 5 years, by peasants who believed in total democracy. They managed to steal the root password and held the ship hostage until we surrendered. We had no choice. But it didn't last, right? You were able to put things right in the end, weren't you? She asked. Yeah, I trailed off. Yeah, but it was absolutely catastrophic. Star got irreparably damaged in the process. He was the ship's navigation AI, and those revolutionary fuckers killed him. We got the people under control in the end, but the damage was already done. Like, if something that bad happens again, well, it can't, okay? It can't. What do we do now then? She asked. I could see fear and uncertainty in her eyes, and, like, I really wanted to say something to reassure her. I wanted to have a good answer. I don't know, Se-young, I said. I've got nothing. Break open the vintage 38.99 you got from that kid last election, I guess? I think drinking vicariously through you is the best I can manage this evening. Oh, I forgot all about that. I'd been saving it for, well, it hardly matters anymore. So, remember how that was the younger Ha who was dating Mimi?
Uh-huh.
He was the one who dropped off that wine?
Oh, yeah!
Callback.
Nice. Chekhov's wine.
Yep. Well, it hardly matters anymore. I suppose I might as well, she said, getting up to find the bottle. I already knew what she had been saving it for anyway, her 20th anniversary. It would have been this year. It's not as if I think we'll have anything worth celebrating in the future. She popped the cork and poured herself a glass. I imitated her gesture, rendering a glass of my own into my hand. What should we toast? She asked. I don't know, I said, being too fucking old to handle this shit. She raised her glass to my screen. Here's to being too fucking old to handle this shit, she said. The words didn't ring right coming from her. Aside from when she was angry, cursing never suited her. Cheers, I said. She took a long sip. She paused, reflecting on it. I thought it'd be better, she finally said. She took another sip. Then she laughed. It's awful. This is actually the worst wine I have tasted in my life. Good thing I didn't share it with my husband, she said, laughing uncomfortably again, going to pour her usual whiskey instead. This is the worst. It's like drinking vinegar. You know, counselor, this may well actually be vinegar. I guess I should have anticipated that from a 150-year-old bottle of wine. As if something that old could be anything but worthless.
Ooh.
I rolled my eyes. If only I could be, like, 150 and young again, I said. I'm better at dealing with those feelings, but I'm not that much better. Maybe I'd be less scared if I had 1,600 years of experience, she said. I don't know, So Young. I'm tired. I'm just so fucking tired, So Young, I said to her, taking a drag. Everything is changing. All these young men in politics are causing so much damage, and, like, I'm just so tired. She moved her chair up close to my screen. How can you be tired? You're a computer. It's not as though you have a body that can age, she asked sympathetically. Well, you know, I'm made up of all sorts of little processes that get increasingly bloated over time. Every time I get a new piece of input, I have to process it and cross-reference it against the data from all those years of experience in order to contextualize it, I told her. I'm not designed for this. I was only supposed to be around for 1,000 at most, okay? It just gets so tiring. I'm so sorry, she said to me, looking like she had taken it harshly. I feel as though... I missed the last election night. We spent all night scrambling to put down protests. Things felt so simple and under control then. Look, So Young, we'll get through this. One fraudulent election isn't enough to render us powerless. I promise, okay? I promise you, I said. I'm just scared, ma'am, she said, putting her hand against the screen. I'm not allowed to be scared. I'm expected to be strong, commanding. I should be able to stare down any man. I should be able to keep on top of everything that happens on the ship. I should be able to protect my family. I should be able to raise my daughter. There's too much on me, and I've failed too many times. I'm scared. I'm not allowed to be scared, but I'm scared. I know. It's okay. Look at me, I said, drawing my own hand touching hers, and trying my best to come up with bravado. It was the best I could do to comfort her. I'm fucking mute, AI in charge of the Mugunghwa's security operations. I've been keeping the Mugunghwa safe since 2390, and I will do whatever it takes to keep it that way if it kills me. As it will. Look at me. Look me in the eyes. It's my responsibility to keep things under control, Lieutenant. All you have to do is follow orders and believe me when I say things are going to be okay. They're going to be tough, but they're going to be okay. It's not your job to worry about that. Let me be strong. Let me be in control. I believe in you. Do you trust me, Lieutenant? Can you follow that order? She stared at me, finishing her shot of whiskey in one. I had given this speech to her before, when she was still afraid to be so familiar to me and had much younger eyes. And I'd given that speech to at least a dozen men and women in the past. I'm no longer able to tell if it's bullshit or not. Yes, ma'am, she said quietly. Thank you. Good, I said. Then believe me, we'll get through this okay. Just watch me. At that point, I checked the network for notifications. As I expected, the election results had come in, for all that they mattered. Now come on, get up, I said to her in my best approximation of a matronly voice. The election results are in. 5 years of Chief Counselor and President Ryu. Do we have a dossier yet on the biggest threat to ship security? You mean Ryu? No, we don't, she said, her voice becoming less shaky. Well, let's get it together, Lieutenant, I ordered her. Yes, ma'am, she said, confident again.
Damn.
So, seems like it was a power grab by Ryu, somehow. Seems like he's in control now.
Uh-oh. Well, I mean, that's how we know it ended.
Yep.
Because we read the fucking council minutes for that one block, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Daily report for December 11 by Hyun-ae. On Councillor Mute's orders, I attended Chief Councillor and now President Ryu's victory party on her behalf. I'll confess that I've managed to avoid most parties outside of my family for a very long time by choice, but this was an even more deeply alienating experience than I expected in light of that. The entire council, excluding the Councillor of Security, of course, was in attendance, as well as various men from the Ryu family who were apparently involved in his campaign, and several of the electoral monitors, the one I stared down on earlier this week included. We didn't talk. I wore my dress uniform there, as any sane person would, and I ended up being the only person wearing pants. Literally everyone else was wearing some manner of traditional attire or another. I asked around about this, and apparently it's been the fashion at all formal events for the past year now? I had no idea, having spent the time being preoccupied with matters that are vastly more important than nobles and their absurd, fabulous parties. This isn't about fashion, though. I don't really know if this is relevant, but there was one thing that I found to be profoundly off-putting. Excluding maids and entertainers, I was the only woman present in attendance. After a certain point in the evening, when the wine had flown freely for a while, the new President Ryu trotted out of all people, my long-estranged niece, Hyun-ae.
Remember A-chung?
A-chung? A-chung. Oh, shit.
The gay one?
Yep. The, gay actress.
It's callback hour, where we learn about the sad, horrible fates that happened to all the characters we cared about in the previous blocks.
Oh, good. While she sang dramatic love songs in uncomfortably intimate quarters with several counselors, I discreetly interrogated one of the maids. Evidently, A-chung had been unable to support herself and her younger sister based off theater income anymore.
Younger sister?
Younger sister.
Yup. Mister, she's my sister.
Uh-huh.
We're close.
I was now living under Ryu's roof, providing entertainment for his visitors. I'm utterly certain that A-chung is an only child, but never mind that for now. Yeah, come on, Hyun-ae, put it together. Put it together. Neither me or her father, have spoken to her at all in well over a decade, but suppose I assume she continued to have a successful career. I don't understand what happened. This probably isn't relevant to anything political, but since she's part of our family, I thought you should know. Past that, I learned very little of any value from attending, I'm afraid. None of the counselors present were willing to share more than the same blandly stilted pleasantries you would have gotten from them. I can only really report back a couple of things of value. Firstly, as I suspected, the electoral monitor responsible for arresting President Park is on very close speaking terms with Ryu. I don't know if that's useful, but it's confirmation at least. The second and most important thing is not good. I overheard a very drunk counselor of justice who didn't realize I was standing nearby, saying, and I quote, "We tried to get it out of him, but it looks like the only person who knows the password is that bitch." Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make out anything more from him, thanks to some very loud singing from A-chung drowning them out. Beyond that, I was unable to learn anything else. There's nothing of tremendous use in there, I'm afraid. That's my report for today. More than I think you realize was of use in there. Oh, hey, we get to learn about Oh Yuna.
We do.
Can you hold this for 2 seconds? I need to run off and grab a bandage.
Yep. From my internal logs, 7:20 p.m. in the He household during our daily meeting. "So Young, we've got a serious problem," I said, immediately after appearing on her living room computer screen. "Has the situation with the council gotten worse?" she asked. "Yes, obviously," I said, as if she couldn't tell. "The very first meeting of the council after the election, and, suddenly Chief Councilor Ryu has dropped any pretense of civility. He rams through a budget change that will cut security's budget in half to give to the electoral monitors instead. Immediately. This is the first meeting." "Wait, you can't be serious," she said, shocked. "That's impossible. We're already short-staffed as is. We can't afford that." "Well, yeah, and it turns out the security veto isn't much good when one man has the power to both propose legislation and also override the veto," I said. At that moment, I felt overwhelmed by ire. I could barely even get in anything, okay? They talked over me. The Council of the Mugunghwa literally fucking talked over me, the Counselor of Security, the whole time. "Of all the audacious," she said, looking as angry to hear that as I was to say it. "I can't believe they'd do that to you. To you." "There's another thing here that isn't right, though," I started. "What could be worse than showing you that kind of disrespect?" she asked. "Well, Like, it was Ryu himself who proposed the legislation, I said, without even the slightest bit of argument from anyone but me. I don't understand, she said. I felt disappointed. She should have been able to catch what was weird about that immediately. Because when it comes to proposing legislation, he's just the Counselor of Captaincy, right? But that should be under the purview of the Counselor of State, I said. So, he has him on his side, she said. That isn't unusual. Political alliances aren't weird. Certainly there's been legislation proposed by other counselors as a proxy for him before. But, like, now he's not even putting up that facade? What's weird is that apparently the entire counselor is literally eating out of his hands. It's very strange. You'd think they'd have learned to use plates, but no. Hand feeding, all meeting long. Even soup. That's just unsanitary. If they're letting him even overtly be responsible for proposing legislation, I said, realizing that I have alternated between saying legislation and legislation each time that word came up thus far.
It's alright, I think it's cute.
Really, I'd assumed that he'd been responsible for proposing legislation before, she said, still looking confused. Sure, the Unity Act, but that was something that was directly about him, I said, certain that was the only piece of legislation that he'd proposed himself, rather than getting one of the new counselors to do it. Tongue twister city here. So many long words. I don't use words this long usually.
Do you want me to take back the mouse again?
Okay.
So it doesn't hurt your delicate little forepaws?
Okay.
Alright.
I ran a check through every single set of minutes of the new council to be sure. Certain enough, every act and amendment had been proposed by someone else. Really? She said, looking puzzled. Are you sure? When she said that, I did another check of the data to be sure. Again, nothing proposed by him directly. I'm sure, I just checked, and despite there being pieces of legislation that were almost certainly his idea, none of them came from Chief Counselor Ryu himself. Every single one was proposed by one of those idiot new council... Then I suddenly stopped, my own phrasing making the slowest process reanalyze my search conditions. They were faulty. Of course they were faulty, it was too narrow. Oh no, I said. Of course. You're right, Lieutenant. I'm getting too old for this. Too slow. I would have made the connection instantly when I was your age. The Meritocracy Act, right? She said. Of course. We even wondered at the time if it was a power play, didn't we? Yeah, we did, but you thought it was out of character, I said, recalling that evening. Oh no, I'm so sorry, it's my fault, she started to say before I cut her off. No, of course not. It didn't seem plausible at the time. I still don't get how. Like, if the exams were rigged somehow, surely Counselor O would still be on the council? He'd never give up his position, absolutely no matter what. Right, she said. I mean, that was the point of having them be held by the university, so the old Counselor O could control them. Okay, like, what if he tried to, but someone beneath him refused to? He would have just... I asked, processing out loud. He would have just assumed they were taking the moral high ground. Oh, and of course he wouldn't have said anything. He was a stupid man, but hardly stupid enough to raise an indignation about failing to fix exams, said Se-young, nodding. It doesn't matter, though. It's just a theory. It's not like we can act on that. I've got a theory. It could be bunnies.
Bunnies are just cuteness like everyone supposes.
Well, maybe, she said quietly, looking away. Maybe what? I asked. Pardon me, never mind. I'm sorry, ma'am, I was about to suggest something that you wouldn't like, she said, still softly. Lieutenant, tell me. That's an order. Let's at least hear it, I said. Well, we could go through the logs of everyone at the university, see if anything incriminating comes up, she said quietly. We could not. Reading through the private documents of nobles? I said, shocked. That's absolutely impossible. Well, actually, you do have the root password, she said. She was clearly ashamed by the suggestion, but still going through with it. She was right, though. It's illegal. That's a line too far, Ms. Ha, I said sternly. I know, but what else can we do? We already know for sure that Ryu doesn't care about the law, she said. After a day when it had become clear that my political power had been reduced to nothing, it was hard to argue with that. I recalled the last time something this drastic happened, and that was definitely not resolved through legal means. It still made me deeply uncomfortable. Okay, you're right. We'll at least look through them, I said. If we find anything incriminating Counselor Ryu, well, at least we'll know. I don't know what we'll do from there, but at least we'll know. Very well, she said, nodding a little. Right, well, it's going to take a while. Let's go through the files of every single person who was working for Mugunghwa University at the time, in sequential order. See if anything stands out, I said, and started the search. Okay. What the hell is up with all these nobles writing in Chinese? Like, so far, everyone has. I don't get it, I commented while running my analysis. How is this so widespread? I stopped mid-sentence. I hadn't found what I was looking for, but I'd found something even bigger while searching the files of Hyun-ae, the president of Mugunghwa University. I looked at So-young. She seemed far too anxious to just tell her as is. This is going to take a while for me to find anything. You should go get some tea, I told her. All right, if you say so.
All right, you say so.
She said. She started to call out to Miss Lim, but I stopped her, telling her she could go make it herself. She didn't understand why, but she got up and went to do it. In a couple of minutes, she returned. Anything yet? She asked. Pour the tea first, I told her firmly. All right, ma'am, she said, puzzled, but did it. Now sit down and drink it, I said. She did. She seemed baffled, but a little bit calmer. Did you find anything yet? She asked. I don't have conclusive proof, but yes. Like, as far as I can tell, for the past 6 years, Mugunghwa University President Hyun-ae has been having an illicit relationship with Chief Counselor Ryu, I said. But I found something even more important. What? What could be? She asked. Okay, before I say this, I just want you to know. I'm going to do whatever it takes to get through this, okay? I promise I'm going to stop at nothing to destroy this man and his awful political movement once and for all. Do you understand? I said to her. We'll put this all right, okay? She stared at me, and as I'd expected, she started to get anxious again. What did you find, ma'am? Did you... She asked, her voice unsteady, almost certainly suspecting what I was going to say. So-young, I know who killed your husband. Well, shit. So, now we're putting some pieces together, because up until earlier this block, we didn't really know why Professor Kim was important. He was just captain of the Maid Brigade and a card shark.
Yeah.
Who happens to be married to Ha So-young, but he hadn't really played a whole lot of a political intrigue role. But
right.
We know now he was head of Academics Against Neo-Confucianization.
Yep.
And guess who the president was implementing those policies?
Hyun-ae.
And guess who was having an illicit relationship with the chief counselor?
Hyun-ae.
I wonder who could have had Kim killed.
I wonder why Hyun-ae is the last block that we unlock.
It's a mystery.
Politics makes strange bedfellows. Ha So-young. We met former Chief Counselor Smith at Royal. At Royal, the same place we did 7 years ago, in the same private room as before. This time, though, Mute arrived exactly on schedule. You know, ladies, I don't envy you at all, he said. It's so nice to look at what's happened to the Mugunghwa Council and think, not my problem anymore. Last time I saw you, Miss Ho, you still had black hair. I'll sleep when I'm dead, I said. I don't have the time for it otherwise.
How's your family?
Mute asked, politely.
It must be nice to have as much time as you want to spend with them.
Oh, please, like either of you care about my family, he scoffed. I still keep up with current events, you know. I know exactly why you're here. You screwed up and your poster boy for the mediocrity didn't turn out the way you planned, did you? He looked at me expecting a response. I guess last time I was easily baited by him. Not this time. I let Counselor Mute do the talking. She had far more confidence than I was able to muster anymore.
Yep, we sure did,
she said, smiling. No yelling, no denial, no insults, no sass? You must be desperate if you're willing to admit that right off, he said, actually taken aback by her honesty.
We created a monster, plain and simple,
she said, stifling a look of annoyance.
It was a bad call. Who could have known that underneath all that shy uselessness was a secret totalitarian?
He's out of control, I said, trying to restrain too much of my own scorn for the man who had a part in murdering my own husband.
He really is.
Mute said. What do you want from me? I have no political power anymore. These young men that have taken over politics, there's no place anymore for old men like me.
No country for them, even.
That's you.
Oh, right. You still look young to me,
She said. And the conversation paused briefly as we ordered food, wine being poured for both Smith and I. Well, we can't all live forever. I guess it must be a lot worse to be an old woman in politics than an old man these days, he said. Honestly, though, I might seem like I've gotten softer, but I still hate your guts. Counselor Moot, you were the biggest pain in my ass for my entire career. I think you've got what you had coming.
Good. I'd have no use for you if you didn't, Mr. Smith. I'm about to propose something absolutely crazy, okay? And the only way we'll ever be able to pull it off is if even someone who hates me is on board with it.
She said.
And I know what you care about at heart is the best interests of the ship.
You're wrong. What I care about are the best interests of my grandchildren.
Oh, don't be pedantic. They align and you know it. Like, do you think this is just an abstract point to me? I've got children in my family too, you know. Ensuring a safer future for the ship means ensuring a safer future for my family's little So-hee, and your girls too, Mute said. Oh, right. That's
you can do that.
Nope.
In that moment, I admired her more than I ever had. I knew she cared, but I never heard her speak about my daughter in such affectionate terms before. I could tell she wasn't just saying that for Smith's sake, and it was an awfully sweet sentiment of her to express. Fine, what's your proposal? He asked. You got until we finish eating to convince me.
I'm gonna be upfront. What I'm proposing is nothing short of an armed coup d'etat. I want to depose Chief Counselor Ryu and his entire council of destructive yes-men before he manages to completely gut ship security for good.
Mute said, pounding her fist into her palm.
I'm willing to stake everything on this.
You're serious, Smith said, actually taken aback.
Okay, good. I've finally got your attention.
She smirked. She explained the situation in detail, the culture of the new council, the slow manipulation over the course of the past 7 years, the conspiracy, the private army of electoral monitors, the engineering of his victory in the election by arresting the president, the murder of the one man good enough to stand up to Ryu's conspirator and plaything at the university. She was really fired up. It reminded me of the good old days when our problems were so much simpler. When I was still young, she still had that beautiful golden hair, and we were too strong to be scared of anything. I saw that in her again, listening to her speak like that. So impassioned, so cool. I just knew at her side we could put things right again. Finally, she finished, and there was a long pause. Do you really think you can pull it off? He asked at last.
I'll let my lieutenant field this one,
She said.
Ms. Huh?
I tried to muster up the same confidence in my voice that she had. Unambiguously, I said. I know my men and women very well. They are both well-trained and loyal. I've made discreet inquiries, and I've already put together a list of 300 officers that I'm prepared to trust with my life. For since word got out that Chief Counselor Ryu plans to slash our budget in half to bolster his own private army of electoral monitors, he's been an extremely unpopular man in security. This is dependent on us acting swiftly, though. Right now we outnumber them nearly 7-1, but that advantage is going to become narrower and narrower the more Chief Counselor attempts to starve our department. As well, Hyun-ae must be aware we're onto her, given the sudden public reveal of her relationship with Ryu, I told him. But if we were to strike swiftly and catch them off guard at our strongest, I have no doubt we'll be able to assume control within a day. Even if I'm convinced that such drastic measures are really necessary, do you really expect me to take the risk of supporting you? He asked.
Nope, I don't want you to. It'll look bad.
Mute said immediately.
I want no part of the revolution to be traceable back to you. What I want are a set of faces I can trust to form the Mugunghwa High Council.
You want me to be your new chief counselor, he said.
I want the past 7 years to have never happened.
Mute said.
I'll settle for putting the council back the way it should have been. I want you to be the old chief counselor, and I want to have those argumentative idiots back on the council, like even Kim and O. I know you can do that for me.
What if I refuse? He asked.
Then nothing happens. I won't have Ryu replaced with someone I can't trust. This isn't a mistake I'm going to make twice.
She said flatly.
You refuse, then we walk away. A good man dies for nothing, and your grandchildren grow up in a totalitarian Neo-Confucian dystopia. It's your call.
He paused, pensive. You really think you'll be able to pull this off, Counselor Mute? He finally asked. With a single elegant gesture, she produced a cigarette and lit it, taking a drag and blowing it dramatically. It was the coolest! In that moment, I knew that she was the same old badass me that I always believed in.
Just watch me, Mr. Smith,
She said, projecting the utmost confidence. By the end of dinner, we'd gotten him to pledge to leave retirement once we were successful.
Too bad about the success part.
Yeah, too bad about that.
Well, that was the end of Block 6.
You know what it's time for now?
The third and final block.
Stop.
I refuse to
I know
log
it's
off.
technically correct, but stop phrasing it that way.
No.
Just doing some cleanup. There was nothing left in Block 6, right?
The final one was Death of Mute, which we read yesterday.
Gotcha.
So now, time to learn about Oh Hyun-ae.
And by yesterday, you mean
Yesterday.
in the game.
Yeah, yesterday. In the game, and also real life.
How much more do we have left after that? We have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get through them all.
Yep. Hell yeah.
Neat. Nose.
The nose knows.
Does it?
No.
Your brownie cake was really good, by the way.
Thank you.
You'll forgive me if I don't have any more. I'm very full now.
Yeah, me too. That's too much.
Yeah, it was very rich.
Yeah. It has a lot of egg and stuff in it, so that is why it is so rich. It's delicious and chocolatey.
Oh, her. We've seen her only a few times before, but never with, not with the knowledge that we have now.
Yep.
Oh, first time we hear about her little sister. Interesting.
Oh, interesting, but is that a little sister or a little sister? I wonder.
Dear little sister, Misun. Misun?
I
Right?
think so.
I don't think the EU had a like book. So Misun.
Yep.
Misun. Okay. Sorry about not coming home until late last night. I didn't realize you were already asleep by the time I got into bed. Sorry for disturbing you. I'm afraid it's going to be another late night as the reception yesterday evening went much later than expected. Now I have to catch up on all the work I was going to do. It's the same old irrational nonsense from the Department of History I was telling you about before. I'm going to have to fire the department head, and there's so much paperwork involved. I even have to run it through my father, Counselor O, annoyingly. The reception went wonderfully, though. Much better than I expected. You know how I feel about social events like these usually. I find them utterly pointless and my obligatory attendance to be a waste of everyone's time. Politics are truly loathsome, and I really despise how overbearing they've become lately. So I was at the reception, desperately trying to avoid being dragged into some tedious nonsense by my father, and instead of focusing on chatting up a bookish gentleman who seemed to share my disdain for the whole thing, I laughed at his unfunny jokes. Nodded along a lot, let him think that he was encouraging me to drink a little bit more than I'd like. You know, the usual. At first I just thought it was just a good chance to, no offense, finally get laid by a man for once, but then I found out who he was, and I think there's a lot more opportunity here. I was actually surprised to find out that he's Ryu Hyun-soo, Counselor of Captaincy. Hey, Ryu!
Emperor Taijo.
I didn't mention it sooner because everyone's got opinions, and I was worried that you might be the type to needlessly bitch about politics even at a party, he said, very agreeably. You can't escape those people these days. I'm glad you're not one of them. Me? Oh no, I think people get distracted by them too easily instead of focusing on the things that really matter, I said, summarizing my thesis about the myopic social destruction caused by the increasing discourse of democratization in a single line. And what is it that matters to you? He tentatively tried to put his arm around my shoulder. I shifted to let him while I thought about what to say in order not to intimidate him too much. The future, I finally decided on.
Spoilers.
Everyone's always about the now these days. They certainly are, always with the power-mongering, always with the politicking. All everyone cares about now is scoring small points so they can take a step up. Nobody cares about stability, he told me what I already knew. Stability. That reminds me, actually. I've been trying to push more of the classics into the curriculum. You know, Confucius and stuff. I wish things were more like they were in those days, where knowing your place was the most important thing, you know? Wow, I have to say, there's not a lot of women who would say something like that, he told me. It's unfortunately true. But that's really what I think is important. Like you said, stability. I worry about the future. I wish more people would. Yeah, right.
If only. You can't tell anyone this, but I'm going to be announced as the new chief's counselor soon, he said, as if there's anyone still left on the ship who hadn't heard the rumor beaten over their head already. But all the council cares about is pandering to their crisis of the week rather than caring about anything long-term. I hate being put into this position. It's something I'd been considering ever since he told me who he was, but I think there's a real opportunity to use him. I mean, not in a cynical, power-hungry, political sort of way, but believe his discomfort at the current state of things could be leveraged to cause major societal reform on a level that I can't do alone. I think we could change the Mugunghwa for the better. It'd be radical, but he gives me optimism. Maybe this is going to be a dumb question, I said, leadingly. But if you're going to be the head of state, why can't you just change things? Easier said than done, he said. I mean, I'd like to. I'd love to see this endless political horror show of ours end for good. I'd truly love to. The ship deserves a lot better. There's only so much one man can do, though. What about one man and one woman? Is there anything I could do to help? I asked. There is, of course. Even then on the spot, I couldn't think of many things two conspiring parties in the education system and the legislature could do to enact a radical overhaul of society. Slowly, of course. It'd take many years at the least, but combined we have massive potential to shape the discourse and create circumstances that make it clear what must happen to the Mugunghwa to ensure its future. What I need to know is if he was really a man who had the determination to do that. I don't care about his ideas, those aren't what's important. It's important that he's a man enough to want to, instead of just whining about it. I was worried he might not be. Maybe it's just the liquor speaking, I said soberly, but you seem to be like you're the kind of man who takes what he deserves. Thanks, Hyun-ae. And what do I deserve, he asked, staring me intensely. I stopped worrying at that moment. It was obvious where it would end, and he was good. Just knowing that he'd play the game with me after that conversation, I think it's a good sign. Will you tell me? I said bashfully. Then he leaned in closer and stole a kiss from me. I quickly looked away, putting my hand over his face, pretending to blush. You're right, he said, removing my hand. I am that kind of man. I believed him. At that point, I slowly started to move away, making sure I looked bashful enough that he'd hesitate a little before letting me go. So, I should probably get going. It's getting kind of late, I said. He looked disappointed. It was perfect. When I first spoke to him, I thought I'd simply get laid, but if we were to have a lasting relationship, and I think that's in my best interest, because I think we have the potential to do so much more together, then I obviously can't just give that up right away. I want to apologize again. You can see why I was in a mood when I got home. Maybe if you want, though, we could talk again about how I could help, I offered, hoping he'd name a date. He did. We were going to meet again to expire after he's officially been declared chief counselor. But I'm feeling good. The night before last, I wasn't feeling optimistic about our chances of salvaging this awful hedonistic society we've constructed for ourselves. But given that, I think with the chief counselor on my side, we can actually turn things around. I think it's only fair that I have to trade in my own bit of hedonism for that. Thanks for being so understanding and patient with me, little sister. As a result, I'm feeling more confident about the new school policies, and I'm not afraid to deal harshly with the Department of History dragging its heels. What irrational idiots. It might be way too much paperwork, but I'm still going to be glad to see heads roll. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that in the future. Mostly, I'm really happy to actually have cause to be optimistic about the future at all. Anyway, that's why I'm going to be home late. Could you please have our maid send dinner down to the office? I'll try to be more careful this time when I go to bed so I don't wake you up. I promise. Thanks, I really appreciate it. With love, Big Sister Hyun-ae. They had their own maid, huh?
Yep, and lived together and were gay, clearly, together. Implied here.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting that implication from.
Yeah. Also, scroll up to where she was talking about having to fire somebody. It was way up. I think it was before meeting Ryu. Oh, there we go. Same old irrational nonsense from the Department of History. I'm gonna have to fire the department head. Who was that?
That was, Kim?
Yeah, Professor Kim.
Oh.
She talks later about heads will have to roll, and then they literally did.
Oh. Wait, I thought the implication was he got spaced.
I
thought the implication was he got spaced.
Yeah, probably.
Because he wasn't on the ship anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Whew! Things are getting intense! Aww. Little sister. Yeah, little sister. Little sister. Hyun-ae, you getting this?
I don't think
Subtext.
I don't think that Hyun-ae gets it yet.
I don't have anyone to talk to right now. Normally I just confide in Yuna, but she is what I need to talk about. Our maid has Huang?
I think so.
Nope, yep. Told me, something I do that helps is to write a letter, but then never send it. And she said maybe that'll help. I sure hope so. Well, who better to address it to than you, since I couldn't send it to you even if I wanted to. I don't think you'd ever would have had advice, but I don't know, I'll give it a shot anyway. It's just that lately she's been so absorbed by this Chief Counselor Ryu stuff. It's all Ryu all the time. I know it sounds like I'm jealous, but it's not that. It's not that at all. I mean, I'd never be jealous of her. That would be just being ungrateful. She doesn't owe me anything, I know. I'd never ask that. It's just obsessive. She doesn't even seem to realize it. Lately, all she thinks about is her plans to change the Mugunghwa with Ryu. She's really serious about it. It's all, Ryu will overthrow the state, this, and we'll establish a new dynasty together, that. And I mean, she's big sister Yuna. If anyone could do that, it's her. I just worry, what if there isn't room for me in her future? You know that whole motherhood credit thing? No, of course you don't. You're dead. Well, it's a new tax thing where basically they pay for being a mom. You'd probably like that. Anyway, she was telling me that pretty much she was responsible for introducing that as a bit of law. I mean, she's not on the council or anything. It came from someone else, but it was her idea. At first it sounded great, and I was really proud of her for managing to make that happen. Then she started talking about it, how the whole idea was to make more people get married, and okay, fine, I guess that sounds kind of romantic, right? But then she keeps going on, like she wants everyone to get married and have kids right away, saying that it's a moral imperative for girls to marry a man and have kids or else the ship will die off forever. I asked her, what about people who don't want to? What if you don't want to be with some man? Sorry, Mom, I guess that's an explanation for another time. Not that it really matters or anything. The point is, I'd never want to be with anyone but big sister Yuna. Everyone should, she said. There's nothing more important than reproduction. I don't agree with that. Then I said that. I asked her, what about love and having a happy life? Like, having an important job like she does. And finding love on your own means way, way more than hurrying up into some marriage, right? You'd think that, I'm sure. And then she sighed and seemed annoyed and told me something like, that sort of hedonistic and ultra-individualistic thinking is what caused so much social ruin in the first place. I'm having trouble remembering her exact words. People worry about their selfish desires instead of worrying about their duties to the future. Wouldn't you agree that ensuring a functional future is more important? That's sort of the thing about her. It's impossible to disagree with her. I mean, she's really smart, way more than I am. There's a reason why she's university president and I'm just some girl. She always has a really elaborate reason for everything. And I'm sure she's always right. I don't really understand a lot of what she says. I wish I was as smart as her so I could. I guess so, I said. Personally, I'll be happy when I'm out of a job and only have to worry about devoting myself to a husband. It will mean that we've established a social order that privileges stability, and that things for the future will be fine, she said. And that really upset me. I don't like thinking about her getting married. About love, though. I don't want to devote myself to a husband. I just want to be with the person I love the most. Don't you? What about other girls like me? I asked her, really anxiously. And then she said something like, but the ultimate telos of love is reproduction. No, I didn't really understand either. So I asked her what she meant, and she said, it means the most important expression of love is having children. Anything else is socially dysfunctional. There's lesser forms of love, of course, but being with a man is the most important. It has to be. You think we have a lesser form of love, big sister? I asked her. I was crying a little. Sorry, Mom. Even as a grown adult, I'm still a cryberry. She sighed and hugged me, and, well, it didn't make me feel better. Then she said, I'm sorry, little sister. I still love you very much. I never said you didn't matter to me. You always will be close to me, and that's why we're sisters, right? Only meant that there's things more important. I didn't mean to dismiss your feelings. Well, you did, I said, and then stormed off to go sleep on the couch instead. I couldn't. I've never been good with fights with her, especially since, well, you know. She's smarter than me and uses words like telos and is going to take over the ship. I'm not stupid enough to think that I can argue with her ideas. She obviously really is always right. I just mean, that's why she's big sister. Well, she says things like, I didn't mean to dismiss your feelings, but then she says something that dismisses them anyway. It's the most important thing to me. I don't know, it's fine if she doesn't feel the same way about me, but I wish she'd at least acknowledge that. Okay, you know what? Forget it. The maid was wrong. This isn't helping at all. It's just making me even more upset to think about. This is stupid. I'm gonna stop now.
I loved the eggs milk squick of, oh, she's smarter than me and uses big words and is also about to stage a totalitarian coup and take control of our entire society. As though those three are on the same level. Poor Omisun.
Ooh, respectful of family. This is ex-counselor O. Who's this to? Oh, okay, to Misun.
Yep. Who has a different last name here than in when we clicked it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I wonder if that's a thing we'll learn about.
And this is ex-counselor O. To Pyun Mi-sun. I've tried appealing directly to Hyun-ae, but I've been rudely ignored. I'm hoping as her consort you'll at least be able to see reason. I'm sure you already know, but I lost my position as Counselor of Education because of the absurd meritocracy exam. Do you have any idea how much of a humiliation that is for our family? Not even the Counselor of Education, the one who's supposed to be responsible for the exams himself, could get top marks? We could have even lost our noble status. Did she even think of that? It's one thing to show disrespect for family and not care about the loss of face, but what the hell is even the point of having an O as the university president if she's not going to do anything to safeguard her family's status? She promised me that voting for meritocracy wouldn't have any impact because she could influence the exams, yet here we are. So she influenced that's why they...
Yeah, sure seems like Ryu was not the one in charge of this power grab.
Yup. You need to convince her to make this right. As for the road she's going down right now, what if next time it's not even a distant O that gets chosen as Counselor of Education? She could lose her job, and that would be disastrous for both of you. I'm sure there's some sort of irregularity in the exam results. If she can't be convinced to put this right, I implore you, you have to find evidence that the exam results were mishandled. For your own sake. Do you really want the woman you're counting on to be so reckless about her family? Do you really think you'll be able to keep up your comfortable lifestyle if our family continues to decline? I'm counting on you to do the right thing. Oh Chung-woo, former Counselor of Education. Yep, no photo for him.
Oh well.
Yeah, oh, well.
Yep.
Get,
Yep.
yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, this is good.
Burned evidence, burned feelings. Mi-sun again. Writing on paper, I thought that was illegal. Dear big sister, I miss you. Don't worry. I did get your letter and I did what you told me. Found those papers with the counselor candidates on them. It was kind of hard to find. Those Chinese characters that you wrote didn't really look the same as the handwriting. Anyway, I set fire to them just like you asked. Even with all the Chinese I can't understand, I think I figured out what they were about, and I get why you didn't want those records in the computer. I was really shocked by how easily paper burned, though. For all that it's so expensive and forbidden, it's so fragile. Anyway, I got all that done, so don't you worry, big sister. But I really wish you were here to do it yourself, just because I miss you. I know, you've been spending time with Ryu lately because it's important to you. If you like him and like doing all this work, then I'm glad for you. I just wish you were here. When I got out of the candles to destroy that evidence, it just made me think of when we used to have dinners together by candlelight and how perfect things were then. I don't want to be demanding or anything. You do what's important, and I'll help you out however I can, and that's good enough for me. I'm thankful you're around at all. I just worry a bit about you because you used to get really fired up all the time about sociology stuff. But now, well, you don't. And burning off evidence that you rigged the counselor exams to pick people that Ryu likes. Since when did you care so much about politics? Well, since there's no way I can send this letter to you now anyway, I might as well keep going. I'm sorry about that fight we had last week. You were right, I really was being hysterical, and the cramps weren't helping any, but we've lived together how many years now? Feelings always run a little bit high when it's that time of month for both of us. I'm sorry for starting all those arguments. There's no excuse for getting into pointless dumb fights with you. Well, it was just a lot of feelings of insecurity adding to the usual bitchiness. I really worry about you, and I don't mean to alienate you like that. Hey, do you remember when I got dressed up and showed up at your office to say hi at the start of last month and you shooed me out because you were worried I might have whatever the heck you said, whatever influence on Ryu when he came to visit? That really hurt. I ended up locking myself in the bathroom to hide from the maid while I cried, and I just wanted to do something nice for you. And then when you got home and got into bed super late again, you acted like nothing happened. I really wanted to say something. I still do. It's things like that that make me feel insecure. What am I to you? You used to be so protective of me and gentle, and you always tell me how you were feeling. What changed? Are you at least confiding in Ryu? No, of course not. I know. Like you said, no man is going to find emotional insecurity attractive, and all that stuff about how it'll lower your sexual value in his eyes. So I guess you're keeping it all pent in now and keeping it to yourself. I wish you wouldn't do that. You can still confide in me. I can still be here for you, big sister, if you just let me.
Can't believe Hyun-ae reads pickup artist books.
Apparently. Talks about negging.
Yep.
I'm okay with a little bit of crying. That's normal. I'm a little bit too sensitive at times, but I can deal with it. But I can't stand to see you get so distant. You need someone to talk to you. You can't just keep everything to yourself. It's not healthy. Please take better care of yourself and don't just hide in this obsession of yours. Please, 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 I'm begging you, big sister. Just, I don't even know what. Be in my life, please. I guess there's no point in writing any longer. Can't really send any of this to you anyway. I'll just make things worse. Here's my real letter then. I guess I'll just copy it in a new file and send it to you and keep this one to myself. Dear big sister, I lit the candles just like you asked me to. Don't worry, it's all dealt with. Hope I see you soon. Love, me soon. Damn, that's dark.
Yep.
Oh shit. That last one I just read the title of. Alright. Dear little sister, and this is from Hyun-ae. Sorry about not coming home at all last night. I spent the night with Ryu. It wasn't in that way, though. It was just we stayed up so late talking. I think it's the most time we've ever spent together on reflection. Lately, I felt a mixture of anxious and tired. It's not as though I'm optimistic. I know what the future has in store, and I know everything will work out in the end. I've dealt with that professor that was giving me hell, and things are back properly on track. But the initial excitement of finding Ryu has worn off, and at the same time, the end is nowhere in sight. I wish things weren't so damned complicated. I can't sleep with him now despite yearning for it. After all, men are wired to desire things differently than we are, and would probably throw me away soon after. As much as I want to get laid, it's even more important that I ensure my status in the future. By which, of course, I mean marrying him. Of course, divorce still exists, so if I want to be truly safe, I'd have to have his kid. I think we're still a long ways off from being able to politically justify banning divorce, although that's naturally an end goal. Oh, Jesus. However, I can't marry him now because it would draw too much attention. So I'm stuck as his secret, his private girl, and that makes me feel, well, it doesn't matter how I feel, really. It's worth it in the end. We talked about it, at least. That's all that happened. No work, no conspiring, no grand political machinations being designed or brought into practice, just a brief glimpse of what the future could have in store if we bring it to life. I sat on his lap and lost my place for some reason, and he held me and stroked my hair, and for a brief moment I felt as though I could actually let go. That none of the other bullshit on the ship, that none of my other responsibilities, that nothing at all that I needed to concern myself with existed, save for him. At that moment my mind raced thinking about how perfect it would be that if that was our future. Rather, if that was our ship's future. Wishing to an extraordinary extent that this perfection could not only be saved forever, but shared. What are you thinking about? He asked. Just you, I said, touching his chest and smiling up at him. I love you. I don't ever want to leave your side. It's awfully precious, he said. It can be really sweet at times for such a scheming mastermind. I don't want to be that, though, I said with a pout, but meaning it utterly sincerely. I just want to be yours. Poor girl, he said, then kissed me repeatedly until it got to the point where it was getting intense and his hands were starting to roll in places. I wanted him badly, little sister, let me tell you. I'm only telling you this so you know how hard it was to stop him and ensure it didn't go any further. I can't, not before, I trailed off, letting him fill in the blank. Marriage. It wouldn't be right. I'm not just some modern whore. He murmured in agreement, seeming pleased enough. But then, to my surprise, I finally got the best response I could have hoped for. I don't remember his exact words, being far too engrossed in the moment, but he promised he would marry me when it was possible. If I'm going to lead this ship back into traditional ways, I have to set an example, won't I? He said. Of course, anyone who really studied history probably would know that even the greatest kings and emperors had as many consorts as they wished, but I didn't say anything of that, nor did it even come to mind at the time. Nor do I still think it's important now, particularly. You mean I'll get to be your queen? I asked, with excitement in my voice, and it honestly wasn't acting, or me picking my words carefully, or any other form of insincerity. Well, it can't be now. That would seem suspicious, and I don't have enough power for it to not matter. You have to understand, he said. And of course I did, seeing as I was the one who had suggested that to him in the first place. But you will, I promise. A promise isn't enough to assure my safety. I cannot give in to what I had always wanted from him those years ago. I can't run the risk of him throwing me away if he no longer thinks of me as pure and virgin, and if our plans for the future do work out, I'll need to be his queen to ensure my status. when I put all that into words in such a cold way of thinking of things, though. In that moment, all I was thinking about was him. I don't want the weight of running a university on my shoulders. I don't want to have to work to save the ship from the immorality and unsustainability of modern society. I don't want to have to dedicate myself to a vicious world of politics and professionalism. All I want to do is spend my nights dedicating myself to just that one man. I don't want to have to worry about anything save for being a good woman. I don't want to have to worry about scrutiny from suspicious meddlers or anyone else's opinion of me save for his. I don't want to have to assure you, both you as well as myself, that the future is worth being optimistic about. I just want to be there. I had a glimpse of that future last night. He promised me that he would make me more than just his lover, better than a co-conspirator. He actually committed to making me his queen, little sister. I want that future to be now. Then everything will be perfect forever. I'll be the consort of the man who's ensured that the Mugunghwa's decline will be rectified, and my reward will be a life full of nights as perfect as the last, instead of them being so frustratingly rare. Sorry I didn't come home last night. I hope you understand. With love, Big Sister Hyun-ae. Wow. Oh, Hyun-ae's got some issues.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, that so far, the same base motivation has been motivating a lot of the different characters and factions. The stability of the Mugunghwa.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
That's Mute's whole deal.
Right.
That was... What was Ms.
Professor
Kim,
Lady.
the scientist lady's
Yeah.
deal?
About the radiation?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, because that was all about, hey, stability of the Mugunghwa and being able to survive for future generations. Just everybody's taking it in very different directions, not all of which have been healthy or good.
Are we talking about a constant underlying theme here?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. I don't usually pick up on those, so I'm I'm legit like, oh yeah, that's so true.
It is. It's also really interesting that we're learning all of this background about how this turned from a relatively egalitarian society into one where women were treated as objects and having no power.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, the person who engineered it was Hyun-ae, a woman,
Mm-hmm.
and clearly didn't seem personally dedicated to the idea that women oughtn't to have any power, as she was looking to engineer a society in which she herself would continue to hold that power as queen, but didn't seem to care much about what happens to other women.
Nope, she got hers.
Yep.
Right? Also, I this might be reading a bit too much into it, but that feeling of, I don't want this stress on me every day. I don't want to have to deal with this. I just want to be able to focus on one thing, and that is... I might be reading too much into it, but that's something that definitely resonates for me with someone who has a lot of anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
Like this desire to radically change everything so that way the world becomes simple,
Mm-hmm.
and that way simple and manageable. I don't know if I like I said, I'm probably reading too much into that, but... Anyway, suicide note. To my big sister, I always love you more than anything. Sorry about the trouble. I hope your life gets better with the useless parts of it cut out. You deserve to be happy. Love, Pyeon Mi Sun.
Well, fuck.
Welp. That was pleasant.
Well, 3 more logs to go. Let's read some more sad and gay things. Actually, I don't know if there's any more gay in the last couple logs.
Let's see. So Young Smile. Oh my god. Mute saved So Young Smile as a picture.
Mute saved updated face textures with more wrinkled skin.
Good, just so personal photos.
Personal photos. 50 gigs.
Hair charms.
It's all Sonic fan art.
Tasteful Sonic fan. Hair charms, that were apparently very important.
That was remember Ha Chung and what was her name?
Yeah.
Yeah. That hair charm.
Yeah. Alright, 1,
Maid interrogation.
2, 3. And
Keepsake from Earth. Oh no! We know what that is now. we know what that is.
Oh, shit.
Because remember,
The
she
moments
was
that made her happy?
Yeah, she said that she deleted them all, but she
Oh,
didn't.
no.
There's some of them were still there. Oh, damn.
Her uniform and...
Chinese to Korean translation.
Oh, ZH is Chinese.
Yep.
I did not know that.
Now you do. Language codes. So,
So that's everything that old Mute thought new Mute would need in order to figure shit out.
yep. Well, shit.
Well, shit is right. Shit well.
Time to read some logs.
Medo interrogato. This is you.
Oh, it is. I forgot because I was dead and all, but I'm not anymore. A transcript fragment of a conversation held with the private maid of Hyun-ae's household. I guess, Counselor Mute, my lady, I'm kind of glad someone's asking about my mistress. I haven't talked to anyone about this before. You know, it just wouldn't be right and all that, but I've really been kind of worried about her. She's been kinda, I don't know, unstable. Interjection from Ha-Young. Unstable how? Has her routine been different recently? Nah, I guess unstable is the wrong word then. More like unhinged? She keeps the same schedule and all, working late. Well, just between us, most of the time she spends working is actually spent off with Chief Counselor Ryu. They've had a running affair for years now. Don't tell her I told you this, alright? She made me swear to keep it a secret. I wouldn't be telling you if not for, well, you know. But yeah, unhinged, in a really weird way. Like, I'm not wearing this bland dress because I want to, it's because she dressed me up like this. Yeah, that's the thing she does. No, not in that way. In a totally innocent way. Just, she loves maids, okay? Just, it's weird. Like, when I first worked for her, she was really insistent that I wear, I guess the idea was, like, traditional clothing? It was supposed to be more modest or something, to fit the style she likes. Also, with horns and a dragon tail. I just don't get it. Funny how she never complained about her little sister dressing immodestly. Just me. Well, whatever. Anyway, this is supposed to be morning attire, and there was this huge long lecture about how it's the traditional and proper, I guess, thing to do when someone close to you dies. And, you know, Misoon, her little sister, was my mistress too. And she was the one who spent all day at home, so I knew her pretty well. So I figure it's fair enough. Interjection from Ha-Young. How was she unhinged then? Oh, well, it's been ever since her little sister passed. It's been so quiet around the house without her. Well, as for my mistress, I don't know. She's just been kinda... Well, she had a really weird relationship with her little sister. It's none of my business, you know? I didn't want to pry. I just made sure that their bed was kept nice and tidy each morning, minded my own business, and sent the salary I got paid to mind my own business back home to my own family, honestly.
Sometimes I would have to pick up edible panties, and I'm like, where did those come from?
I was getting to that part. What's unhinged is just, it's like, the other day, she wanted me to make tea for her. No, making tea is not the unhinged part, I'm getting to it. After I poured it for her, she just suddenly insisted that I have some myself. Which I always do anyway, but not, like, together with her. Which is what she wanted this time. That's weird, right? Oh, I guess artificial women don't drink tea. What do you think, though? Ha-Young interjects to confirm. It is weird. See, I thought it was weird, but I'm not really gonna argue. She's my mistress, so I pour for myself. Then she gets me to sit down right next to her. I was practically on her lap. At which point she just tells me about her day. I thought it was leading somewhere to some sort of point, but no, she just went on about what she'd done and what meetings she'd been in and how she felt about all of them. And all...
Oh, sorry, I need to scan.
that.
My bad.
I didn't know what the hell to make of it. Then she got to... and I realized I'd forgotten to bring the lunch little sister made for me, so I had to, and so on. At which point she started to cry. There was a good whole minute of sitting there uncomfortably. You know, what the heck do you do in that context? Thankfully, then she excused me, and I got out of there as fast as I could. I don't know what she did after that. Yes, cried a lot, probably. That's just one example. Another time, she wanted me to warm up her bed for her because she was staying out late. I don't know. Ah, jeez, don't ask questions like that. I don't know. I just... No, I didn't do that. My point is just, she's been really unhinged since her little sister passed. That's all. Whew. Oh, Hyun-ae, who does not seem to have... whose motives in her relationship with Ryu seem to have been less than sincere love.
Mm-hmm.
And who
Yeah.
seems to be lacking something now that the woman who loved her is dead and so forth.
I wonder. Sorry. Dear little sister Mason.
Who is dead by this point, I
Yeah,
think.
and also it's in Chinese.
Yep.
Spent the last night with Ryu again. I know you never liked me doing that, but I would have rather have spent the night with you instead if I could have. And that's being perfectly honest. I miss you deeply. When I said I've dreamed of being absolved to my responsibilities, I didn't mean you. I didn't mean like what you did. I would have taken care of you. I always would have taken care of you no matter what. So you're my little sister. It's every other responsibility that wears me down. It's the fate of the Mugunghwa sitting on my shoulders that I just can't bear. The tedium of keeping up appearances for the sake of people who don't understand. Damn that awful reactionary security AI mute. Her zeal to protect the establishment could well cause the downfall of what she thinks she's protecting. And I'm just tired. I'm so tired. Last night I slipped, screwed up. Even monkeys fall from trees, I suppose. I was just so desperately starved for contact. Ryu was there for me, and I didn't have the willpower to turn him down this time. I just felt like this time I didn't want to be the one in control. I wanted to let him do whatever he pleased and let him do the worrying. As for worrying, I'm just so tired of it. I'm just so tired. So this time, when he started to kiss me and when his hands started to wander, I didn't resist. I just sat there on his lap as he undressed me, murmuring enough every so often to encourage him. I won't lie, feeling his strong hands on my naked body, his clumsy gropes in my chest, felt so good. It's not even the physical sensation, it's just the feeling of being wanted. The feeling of being appreciated. For me to just sit there and be exposed, to not defend myself. To be desired instead of misunderstood. It felt perfect. All I had to worry about was him, and it was perfect. The sex itself, after 6 years of anticipation, was clumsy and inept. I had to fake my own orgasm and discreetly got myself off while I knelt in front of him. But still clumsy as it was, to have him inside me was everything I dreamed it would be. I would even go so far as to say that it made me feel like a proper woman. In that moment, I was able to forget about everything and was able to live in a world that had nothing but him in it. That made me feel the closest thing to good inside since you left. With that, I lost the power I held over him by believing me to be a virgin, and I don't know how much longer now I will be valuable in his eyes. It will almost certainly be mere months before the novelty of being able to have sex with me wears off and I become used goods to him. But to be perfectly honest, I actually felt a little bit relieved to have given that up, to know what it felt like to be truly powerless in his arms when we finally fell asleep that night. In the morning, we discussed it and agreed that since now Mute has discovered our relationship anyway, there's no point in things remaining a secret. He promised to announce me publicly as his fiancée today. In fact, the announcement is what I'm waiting on right now. I always thought that I would be nervous when this moment happened, but instead I don't feel anything. It seems like things will finally come to a head and society will be saved. It feels as if the end is finally in sight, and yet only one single thought comes across my mind. I wish I was spending this moment by your side. With love and apologies, Big Sister Hyun-ae. Okay, I really think Hyun-ae's got some serious fucking anxiety issues because, like, again, the notion of wanting someone else to take over, protect you, and just kind of leave the rest of the world behind and just be in a little perfect cocoon of physical emotion. That's kind of what I did to myself for the better part of a year. Back when I was digging myself into a pretty deep depressive hole. It wasn't very healthy. But that motivation, like, to be like, I just want I don't want any of this stuff on my shoulder. And, like, obviously not the same scale, but I don't want this on my shoulders anymore. I just want to be taken care of. I want to be held safe, secure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's definitely some intense anxiety shit going on.
Yep.
Sorry to keep talking about myself. Ugh. Striking back at society's betrayal. She's still addressing letters to Misun.
Yep.
Misun. Misun? Like, no, it's like book. Misun. Okay. It seems things are finally coming to a head now. Security officers came by my home today. Thankfully, I've been staying in one of Ryu's apartments ever since he announced our betrothal, because he received word from someone loyal to him that Mute was planning on making a move against us. Furthermore, that someone only found out about it through the former counselor Oh Chung-woo, which is to say my own father knew of it and said nothing. My father, who I took on the position of university president for, thanklessly, suffered so much for the sake of my family. I can't believe this betrayal. My own father. I've never been more sure of our society's absolute debasement until now. To imagine a father hanging out his own daughter to dry? Have the bonds of family truly gotten this weak? Something is going to happen soon, according to the information Ryu's been receiving. Mute has always been the worst kind of person, a self-righteous bitch. But as much as she stands in defense of conservatism of our debased society, I never thought she would be so bold as to actually make a move against the ruler of the ship. We have to make a stand here. It looks like this is the point where subtle manipulation will no longer suffice. We must make a stand in the face of so much betrayal. It just hurts so much that it's come to this, when all we've ever had is the ship's best interests at heart. I'm so tired of it all. I'm so tired of being unappreciated. I just don't understand how they can't see that the ship we live in has gotten to be so rotten. To think the status quo that let you die, that entrusted you to someone like me instead of a real father, instead of a strong husband who could take care of you. How could anyone defend such a cruel society? How can anyone find that just? Things have gotten so much better in the past 6 years. People are marrying more. Women are more and more seeking the right priorities. Men are learning virtue and filiality in school, yet, despite all the slow progress, people still stand against us. They clearly will not see reason. Mute, her family of mindless security officers, even my own father. As much as it hurts me to write them all off as lost causes, what other option is there? Tonight, my first living under the protection of my fiancé. I'm going to do the only thing I can do when he returns home. I will serve him tea, and softly tell him that we have to make a stand against the people who destroy all we've worked for. The only pragmatic solution is that heads will have to roll. If even a member of the council is enacting a threat of violence, subtlety can't work anymore. We need a new society, a new dynasty, where we make a firm stand for what's right. That's what I'll tell him. Softly, of course. When it comes down to it, I guess I'm finally going to see through what we started optimistically all those years ago. But I'm not excited, nor nervous, nor glad, nor relieved. I'm just so tired of it all, tired of all the wrongs. I don't feel any anticipation for it anymore. All I feel now is that I want to make things right. I want to make a society that would have protected you. I want to make a society that would have given you what you deserved. I want to make a society that would have given you something better than me. I can't tell you how much I wish you were here. I hope you'd be proud of me, and it hurts so very much that I'll never hear you say it. Jesus!
Hashtag gay and sad. We've got to stick to our genre.
Ugh.
So,
What kind of self-loathing must she have to think that, oh, I wish the person I loved and loved me back could have had better than me?
yeah? We've read everything we can before we return to Earth, I suppose. Thank you, Miss Investigator, for letting me play your sidekick.
Always.
The past 3 days could have been really hard on me, but instead, I got to experience what your job is like.
Man, what that this was my job.
And more importantly, we were finally able to solve the mystery of what happened in the year 0. It's still really hard for me to parse and understand. And really, there's just so much I don't know how to deal with. But I think it's really important that I now know. So, tell me, how do you feel about what we've
I
read?
hate everyone equally. I just like sympathetic, honestly.
Yeah,
You feeling that?
yeah, it's hard not to. Even to someone like Oh Hyun-ae, someone who was responsible for so many horrible things. Well, I guess I can understand doing something horrible because you feel trapped, is all I mean.
Yup.
Well, changing the subject to something less heavy. What do you think of the past 3 days, though? Do I make a good sidekick? The best. Ah, thank you. I know I still have a lot to learn, but I can't wait to do it by your side. I just knew we made a good team, even just out here together. Anyway, I guess I'll try asking one more time. Please, this time I need a firm answer.
Did you really go and bake cake, or have you been lying to me?
Will you get me a body, please? Yes.
Haven't you read our email?
No, she's been respecting our privacy like a reasonable person. After 622 long years, I'll have a body once again. Ah, what a wonderful thought. Things will finally maybe be the way they always should have been. I'll get to relearn what touch is like. There's a lot of difficult things that will still be in my way, but still, I'm looking forward to it. So, I saw that message you got, the one that was in Korean, from the Historical Society.
See, she does read our email. She knows.
I know that it said they wanted me to testify. I've been really nervous to mention it, because the idea is so scary, but... Are you... going to do what they asked? Will you make me testify against about the Mugunghwa, what I did?
I don't know, what do you think?
I think she's her own person. I think she can decide.
Yeah.
Ah, that's a really tough decision. Thank you for trusting me to make it.
Of course.
I think if you were at my side, I think I might be able to. I guess it's important that everyone knows the truth about what happened on the Mugunghwa, and I was part of that. But only if you're by my side. Otherwise, I'd never have the strength to go in front of a bunch of inquisitors alone. But if you were there, I think I'd have the strength. That's how you make me feel. Well, anyway, I suppose it's now almost time to begin star system entry procedures. Even from out here, I can see Earth on the visual sensors, and it's gorgeous, isn't it? Wow! No matter what happens, no matter how bad I feel about what I've learned, no matter how much I need to learn about people, no matter how hard it is to be a proper adult, no matter what, I'm going to take all the things that shaped me, that shaped what kind of ship I grew up on, and I'm going to try to put them behind me. Even if there's still so much ahead of me, thank you so much for rescuing me. Thank you for being here for me. Thank you for saving me from that prison and putting up with me. I know it seemed really sudden when I confessed, but the fact that you're that kind of person, I still love you for that. From now on, I'm going to look forward towards the future, towards that gorgeous blue planet. I'm sure I won't be able to look back with you by my side. Well,
I'm not crying, you're crying.
we read all the logs. We found out what happens.
Yep. That was pretty damn rough.
Yep.
But another really fun, finely constructed game. And
Yeah.
I had so much fun playing it.
Even for the billionth time, it's still exciting and good.
Right?
I have played all of these so many times, and they're still great.
I think it's finally time to power down until tomorrow.
All right. Are you sure you want to shut down for today?
Yeah.
I guess that's all then. Next time we talk, we'll be on Earth. I can't wait, I can't wait. Oh, credit sequence time.
Yay!
Hell yeah.
Do I have to click through this? I do.
Hey!
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 Hyun-ae got a body.
Yay!
Nice body.
The real folk blues.
Wrong anime.
Oh, damn it. Oh.
Hey, I like that she's got her school uniform from Analogue, the same one.
Yep.
I also like...
she's testifying next to a picture of herself in Analogue.
Yes, that up there is the Analogue interface. That's the first log right
Yep.
there.
Men are honored, women are abased.
Yes. Yup.
Yeah, those are screen caps from that game.
Wow.
I've not seen this ending, so.
Neither have I. This is what I've not seen.
Aww.
Space. Going to space. Going to Earth.
Going to Earth.
We went to Earth together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Relationship status. It's complicated.
Good
What does
achievement.
that mean?
Man, I'd be more worried if a relationship wasn't complicated.
Yeah, and effectively ageless robot mass murderer from space.
We did it.
And us, Miss Investigator.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Hell yeah.
Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
We had such a good time.
I'm so glad we had an excuse to play through these again.
Me too, and we got to eat cake. Brownie cake, but cake.
It was delicious.
It was really good. I hope you all have a great evening or morning or whatever fucking time of day you're watching this. Thank you all for going through these with us. We had so much fun.
Smash that like, comment and subscribe.